Weatherologist in a World of Magic by FirstBite. What a weather. Amidst a breathtaking panoramic vista of the city skyline lay John's indispensable workplace, an enclave dedicated to the science of weatherology. Yes, you can say meteorology. On his computer screen, a flicker of life heralded the arrival of the latest satellite imagery and weather models. With a measured inhalation, he diligently scrutinized the prevailing weather conditions, methodically dissecting data from a network of weather stations across the region and meticulously dissecting the most recent model forecasts. His duty was clear: convey this vital information to various media outlets and pertinent stakeholders. As the sun gracefully descended beyond his window, John immersed himself in radar images, engaging in animated discussions with his colleagues regarding the day's forecasts. Ideas and theories flowed freely, each interaction refining their predictions. His nimble fingers danced across the keyboard, updating forecast graphics and preparing for the next task, all while keeping a watchful eye on the clock. It's that time again. Ugh! Why must I go out when a tempest rages outside? John secured his weatherproof jacket, clutched his trusty anemometer, and ventured into fieldwork. On this particular evening, his destination was a local weather station, where he would painstakingly calibrate instruments to ensure the utmost data accuracy. Whoosh, tap, tap, tap. Departing from the cocoon of his weather forecasting center, John was greeted by the relentless fury of the storm they had diligently analyzed. Struggling towards his vehicle, the wind and torrential rain conspired to thwart his vision. Raindrops assaulting his pupils, and the howling wind providing no respite. Damn it! I can't see a thing! Where's my car? Dark clouds converged overhead, lightning streaked across the heavens, and thunder rumbled like an irate deity. Undaunted by the tempest, John persevered and eventually arrived at his destination. Finally indoors and dry. Honestly, driving in this weather was the last thing on my mind, but you've got to do what you've got to do. Minutes crawled by, and John sat transfixed by the tumultuous spectacle unfolding outside his windshield. The storm had unleashed its unrestrained fury upon the world. Rain cascaded in blinding sheets, and the tempestuous winds howled like vengeful spirits, ceaselessly tugging at his car's frame, veering it unpredictably from side to side. A growing sense of apprehension compelled him to ease his foot on the accelerator, choosing the path of caution. What's that? As John delved deeper into the heart of the tempest, his senses were overwhelmed by the relentless storm. Then, in a fateful turn of events, an unforeseen twist of destiny unfolded. Suddenly, amidst the storm's cacophony, a deafening horn blared. A colossal truck, driven by a shadowy figure, swerved into his trajectory without warning. Time seemed to stand still as he stared at the falling raindrops. John knew he was on the precipice of a life-or-death struggle. His mind raced, fueled by a potent fear of death. His mind wandered back to a poignant childhood memory that had shaped his current path in life. He was just a young boy, standing alone in the midst of a vast, desolate field on a stormy afternoon. Dark clouds loomed overhead, pregnant with raindrops ready to burst. The wind howled, carrying an eerie sense of foreboding. Thunder rolled in the distance, adding an ominous soundtrack to the scene. His family had suffered a devastating loss. A tornado had ripped through their small town, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Homes were torn apart, lives shattered, and hope seemed to vanish like the debris carried away by the merciless winds. In that desolate field, John stood amidst the remnants of what was once his family's home. Broken shards of glass and splintered wood surrounded him, remnants of a life that had been abruptly torn apart. Tears mixed with raindrops as he surveyed the devastation before him. But amidst the wreckage and loss, a sense of curiosity welled up within him. He found himself captivated by the very forces of nature that had brought such destruction upon his world. With wide, searching eyes, he watched as the storm raged on, nature's fury mirrored in his young, resilient spirit. In that pivotal moment, a seed was planted. John realized that he wanted to understand the weather, to decipher its patterns and harness its knowledge. He wanted to ensure that no one else would suffer the same devastation that had befallen his family. He yearned to bring a sense of preparedness and hope to those who faced the wrath of the elements. Ah, how familiar. When did I lose sight of this dream of mine? When was I pushed away from it? Have all those years of relentless pursuit and study been in vain? At moment, everything went dark. Who is shaking me so forcefully? Stop it. It hurts. I can't discern this person's appearance. Everything is so hazy. The warmth. It doesn't hurt anymore. Have I passed away? Wait, is that a light? Why is it approaching so fast? Whoa! Agh! Everything's so blurry. Why does it feel like I'm being touched? My eyes, they won't adjust, huh? There are people. I can barely discern two figures, huh? How? This person is lifting me with his bare hands. A man in his early 40s, weighing over 90 kilos. But why does it seem like he's supporting my head and feet simultaneously? It would make more sense for him to carry me with both arms under my back and knees. Am I? No way. John stretched out his hand and couldn't believe what he saw. His hand was the size of a newborn baby's. Am I a newborn? Reincarnated. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Hartfield, announced an elderly woman, her nurturing presence, gentle voice, carrying a sense of joy and warmth. As she cradled the healthy newborn boy in her arms, her eyes sparkled with tenderness. With utmost care, she passed the fragile newborn into the awaiting embrace of his mother. As the nurse gently placed the baby against Mrs. Hartfield's chest, a surge of overwhelming emotions coursed through her. She could feel the weight of her child, so small and vulnerable, nestled in her embrace. The softness of the baby's skin against her own evoked a sense of disbelief. My baby. Tears of joy welled up in Mrs. Hartfield's eyes as she gazed down at her newborn son, his delicate features unfolding before her. She marveled at his tiny fingers, his button nose, and the innocence reflected in his innocent, searching eyes. As Mr. Hartfield stood by his wife's side, his gaze fixed at his wife's eyes filled with tears of joy, her radiant smile filling the dimly lit room with a soft glow. Yet it was the sight of his child, his own flesh and blood, nestled securely within his wife's loving embrace, that truly moved him. Respecting the sacred bond forming between mother and newborn, Mr. Hartfield positioned himself slightly to the side, allowing his wife to fully immerse herself into this joy's moment. And before long, he approached his beloved wife, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead, a silent reassurance of his unwavering support. Mr. Hartfield redirected his gaze towards his newborn, delicately cradling the tiny hands that held the promise of a lifetime. In this exchange of touch, the immense responsibility of fatherhood settled upon Mr. Hartfield's shoulders. A sense of extreme doubt filled his mind. Will I be able to provide him the life he deserved in this damned world? Was it the correct decision? Was it... Doubts about his ability to provide the life his child deserved. Doubts about the challenges that awaited them in an uncertain world. His thoughts swirled, questioning the decisions made and the path ahead. Honey. Mrs. Hartfield's voice broke through his internal struggle, her eyes filled with concern. Startled, Mr. Hartfield turned his attention to his wife, her presence a comforting anchor amidst his uncertainty. What is it? He replied, his voice filled with a gentle softness. She hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words before finally speaking. What should we name him? Honey, we already decided on his name a long time ago, he responded, a trace of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Remember? We agreed to name him after your late father if we were blessed with a boy. With a gentle squeeze of his wife's hand and a whispered affirmation of their shared decision, came to be Ethan Hartfield. The nanny stood still, respectfully allowing the couple to embrace the profound moment that unfolded before them. Sensing an opportune moment, she gently interjected, understanding the need to express her departure. Mr. and Mrs. Hartfield, as my duties here are complete, I must take my leave. I have other responsibilities to attend to, she conveyed with a warm yet professional tone. Mr. Hartfield quickly responded, a touch of gratitude evident in his voice. Of course. Thank you so much for being here, especially at such a late hour. We apologize for any inconvenience and our inability to provide you with the proper respect and hospitality you deserve. The nanny smiled kindly, her words carrying a sense of understanding and wisdom. Please, Mr. Hartfield, we live in a time of uncertainty and looming dangers. Such luxuries and privileges are not something I would ever dream of. Moved by her humble perspective, Mr. Hartfield nodded gratefully. Thank you for your understanding. The nanny's expression softened as she continued, her voice filled with genuine warmth. Now, may you and your newborn be blessed with countless joyous moments and a future filled with happiness. As the nanny said her goodbyes and left the room, the air was filled with excitement and happiness. But there was one person who felt completely different. It was John, or rather, Ethan Hartfield, now stuck in the body of a newborn baby. He couldn't move or make sense of anything around him. His tiny eyes and ears were still getting used to the world, but deep down, he knew what had happened. I died, and somehow I've been reincarnated as a little baby, Ethan thought, trying to wrap his tiny baby brain around the situation. Even though he couldn't express himself or understand everything that was happening, he was fully aware of what was going on. I can't believe reincarnation is actually real. It seemed like nothing more than a popular trope in novels, manga, and video games. I always thought it was just an entertaining illusion. But here I am, facing the harsh reality of it all. Yet, deep inside, Ethan felt a surge of relief. His past life had been an endless struggle, a constant uphill battle in a world consumed by financial strife and cutthroat competition for success. Now, as a newborn with a clean slate, he saw it as a golden opportunity for a fresh beginning. The worries and burdens he had carried were lifted in an instant, replaced by the promise of a new beginning. I'll make it big this time. I'm gonna have the time of my life, traveling the globe, soaking up different cultures, trying out all those video games I've been dying to play. And you know what? I'm gonna find that special someone who'll make every day feel like a dream. We'll build a life together that's totally fulfilling, with all the riches and early retirement to boot. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ethan's dreamlike life, the epitome of what most people long to achieve, had been his new goal. It ignited a level of excitement within him that he had never experienced before. This was what he felt but just a few months ago, all for it to crumble away in an instant. Fuck! This isn't Earth. Ethan sat cross-legged, his arms folded in a discontented posture. It had been 6 months since his reincarnation as Ethan Hartfield. In that time, his senses had gradually adjusted, allowing him to see and hear his surroundings with clarity. However, he had been confined to the house, under the care of his loving parents, whom he had grown fond of and eventually accepted as his true parents. Ethan's mother was a woman of captivating elegance, her long black hair cascading down her back in a graceful manner. There was a timeless charm about her, as if she carried within her the essence of a bygone era. Her presence exuded grace and poise, and her warm smile radiated a genuine affection that enveloped Ethan in a sense of comfort and belonging. As for Ethan's father, he possessed an air of refined masculinity that complemented his mother's elegant grace. With a strong and commanding presence, he carried himself with confidence and authority. His features were chiseled and distinguished. His deep-set eyes held a glint of wisdom and determination, reflecting a man who had weathered life's challenges with resilience. It was evident that he was a pillar of strength and support, both inside and outside the home. After months of being confined within the walls of their home, Ethan was able to make sense of the fragments of his parents' words. It was a language completely foreign to his ears, but as a newborn baby, his mind was like a sponge, absorbing the nuances and patterns of the language. Gradually, the words began to take shape, and he could understand their meaning, even if he couldn't yet articulate them himself. While his vocal development lagged behind, his understanding grew, bridging the gap between his silent observations and the world of communication. Because of the lack of outside touch, Ethan's father suggested venturing out to purchase their daily necessities. With his wife's agreement, they embarked on a small family outing, stepping into the outside world for the first time since Ethan's reincarnation. For Ethan, it marked his first glimpse of the outside world since his reincarnation, and he eagerly anticipated the sight of the city he now called home. But there was one thing that had always struck him as peculiar: their house. Their house exuded an old-fashioned and vintage charm with its antique vibes. It felt straight out of an 18th century history book. Yet, Ethan didn't mind its quirky style one bit. He saw it as part of the city's unique character, a little slice of the past in the midst of the present. As Ethan stepped outside with his parents, his eyes widened in surprise and confusion as he looked at a picturesque old town scene that seemed to have emerged from the pages of a storybook. The narrow streets were lined with charming little Tudor houses, each with its own distinct character. The buildings exuded a rustic Renaissance charm. The streets bustled with activity, as people in period costumes went about their daily routines. Why is everything so old-fashioned? Are they all part of some time-traveling club or something? He couldn't help but wonder why the people here chose to live in such a nostalgic bubble, disconnected from the fast-paced world outside. It was a fascinating sight, one that raised numerous questions in his mind. As he continued to watch the locals going about their day, his eyes fixated on a group of individuals marching in pairs. Clad in weathered medieval armor, complete with swords hanging from their belts, they seemed to have stepped right out of a historical reenactment. Are they cosplayers or something? His eyebrows furrowing in disbelief. In that instant, Ethan's lofty aspirations came crashing down around him. It was at this pivotal moment that his father noticed his child's captivated gaze fixated on the approaching soldiers. With a light-hearted chuckle, he playfully enlightened Ethan about their purpose. "Ha ha, look at my boy, already enthralled by the sight of our brave soldiers. It's only natural, isn't it? Ha ha. What young lad wouldn't be captivated by these courageous folks who fearlessly take on bandits and monsters to keep our village safe?" "No, don't tell me." "Honey, don't plant ideas in his head. What if he gets the notion to become a soldier himself?" Amidst the playful banter, Ethan's father took a more serious tone. "I understand your concern, my love, but you know how limited the choices are for young men in these troubled times. The Empire's relentless in its recruitment efforts, and refusing the compulsory military service is practically unheard of. The threat of monsters grows each year, and there have been cases of severe consequences for those who resist, even talk of forceful punishments like beheading." Ethan's mother interrupted, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and sadness. "That's enough. Let's not dwell on those grim thoughts. Who knows, things might change by the time he comes of age," said his father. "What? Beheading for refusing military service? What is that old man even talking about? And monsters? What does he mean by that?" Out of nowhere, a sudden interruption from behind shattered Ethan's thoughts. The heavy voice boomed, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of marching steps and the creaking of a moving cart. "Make way." As Ethan turned his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of a group of soldiers, diligently guarding a cart that was being pulled by sturdy horses. Curiosity piqued, he strained his eyes to catch a glimpse of what lay inside. To his astonishment, nestled within the cart was something he had never imagined could exist, a sight he had only dared to ponder in the realms of fantasy. There, lying motionless, was the lifeless body of an otherworldly creature. its grotesque form sending shivers down Ethan's spine. Resembling a lizard in some aspects, its size rivaled that of the horses that dutifully pulled the cart through the bustling village streets. The creature possessed an undeniable presence, one that screamed to Ethan that he wasn't reincarnated on Earth, but rather a different world. A world vastly different from the one he had known. In that moment, the magnitude of his new reality hit him like a crushing wave, extinguishing the flicker of excitement that had fueled his dreams and ambitions. Gone were the visions of immersive video games, exotic culinary delights, and carefree travels around the world. A heavy sigh escaped Ethan's lips. Sigh, what am I to look forward to now? Stark reality. The bustling streets became even more crowded as news spread among the townspeople about a soldier bringing in a monster. Children dashed and giggled their way towards the soldiers, while adults strolled along, applauding and celebrating the soldier's remarkable feat. Clap, clap, cheers. They actually succeeded in killing a green-scaled lizard, remarked one townsman. Looks like it, but considering their numbers, it appears that 1/3 of them did not make it back, replied his companion. Well, it's no surprise. It takes at least 20 soldiers to bring down such a monster. It's quite an achievement if you consider their limited count in this small village. 20 soldiers, and you expect me to face those monsters when I come of age? Where on earth have I been reincarnated to? Ethan panicked internally. Excuse me, sir, uttered a frail and weak-looking middle-aged woman. Her weary appearance showed a level of burden she carried within her. Etched onto her face was what seemed to be countless sleepless nights. Dark circles hung beneath her bloodshot eyes, evident of her relentless, forceful hours. Her unkempt hair fell in disarray, as if mirroring her heart and mind. ... The soldier she had addressed stood firm, as if anticipating her presence. He gazed at the frail woman with empathy, as if he had seen the struggles of many and carried them within his eyes. Not uttering a single word until the woman had poured out her heart in its entirety, the soldier maintained a resolute silence. My boy? He was part of your expedition, but I don't see him anywhere, the woman stammered, her voice quivering. ... The soldier, still enveloped in silence, slowly turned his head towards the woman, gesturing with a subtle movement behind him. Her gaze followed his indication, and her eyes widened with a mix of dread and hope. There, positioned behind him, stood another cart resembling the one that carried the lifeless beast, but noticeably smaller in size. Upon the cart lay a white cloth, its surface stained with a vivid hue of crimson. The woman's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the significance of the blood-soaked fabric. Tears welled up in her eyes and her heart pounding in her chest, fearing the worst yet desperately clinging to a glimmer of optimism. The silence that enveloped them grew heavier as both soldier and woman shared a solemn understanding. The soldier's somber expression spoke volumes, revealing the painful truth that awaited beneath the blood-drenched cloth. With trembling hands, the woman approached the cart, her every step heavy. She reached out, hesitantly lifting the cloth. No! My baby! No! As the fabric revealed the scene before her, a piercing wail of anguish tore through the air. The woman's voice cracked with the weight of her sorrow, her cries echoing throughout the area, raw with unbearable grief. Her eyes fell upon a heartbreaking sight: the lifeless bodies of numerous soldiers sprawled across the cart. Among them, her eyes locked onto the familiar features of her beloved son's lifeless form. Shortly after, the family members and friends of the other fallen soldiers arrived, their faces etched with the agony of loss. A level of despair and gloom Ethan had only witnessed in mere fictional portrayals on TV shows or movies. It was a level of sorrow that touched the depths of his soul, one that he himself had never experienced firsthand, despite witnessing the destructive power of a tornado in his childhood, which had taken away homes and lives. The magnitude of this scene, however, surpassed it by a long shot, leaving him spellbound and overwhelmed by the intensity of human suffering. In that moment, the stark reality of his current life settled deep within for the final time, casting a somber shadow over his own existence. Am I going to die while being eaten alive by monsters, just like them? Overwhelmed by the weight of his uncertain future, Ethan's eyes welled up with tears. Wah, wah. Oh, don't cry, Ethan, his mother whispered, her voice filled with gentle reassurance. Honey, we should go back home. The scene must have frightened him. Yes, replied his father, his voice filled with concern. He placed a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder, gently urging them forward, away from the heart-wrenching sight. After arriving home, Ethan was gently placed in his chamber, and his mother tenderly tucked him into bed to have him rest for the night. As she left the room, closing the door behind her, Ethan remained motionless, lying in bed and fixating his gaze upon the ceiling. His mind seemed to be suspended in a state of emptiness, devoid of any active thoughts or contemplations. Time passed, and Ethan remained still, enveloped in his own silence, taking solace in it. There has to be a reason. A reason for being reincarnated in this world. This underdeveloped world. This monster-filled world. This treacherous world. Right? With unanswered questions, Ethan succumbed to sleep, and the passage of time seemed to accelerate as he lived through his life aimlessly. Days seamlessly transformed into weeks, weeks into months, and months turned into years, all without the answers he sought. However, at his 6th year in this unfamiliar realm, a remarkable surprise unfolded before him, a gift unforeseen, one that would redefine the very fabric of knowledge within this world and Ethan's own life. Unexpected guests. Boy, fetch me another drink, bellowed the inebriated man, his words slurring together. I'll attend to you shortly, sir, replied the waiter, maintaining his composure. Hey, I've been waiting ages for my food, grumbled another customer impatiently. It won't be much longer, assured the waiter. Ethan, over here, deliver the order to table number 3, called out his mother. On it, replied Ethan. 6 years had passed since Ethan's reincarnation into this new existence. Over the years, he had acquired a proficient understanding of the local language and was able to properly communicate at the tender age of 6. His family operated a modest inn, offering weary travelers rest for the night and a satisfying meal to satiate their hunger. Given his age and ability to assist, Ethan took it upon himself to contribute by serving customers as a waiter of sorts in order to assist his parents. Ethan's mother was in charge of the kitchen, handling the customers' dishes to satisfy their hungry belies. His dad, on the other hand, held down the fort at the reception desk, juggling room bookings and tackling all the other nitty-gritty tasks that come with running an inn. The inn was usually a tranquil place, but every now and then a swarm of travelers would flock in, seeking rest after their long journeys. They often arrived in groups, knowing their strength in numbers against the bandits and monsters that lurked along the way. Today was one of those exceptions. It was a bustling late afternoon, and the inn's cozy spaces were filling up rapidly with weary travelers searching for a spot to lay their heads for the night. The once quiet atmosphere now buzzed with chatter and laughter, creating an energetic ambiance. The influx of guests was so overwhelming that Ethan's family had no choice but to extend their hospitality beyond the interior of the inn. Tables and chairs were arranged outside, creating a makeshift dining area to accommodate the growing numbers of arrivals, as their inn was just but of humble size. Laughter and the clinking of cutlery now spilled into the open air as travelers relished their meals under the open space. Ethan's attention was momentarily diverted from his duties as he delivered an order outdoors. He glanced upward, observing the shifting shapes and colors of the sky. Seems like it's going to rain soon, he murmured to himself, noticing the darkening clouds. This one is going to last the night. As predicted, a few hours later, at the brink of midnight, started a downpour of rain. At this hour, most of the customers had left to their rooms to sleep, and the outdoor materials were brought back inside. Ethan, go lock the door, we're about to end the day here. Okay, Dad. Creak. Huh? As the day was winding down and the inn was ready to call it a night, out of nowhere, a bunch of 3 soaked individuals barged in. They were completely drenched from the pouring rain, looking like they just swam through a river. Their attire caught everyone's attention. A striking display of long, flowing robes crafted from what appeared to be exquisite, vibrant fabrics. These robes were cinched at the waist with wide belts, giving their outfits a touch of formal flair. It was clear that these individuals were no ordinary visitors. They exuded an air of dignity and wisdom. The way they carried themselves, along with their choice of clothing, suggested they were scholars of high standing, their garb serving as a reflection of their intellectual pursuits and esteemed position in society. We apologize for the unannounced entrance. Hopefully, you folks are still open for business. One of the drenched scholars spoke up, offering an apologetic smile. Ethan had been taught by his father not to allow anyone inside the inn during closing hours. Thus, he began to inform the unexpected guests that they were closed. Sorry, but we just closed. You'll have to find another place to... Ethan started saying, but before he could finish his sentence, his father swiftly intervened, placing a hand on Ethan's shoulder and gently pushing him behind him. Of course, we're still open for business, his father exclaimed with a warm smile. You gentlemen have arrived just in the nick of time before we closed our doors. Please, come on in and make yourselves at home. As Ethan observed his father's unexpectedly kind and welcoming demeanor towards the newcomers, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. It was a rare sight to witness his father extend such hospitality to individuals outside their immediate family circle. This prompted him to wonder, who are they that Dad would show such kindness? Thank you kindly, sir, expressed the same man who had spoken earlier on behalf of the group. By any chance, could we also place an order for some dishes? We haven't had a chance to eat all day, and my companions and I would be immensely grateful to have our hungry bellies satisfied. Ethan's father, maintaining his hospitality, absolutely. Please, take a seat and we'll bring you a menu right away. Ethan, go ahead and bring them the menu, his father instructed. Yes, Ethan responded, and swiftly carried the menus over to the table where the scholars were seated. Here you go, sir, Ethan said, extending the menus with a polite expression. Thank you, young man. The scholar replied graciously, accepting the menus. Please take your time to browse through our menu. I'll be back to take your order when you're ready. Just give me a nod or gesture when you're ready to order, Ethan explained. Will do, thank you. The scholar responded appreciatively. With a respectful nod, Ethan retreated from the table, maintaining a close but unobtrusive distance to allow the scholars the space and privacy to discuss their choices. He listened attentively, discreetly, curious to catch any snippets of their conversation that might shed light on their purpose and the nature of their visit. Couldn't the rain have held off just a bit longer? One of the scholars sighed in exasperation. Because of this sudden downpour, we had no choice but to leave our belongings in the cart. The wheels got stuck in the muddy terrain. We'll be late at this rate. We should count our blessings for finding this available lodging, another scholar chimed in, trying to maintain a positive outlook. At least we have a place to rest for the night. We'll retrieve our belongings in the morning when the rain subsides. With the current weather and conditions, the chances of others stumbling upon them are relatively low. Well, it seems we don't have much of a choice, the third scholar added with a resigned tone. Ethan listened intently, empathizing with their predicament. He couldn't help but interject in their conversation to rectify a statement one of the men had made. The rain, Ethan piped up, catching their attention. Huh? What is it, young man? We haven't called for your service yet. One of the scholars responded curiously. The rain, Ethan repeated, eager to provide them with accurate information. I'm afraid it won't be stopping so soon. It's expected to continue until mid-afternoon, so you might have to adjust your plans accordingly." The scholars exchanged intrigued glances, their curiosity piqued by Ethan's confident assertion. One of them leaned forward, wearing a curious expression. "Oh ho! And why would you think this way?" the scholar inquired, a hint of intrigue in his voice. "What makes you so sure about it?" Ethan, wanting to explain his thoughts that would fit a 6-year-old, and said confidently, "I've been watching the sky all day today. I saw how the clouds looked and felt how the wind was blowing, and it made me think that the rain will keep going until later in the afternoon." "How the clouds looked? What do you mean?" "Yeah, if you really, really look at the clouds, you'll see a big, tall cloud that goes up super high. It looks like a tower. This special cloud happened because the wind kept blowing upwards really fast. And you know what happens when that big, tall cloud shows up? A few hours later, it starts to rain. Sometimes there are even loud sounds like thunder. It's really special because it's the only kind of cloud that can make a big storm like this, and it usually stays for a while," Ethan explained with enthusiasm. Ethan's explanation left the scholars momentarily surprised, their eyebrows raised in curiosity. However, their scholarly knowledge and experience quickly kicked in, leading them to dismiss Ethan's words as mere baseless thoughts from a 6-year-old. One of the scholars chuckled and replied, "Oh, young man, that's quite an imaginative explanation." Another scholar joined in, stifling a laugh. "Yes, indeed. It's sweet of you to come up with such imaginative idea. There are many factors that influence the weather. It's not as simple as looking at clouds or feeling the wind." Ethan's face flushed with embarrassment. He had thought he was sharing something meaningful based on his observations and past life experience. But now he felt foolish for speaking at individuals that did not have the same advanced knowledge he had learned on Earth. He tried to provide them while a simplified explanation of a cumulonimbus cloud. A cumulonimbus cloud is a special type of cloud that often brings thunderstorms and heavy rainfall. It is a tall and massive cloud that can extend high into the sky, resembling a large tower or an anvil shape. These clouds are formed through the rapid upward movement of warm, moist air. As the warm air rises, it cools and condenses, forming water droplets and ice crystals within the cloud. The scholars exchanged glances, realizing the impact of their words on Ethan. They reconsidered their response and softened their expressions. "We apologize, young man. It's wonderful that you are curious about the weather and willing to share your ideas. Keep observing and learning, young one." "Whatever. Believe me or not, you've been warned," Ethan huffed, feeling hurt by the scholar's dismissive response. He stormed off to his room, determined to distance himself from their mockery. Wait, our orders," one of the scholars called out, realizing Ethan had forgotten to take their food order. Meanwhile, the scholar who had refrained from mocking Ethan watched him retreat with a curious expression. Instead of joining in with the others, he remained silent, his eyes filled with intrigue. "Until late afternoon, the scholar murmured to himself, contemplating Ethan's words. "Let's see how things turn out tomorrow." Intrigued by the young boy's confidence, the scholar couldn't help but wonder if there might be some truth in Ethan's observations. Special gift. As the night crept along, the rainy atmosphere wrapped everyone in a cozy embrace, making it easier to drift off into a peaceful slumber. There was something truly magical about the rain that worked wonders on both body and mind, lulling into a blissful state of deep sleep. As the morning dawned, the rain continued to pour relentlessly from the sky, showing no signs of stopping. Most travelers had risen from their slumber, indulging in a hearty breakfast. Amidst the sounds of lively conversations and laughter, it almost seemed as if the previous night's atmosphere had seamlessly carried over. Yet, amidst the cheerful ambiance, discussions about the unyielding rain lingered, leaving many pondering when they could resume their journeys. Unperturbed by the rainy weather, Ethan diligently carried out his responsibilities as a waiter and devoted son. However, a lingering thought occupied his mind. The scholars from the previous night. He yearned to witness the moment they realized the truth behind his words, eagerly awaiting an apology he felt he rightfully deserved. Seated at their table, the three individuals in question exuded an air of confidence, as if certain that the rain would soon dissipate. Little did they know, the minutes stretched into hours, and the morning had now transitioned into mid-afternoon. Ethan keenly observed their growing annoyance as they realized they would have to wait even longer for the rain to cease. Driven by curiosity, Ethan approached the kitchen and swiftly prepared 3 steaming hot teas. With a mischievous grin, he placed the beverages before them. "Huh? We didn't order anything," one of them remarked, perplexed. "It's on the house," Ethan replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You all seemed a bit on edge. These hot teas will help you relax. It's quite remarkable how persistent this rain is, isn't it?" he added, his voice laced with a playful sarcasm that couldn't be missed. The 2 scholars, who had mocked Ethan the previous night, were now confronted with a mirror reflecting their own disrespect. Their pride as scholars felt wounded, and they struggled to comprehend how a mere 6-year-old child could display such audacity towards them. After all, they held esteemed positions in this world, diligently seeking knowledge, unraveling mysteries, deciphering ancient texts and runes, and imparting wisdom and guidance to the uneducated. "You! How dare you!" one of the prideful scholars began, ready to retaliate against Ethan's sarcastic demeanor. However, he was abruptly interrupted by his companion, who erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" "Teacher?" the interrupted scholar questioned, puzzled by his companion's sudden outburst. The scholar, who was previously the most respectful and polite within the trio, was now the one laughing heartily. It dawned on Ethan that this man was indeed the teacher, and the other 2 individuals were his students. The revelation intrigued Ethan, sparking his curiosity about the dynamics between the trio. "Ha ha ha, kid, I must admit, I've never witnessed a child who behaves like an adult. You truly intrigue me," the teacher remarked, amusement evident in his voice. "Teacher," one of the students interjected in a panicked tone. However, with a simple gesture of his hand, the teacher silenced his student, instantly restoring quiet. Leaning forward, the old man resumed his conversation with Ethan. "Tell me, child, how much longer do you think it will take for the rain to finally cease?" he inquired, genuinely fascinated by Ethan's perspective. Ethan's surprise at the old man's question was evident. He sensed that this wise figure was genuinely taking his 6-year-old response seriously. An inexplicable feeling of responsibility washed over him, understanding that his answer could leave a profound impact. There was something distinct and special about the old man, and Ethan realized that he had a rare opportunity to leave a lasting impression. Taking a deep breath, Ethan met the old man's gaze with determination, his young eyes shining with sincerity. Individual cumulonimbus cells typically dissipate within an hour once rain begins to fall, resulting in heavy but short-lived rainfall, Ethan thought to himself. However, this prolonged rain seemed to go against that expectation. It appeared that multicell storms had formed within the clouds, giving rise to this enduring storm. Internally contemplating, Ethan swiftly made his way outside, fixating his gaze upon the sky. He attentively observed the shape of the clouds, the rate at which the rain descended, and the intensity of the blowing wind. The onlookers within the inn were taken aback, puzzled by why this young man had suddenly dashed outside, willingly embracing the falling water. Moments later, Ethan approached the old man, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, and spoke with assurance. "It should come to an end in approximately 10 minutes. The trio found themselves utterly taken aback by the audacious suggestion made by the young man. 10 minutes seemed like an outrageous claim to them. They had expected a response of an hour or even a couple of hours at best. To receive such a precise duration was completely preposterous. Ha 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 ha. The old man burst into uncontrollable laughter once again, finding the situation rather amusing. Ethan stood his ground, unwavering in his gaze, determined not to show any sign of faltering or amusement. The old man gradually regained his composure, his gaze fixed on the young man's unwavering eyes. With a calm demeanor, he addressed Ethan. "Very well, young man. If the rain does indeed cease within the next 10 minutes or less, I shall grant you a special gift." "A special gift?" Ethan inquired, curiosity piqued. The old man smiled mysteriously, replying, "You will see if your words hold true." All four of them remained rooted in place, their anticipation palpable as they silently waited. Each passing minute felt like an eternity, heightening the suspense. 1 minute ticked by, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. As the 9th minute approached its end, a sudden voice echoed through the inn, filled with excitement. "Look, the rain, it's finally stopping," exclaimed a traveler, their words bursting with elation. As the traveler's voice echoed through the inn, all eyes turned towards the windows. Their gazes were met with a captivating sight. The rain, once falling with a heavy hand, began to lighten up, like a dancer gracefully pivoting towards the end of its performance. The rhythmic sound of the heavy rain transformed into a gentle sprinkle, as if the sky had grown tired from its passionate downpour. The raindrops became scarce, leaving only a soft mist lingering in the air. The atmosphere filled with a sense of tranquility, as if nature itself had found its peaceful equilibrium once again. The trio remained in a state of confusion, unable to make sense of the unfolding events. However, the old man rose from his chair, his eyes filled with curiosity as he gazed at the young man. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating. As promised, here's your gift, young lad," the old man declared. "Teacher, you can't. If they were to find out, you'll be in big trouble," one of the students interjected, concern etched on his face. "Quiet," the old man commanded, silencing his student with a stern look. The student obediently stepped back, mouth shut. With a solemn expression, the old man extended a book towards Ethan. The book appeared substantial, its weight hinting at the knowledge contained within. Ethan couldn't help but feel surprised. A book as a gift, he pondered. Nevertheless, he was not one to not accept one's sincerity behind their gesture, and quietly accepted the book from the old man's hand. "Thank you," Ethan uttered. The old man's gaze turned serious, and he spoke with a sense of concern. "Listen carefully, kid," he began. "Huh?" Ethan responded, puzzled by the sudden change in tone. "Strive to comprehend the contents of this book before you reach your coming of age. When the Imperial military arrives at your doorstep to take you away, express your desire to undertake the Academy's recruitment trial," the old man advised, his words carrying a weight to it. "Academy?" Ethan pondered, his curiosity piqued with questions about the old man's words. But before he could say anything, they had magically vanished into thin air, as if they were never there at all. Ethan's eyes darted around, searching for any trace of their presence, but they had completely disappeared. Confused and standing alone, Ethan's gaze fell upon the book that had been placed in his hands. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes fixating on the title that adorned the cover. Introduction to Magic Theory 1. Magicians. Amidst the desolate muddy soil and the tangle of broken branches that encircled the area, stood a small cart, one of its wheels firmly trapped in the thick mud. The cart bore clear signs of being buried deep within the soil for a considerable period of time. "Damn it, the horse isn't here. I knew we should have brought it with us," exclaimed a rugged-sounding man, frustration evident in his voice. "What did you expect? Did you really think the horse would wait for us patiently in the midst of this wild storm, surrounded by all sorts of beasts?" retorted his companion. "Enough of this bickering. Gather what you need, and we shall continue our journey toward the Academy," commanded an old man with a dignified and elegant voice. "Yes, teacher," responded the two men simultaneously, acknowledging their orders. As the men rummaged through the cart, salvaging whatever they could, one of the students mustered the courage to inquire about something that had been weighing on their mind. "Teacher, if you don't mind me asking, why did you entrust the introductory book on magic to this peasant?" the student asked, curiosity evident in their voice. "Indeed, teacher. Traditionally, the knowledge of magic has been reserved for nobles and those of high status. Allowing individuals of lower standing to access such divine knowledge could potentially lead to backlash," added another student, expressing concern. The old teacher paused for a moment, his gaze thoughtful as he contemplated the question. Then, with a calm and wise tone, he began to explain his reasoning. "It was the founding principle of our academy that an esteemed scholar could select a student based on their merits, regardless of their social status. This child demonstrated an exceptional ability to perceive and analyze natural phenomena. This child accurately predicted the duration and conclusion of the storm solely through observation of wind and rain patterns. Have any of you ever encountered an individual, let alone a child, with such a remarkable talent for predicting precise information?" The teacher responded, emphasizing the significance of the child's unique abilities. The students fell silent, their previous doubts and reservations momentarily overshadowed by the realization of the child's extraordinary gift. Pure luck. How could a mere child possess enough knowledge about the weather to accurately predict it? "It's nothing more than a fortunate coincidence," scoffed one of the students, while his companion nodded in agreement. "I understand your skepticism," the teacher responded, maintaining his composure. "Luck can certainly play a role in certain circumstances, but it is important to recognize that there are instances where talent and intuition go hand in hand. While it is true that this child's prediction may seem extraordinary, we must consider that sometimes exceptional abilities emerge in unexpected ways. Only time will tell if this child was part of a bigger picture or not. Now, let us redirect our attention towards our journey to the academy," the teacher concluded, a subtle shift in tone indicating their desire to steer the conversation away from the child, sensing the growing resentment among his students. Meanwhile, Ethan held the book gifted by the scholar clutched tightly in his shaky hands. As he read the title of the book, he initially dismissed it as a mere children's tale, intended for entertainment. However, a sudden realization washed over him like a wave. He now resided in a completely different world, one teeming with fantastical creatures. If such incredible beings existed, why couldn't the realm of magic also be a reality here? A spark of curiosity and excitement flickered within Ethan's mind. Ethan swiftly concealed the book he had received from the scholar inside his room and hastened to seek answers from his father. "Father." "What is it, Ethan?" Aware that the concept of magic would be unfamiliar to his young and unexplored mind, Ethan cautiously framed his question to avoid unnecessary confusion and inquiries about his own knowledge. "Father, do you remember the 3 men that entered our inn last night? As I was conversing with those 3 men a few minutes ago, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. How is such a thing possible?" His father looked at Ethan, hesitating for a moment before giving him a hesitant response. "Well, there's no reason to shield you from the truth. Those 3 men are indeed magicians." Magicians? Ethan could hardly believe his ears. Magicians, the very beings he had read about in fantastical stories, capable of commanding the elements and wielding extraordinary powers. Yes, magicians are special people who possess the remarkable ability to harness and manipulate magical energies, allowing them to perform incredible tricks that seem impossible. They possess extensive knowledge of magical lore and spells, which they employ to wield their powers, his father explained, trying to convey the essence of what magicians were. Excitement sparkled in Ethan's eyes as he exclaimed, "Whoa! I want to become a magician!" His father let out a weary sigh, realizing the difficult truth he had to impart to his son. "I'm sorry, my son, but becoming a magician is simply not possible for us." "Wait, why?" Ethan's voice trembled with disappointment. "You see, Ethan, The practice of magic is something that is usually only available to people born into noble families or those with high social status. They are the ones who are given the chance to learn and use magic. It's not fair, I know, but that's how things are. People like us, who come from different backgrounds, don't get the same opportunities. Instead, we sometimes have to do other important jobs, like serving in the military. Meanwhile, children from noble families have the luxury of focusing on their magical education without any worries. His father explained, with a touch of bitterness in his voice. Ethan comprehended his father's explanation, finding parallels between the social divisions he had witnessed in his previous life. He understood that people were often divided by social class, with privileges distributed unequally among them. However, he firmly believed that with a combination of luck and hard work, it was possible to bridge the gap between those born into privilege and those born into less fortunate circumstances. All he needed to do was demonstrate his worth and abilities. Now, I understand what that old man meant when he told me to strive to comprehend the content of the book. That academy must be the place where those noble children are sent to learn magic, and if I follow his instructions and inquire about the recruitment trial he mentioned, I also have a chance to intake into that education. Ethan pondered inside, connecting the dots and recognizing the significance of the book and the academy he had been informed of. The significance of the book and the academy Ethan had learned about intrigued him deeply. He couldn't help but wonder why the old man had entrusted such an important book to someone like him, who lacked noble status or high social standing. What could the old man possibly be planning by encouraging him to study its contents? These thoughts flickered in Ethan's mind, but they quickly dissipated in the face of his newfound purpose. Finally, he had something to strive for in this unfamiliar world, a chance to pursue knowledge and acquire the ability to wield real magic. It was an opportunity that any human from Earth would eagerly leap at, to learn and manifest extraordinary powers. Ethan thought to himself, "For now, I should hide the fact that I was gifted the book from the scholar. I don't know how my parents would react if they learned about it. What if they decide to take the book away, thinking it could put me in danger? I can't let them remove my newfound purpose in this world." Later that night, after the closing hours of the inn, Ethan hurriedly entered his room, closed the door behind him, and set a candle aglow on the nearby table. With bated breath, he retrieved the hidden book and gently opened its first page. "Let's see what knowledge lies inside," Ethan whispered to himself, his eyes gleaming with newfound excitement and anticipation. Introduction to Magical Theory. Chapter 1. Title: Introduction to Magical Theory 1. Page 1. Welcome, dear intellectual explorers, to the enchanting world of magical theory. Within the following pages, you will embark on a journey that explores the nature of magical powers, their manifestation, and the profound connection between magic and the world around us. Magic, as an ancient and elusive force, has captivated the imaginations of countless individuals throughout our world's history. From the fables of old to the modern tales, the allure of magic has persisted, inspiring both awe and curiosity. It is within this realm that we delve, seeking to unravel the mysteries that lie beneath the surface. In its essence, magic can be understood as the manipulation and harnessing of the fundamental energies that permeate our very existence. It is an art that requires a deep understanding of oneself, the elements, and the interplay of forces that shape our very world. The path to mastering magic is a transformative one, for it not only grants incredible abilities, but also demands focus and hard work. This introductory volume aims to provide you with a solid foundation upon which to build your magical journey. Throughout the 5 chapters, we will explore the core principles that underpin magical theory, including 1. The nature of magical powers. Discover the various forms and classifications of magical abilities and how they manifest in individuals. 2. The source of magic. Delve into the origins of magical energy and its interconnectedness with the world and the human spirit. 3. The laws of magic. Explore the fundamental laws and principles that govern the use of magic, ensuring balance and harmony between the magical practitioner and the forces they wield. The art of manifestation. Learn the techniques and practices that allow one to channel and direct magical energy, transforming thoughts and intentions into tangible manifestations. 5 ethical considerations. Understand the ethical responsibilities that come with wielding magical powers and how to navigate the potential pitfalls that arise in their use. As you embark on this journey of discovery, keep an open mind and a humble heart. Magic is a vast and ever-evolving domain, and the more we learn, the more we realize there is still to be explored and to be corrected from previously unnoticed mistakes. Embrace the wonder and possibilities that lie before you, and remember that true power is found not in dominance, but in harmony with the world and its residents. May this book be your guide as you unlock the secrets of the arcane and embark on a transformative path towards self-discovery and enlightenment. The power of magic awaits you, dear reader. Let us begin this remarkable journey together. With heartfelt wishes, Eldrick Castor. Ethan stared at the words on the first page of the book, his eyes filled with a mix of excitement and wonder. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation coursing through him. His mind raced with possibilities, envisioning the ways in which magic could enhance his life and the lives of those around him. Magic, the art of manifestation, the interplay of forces. This is incredible. I never thought I'd come across a book like this. It's like a door opening to a whole new world, Ethan whispered to himself. But what truly captivated Ethan's attention on the first page of the book was a particular statement. Magic is a vast and ever-evolving domain, and the more we learn, the more we realize there is still much to be explored and corrected from previously unnoticed mistakes. Those words resonated deeply within him, drawing a parallel to the ever-changing nature of fields like science and technology back on Earth. Just as scientific knowledge evolves and previous assumptions are rectified, the realm of magic seemed to embrace a similar process. It dawned on Ethan that while the book would provide him with foundational knowledge, he couldn't solely rely on it. Instead, he would embark on his own journey of research and experimentation, seeking to understand and refine his own unique approach to magic. It's not enough to rely solely on textbooks. I need to question, experiment, and discover for myself. This book will provide me with a solid starting point, but my own understanding will grow through my experiences and observations. Ethan thought to himself. Ethan continued reading, turning the page to the very first chapter of the book, recognizing that the first page of the book was just the beginning of his exploration. Page 2. Chapter 1. The Nature of Magical Powers. As we delve deeper into the realm of magic, it is essential to comprehend the nature of the extraordinary powers that lie dormant within us. Magical abilities, often referred to as gifts, talents, or aptitudes, manifest uniquely in each individual setting, each of them apart in their magical prowess. From telekinesis to elemental control, from divination to healing, the spectrum of magical powers is vast and diverse. 1.1. Unveiling the hidden potential. Every person possesses a latent magical potential, although its extent and nature vary from individual to individual. This potential can be likened to a wellspring of energy that resides within, waiting to be tapped into and harnessed. Some individuals discover their magical abilities instinctively, while others may require guidance and training to unlock their hidden potential fully. The first step in understanding your magical powers is self-reflection. Take the time to explore your inner thoughts, emotions, and desires. Notice any unusual or unexplainable experiences that you may have had throughout your life. These could be subtle hints, precursors to the awakening of your magical abilities. 1.2. The essence of magical powers. Magical powers are not mere tricks or illusions, but rather a direct connection to the fundamental energies that shape our reality. They are an expression of the forces that flow through the very fabric of existence. It is this connection that empowers individuals to manipulate and shape the energies to their will. It is crucial to recognize that magic is not inherently good or evil. Instead, it is the intentions and actions of the wielder that determine the morality of its use. Like any tool, magical powers can be used for constructive or destructive purposes. Therefore, as you begin to explore your abilities, it is vital to cultivate a sense of responsibility and ethical awareness. 1.3. The varieties of magical powers. Magical abilities can manifest in a multitude of ways, often classified into different categories. Here are some of the common forms of magical powers currently discovered. A. Elemental manipulation, the ability to control and manipulate the forces of nature, such as fire, water, earth, and air. B. Divination, the gift of gaining insight into the past, present, or future through various methods, such as scrying, tarot reading, or interpreting signs and omens. C. Healing, the power to restore and mend physical and emotional ailments, bringing balance and harmony to the body, mind, and spirit. D. Telekinesis, the aptitude to move and manipulate objects with the power of the mind, defying the laws of conventional physics. E. Illusion, the skill to create illusions and deceive the senses, shaping perceptions and altering reality temporarily. These are just a few examples, and there are numerous other forms of magical abilities that exist. Remember, the key is to embrace your unique talents and understand that your path may be distinct from others. Before delving into the next chapter, your homework is to unveil your hidden potential 1.1. It is crucial to first comprehend the category of abilities you can manifest. Achieving this requires introspection, gaining an understanding of yourself, your physique, and your innate capabilities. Failing to complete this assignment will hinder your progress in the realm of magic. You might be curious about how to discern your unique potential. Patience and unwavering focus on the task at hand will illuminate your path, revealing the moment when you truly understand yourself and your capabilities. Embrace the process with diligence, and the realization of your potential will become clear to you. Best of luck to you. Turn the page to embark on the next chapter, where we delve into the source of magic itself. Now, what kind of homework is this? How am I supposed to figure it out without a real teacher to guide me? Seriously, expecting me to understand the book on my own is ridiculous. Strive to comprehend the content of the book. My ass, what the heck am I supposed to do? Synergy. Ethan sat at his desk, staring at the book in front of him. He had just finished reading the chapter on the nature of magical powers, and now faced the daunting task of unveiling his hidden potential. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated the homework that lay before him. Hidden potential. Ethan muttered to himself, the words hanging heavy in the air. He furrowed his brow, trying to grasp the concept. How does one even begin to unveil something that is hidden within? He pondered the idea. Ethan started with self-reflection, as the book had suggested. He closed his eyes and tried to delve into the depths of his thoughts, searching for any signs of hidden abilities. ... But all he found was a jumble of everyday worries and mundane thoughts. Frustration began to creep in as he struggled to make sense of what he was supposed to be looking for. ... As the hours passed, Ethan grew increasingly frustrated. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp the essence of the task assigned to him. With a deep sigh, he shut the book and reclined on his bed. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the homework at the moment, he wasn't prepared to surrender just yet. With 8 years until his coming of age, he had ample time to grasp the fundamentals of magic. For now, the hour was late, and he needed to rest. Tomorrow held another day of work. During the day, Ethan worked at the family inn, helping his parents serve customers, but at night, he'd secluded himself away in his room, eager to tackle his homework. This routine went on for quite some time, as Ethan tried all sorts of things to achieve his task. He reflected on his past mistakes, thinking about the dumb things he'd done and the regrets that weighed on him. He reminisced about the good times, the boring moments, and the friendships he had made and lost along the way. He even thought about his goals and how he had both failed and succeeded in achieving them. But no matter how hard he dug into his life, nothing seemed to help him. It was like chasing a ghost or searching for a needle in a haystack. The frustration started eating away at his determination, and he wondered if maybe he was just meant to be plain old Ethan without any magical abilities. Days turned into weeks, and weeks stretched into months, yet still nothing changed. Time seemed to slip away without any noticeable progress. His room, once a sanctuary, felt more like a prison now. He couldn't shake off the doubt that crept into his mind. Was he missing something? Was there a secret he just couldn't figure out? Concerns started to consume his parents as they observed their child's behavior. At his age, he should be reveling in the outdoors, playing and socializing with kids his own age. Their unease grew to the point where they couldn't help but feel a sense of self-blame, suspecting that his tendency to seclude himself in his room immediately after work was due to exhaustion from work, hindering him from enjoying his childhood. As Ethan was preparing to dive into his daily tasks as usual, his parents abruptly interrupted him, leaving him puzzled. Curiosity getting the better of him, he questioned, "What's going on?" With a compassionate tone, they responded, "We've realized how tirelessly you've worked over the past few years, and it just dawned on us that we haven't given you a chance to take a break and enjoy yourself. We want you to take this entire week off and enjoy your time outside of home." Ethan was surprised by their unexpected statement. Though work had never bothered him much, he couldn't deny that he hadn't taken a single day off since he started assisting his parents. He didn't hesitate to accept their offer and genuinely appreciated their concern. Perhaps the fresh outdoor air would provide the relaxation he desperately needed, especially with the mounting stress of his homework. "Thank you, Mom and Dad," Ethan expressed gratefully. Taking his parents' advice, Ethan finally stepped outside the confines of his home after a long while. As he crossed the exit, his eyes instinctively shifted upward, fixing his gaze upon the vast blue sky. Unbeknownst to him, this was a habit deeply ingrained within him, one that had persisted even in his time on Earth. It was as if he had an innate need to assess the weather, to gauge the weather before embarking on his day. "Ah, what a beautiful sunny day," Ethan remarked with a smile. Despite living in this village for some time, he had never taken the opportunity to explore it on his own. It was high time he familiarized himself with the place he called home. The village, though compact, exuded a strong sense of community, with its inhabitants familiar with one another. The village was divided into 3 distinct areas, each serving its unique purpose. The bustling marketplace stood as the heart of commerce, where trades of goods and daily necessities were conducted. Just a short distance away lay the tranquil living quarter, where the majority of villagers called home. Finally, the feudal lord's estate stood proudly, serving as the residence of the village's owner. Each area possessed its own charm. Just beyond the village boundaries was a large agricultural field, serving as the backbone of the local economy. The village thrived on its agricultural prowess, thanks to the fertile soil that yielded abundant crops and vegetables. However, despite this agricultural abundance, the village faced a notable drawback. It lacked several essential resources. As a result, their trade dealings with neighboring villages primarily revolved around exchanging their agricultural produce for vital items such as wood, ores, and other key exports necessary for the sustained growth and prosperity of the village. Having explored the village marketplace alongside his parents before, Ethan realized there was little left to discover within the living quarters. The inn his parents owned was nestled in the heart of the village living quarters. The Viscount's area remained strictly off limits unless one possessed an invitation or official approval. With limited options available, Ethan's attention naturally turned toward the agricultural field as his primary point of exploration. The agricultural field was bursting with life and activity. Cute little critters scampered around, adding a touch of liveliness to the scene. Workers were busy taking care of the crops, tending to them with utmost care. A group of watchful soldiers ensured the field's safety, keeping an eye out for any trouble. And nearby, you could spot a bunch of playful kids, giggling and having a blast close to the village gate. It was a vibrant and joyous sight to behold for a world filled with monsters. In the midst of the field, Ethan stumbled upon a cozy corner. Surrounded by swaying grass, he discovered a magnificent tree, standing proudly with its branches reaching for the sky. It provided a cool and shaded refuge from the sun's warmth. Ethan decided to settle down beneath the tree. He couldn't help but smile as he soaked up the delightful weather, feeling the gentle breeze caress his skin. It was a blissful moment of peace and relaxation. It's been ages since I felt this relaxed. I can't even remember the last time I had a moment to myself, just soaking up the sun's warmth. Back on Earth, it was impossible to imagine such a scene without the nagging worry of money and the fear that taking a vacation might jeopardize my job security. Ethan laid on the grass, enjoying the sun-drenched, his eyes gazing on the clear blue sky above. He found himself captivated by the gentle warmth of the breeze and the vibrant rays of the sunlight that swept across the landscape. It was a picture-perfect day, and nature seemed to hum with vitality. As he stood there, Ethan recalled the concept interconnectedness of sunlight, the soil, and life itself. As a dedicated weatherologist, he had always been fascinated by the intricate workings of the natural world. The sun, with its nourishing light, fueled the process of photosynthesis in plants, enabling them to convert sunlight into energy. This energy, in turn, sustained the entire ecosystem, from the smallest organisms to the towering trees. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the warm breeze to caress his skin, providing a sense of comfort and reassurance. As the wind gently rustled through the trees, a profound realization washed over Ethan. He spent his days studying atmospheric patterns, decoding the language of clouds, and predicting the ever-changing dance of weather. However, the concept of magic had always eluded him, seeming distant and unrelated to his scientific pursuits. The weather, he thought, held its own enchantment, an invisible symphony of forces and energies that danced across the sky. Could there be a connection between his expertise in meteorology and the realm of magic? Flow of air currents, the interaction of high and low pressure systems, and the delicate balance of temperature and humidity. The winds that whipped through the air, unseen but influencing the world, mirrored the unseen forces that magic practitioners harnessed. The transformative power of thunderstorms resonated with the notion of channeling energy for magical incantation. In that moment of clarity, Ethan embraced the notion that his potential were intricately tied to the natural forces around him. Just as the sun nourished the soil, enabling life to flourish, the unseen potential was his sun trying to nourish his body, enabling magic to flourish within him. Ethan began to sense a shift within himself. As the words from his homework echoed in his mind, he instinctively knew himself and his capabilities. Though no tangible proof lay before him, his spirit and mind felt resolute, ready to move forward. With an unshakable sense of accomplishment, he realized that he had successfully completed his homework in this very moment. I did it, just like that. Introduction to Magical Theory. Chapter 2. After months of introspection, Ethan achieved a significant breakthrough. He finally unraveled the essence of his magical potential. Surprisingly, it didn't come to light through the prescribed self-reflection exercises suggested in the book. Instead, it emerged from his own genuine passion and fascination: weather. Ethan's deep-rooted interest and profound knowledge of weather held the key to connecting the dots between his potential and the realm of magic. As he delved into the intricacies of weatherology, he realized that weather, being a part of nature, aligned perfectly with the utilization of natural forces, a cornerstone of elemental magic. With an instinctual certainty, Ethan recognized that his true calling lay in harnessing and manifesting the magic of the elements, rather than all the other types listed in the book. It was as if the very fabric of his being resonated with the powers inherent in earth, air, fire, and water. It was as if the intricacies of weather held the key to understanding his connection to the elemental forces. Ethan stayed beneath the comforting shade of the tree, fully indulging in a well-deserved break after cracking the code of his magical potential. With the realization that things would only get tougher from here, he relished every moment of relaxation he could snatch for the day. As the sun began to set, the workers, soldiers, and children started retreating back to the village. It was a clear sign that the day had come to an end. Catching on to the cue, Ethan swiftly followed their lead. As Ethan made his way to the cozy inn that he called home, he was greeted by the sight of his parents leisurely relaxing. "How was it, Ethan? Did you have a good time?" his mother inquired, her voice filled with genuine curiosity. "Yeah, I had a total blast. Thanks for giving me the week off. I'm gonna make the most of this break," Ethan replied enthusiastically. "We're glad to hear that, kiddo. Now, go grab something to eat and then head back to your room. It's time to get some rest," his father gently instructed, emphasizing the importance of a good night's sleep. With a contented smile, Ethan nodded in agreement with his father's words. He headed towards the inviting aroma from the kitchen. After a satisfying meal, Ethan bid his parents good night and retreated to his room. Following his customary routine, Ethan retrieved a candle to illuminate his room with a gentle glow. As he settled into the comfort of his space, he carefully opened his book and eagerly turned to the third page. The information within that had eluded him for months. A surge of excitement coursed through him, anticipating the next chapter of his journey. Chapter 2, The Source of Magic, page 3. In our exploration of the realm of magic, we now turn our attention to the very source from which magical energies spring forth. To truly understand and wield magic, one must delve into the profound origins and interconnections that bind the practitioner and said source at play. 2.1 The Tapestry of Creation. At the heart of magic lies the intricate tapestry of creation itself. These tapestry, often referred to as mana, life force, or magical essence, permeate every aspect of existence. It is from this vast reservoir that magical powers draw their strength. Every being, every object, and every element is imbued with a trace of this primal source. It is this shared energy that allows for the profound connection between the magical practitioner and the world around them. 2.2 Harmonization. To tap into the source of magic, one must first learn to harmonize their own energies with their very existence. Currents of energies that flow through the body. This harmonization requires a deep understanding of oneself and the ability to attune to the natural rhythms of the world. Through practices such as meditation, visualization, and realistic imagination, the aspiring magician can cultivate a state of resonance with said energies. By aligning their own vibrations with their body frequencies, they become a conduit for the flow of magic. 2.3 The Dance of Elements. One of the key manifestations of the source of magic is the primal dance of the elements, which is the primary type used by most mages. Fire, water, earth, and air are the building blocks of creation, each possessing unique qualities and energies. The mastery of elemental manipulation allows the magician to harness and channel these fundamental forces. Within each element lies a wealth of power and potential. Fire, with its transformative energy, represents passion, will, and purification. Water embodies the flow of emotions, intuition, and healing. Earth symbolizes stability, grounding, and abundance. Air, the element of intellect and communication, holds the power of inspiration and clarity. Understanding the dance of the elements is crucial for any aspiring magician. It is through the harmonious interaction and manipulation of these forces that spells and rituals become imbued with power and purpose. Before venturing further into the next phase of the chapter, your assignment is to manifest the elements that align with your unique magical potential. If you have diligently grasped and fulfilled the previous task, you should already have a clear understanding of which type of magic resonates with you. To accomplish this, practice the vital components of manifestation: meditation, realistic imagination, and visualization. By honing your focus on these practices, you will unlock the ability to manifest your initial magical powers in the realm of reality. Turn the page to proceed into the next phase of the Source of Magic chapter. Closing the book with a contented smile, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. This assignment seemed much simpler and more relatable than the previous one. The practices of meditation, imagination, and visualization were already familiar and abundant in his life. Meditation came naturally to Ethan. It was his refuge during challenging times. On Earth, he had often relied on meditation to find calm amidst stormy forecasts, difficult exams, and high-pressure work environments. It was a practice that kept him centered and balanced, helping him navigate through the hardships of life. When it came to visualization, Ethan had a remarkable gift. His extensive studies in cloud formation and related subjects had honed his ability to create vivid mental images. From the intricate dance of tiny water droplets to the visual representation of temperature fluctuations, he could vividly picture the processes that brought these formations to life. His understanding of these intricate details allowed him to visualize the complexities of the natural world. Although Ethan found the concept of realistic imagination similar to visualization, he decided to set it aside for the time being. With a clear understanding of the assignment, he realized that what mattered most was diligent practice. As the night grew late, he knew it was time to rest. In the morning, Ethan planned to start his practice anew, right by the comforting embrace of the tree. Hopefully, this homework won't take me too long. A grim spectacle. In the serene morning, Ethan slumbered peacefully, embraced by tranquility. However, as if stirred by sudden force, the village bell, gracefully stationed atop the worn-out tower, rang out with a vibrant resonance. Dong! The sound pierced through the stillness, its echoes reverberating across every nook and cranny of the village. The villagers halted their daily routines, captivated by the melodic chime. Dong! The resounding tone, now intertwined with the echoes of its previous toll, beckoned the young and old to assemble. Dong! The sound intensified, layering its lingering echoes upon one another. Conversations ceased, and laughter gave way to hushed whispers. The bell's vibrations enveloped Ethan's heart, rousing him from his slumber with a startled surprise. What's happening? He wondered aloud. Just then, his parents burst into his room, their faces filled with urgency. Ethan, wake up. The villagers have been summoned to the main plaza. I never wanted you to witness this, but sometimes things are inevitable. His father explained, his voice laced with concern. Confused, Ethan queried, "What do you mean, father?" Without uttering a word in response, Ethan's father tightly grasped his hand and pulled him out of bed with a forceful urgency. His mother trailed closely behind, wearing a perturbed expression on her face. The three of them hurriedly exited the inn and embarked on a swift journey towards the bustling central market plaza. Sensing his parents' reticence and unease, Ethan refrained from further questioning. He understood that the answers he sought would soon be revealed, unveiling the cause behind their solemn expressions and the air of silence that enveloped them. As they made their way through the village, Ethan noticed a steady stream of other villagers converging toward the same destination. People of all ages, including children, adults, and the elderly, were compelled to answer the summon without exception. The atmosphere buzzed with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, evident in the hushed conversations that drifted around him. "How long has it been since we had a public execution?" whispered one villager to another. "I can't recall, but it must be something serious for it to happen in public," responded the second villager, his voice tinged with curiosity. As Ethan caught snippets of the nearby conversations, he couldn't help but be surprised by the words he overheard. The mention of a public execution served as a chilling reminder that he resided in a world where lawlessness and barbarity still prevailed. In moments like these, it was easy to forget the darker aspects of the society in which he resided. The execution ground was a grim and eerie sight, bathed in an atmosphere heavy with solemnity. The scene evoked a sense of grandeur mixed with an unsettling sense of unease. The onlookers had gathered, their expressions ranging from morbid curiosity to quiet despair. The crowd stretched as far as the eye could see, a mass of faces that reflected a mixture of emotions. At the forefront of the execution ground stood a raised platform, a stage upon which the condemned would face their fate. Thick, iron chains dangled ominously, binding those unfortunate souls about to face their final moments. Surrounding the platform were guards, their expressions stern, a clear reminder of the seriousness of the situation. As the executioner stood poised with his massive weapon, the crowd's murmurs subsided into an eerie silence. The anticipation grew palpable as the final moments leading up to the execution hung heavy in the air. It was a scene of somber spectacle. Ethan's gaze fell upon the group of individuals who were forcefully brought into the execution platform. There were 5 of them, 3 men who looked like they had seen their fair share of life, probably in their mid-30s. There was also a young woman, maybe in her mid-20s, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and resignation. And then there was this young boy who barely seemed like he had even become an adult yet, his eyes wide with vulnerability. As soon as the condemned were securely positioned on the platform, a man with a dignified presence emerged. He commanded attention with his striking figure, exuding an aura of authority and wisdom. Towering above the crowd, he stood tall and possessed a commanding presence. Adorned in elegant robes, his regal attire added to his air of grandeur, demanding the respect and attention of all who beheld him. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here today as an emissary of the Empire, entrusted with the solemn duty to execute the will of our revered ruler," he proclaimed, his voice resolute. "Each of the individuals standing before you has been condemned to death by imperial decree." He continued, his tone measured yet filled with conviction. "All 3 men standing before you has been found guilty of desertion from their military post, a betrayal of their duties, and a breach of the trust bestowed upon them by the Empire. The abandonment of their comrades and responsibilities has undermined the integrity of our armed forces." As Ethan observed, he grasped the underlying purpose behind this grim spectacle. It was a display meant to instill fear among the citizens who were compelled to take up arms in the Empire's ongoing battle against monsters and oppositions. The constant struggle against these threats had necessitated the Empire's need to deter deserters and rebels through such fear-inducing measures. The execution served as a stark reminder of the consequences awaiting those who chose to abandon their military duties or rise against the Empire, ultimately aiming to maintain order and discourage willful thinking. A sense of indignation surged through Ethan. "Those bastards are taking it too far," he muttered under his breath. The spectacle of the public execution seemed excessive in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a growing discontent with the Empire's methods, perceiving them as overly harsh and lacking in compassion. The emissary continued his speech, gently shifting his gaze to the young woman. "This wench has been found guilty of the grave crimes of blasphemy and heresy. By openly defying the divine order and challenging the beliefs upheld by our empire, she has disrupted the spiritual harmony that is crucial to our society." Blasphemy. Ha! You damn imperial demons are nothing but conniving snakes. using the name of God to push your twisted agendas and manipulate your blind followers like mindless sheep. Don't think you'll get away with your wicked schemes. The day of reckoning will come, and the fires of hell will claim your deceitful souls. You'll get what you deserve, you filthy liars and power-hungry demons." The woman spat out with fierce contempt, her words filled with disdain. The emissary paused, the weight of the woman's defiant words hanging heavily in the air. In that moment, a silent exchange passed between the emissary and the executioner, standing beside the condemned woman. No words were needed, as the understanding was conveyed in a single glance. Without hesitation, the executioner's axe swiftly descended, severing the woman's life with a chilling precision. The crowd stood in shocked silence. A sickening display of crimson liquid burst forth from the severed neck, drenching the air in a downpour of otherworldly red liquid. It cascaded through the atmosphere, twisting and contorting in a morbid mid-air dance, evoking an unsettling sensation that permeated the entire execution ground. Splash, splash. With a nauseating momentum, her head hurtled down the stage, bouncing and rolling with a grotesque sound. Each jarring movement of the tumbling head traced a grotesque path, leaving behind a trail of glistening blood. Despite the horrifying scene that unfolded before them, the onlookers found themselves transfixed, unable to tear their horrified gazes away. "Ahem, my apologies for the abrupt interruption. Now, let us proceed," the emissary declared. Finally, his eyes settled upon the young man, the one who seemed barely an adult. The young man had committed no crime himself. However, his father's ill-fated actions had insulted the pride of a nobleman, resulting in a severe punishment that extended to their entire family. As a cruel form of retribution, the Empire's decree mandated that all members of his family, including his son, were to face the punishment of beheading. Ethan's mind was reeling with disbelief and shock as he listened and witnessed the unjust fate befalling the young boy. It was utterly inconceivable that someone so young, appearing no older than 12 or 13, could be condemned to such a tragic end for a mistake that was not his own. As the weight of his impending fate settled upon him, the young boy could no longer contain his emotions. "Dad, Dad," he sobbed, his voice choked with grief. "Please, someone save me. I didn't do anything wrong, I beg you." His voice echoed through the crowd, a desperate plea for mercy. As he reached out to anyone who would listen, his anguished cries carried the weight of injustice of a life cut short. The reality of the situation gripped the hearts of onlookers, leaving them in pained silence, unable to provide the solace and salvation that the boy desperately sought. "Poor boy," Ethan whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon Ethan's soul as he grappled with the injustice of it all. Tears streaming down his face were a testament of his empathy and emotions that surged within him. In that moment, he yearned for a different outcome, one where the young man could be spared from this cruel destiny. As to conclude his presence, the emissary let out a final statement. "It is with great regret that the Empire has determined these executions necessary to ensure the safety, order, and integrity of our realm. May their fate serve as a stark reminder of the consequences of actions that threaten our Empire's foundation and the faith that binds us together." In a breathtaking display reminiscent of exploding fireworks, 4 other lives met their end. A cacophony of color erupted from their severed necks, painting the air with a mesmerizing symphony of vibrant crimson hue. Their heads tumbled down the stage. The relentless dance of their rolling heads mirrored the fading sparks of a grand fireworks show. Life extinguished like fleeting bursts of fireworks in the night sky. Indeed, the world in which Ethan found himself was far from kind. Understanding the meditation practice, after the scene that had unfolded before the eyes of the entire village, everyone retreated, leaving the soldiers to deal with the aftermath. Ethan's parents wishing they could shield their child from the gruesome sight. fully aware that he would eventually come to understand the despicable consequences committed by those who dared to oppose the Empire. They hoped that this knowledge would come to him in his later, more mature years, when his mind would be better equipped to process such information. Ethan's mother knelt down, aligning herself with her child's eye level, and spoke with genuine concern. "How are you feeling, sweetheart? Would you like to go back home and rest?" Her words carried a worried tone, reflecting her sincere desire to ensure Ethan's well-being after the event. Contrary to their expectations, Ethan wore a composed expression that revealed a profound understanding of the world's affairs, a maturity far-fetched from a child his age. He met his mother's gaze and reassured her. "It's all right, Mom. I don't feel the need to go back home and rest. The day just started, and I want to make the most of the remaining days of my break. I'll stay outside and enjoy my day." Ethan's mother found herself somewhat surprised by his response and demeanor. Surprisingly, a hint of sadness welled up within her as she sensed a subtle detachment, almost as if her role as a nurturing mother was being diminished by his unusual maturity. In this moment, a realization struck her. Her child had always possessed a distinctness that set him apart from other children. He rarely cried or displayed childish behavior, always mindful of not inconveniencing those around him. While she appreciated his behavior, she couldn't help but yearn for the moments of carefree innocence and spontaneous joy that often accompanied a child's nature. However, her longing thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Ethan's father gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "You heard him," he said softly. "Let's head back to the inn and tend to the guests. Let him go and enjoy his day." But... She hesitated, wanting to protest, but relented, realizing it was the best course of action. "All right," she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "Let's go." Together, they turned away from the scene, carrying with them a mix of concern and hope for their son, as they made their way back to the inn, leaving Ethan to embrace the day on his own terms. Ethan, briefly noticing his mother's sadness, couldn't help but wonder internally. Why did she seem so sad? Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed his curiosity, eager to focus on the task at hand. "Oh well," he exclaimed cheerfully. "Let's head to the spot under the tree and begin practicing the second chapter." As Ethan settled beneath the shade of the familiar tree he had been at yesterday, he embarked on his practice. Leaving behind the concerns of the outside world, if only for a while. With a deep breath, Ethan settled into a comfortable position, ready to embark on his first task of meditation. He closed his eyes, allowing the outside world to fade away as he directed his attention inward. The sound of his own breath became the anchor, grounding him in the present moment. However, as Ethan delved deeper into his practice, he soon discovered that quieting his mind was no easy task. Despite his best efforts, distractions seeped into his consciousness, persistent and unrelenting. An errant thought would arise, leading him down a rabbit hole of worries and to-do lists. Noises from outside would break his concentration, disrupting the tranquility he sought. Undeterred, Ethan tried various techniques to find stillness within his mind. He experimented with focusing on a single word or mantra, hoping it would act as a mental anchor. Yet, the mantra seemed to not make any difference. Next, he attempted visualization, picturing a serene and tranquil place in his mind. He envisioned a peaceful meadow, with gentle breezes rustling through the tall grass. But even in his imagined sanctuary, the noise of his thoughts persisted. Feeling a tinge of frustration, Ethan shifted his approach once more. He continued to sit in stillness, acknowledging the distractions that arose without judgment. With each session, he learned to gently guide his attention back to the breath, cultivating a sense of presence and acceptance. Ethan realized that meditation was not an instant mastery. It required patience, perseverance, and a willingness to accept the imperfections of the journey. Though he faced challenges in quieting his mind, he understood that these obstacles were part of the process, teaching him valuable lessons about the nature of his own thoughts. Ethan refused to view his attempts as failures. Instead, he embraced the experience as an opportunity for growth. He reminded himself that meditation was not about achieving a perfect state of serenity, but rather a practice of gentle redirection. Undeterred by his initial setbacks, Ethan persevered in his pursuit of meditation. Time seemed to blur as he devoted his break to repeating the practical exercise, day after day. He approached each attempt with renewed mindset of continuous improvement. Days turned into nights, and nights into days. As Ethan immersed himself in the practice of meditation, he recognized that progress was not always linear, and that the true measure of success lay in his unwavering commitment to the process. What he had was time, and he would make sure to make use of it. With each repetition, Ethan honed his ability to quiet his mind and let go of distractions. He developed a keen awareness of the flow of his breathing. As the days unfolded, he began to notice subtle shifts in his practice. An increased ability to observe his thoughts without getting entangled in them, a growing sense of calm and inner stillness. Then, at the final day of his week's break, as if by a stroke of luck, it happened. Ethan found himself immersed in a state of constant meditation, a state where he could empty his mind in command. The days of dedication and perseverance had borne fruit. It was at this moment Ethan grasped the essence of meditation, recognizing its significance in providing him with a clean canvas of sort. This blank canvas offered him the freedom to sketch his vision without the clutter of unnecessary distractions. With this clarity, Ethan embarked on the next step, infusing his canvas with his envisioned manifestations by vividly visualizing each detail he sought to bring to life. 1 out of 3 completed. Time for the visualization practice. Parallel insight. After devoting his entire week off to practice his meditation manifestation, Ethan resumed his usual day-to-day routine, assisting his parents with managing affairs at the inn. Ethan's responsibilities encompassed a diverse range of tasks. In the mornings, he delighted customers by serving them breakfast that his mother made, while the afternoons he diligently cleaned and prepared empty rooms for incoming guests. As night fell, he served dinner to the very same guests. It was during his bedtime that Ethan carved out precious moments for himself, dedicating around 2 hours to studying and practicing. While many would perceive it as a mundane and dreary routine, Ethan found immense pleasure in his daily endeavors. Firstly, he enjoyed the opportunity to meet new people and immerse himself in their captivating stories. Through these interactions, he not only acquired a solid grasp of the local language, but also discovered entertainment out of their tales, where elements of fantasy seamlessly intertwined with reality. The presence of these fantastical elements made his interest soar to new heights, knowing they actually happened. Moreover, Ethan's studies were not imposed upon him by his parents or society. Rather, they were driven by his own volition. There existed a stark contrast between pursuing a subject of study that resonated deeply with one's own passions and engaging in one that was enforced upon, bearing little relevance to his chosen field. Have you ever experienced the feeling of dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to a particular subject, driven by your own motivation, as opposed to reluctantly delving into a distant and disconnected area of study that fails to fulfill your genuine needs? For Ethan, the subject of magic was his field of dedicated study and not a disconnected one. As he was diligently studying and practicing the second manifestation technique, Ethan found his natural ability to vividly visualize his ideas and effortlessly sketch them onto the blank canvas of his meditative state. However, he encountered a stumbling block. He struggled to transform these imaginings into tangible reality. To illustrate the challenge, it was akin to creating a drawing of a flower on a pristine white canvas, and then attempting to reach into the canvas, hoping to extract the physical manifestation of the flower. Yet, with each attempt, he unintentionally pierced and ruined the very canvas he sought to bring his creation to life. Ethan reached a juncture where he felt completely stagnant, uncertain of how to proceed. He was genuinely stuck. The task of manifesting his vision into reality seemed insurmountable, leaving him exclaiming in frustration, "Seriously, how in the world am I supposed to bring my vision to life?" It's like asking someone how they got a fancy house, and they respond with, "Oh, it's all thanks to the power of manifestation." Well, that's just as helpful as asking a single person how to get into a relationship. Ethan found himself stuck, yearning for someone knowledgeable to guide him through the subject. Alas, he was left to navigate the intricacies of the book's content on his own, without the luxury of external assistance. This stagnant phase persisted for months, stretching even beyond his 7th birthday, with no concrete results to show for his efforts. His mind became an overcrowded maze of thoughts, brimming with ideas on how to make things work. It became so cluttered that his attempts at meditation often ended in failure. Ethan's determination to find a solution consumed him, rendering it nearly impossible to achieve the serene state necessary for meditation until he found his answer. Fate smiled upon Ethan as he stumbled upon the answer he had been seeking, unexpectedly hearing a guest recount their extraordinary journey. And then, out of nowhere, the guest enthusiastically shared, "This man whipped out a simple wooden plank." To my astonishment, the center of the plank began to rise, gradually forming a conical shape. But that wasn't the end of it. The surface of the cone started to morph and transform until it solidified into a beautifully crafted arrow entirely made of wood. It was a mesmerizing display of the boundless wonders of magic. Till this day, I have yet to use the arrow gifted to me. Ethan's eyes widened with a newfound realization as he listened intently to the man's captivating tale. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered to life in his mind, illuminating the connection between the story and a modern-day process. "Printing!" Ethan exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. The process of printing, he thought, was remarkably similar to the 3 steps of manifestation: meditation, visualization, and realistic imagination. In his analogy, Ethan saw meditation as the electronic canvas within a computer device, providing a blank space for creation. Visualizing one's vision became akin to the act of drawing or sketching on this electronic canvas, carefully adding details and bringing the idea to life. Finally, realistic imagination paralleled the final step, the actual printing of the completed and visualized electronic work, transforming it into a tangible, physical representation. Ethan's understanding of manifestation expanded, and a surge of inspiration coursed through his veins. It was at point where he could also view the concept of manifestation through the eyes of a weatherologist. Ethan envisioned the 3 manifestations of weather: observation, forecasting, and actualization. Observation represented the initial step, comparable to a weatherologist diligently gathering data from various sources, analyzing current conditions, and monitoring atmospheric patterns. It was akin to observing the elements that make up a desired weather outcome. Forecasting, the second step, paralleled the visualization process. Just as a weatherologist would use their expertise and knowledge to predict future weather patterns based on observed data, Ethan saw visualization as envisioning the desired weather scenario, mentally painting a picture of clear skies or gentle rainfall. Finally, actualization mirrored the manifestation process's culmination, similar to the weatherologist's ultimate goal: seeing their forecast become a reality. Ethan imagined this as the manifestation of the desired weather conditions, where the atmospheric elements align and bring forth the envisioned outcome. Overwhelmed with anticipation, Ethan hurriedly made his way to his room and settled onto his bed. He prepared himself for the potential outcome of his newfound insight, hoping it would be the key to unlocking his struggling manifestation. "Please work." Magical printing process. Ethan inhaled deeply, entering a meditative state where he cleared his mind of unnecessary imagery, erasing mental sketches until his mental canvas was empty. He then began to visualize his desired manifestation, being mindful not to overexert himself, and chose to envision a cup-sized quantity of water. Due to his affinity for elemental magic, he opted to start with water, as it was the most tangible element he was familiar with. Wind was difficult to visualize since it was essentially invisible, and he didn't want to risk burning himself with fire if he failed to control it. Learning to control water first would provide him with a safeguard in case of accidental burns. Now faced with the choice between earth and water, he ultimately decided on water. Why? Because water formed the foundation of his field of study and was the element he was most acquainted with. He knew the taste, touch, and scent of water intimately, having used it for hydration, cleaning, and as a component in food. Immersed in the process of manifesting his desired reality, Ethan delved into the intricacies of a concept he called the magical printing process. Using the power of his imagination, he envisioned his mind as a blank canvas ready for creation, while his hand became the catalyst for the printing process, comparable to a printer itself. In his mental landscape, he visualized the image he wanted to bring into existence, akin to observing it on a computer screen. The next step was to establish a connection between his mind and the palm of his hand, mimicking the act of pressing the print button on a computer to link it with a printer. In the depths of his contemplation, Ethan sensed a remarkable connection emerging between his consciousness and his physical body. A subtle and newfound energy began to flow through his veins, an enigmatic current that he had never before experienced. With each breath he took, he became more finely attuned to the intricate currents that intertwined within him, resonating with his mental image. As Ethan persisted, the fusion of the printing analogy and the magical essence became palpable. He harnessed the elemental magic coursing through his veins. It was as if his thoughts materialized into ethereal ink flowing through the conduits of his being. With a resolute intention, Ethan initiated the final act. As his hand became the enchanted printer, he willed the manifestation into reality. In a breathtaking moment, the water he envisioned surged forth, emerging as if from the depths of an otherworldly reservoir. It flowed delicately into his palm, a testament to his success. Yes, finally! Overwhelmed with exhilaration, his voice reverberated with a fervent triumph that echoed through his room. For what felt like an eternity, Ethan had dedicated months, if not nearly a year, to figure out the intricacies of this particular task. There were moments along the way when frustration threatened to consume him, tempting him to surrender. Yet, driven by an unyielding determination, he persevered. In the aftermath of his success, Ethan found himself in a state of amusement. It dawned on him that he had, in fact, dabbled in the mystical arts, a notion he never fathomed would become a reality. On Earth, this idea would have been dismissed as pure fiction, the stuff of whimsical tales. Yet, in this realm, he possessed the power to turn his fantasies into tangible existence. Chuckling to himself, Ethan couldn't help but exclaim, "Am I an honest-to-goodness magician now? Move over, Harry Potter. It's time for Harry Potter 2.0. With a playful twinkle in his eye, he imagined himself donning a wizard's robe, brandishing a wand, and embarking on whimsical misadventures. The absurdity of the situation brought a gleeful grin to his face as he waved the water around. While basking into the euphoria of his achievement, Ethan abruptly felt his body succumbing to a peculiar weariness and his mind drifting towards a state of unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, he surrendered to slumber, awakening the following morning with no recollection of having slept through the night. His entire body throbbed with soreness, reminiscent of the aftermath of an intense workout from the previous day. "Agra, why does my body ache so much?" Ethan questioned his current state, bewildered by the discomfort. As he pondered the source of his agony, a distinct knocking sound reverberated from outside his room. Knock, knock. "Ethan, are you still asleep? I'm coming in," Ethan's mother announced, entering his room. "Sorry, Mom. I lost track of time. Let me get ready. Arr." Perplexed by Ethan's distress, his mother drew closer, placing a gentle hand on his forehead. "Huh. You're burning up. "Oh, my poor baby, you must have pushed yourself too hard." "Take as many days off as you need to recover, dear. Your father and I can handle the inn while you focus on getting better. I'll take care of you and nurse you back to good health." His mother expressed a mixture of concern and a touch of joy, finally embracing the opportunity to nurture her child after an extended period. "Really? Thank you, Mother," Ethan responded, gratitude in his voice. "Now, go and get some rest. I'll return later to bring you a comforting bowl of warm soup," his mother said with a light-hearted giggle as she merrily made her way out of Ethan's room. Once assured that his mother had departed the room, Ethan retrieved his book, his body still protesting with each movement. With a considerable effort, he managed to open the book to the next page, hoping to discover some insight into his current condition. Page 4, 2.4 Nexus Points. In our exploration of the source of magic, we must not overlook the significance of the Nexus Points. Nexus Points are channels of magical energy that crisscross one's mana vein, forming a network of energy pathways. These points act as conduits, facilitating the flow of magical power across one's physical body. They also often exhibit unique characteristics and pathways that can vary in an individual's magical affinity. By understanding the geography and dynamics of their own nexus points, the magician can strategically tap into and amplify the flow of magical energy, becoming attuned to the subtle currents that weave through their body, enhancing their magical powers. However, it is important to recognize that the act of manifesting magic is not without consequences. The exertion of magical powers consumes a vital essence known as mana. Mana is akin to a wellspring of energy within, a reservoir from which the magician draws to manifest their magical prowess. When one delves too deeply into their well of mana, pushing their limits beyond what they can sustain, there are repercussions. If a magician were to consume all their mana at once, an overwhelming surge of power would course through their being, causing a temporary depletion of energy. As a result, the magician would lose consciousness, only to awaken later with an aching body, drained from the immense strain they had endured. It is imperative for practitioners of magic to understand the delicate balance between utilizing their mana and preserving their well-being. To avoid such physical and mental exhaustion, magicians must learn to pace themselves, replenishing their mana through rest, meditation, and tapping into the natural energy flows of the world around them. By embracing this wisdom and practicing mindful mana management, magicians can ensure a harmonious and sustainable exploration of their magical abilities. So, dear reader, remember to respect the limitations of your own mana and cultivate the balance necessary for the safe and effective manifestation of your magical powers. As you harness mana, you'll observe your reservoir expanding alongside your proficiency. Additionally, the complexity of a spell correlates directly to the amount of mana being used. Remember to comprehend your personal boundaries to avoid irreversible repercussions. Turn the page to being the third chapter, the elemental forces. "No wonder I feel this way," Ethan exclaimed. "I've consumed all my mana pool by maintaining the water in my palm. I guess I know what I should be doing before I proceed into the next chapter." As days turned into weeks, Ethan dedicated himself to mastering the control over water and understanding his current mana limitations. He spent hours practicing intricate movements, manipulating small droplets, and guiding them with precision. His efforts gradually paid off as he began to summon water effortlessly, shaping it in graceful arcs. He paid close attention to the sensations within his body, honing his ability to perceive when his mana pool was nearing its limit. With diligence and perseverance, Ethan's control over water improved, and he became attuned to the subtle fluctuations in his mana. He learned to adjust his practices accordingly, ensuring he did not overexert himself or deplete his energy completely. As Ethan continued on his magical journey, a full year had passed. It wasn't until his 8th birthday that he finally felt confident enough to proceed to the next chapter. Unforeseen confrontation. Ethan went about his daily tasks in the early morning. He greeted guests, ensuring their needs were met and that their stay were comfortable. While working, his father called out to him, "Ethan, we're running low on bread. Could you do me a favor and go pick up a fresh batch from your uncle?" Ethan nodded, acknowledging his father's request. "Of course, Dad. I'll head over to Uncle's bakery right away." The man to whom Ethan's father referred was not his true uncle, but rather a trusted business partner. Ethan's father held a prominent position as a well-established businessman in their village. Within the kingdom, the prevailing currency was known as the lyrum, a distinctive monetary unit crafted exclusively from a rare ore and through the intricate practice of alchemy. The scarcity of this currency in the daily lives of ordinary citizens necessitated a reliance on barter and trade. Ethan's father devised a unique method to manage these transactions. He struck a beneficial deal with his business partner, allowing him to reside in one of their inn rooms without charge in exchange for regular deliveries of freshly baked bread. This arrangement proved advantageous, since the inn often had vacant rooms throughout the year, enabling Ethan's father to turn this exchange into a profitable venture, rather than incurring a net loss. Using a portion of the obtained bread, he would barter with the local butcher for meat, ensuring a certain quantity of meat was acquired in exchange. This acquired meat would then serve as a trade asset for a corresponding amount of vegetables and fruits. This systematic approach to conducting trades allowed Ethan's father to sustain the inn without experiencing losses. Through these carefully orchestrated exchanges, Ethan's father navigated the challenging economic landscape, ensuring the inn remained a viable and thriving establishment within the village. Leaving the inn momentarily, Ethan set out on a familiar route toward the bakery owned by his uncle, a jovial and skilled baker renowned for his fresh bread. The scent of freshly baked goods permeated the air as he approached the bakery stand. "Ah, Ethan, my boy, what brings you here today?" Uncle exclaimed, his flour-dusted hands working deftly with dough. "Dad sent me to pick up some bread for the inn." Ethan replied with a warm smile. Chuckling, Uncle placed a selection of aromatic loaves into a woven basket. "Tell your father these are my freshest of the day, made with extra care. I hope they satisfy the hungry guests." With gratitude, Ethan accepted the basket, the aroma of freshly baked bread tantalizing his senses. "Thank you, Uncle. I'll see you later." As Ethan turned around, preparing to make his way back to the inn, he inadvertently collided with an individual of similar height. The unexpected impact sent both of them tumbling to the ground. "Agur! Agur!" Startled by the collision, a man dressed in a butler's attire quickly approached the young boy, whom Ethan had accidentally bumped into. "Young master!" he exclaimed, concerned for his well-being. Apologizing for his inadvertent collision, Ethan extended a hand to help the other person up. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't see you," he expressed with genuine remorse. To Ethan's astonishment, the young boy responded with a swift slap, rejecting his helping hand. The unexpected act caught Ethan off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. The boy, assisted by his butler, composed himself and began dusting off his expensive garments with an air of superiority. "How dare you? A peasant like yourself dares to display such disrespect!" The young boy sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Taken aback by the boy's hostility, Ethan recoiled, his brows furrowing with a mixture of surprise and confusion. "Is this kid serious right now?" he thought. The young man pointed towards 3 burly individuals standing nearby, commanding their attention. You, and you, he barked, singling them out. "Yes, sir," responded the 3 imposing figures, their loyalty evident. "You know what to do." "On it, sir." Without warning, the 3 men forcefully pushed Ethan to the ground, launching a relentless barrage of kicks upon him. Each blow landed with a brutal impact, leaving Ethan defenseless and bewildered. Confusion and pain flooded his senses as he desperately tried to comprehend the reason behind this brutal assault. Agar! In the midst of the chaos, Uncle, the owner of the bakery stand, witnessed the horrifying scene unfolding. He rushed towards the young master, Sven, begging for forgiveness and pleading with him to understand that this was a mere accident. Young Master Sven, I implore you to pardon this clumsy boy. It was an unintentional mistake, Uncle pleaded, his voice filled with desperation. You better step aside if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, your shop won't be allowed to operate in this village anymore. Make your choice right now, Sven retorted with a chilling threat. Uncle looked back at Ethan, torn between the consequences of aiding him or succumbing to Sven's demands. In a moment of anguish, he made his decision, stepping aside and whispering softly, I'm sorry. Ethan's mind swirled with confusion and disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had done wrong to deserve such cruel treatment. The relentless assault continued, the pain intensifying with each strike. Bystanders observed the violent scene, yet none of them dared to intervene. Why aren't they doing anything? It hurts. Ethan's thoughts echoed in despair. Bam! Bam! The young man who had ordered the beating wore an expression of twisted amusement, finding pleasure in witnessing others reduced to the ground, powerless and humiliated. As an 8-year-old child, Ethan had no means to defend himself against such aggression. With no one willing to step forward and assist him, he felt compelled to adopt a demeaning posture in the hopes of avoiding further harm. Lowering himself even further, he submitted to the young man's superiority, as the alternative was being mercilessly beaten to the point of potential fatality. In a desperate bid to create a repulsive image, Ethan channeled his mana, focusing the energy into the palm of his hand. He conjured a cup-sized amount of water, discreetly placing it within the confines of his pants. Huh? What a disgusting insect! The young man sneered, abruptly ceasing the assault. Stop! I don't wish to be near him any longer. This disgusting insect has soiled himself. The ploy had succeeded, granting Ethan a momentary respite from the onslaught. However, the shame and frustration he felt at stooping to such measures gnawed at his spirit. He remained on the floor, his clothing torn and soiled, his body battered and bleeding. The pain overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of movement in that moment. Ethan's uncle rushed over, his face etched with a deep sense of shame, and extended a helping hand to lift Ethan from the ground. Agar, thank you, Uncle, Ethan murmured, acknowledging the support. His uncle hesitated, his voice laced with remorse. Listen, Ethan, Cutting him off gently, Ethan reassured him. Don't worry about it, Uncle. I understand the circumstances you were in. I won't hold today's incident against you. Tears welled up in his uncle's eyes as he mustered the courage to apologize once more. I'm truly sorry. And can you please? You know. Understanding his uncle's unspoken request, Ethan nodded. Don't worry, Uncle. I won't tell my father about this. I'll keep it to myself. With great effort, he managed to lift himself off the ground, his body aching and his movements strained. Limping towards the basket of bread that had been knocked to the floor, he resolved to carry on, though the pain and humiliation lingered in his heart. Introduction to Magical Theory. Chapter 3. Upon returning home, bearing the physical and emotional wounds from the unjust assault, Ethan swiftly placed the bread basket on the nearest table by the entrance of the inn. Raising his voice, he called out to his father, informing him of his return and the placement of the basket. Urgency filled his words as he tried to avoid his parents to conceal his current battered state. I'm back. I've put the basket on the table. His father began to respond in a room separate from his own. Oh, you're back. I'll be right the... But Ethan interjected, determined to retreat before his father were to see him. No problem. I'm going to go take a shower. His father replied with a slightly apprehensive tone. Okay. With hurried steps, Ethan quickly navigated through the inn until he reached the bathing chamber. As he entered the room, his eyes fell upon a large, time-worn tub positioned prominently in the center. Its aged exterior bore the marks of countless usage with the passage of time. Below the tub, nestled into the stone floor, a cavity housed a collection of wooden sticks. Ethan started filling the tub with water. Carefully, he ignited the wooden sticks beneath the tub, flames emerging from bellow. Patiently, he tended to the fire, allowing the flames to gradually heat the water within the tub. As the water gradually warmed, Ethan undressed himself, placing his clothes into a hamper alongside other dirty clothes. He reached for a few wooden sticks, skillfully adjusting them to moderate the water temperature, ensuring it remained at a soothing level. Stepping into the welcoming embrace of the water, a profound sense of bliss enveloped him completely. Ah, he exhaled, surrendering to the tranquil sanctuary that awaited him. Ethan had cultivated a certain habit of utilizing bath time as a sanctuary for contemplation. The warmth enveloped him, instilling a sense of relaxation that allowed his thoughts to flow freely. He utilized this tranquil environment to delve deeply into any and all concerns that troubled him, relentlessly searching for viable solutions. In this moment, he focused his attention on the ordeal he had endured earlier that day. Gradually, his mind pieced together the puzzle, unraveling the identity of the individual responsible for his suffering. The evidence fell into place effortlessly. He had guards surrounding him, a butler at his beck and call, Ethan pondered, connecting the dots. Uncle referred to him as young Master Sven, and none of the villagers tried to stop him. It all adds up. This wretched individual must be the son of the village lord. The realization struck him with a mix of anger and resentment. The power and influence wielded by the village lord's son had granted him the audacity to perpetrate such acts of cruelty without fear of consequence. Ethan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, but quickly calmed himself. "Let's forget it," Ethan whispered to himself, a flicker of resignation in his voice. He recognized the implications of antagonizing the son of a nobleman, understanding the potential consequences that could befall his parents if he were to engage in open conflict. With a heavy heart, he acknowledged the bitter truth. Sinking deeper into the comforting embrace of the warm water, Ethan gradually submerged his head, temporarily blocking out the external world. In this momentary escape from reality, he sought solace, allowing the tranquility to wash over him and momentarily quiet his troubled thoughts. Following his refreshing bath, Ethan approached his parents to express his decision to end his duties for the day. Feeling unwell and in need of rest, he requested a break, a rarity for him. His parents readily agreed and wished him a good rest. As such, Ethan retreated to his room. "Now," he whispered with a glimmer of excitement, "shall we see what the third chapter holds?" Retrieving his cherished book, he eagerly turned to the next page, ready to delve into the contents within its chapters. Chapter 3, The Laws of Magic, page 5. We now delve into the fundamental laws that govern the practice of magic. These laws serve as the guiding principles that ensure balance, harmony, and responsible use of magical powers. Aspiring magicians must familiarize themselves with these laws to navigate the realm of magic with wisdom. 3.1. The Principle of Cause and Effect. One of the foremost laws that underpin the practice of magic is the principle of cause and effect. This law states that every action, intention, and manifestation in the magical realm has consequences. Whatever manifestation are set into motion through magical practices will inevitably result in corresponding effects, be it positive or negative. Magicians must be mindful of their intentions and actions, understanding that the choices they make carry weight and repercussion. 3.2. The Power of Intention and Will. At the core of magic lies the power of intention and will. The strength of a magician's intent, coupled with unwavering willpower, can transform thoughts into tangible manifestations. The law of intention and will highlights the significance of focusing one's mind, aligning desires with purpose, and directing energy toward the desired outcome. Magicians must cultivate a disciplined mind, honing their ability to concentrate and channel their intention with clarity. It is through the focused projection of their will that they can shape and influence the energies of the world around them. Reading the next page held less significance for Ethan. To summarize, he mused, this page emphasizes the importance of mindfulness in the use of magic. It highlights how every action carries consequences, although it avoids the notion of good or evil. Instead, it focuses on the outcomes of positivity or negativity. It seems that the judgment of an act depends on the situation, with one person deeming it evil, while another considers it righteous. Pondering these thoughts, Ethan recognized the subjective nature of morality, realizing that perspectives varied based on individual circumstances. With these reflections in mind, he shifted his focus to the next page. Page 6, 3.4 Manifestation with or without Cataclysts. A noteworthy aspect of the laws of magic is the distinction between manifesting powers with or without external assistance, known as cataclysts. A cataclyst is an object, tool, or catalyst that aligns with a specific elemental force and aids in the manifestation of magic. Magicians have the ability to draw upon the energies of their surroundings or tap into their own internal mana to manifest their powers. However, when utilizing external cataclysts relevant to the element they wish to draw upon, the process becomes more stable and efficient. The cataclyst acts as a conduit, facilitating the flow of energy and enhancing the precision of the magician's actions. Manifesting powers without a cataclyst requires a greater expenditure of mana and can result in less stability compared to utilizing a cataclyst relevant to the element being invoked. It is a delicate balancing act for the magician to determine the most effective approach based on their own capabilities and the desired outcome. As one embarks on the journey of magic and advances in proficiency, their ability to manifest magical effects without relying on external catalysts becomes more stable. Turn the page to explore the application of these laws in the art of spellcasting that guides the magician's path. The fourth chapter, The Art of Manifestation, will teach you techniques and practices that allow one to channel and direct magical energy through spellcasting. I see, Ethan mused, connecting the dots between his past experiences and the insights presented on the page. No wonder I lost consciousness when I first succeeded in manifesting water. My mana pool was drained within seconds. If I had instead manipulated an existing pool of water and directed it through my will, I could have sustained the manifestation for a longer duration and with greater stability. Contemplating further, he continued, however, I still believe that in the early stages of learning magic, students should focus on manifesting magic without relying on external catalysts. By doing so, they can develop a better control over magic and learn to manage their mana pool effectively. It's similar to a musician tackling challenging music sheets rather than starting with simple lullabies. Though it may take longer to master, dedicating practice to a difficult task from the very beginning will ultimately result in greater proficiency compared to someone who solely focused on easier compositions. The analogy resonated deeply with Ethan, solidifying his determination to continue pushing his magical abilities and wholeheartedly embrace the challenges that awaited him. Recognizing that the current chapter primarily offered informational insights rather than practical tasks, Ethan eagerly shifted his attention to the next chapter of the book. Introduction to Magical Theory 1, Closing Chapter. Chapter 4, The Art of Manifestation, page 7. In the expansive realm of magic, the practices of spellcasting and rituals serve as the means to weave intricate incantations, enabling the manifestation of specific rhythms that align with desired outcomes. In this chapter, we will explore the art of harnessing magical energies to create transformative effects and the role of rituals in amplifying the power of intention. Aspiring magicians will uncover the intricacies of spellcasting and gain insight into the transformative potential that lies within these ancient practices. 4.1 Understanding Spellcasting. At the heart of spellcasting lies the wondrous ability to blend different types of magic, merging elemental forces to manifest unique and combined outcomes. This alchemy of magic allows for the creation of powerful and transformative effects that go beyond the limits of individual elements. Let us explore the art of combining elemental energies to illustrate the boundless possibilities within spellcasting. Imagine the fusion of earth and water elements, harmonizing their distinct qualities to manifest a spell known as mudform. By skillfully combining the solidity and stability of earth with the fluidity and malleability of water, a magician can mold and shape mud with their intentions. This merging of elements creates a versatile medium that can be used for a grounding effect, or even as a physical medium used for numerous tasks. In this example, the magician taps into the essence of earth, drawing upon its grounding and nurturing qualities. Simultaneously, they access the fluidity and adaptability of water, infusing the spell with its transformative and purifying nature. Through the focused intent and mastery of elemental energies, the magician transcends the limitations of each element, weaving them together to manifest the desired outcome. This illustrates the beauty and power of spellcasting, as it allows the magician to combine and manipulate different elements or types of magic, transcending their individual properties to create something entirely new. By exploring and understanding the qualities and associations of each element, magicians gain the ability to blend them harmoniously, opening up a vast realm of creative possibilities. From my understanding, the art of manifestation can be divided into two categories. The first category, let's call it basic manifestation, where individuals focus on manifesting a single type of element. The second category, let's call it spellcasting manifestation, which involves combining two or more types of magic to manifest a single unified entity. Both manifestation, but with different characteristics. Ethan's curiosity was piqued as he contemplated the possibilities of delving deeper into magic combination. His mind buzzed with excitement, envisioning the magnificent spells he could manifest by unraveling the intricacies of this concept. "Things are certainly becoming more intriguing," he exclaimed, a sense of anticipation coursing through his veins. 4.4 Personalizing and Crafting Spells. Within the vast world of magic, a plethora of spells has been carefully preserved and passed down through generations to select individuals or families. However, the majority of magicians find themselves in the position of crafting and personalizing their own spells, as the secrets of established incantations are closely guarded. As a result, it is not uncommon for aspiring magicians, especially those in their early stages, to encounter challenges in discovering their unique path to spellcasting. In fact, it is quite a daunting task that can lead a significant portion, approximately 80%, of fledgling magicians to abandon their pursuit. By infusing your own manifestation, intentions, and knowledge into your spells, you create a stronger resonance and alignment with your own path and desires. Consider the elements, deities, or even knowledge that hold personal significance for you. Incorporate them into your spellcraft, forging a deep connection between your intentions and the magical energies you are invoking. This personalized approach deepens the potency of your magic and allows for a more profound and authentic expression of your magical self. As the culminating assignment in the Introduction to Magical Theory, I2 Powered course, you are tasked with crafting and manifesting your very own spell, merging two of your preferred types of magic. This accomplishment will mark your ascent as a bona fide apprentice of the magical arts, As you reach this juncture, you've arrived at the final chapter encompassing the practical application of magical theory. Take a moment to turn the page and discover the concluding section of this book, which presents a comprehensive guide for you to follow. This chapter delves into the realm of ethical considerations, shedding light on the moral responsibilities inherent in harnessing magical powers, and offering invaluable insights on navigating the potential pitfalls that may arise during their utilization. Ethan swiftly skimmed through the final chapter, titled Ethical Considerations in the book, but he didn't devote much attention to it since its contents seemed quite similar to the third chapter, which discussed the principle of cause and effect in more detail. Ultimately, the chapter emphasized the importance of directing one's magic towards specific targets and being mindful of the potential consequences it could have on both oneself and others. After an entire day of immersion, Ethan finally closed the book, but this instance felt distinct from all previous occasions. The act of closing it now signified the end of his need to reopen it, unlike before. It had taken him a full 2 years to painstakingly read and comprehend every detail within its pages. Now, his sole remaining task was to understand the meaning behind combining two elements and craft his own spell. With unwavering determination, he resolved to devote the remaining 4 years until his coming of age to fully immerse himself into this specific task. I refuse to accept being used as a disposable pawn or mere meat shield against those monsters. I will show my true capabilities to those corrupt and self-centered nobles. Ethan expressed with strong dislike and anger towards those who lived comfortable lives while disregarding the suffering and struggles of the less fortunate, even to the point of forcing them into direct confrontation against death. During the initial time he had left, Ethan devoted himself to familiarizing himself with the remaining 3 elements he had yet to explore. At this particular juncture, he had only acquired a grasp of manifesting water elements, spending several months practicing its techniques. The next 3 years were dedicated to comprehending and mastering each elemental manifestation individually. The first year focused on the earth element, the second year on fire, and the third year on wind. As his 4th year arrived, every waking moment was consumed by his relentless pursuit of crafting a unique spell by combining the meticulously honed elemental skills he had cultivated. Through unwavering determination and tireless dedication, the long-awaited day of his coming of age approached. 4 years later. Knock, knock. Creak. Ethan Hartfield, in accordance with the mandate of the Imperial Military Service, which stipulates that all able-bodied men age 12 must serve in the armed forces of the Imperial Kingdom. Bid your goodbye to your family, as we will be departing this instance. Screw your Imperial Order. It had been a few weeks since Ethan celebrated his 12th birthday. Despite the festive atmosphere, each passing day brought increasing anxiety and stress to his parents. They were well aware that the arrival of Imperial soldiers was imminent, and their hearts ached at the thought of their beloved son being taken away and exposed to countless dangers. Ethan could hear his mother sobbing in her chamber at night, clearly the most affected by this harsh reality. Surprisingly, Ethan himself was unaffected by this predicament. In fact, he eagerly anticipated the soldiers' arrival. For the past 6 years, he had tirelessly devoted himself to mastering the basic art of magic, and now it was finally time to reveal this secret to his parents. Keeping such crucial information hidden had been eating away at his soul. He had never been one to withhold life-changing news from his loved ones, but he didn't want to boast about his pursuits until he had tangible results. On the 7th day following his birthday, in a relatively calm atmosphere, the long-awaited but unwelcome guests finally arrived. Knock, knock, creak. The sudden and forceful pounding on the door immediately caught their attention. Upon opening the door, they were confronted by the sight of 4 robust individuals, each dressed in impeccable military attire. With synchronized steps and a rhythmic cadence, they entered the inn, exuding an air of disciplined precision. Their boots struck the floor in perfect unison, creating a resounding echo that filled the room. The men's posture was erect, their shoulders squared, and their movements calculated, showcasing a formidable presence that demanded respect. The four men came to a sudden stop, arranging themselves in a diamond-shaped formation. One man stood at the back, while two occupied each corner on both the right and left sides. A single figure stepped forward, positioned at the front of the formation. This individual retrieved a piece of paper and began to speak out loud. Ethan Hartfield, in accordance with the mandate of the Imperial Military Service, which stipulates that all able-bodied men aged 12 must serve in the armed forces of the Imperial Kingdom. Bid your goodbye to your family, as we will be departing this instance. Finally, it took you an eternity. Ethan thought to himself. No. Please. It's far too soon. My baby just celebrated his 12th birthday a week ago. Give us more time to cherish our moments with him. Ethan's mother pleaded, her voice trembling. Ethan turned around and found his mother on the ground, her body hunched in despair. She cried and begged the soldiers, desperately hoping they wouldn't take him away. Witnessing his mother's sudden breakdown stirred a painful ache in Ethan's heart. It brought back memories of a haunting scene he had witnessed as an infant. The heartbreaking sight of a grieving mother staring at her son's lifeless body inside a cart from the soldiers' expedition. His father stepped forward, approaching the soldier in an attempt to negotiate and find some room for flexibility. He acknowledged the authority of the Imperial Order and knew he couldn't prevent them from taking their son away, but he still made an effort to delay the inevitable. "Sir, we humbly request your leniency," he pleaded. "Requiring our son to depart immediately is a harsh measure. Please grant us some time to absorb this news and spend a little more time with him before he is taken away." The soldier whom Ethan's father had approached swiftly responded with a tone filled with anger. "Are you suggesting that the monsters threatening the kingdom and nearby settlement will patiently wait? Each soldier is crucial for the survival of our entire race. Having 4 of us dispatched for such a trivial matter could result in the loss of hundreds, if not thousands, of human lives. Step aside. Men's." "Yes, sir. Escort the child away." "Please, don't take him away from us," pleaded his mother. At that moment, Ethan had grown weary of the unnecessary display of sorrow and drama. Speaking with a decisive and authoritative tone, he declared, "I desire to undertake the Academy's recruitment trial." The 3 soldiers who were approaching Ethan abruptly stopped in their tracks, their faces reflecting surprise. Ethan's father, positioned beside the 4th soldier, and his mother, still on the floor, gazed at him with confusion, unable to comprehend his request. "Damn it! I knew it! Those peasants can't seem to stop causing problems, can they?" A voice resounded from outside the inn. Creak. "Sir, X4, rest." A man in his late 30s or early 40s strode into the room. Observing the soldier's demeanor upon entering, Ethan deduced that he held a position of authority. The man possessed a formidable presence, adorned with a black eye patch over his right eye and a prominent scar stretching from his mouth to his neck. His appearance wasn't unattractive. Rather, it conveyed the aura of a battle-hardened and trusted soldier who had faced countless conflicts. "There's always that one fool who thinks they can escape their duties, always trying to crawl up the noble's coattails," remarked the man with disdain. Ethan couldn't comprehend why the man would utter such words, and a hint of frustration crept onto his face. "Listen, kid. I don't know where you got the idea of participating in the Academy's recruitment trial, but it would be wise for you to give up on it. All you'll do is jeopardize your entire family." "What's the point? A few days of relief?" the man advised. "I don't understand. How would my desire to take the trial harm my family?" Ethan questioned, perplexed. "Huh. Are you serious right now? Ha 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 ha. This is getting more amusing by the second." The man chuckled. Silence hung in the air as Ethan mulled over the man's words. "Look, kid, Only nobles and those from esteemed families are permitted to attend the academy. Yes, there's a rule that allows anyone to take the trial, but it's widely known that peasants have no chance of being accepted due to their lack of knowledge compared to noble children. Do you even know how to manifest magic? Do you even have control over your mana? And more importantly, do you know what happens to a peasant who fails the trial? The man asked, his tone grave. What happens? Ethan replied quietly. Their entire family gets executed, and the peasant child is condemned to a lifetime on the battlefield, fighting against monsters. By requesting the trial, it's as if you're defying the imperial kingdom, saying, "To hell with your imperial order, I'll act for my own gain," the man explained. With every word the man spoke, Ethan's anger grew. Each trigger word he used, running away, noble's coattail, peasant, executed, defiance, imperial order, my own gain, grated on Ethan's nerves. Ethan's gaze dropped to the ground, his previous self-assurance wavering. The man's words planted seeds of doubt in his mind. What if I fail? My parents wouldn't be safe. I'm uncertain if my knowledge of magic is sufficient to pass the trial. Those nobles had mentors guiding them, while I had to navigate my own path. I have no benchmark to measure my abilities against. Would I be considered mediocre, at best, compared to those privileged noble children? Gradually, his confidence began to wane, and he felt himself on the brink of surrender. However, in that moment, a sudden warmth enveloped his head. Looking up, he saw his father smiling at him, his hand gently resting on Ethan's head. "We believe in you, son. We may not understand what's going on, but we know there's nothing you can't accomplish," his father reassured him. At that very instant, all worries dissipated, and Ethan's confidence surged to new heights. "Father, mother, thank you," he expressed gratefully. Thoughts raced through his mind. Screw you bastards. Am I not doing the same as those noble hypocrites? Aren't they also shirking their responsibilities? Who gave them the right to be exempt from the imperial orders? Shouldn't those with higher authority and power be the ones to take responsibility, not those who work for them? The ones who toil to fill their bellies with harvested crops, tend to their livestock, build their homes, and pay their taxes. Ethan approached the soldier who had berated his decision, meeting his gaze directly, devoid of fear or hesitation. With unwavering determination, he declared, "I will take the trial." Dot. The soldier gazed at Ethan, fully aware that the child had made up his mind. He turned around and began walking away. Perplexed, Ethan and his parents stood still, unsure of what they should do next. However, their confusion was short-lived as the soldier halted and turned to face them once more. "The recruitment trial begins in 3 days. It takes 2 nights to reach the academy. We'll be departing in 10 minutes, so gather your essentials," he informed them. Yes, Ethan responded eagerly. Rushing, Ethan packed his necessary clothing and his cherished book into his backpack. As he approached the door, he glanced back at his parents, their worry evident in their eyes. "I can't explain everything right now, but I promise to share all the details with you once I pass the recruitment. Until then, please stay safe," Ethan assured them. Both of his parents exchanged a glance, their smiles conveying their support, and replied in unison, "We believe in you." As Ethan stepped out of the inn, a hint of melancholy washed over him. This village had been his home for the entirety of his 12 years. For the first time since arriving in this world, he was leaving behind the familiar and venturing into the realm of the unknown. However, his excitement swiftly replaced any lingering sadness as he embarked on his journey towards uncharted territories. "Get in," one of the soldiers commanded, gesturing towards the chariot. As Ethan climbed into the chariot, he was taken aback by the presence of an unexpected passenger. "Huh? Disgusting. Why is a peasant boarding the chariot bound for the academy?" the person exclaimed in disgust. "Master Sven, this child has requested to participate in the academy's recruitment trial. We are obligated by law to allow him to join," one of the soldiers explained. Preposterous. What can a mere insect accomplish in the lion's den? Peasant, you'd better abandon your foolish aspirations and exit the chariot this instant. Master Sven sneered. Ethan sighed inwardly, realizing that he couldn't catch a break. This was the same person who, unjustly, had ordered his goons to harm him at the bakery stand. And now, to add insult to injury, it doesn't seem like he remembers what he did or who he was. The fact that this person was also participating in the same trial came as no surprise, given his noble lineage. "Are you not going to respond to me?" the hateful child demanded, growing impatient. Ethan met the gaze of the scornful child, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. With utmost sincerity, he replied, "Suck my dick." What? The shock on the hateful child's face was unmistakable, his anger flushing his face red. Uh, are you courting death? Soldier, execute this insolent pest immediately," he demanded, his voice trembling with rage. "I apologize, Master Sven, but I cannot comply with your request. Once both you and the child entered this chariot, all privileges granted by your family status were nullified. In the academy, all participants and students are considered equals, and one's family authority cannot be used to overpower those of lesser stature," the soldier explained calmly but firmly. "What nonsense is this?" the hateful child exclaimed, refusing to accept the reality of the situation. Ethan, determined not to let this newfound privilege affect his resolve, interjected firmly, "Didn't you just hear him? Are you deaf? Do you need me to summarize what he said? He clearly told you to shut up." "You!" Sven was abruptly cut off by a loud voice from outside. "Men, we are departing now. Our destination is the Imperial Academy, Lyria." The commanding voice echoed through the air. The announcement disrupted any further confrontation, redirecting the attention of both Ethan and Sven towards the imminent departure. They had no choice but to set aside their dispute for the time being and focus on the journey ahead. After a seemingly fleeting 2 days of travel, Ethan found himself gazing at the awe-inspiring sight before him. Imperial Academy, Lyria. First trial. After a journey spanning 2 days, Ethan reached his destination, the Academy. Rising proudly amidst an expansive and picturesque landscape, its magnificence sparked the imagination. Situated within vibrant, enchanted green plains, the Academy exuded an air of profound wisdom and mystical power. The majestic spires soared towards the clouds, commanding attention and inspiring awe. Its architectural design flawlessly combined timeless grace with enchanting whimsy, featuring intricate archways and sweeping balconies that provided breathtaking view of the surrounding horizon. As Ethan approached the entrance gate of the Academy, his eyes widened in awe. The gate stood as a formidable structure, crafted from polished iron and adorned with intricate carvings depicting mythical creatures and symbols of knowledge. Its imposing presence hinted at the prestigious institution that lay beyond. As he drew nearer, Ethan noticed a bustling scene of people, clad in vibrant robes of various hues, gathered near the gate, their anticipation palpable in the air. The murmurs of excitement filled the surroundings, blending with the occasional neighing of horses and the clattering of chariots. Indeed, the Academy was abuzz with activity, preparing for the commencement of the recruitment trial. Chariots, adorned with colorful banners and drawn by spirited steeds, were stationed nearby, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter the Academy's gate. Ethan exclaimed in awe as he witnessed the astonishing sight before him. "Humph, consider yourself privileged to be in this place. Make the most of your time here, because once tomorrow's trial is over, you'll return to where you belong," the young master, Sven, stated with a disrespectful tone. Throughout the past 2 days of traveling together, Ethan chose not to acknowledge or engage with Sven. He soon realized that the young master was constantly seeking attention, incessantly talking and attempting to provoke a reaction from him. Understanding his true nature, Ethan decided to ignore him completely. Soon after, the chariot abruptly stopped, and the soldiers who had accompanied them to the Academy opened the door. "We have reached our destination. You will be staying at this inn until the recruitment trial begins tomorrow morning." Until you are accepted into the academy, you are not allowed to venture outside. We will return here to pick you and take you to the trial site." "Am I being understood?" stated the soldier, sporting the black eye patch. Ethan and Sven nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. After the soldiers departed, Ethan and Sven silently entered the inn and acquired the keys to their respective rooms, behaving as if they were complete strangers who had never crossed paths. The night swiftly passed, giving way to the morning of the awaited trial. As promised, the soldiers arrived and collected Ethan and Sven, escorting them to the designated trial site. The trial site was a vast arena. It was a picturesque scene, framed by towering seats that provided an overhead view of the arena. The site was bustling with anticipation, as numerous children, clad in elaborate and elegant garments, gathered in groups, their voices carrying a mix of excitement and nervousness. Amidst the sea of well-dressed youngsters, one figure stood out conspicuously. Ethan, unlike them, he was not adorned in fancy clothing that reflected his noble lineage. His attire was simple and unassuming, a clear indicator to those around him that he was the sole non-noble child present at the site. The contrast between his modest appearance accentuated his uniqueness within the crowd, drawing curious glances and whispered conversations. "Why is a peasant here?" one of the noble children sneered, their tone dripping with condescension. "How shameful of him! Is he trying to insult us?" exclaimed another child, their words laced with disdain. "Ew, his mere presence denigrates this holy place," scoffed a disdainful noblewoman, her judgmental gaze fixed upon Ethan. The whispered remarks and judgmental stares reverberated through the air, casting a shadow over Ethan's presence at the trial site. The weight of their derisive comments bore down upon him, but he remained stoic despite the skepticism that surrounded him. As a few minutes ticked by, the attention of the gathered participants was abruptly drawn to a figure standing atop one of the elevated pillars encircling the arena. All eyes turned towards the mysterious man, whose commanding presence emanated an air of authority and wisdom. His posture was regal, his gaze penetrating, as if he held the key to their destinies in his hands. A hushed silence settled over the crowd, awaiting his words that would set the course of the upcoming trials. "Welcome!" The man's voice echoed throughout the arena, resounding with an otherworldly quality that caught everyone off guard. "Whoa!" gasped the surprised onlookers, their eyes widening in amazement at the peculiar phenomenon. Ethan observed the man's lips moving, but it became evident that his voice carried with an uncanny clarity despite the considerable distance separating them. It was as if the words whispered by the man reached each and every ear in the vicinity with astonishing precision, causing a ripple of astonishment and disbelief among the gathered children. The extraordinary nature of the man's amplified yet intimate voice left them in a state of bewilderment and captivation as they eagerly awaited his next words, their curiosity piqued. "My name is Roderick Spellman, but you may also address me as the principal of this esteemed academy." The resonant voice of Roderick Spellman filled the air, commanding attention. "Today is a momentous occasion as it signifies the commencement of our annual recruitment trial," he continued, his words carrying a weight of significance that hung in the atmosphere. Ethan and the other children listened intently, their eyes fixed on Principal Spellman, aware of the rare opportunity that lay before them. The gravity of the occasion intensified as they realized the stakes and the potential impact it could have on their lives. "The first recruitment trial is a straightforward one," Principal Spellman explained, his gaze fixed on the massive dark stone at the center of the arena. "This stone has been meticulously crafted to reveal the power level of your spells and showcase the elemental combinations employed within them." Gesturing towards the stone, he continued, "Your task is a simple yet challenging one. You must generate a crafted spell that inflicts a total of 10,000 numerical damage, utilizing a combination of 2 or more magical elements. Those who successfully complete the first trial We'll proceed to wait for the remaining participants to finish their turn," Principal Spellman explained, his voice carrying a tone of impartiality. "However, those who fail to meet the requirements of the first trial will be escorted away immediately," he continued, emphasizing the swift consequence for those who did not measure up. Principal Spellman's words resonated with a sense of urgency, underscoring the significance of each trial and the need for participants to perform their best. "Now, shall we start with the first participant?" Principal Spellman's voice boomed, punctuating the air with anticipation. In response to his command, a series of radiant lights materialized above each participant's head, displaying numerical values. The shimmering lights seemed to indicate the order in which they would take their turn in the trial. The children gazed at the luminous display in awe. As for Ethan, his curiosity filled his mind as he pondered the nature of the lights, contemplating whether it was an intricate manifestation of light magic or an illusionary magic, reminiscent of the descriptions he had read in the book. As the first participant nervously stepped forward, Ethan couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. He wondered how far ahead the privileged and noble children were in their magical abilities, given their access to resources and training that he lacked. Observing closely, Ethan noticed the participant brandishing a wand adorned with a red crystal, likely a catalyst for channeling magical energy. "Wait, catalysts are allowed? Isn't that cheating? I don't have one. That's so unfair," Ethan thought with a tinge of frustration, realizing the disadvantage he faced without such a tool. The first participant began conjuring a fireball, its size growing to that of a basketball, poised to be launched. Ethan keenly observed the manifestation, analyzing the elements at play. It appears he's utilizing the fire element to generate the fireball, and by incorporating the wind element, he's accelerating its rotating speed and enlarging it by introducing a significant amount of oxygen from the generated air. Ethan deduced, impressed by the participant's technique, but also recognizing its limitations. As the fireball surged through the air and hit the black rock, Ethan watched with a discerning eye, the displayed information above it. Damage, 2000. Type, fire, wind. He failed? Well, that's not really surprising, considering the spell he used. But is it too harsh to consider this attack a mere 2000 value? Ethan contemplated, his thoughts interrupted by the commanding voice of the principal. Participant number 1 failed. Next. The plea of the unsuccessful participant broke the air, desperately begging for another chance, attributing the failure to nerves. However, before any consideration could be given, the principal cast a dismissive gaze upon the pleading figure. With a simple gesture of his hand, the participant vanished from the arena, as if they had never been present at all. Next, the principal declared in an authoritative tone, offering no explanation or reassurance to the bewildered onlookers regarding the fate of the failed participant. The swift and uncompromising manner in which the principal operated underscored the seriousness and ruthlessness of the selection process. It left Ethan and the remaining participants the realization that the trials held no room for second chances. Time elapsed, and as the trials progressed, only a few participants managed to succeed, while the majority faltered in the face of the first trial's challenges. One by one, hopeful candidates stepped forward, with each passing moment bringing them closer to Ethan's turn. Next, Principal Spellman's voice resonated through the arena, signaling that it was now Ethan's moment to take the stage. "Look, it's his turn," a noble child remarked, their voice tinged with amusement. "Can't wait to see him barely manage a damage of 1, ha ha ha," another chimed in, their laughter filled with mockery. Sven, observing from the sidelines, gazed at Ethan's determined figure, his curiosity piqued. He pondered the source of Ethan's unwavering confidence and the audacity to stand against the nobles. There was a hint of admiration by the boldness he was witnessing. Determined not to falter, Ethan mustered his resolve, fully aware of the weight resting on his shoulders. He contemplated his options, knowing that he needed to choose a spell that showcased his strengths and maximized his chances of success. This spell it is. Dust Devil. As Ethan approached the black stone, he could hear disparaging remarks being made about him. However, he remained resolute and undeterred. Ethan exuded a strong sense of confidence, as if he possessed unwavering certainty in his ability to conquer the first trial. Having observed the privileged children's capabilities during their own attempts, he couldn't help but think of their abilities as underwhelming, prompting the thought, how disappointing. Despite their seemingly boundless resources, access to knowledgeable teachers, and extended periods of study, Ethan couldn't help but wonder why their abilities were so mediocre. What troubled him the most was the uniformity of the spells they employed. Without exception, they all relied on a single impact spell. This meant that their spells possessed the characteristic of inflicting substantial damage in a single instance upon hitting the target, but fell short of meeting the passing criteria. The instant the principal explained the rules of the trial, one thought immediately crossed Ethan's mind: damage over time. Damage over time, DOT, refers to a specific effect of gradual damage over a period of time, rather than delivering all the damage at once. DOT effects can vary in their nature and mechanics. They can be caused by various sources, such as environmental hazards or status effects. When a DOT effect is applied to a target, it typically triggers an ongoing damage effect that persists until its duration expires, or until it is cleansed or countered by specific means. Its main purpose is to introduce a strategic element to combat, which, in most cases, provides more total damage than an impact spell if used correctly. Ethan stood confidently. With a deep understanding of the formation of weather, he starts channeling the required elements to create his desired spell. In the wide-open arena, Ethan initiated his manifestation by invoking the element of fire. With precise control, Ethan conjures intense heat, trying his best to mimicking the sun's effect, focusing the heat on the ground. As the heat warms the surface, it causes the air near the ground to become significantly hotter than the surrounding air. This creates a temperature difference between the ground and the air above it. This thermal gradient became the foundation upon which Ethan built his spectacle. As the heated air near the surface, lighter than the cooler air above, commenced its ascent due to reduced density, a gradual column of air rose with it, an effect known as the thermal effect. Expertly harnessing the wind element, Ethan skillfully guided the currents, employing intricate gestures to induce the rotational motion associated with the Coriolis effect. This atmospheric phenomenon causes moving air masses to deflect to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere, imbuing the rising column with a captivating spin. As the spinning vortex took form, visible to the naked eye, it swept up dust, sand, and other loose particles from the ground, transforming into a mesmerizing display of elemental might, a spectacle akin to a small tornado. Within this magnificent fusion of elemental magic, Ethan's command and mastery were undeniable. His creation, a testament to the harmonious blend of fire and wind, emerged as his own rendition of a dust devil, a testament to his skill and creativity. Ethan knew that dust devils were generally harmless and short-lived phenomena, lasting only a few minutes. They were much different from tornadoes, which are much larger and more powerful atmospheric vortexes that form under different weather conditions. But what he had in his possession was magical powers as such. This limitation were of no importance to him. As to increase the intensity of the dust devil, Ethan added more strength to the rotational speed, which in turn increased its size and power. I'm not done yet. Having not reached the pinnacle of his creation, Ethan embarked on the final stage of his craft. With focused determination, he skillfully reconstructed the small pebbles within the dust devil, molding them into razor-sharp blades with meticulous precision. Each tiny shard transformed into a deadly instrument. As the dust devil obediently followed Ethan's command, it surged towards the formidable black stone, fixating itself upon its target. Stationed in place, the swirling vortex inflicted relentless damage, its destructive force escalating with each passing second, as evidenced by the mounting numerical values. Damage, 123. Damage, 265. Damage, 405. Sure. Ethan maintained the presence of the Dust Devil for a full minute, its relentless assault unabated. Then, with a graceful wave of his hand, he skillfully controlled the wind currents, ensuring their paths were perfectly equal, removing the opposite forces that created the whirling effect. Displaying his mastery, the Dust Devil vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving no trace behind. The storm dissipated, as if it had never occupied that space at all. Simultaneously, the multitude of pebble shards, previously caught in the swirling winds, began their descent with a synchronized grace, falling from the sky like rainfall. Damage, 10,000. Type, Firewind Earth. Ethan glanced at the information displayed above the black stone, and a small smile formed on his lips, confirming his success. However, he noticed that the noble children stood before him in silence, their expressions frozen. Their unexpected reaction left Ethan puzzled, wondering what happened. What's wrong with them? Remarkable. Logically, the voice, now in close proximity, startled Ethan. Standing right beside him was Roderick Spellman, the principal of the academy. It was surprising, considering Roderick had been positioned on a distant pillar just moments ago. I've witnessed my fair share of spells that bear resemblance to yours, but there's something intriguingly distinct about yours. Roderick spoke with a sense of curiosity. It appears both simple and complex at the same time. Moreover, considering the size and intensity of this cyclone-like spell, it seems to require surprisingly little mana to maintain and summon. Typically, such spells demand a substantial amount of mana to sustain. What baffles me even more is the absence of any flames erupting from the tornado, even though the fire element was used. And to add to the intrigue, you've seamlessly incorporated the earth element into your spell. Truly fascinating. Would you care to explain to me how you've crafted this spell? Ethan gazed at the principal with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. He couldn't help but wonder how someone of such high stature, who was supposed to be at the pinnacle of magical knowledge, failed to comprehend the simplicity of his spell. It led him to question whether the mage's understanding of science was practically non-existent. Roderick gazed at Ethan, waiting for his answer in excitement. Not wanting to make him wait, Ethan replied back, "I'm sorry, but I refuse." Roderick stared at Ethan, taken aback by his response. "I see." Roderick replied, a tinge of surprise in his voice. "But may I inquire as to why?" Ethan paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before responding. "Well, aren't crafted spells typically kept secret from others? Isn't it customary for nobles to guard their spells closely, only sharing them with their direct descendants? While I may not be of noble blood, I'm not inclined to simply give away my creations without receiving something in return." "Would you at least share the spell's name?" Roderick remarked, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "Dust Devil." "Interesting," Roderick remarked, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "I shall keep a close eye on you. I eagerly anticipate what you will show us in the second trial." In the blink of an eye, the principal vanished from his previous position, only to reappear once again atop the pillar, where he had initially stood. "Participant number 234, passed," he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the arena. "Next." The swift and efficient announcement signaled the commencement of the next participant. Ethan proceeded towards the designated area where the successful participants congregated. Despite the discomforting gazes that seemed to follow his every move, he remained resolute and ignored the judgmental looks directed his way. Taking a seat on the ground, he observed the ongoing trials of the remaining participants. Not far from where he sat, Ethan noticed Sven's gaze fixed upon him, but this time he wasn't looking at him like he usually does with disdain. Rather, he looked at him with eyes of curiosity and a tinge of admiration. Noticing Ethan look, Sven quickly averted his eyes. Ethan, puzzled, quickly disregarded the fleeting moment of connection before returning his attention to the trials unfolding before him. Second trial. As the trial unfolded, Ethan remained seated on the ground, attentively observing the remaining participants awaiting their turn. During this time, 3 individuals stood out, capturing Ethan's keen interest. To his surprise, each of them employed a damage over time DOT strategy, just as he had demonstrated, almost as if they were influenced by his approach. The first person who caught Ethan's attention was a noble girl, exuding an air of elegance with her striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes. Her gaze sent a shiver down the spine of those who met her eyes. She successfully completed the trial by utilizing a unique technique. She manifested a pool of water and skillfully arranged it into thin, concentric layers, one atop the other. Employing her control over the wind element, she set the circular water formation into motion, gradually shaping it with precise, triangular edges. As the wind continued to blow, the water swiftly solidified under its cold influence, transforming into a razor-sharp icicle, resembling the relentless motion of a chainsaw. With her spell firmly directed at the black stone, she maintained a relentless rotation, chipping away at the rock. The continuous motion of her spell allowed her to steadily erode the stone's surface, while skillfully reconstructing the broken ice edges with each rotating cycle. This ingenious technique enabled her to sustain a constant stream of damage, gradually accumulating until her damage value surpassed the required threshold for passing the trial. The second participant that captured Ethan's attention was a noble boy, radiating an undeniable fiery temperament, evident in his animated and boisterous character. Approaching the black rock with an uncontainable energy, he unleashed a barrage of encouraging words, seemingly hyping himself up. His exuberance was further amplified by his lively movements, bouncing around the area with an infectious enthusiasm. Strangely reminiscent of Goku from Dragon Ball, it appeared as though he was channeling the iconic Super Saiyan transformation, seeking to tap into an extraordinary power within himself. But in his case, he was just trying to motivate himself. Despite his spirited demeanor, the boy displayed a remarkable level of ingenuity. In his attempt to conquer the trial, he devised a clever strategy. He began by creating an impressive dome of earth encasing the black stone, leaving only a narrow gap. Within this enclosure, he summoned forth flames, combining them with the power of the wind to enhance their ferocity. By confining the flames within the dome, he concentrated their destructive force to a single focal point. This containment prevented the flames from spreading beyond the enclosure, ensuring maximum impact on the target. To sustain the flames and prevent their extinguishment, he ingeniously utilized the small gap in the dome. This gap acted as a conduit, allowing a constant influx of oxygen from the surrounding wind, continuously fueling the raging inferno inside the enclosure. The boy's resourcefulness enabled him to harness the elemental forces of earth, fire, and wind to devastating effect. The third participant, a figure of substantial size and muscularity, appeared to defy the notion of typical childhood stature. With his commanding presence and prominent thick eyebrows, he exuded a distinct sense of masculinity. Harnessing the power of the earth element, he skillfully manipulated a sizable rock, shaping it into a drill-like form. Taking advantage of the water element, he strategically filled the gaps within the spiral structure of the drill. Capitalizing on the forceful streaming flow of water, he set the drill-like object into motion, rotating it with remarkable power and velocity. The combination of the rotating drill and the piercing capabilities propelled him forward, allowing him to deliver a continuous barrage of damage to the stone, allowing him to pass with ease. Among the participants, none managed to capture his attention as much as those 3 individuals. "Congratulations to all those who have made it this far," announced the principal, his voice resonating through the arena. "Without further delay, let us proceed to the second trial. The first trial tested your spellcrafting abilities and damage output, but the second trial will focus on a different aspect. We will assess your ability to protect yourself from potential dangers," explained the principal, waving his hand in the air. As he did so, a multitude of small golem-like creatures materialized in the arena. These golems possessed cannon-like features in place of their hands. These golems will relentlessly launch mud balls at you, aiming to stain and hit you. Your objective is to evade, deflect, or protect yourself from their attacks for precisely 1 minute. Any contact with a mud ball will be considered a failure. Remember, you are strictly prohibited from attacking the golems in any manner, as doing so will result in disqualification. Now, let us commence. Participant number 1, please step into the arena, declared the principal, his gaze fixed upon Ethan. Curiosity sparked within Ethan as he wondered why he was being singled out. Raising his gaze, he discovered a radiant light hovering above him, illuminating the number 1. A wry smile formed on Ethan's face as he pondered the principal's intentions. It seemed the principal couldn't contain his anticipation, eager to witness Ethan's abilities. Unfazed by the attention, Ethan embraced the challenge, silently willing to showcase his capabilities. Very well, Ethan thought to himself. He stepped forward, prepared to face the golems and prove himself. Being an anime enthusiast back on Earth, Ethan held a deep appreciation for the imaginative abilities portrayed in various animated series. One character in particular always sparked his excitement, Neji from the anime Naruto. Neji possessed a remarkable skill known as the 8 trigrams divine spin. This ability fascinated Ethan with its unique concept and powerful defensive nature. The 8 trigrams divine spin involved the manifestation of chakra in the form of a protective dome around the character. To create this dome, the character rapidly spun the chakra that emanated from their body. This technique offered 2 significant advantages. Firstly, it had the capability to repel most ranged attacks, acting as an impenetrable shield against projectiles. Secondly, it could forcefully push away opponents in close quarters combat, granting the user a valuable defensive advantage. As Ethan contemplated how to adapt the 8 trigrams divine spin to his own magical abilities, he realized that while he lacked chakra like Neji, he possessed a similar resource known as mana. With this revelation, he set out to manifest his own version of the technique, incorporating the wind element and harnessing his mana. Guided by his understanding of atmospheric dynamics, Ethan began to weave his mana with the essence of the wind element. He envisioned a swirling vortex of air, resembling a miniature cyclone, as the foundation of his spell. The wind, charged with his mana, formed a dome-like structure around him, its force growing in strength and intensity. Within a matter of seconds, he successfully materialized a magical rendition of the divine spin, utilizing the wind element as the body and his mana as the driving force, chakra. However, Ethan recognized that there were limitations to his newly crafted technique. In order to enhance its effectiveness and provide an added layer of defense, he devised a clever modification. Drawing upon his control over the element of fire, he manipulated temperature differentials to create an invisible heat wave enveloping the spinning wind dome. This invisible layer of cushioning served a vital purpose in the defense mechanism. As projectiles approached the dome, the heat wave interacted with their trajectory, causing a decrease in their speed upon reaching the protective layer of wind. This subtle alteration in velocity allowed an increased margin of reaction time, further bolstering his ability to deflect the projectile. However, the creation of this spell did not come without its drawbacks. Ethan soon realized that there were 2 significant downsides to his adaptation. Firstly, he had to maintain an unwavering focus on sustaining the spell's structure, ensuring the wind's velocity and heat remained constant. Any lapse in concentration or weakening of the wind and fire's strength would jeopardize his ability to effectively deflect ranged attacks. Additionally, the spell incurred a substantial mana consumption. The intricate manipulation of wind and fire elements demanded a considerable expenditure of Ethan's mana reserves. As he remained within the enclosure, the heat generated began to take its toll on his stamina. The intense heat caused him to sweat profusely, draining his energy with each passing moment. Despite these challenges, Ethan took solace in the knowledge that he only needed to maintain the spell for a duration of 1 minute. As the trial commenced, the golems sprang into action, launching a barrage of mud balls towards Ethan. Their small cannon-like appendages propelled the projectiles with surprising speed and accuracy. The air filled with the whistling sound of the incoming mud balls, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and tension. As the mud balls closed in, Ethan's spell demonstrated its efficacy. The swirling wind deflected the projectiles with remarkable precision, causing them to veer off course or disintegrate upon impact with the powerful gusts. The students watched in amazement as the mud balls were effortlessly repelled, unable to breach the protective barrier. The relentless assault of the golems continued, their mud balls relentlessly bombarding Ethan's defense. However, the wind spell held strong, steadfastly shielding him from harm. Ethan maintained his focus, pouring his mana into sustaining the protection. As the 1-minute mark approached, Ethan's spell continued to repel the mud balls, effectively fulfilling the requirements of the trial. The golem's attacks grew more desperate, but Ethan's defense remained resolute, unyielding to their onslaught. Time's up. Well done. You have successfully protected yourself for the entire duration. Impressive display of defense, commended the principal, acknowledging Ethan's accomplishment. The students, although impressed, couldn't help but harbor a mix of curiosity, envy, and skepticism as they observed Ethan's exceptional performance. How can a peasant have such abilities? It doesn't make sense. I agree. He shouldn't have access to the resources and training required to develop such advanced skills. There must be something fishy going on. No way a mere peasant could possess such talent. Whispers and murmurs spread throughout the arena, questioning the origin and legitimacy of Ethan's magical abilities. Rumors began to circulate, fueled by jealousy and suspicion. Maybe he cheated somehow. There must be foul play involved. Yeah, that's the only explanation. Peasants aren't supposed to excel like this. The rumors gained momentum, casting a shadow of doubt over Ethan's achievements. Some students were quick to assume a malicious reason behind his extraordinary abilities, attributing it to an unfair advantage rather than recognizing his skill and dedication. Ethan, filled with anger and a determination to defend his pride against the malicious lies, was about to retort. But his intentions were abruptly halted by the unexpected voice emanating from the principal. Enough. I will not tolerate baseless rumors and unfounded accusations. This trial is not only about showcasing your magical abilities, but also about demonstrating respect and fairness towards your fellow participants. The principal's stern voice commanded attention, cutting through the whispers and murmurs that had filled the air. His words carried authority and demanded adherence to the principles of fairness and respect. The students, chastened by the principal's reprimand, fell into a contemplative silence. I urge you all to focus on your own trials, rather than putting your focus into someone else's. With his final words, the principal re-established a sense of order, shifting the atmosphere. Ethan, though initially angered, found solace in the principal's intervention. Acknowledging the principal's intervention with a grateful nod, Ethan settled back into his previous spot, resuming his position of observation. He patiently watched as the second trial unfolded, keeping a keen eye on the remaining participants as they faced the trial. Third trial. The second trial proceeded smoothly, and it didn't take long for most participants to complete their trials. Similar to the first trial, a significant number of participants ended up failing and were escorted outside the academy. However, an impressive portion of those who arrived managed to proceed to the third and final recruitment trial. Congratulations on reaching the final trial, exclaimed the principal, his voice filled with pride and anticipation. He continued with his speech, addressing the gathered childrens. Those familiar with our school's recruitment process will recognize that the previous two trials were the most demanding. In contrast, the third trial focuses on assessing your wisdom and critical thinking, rather than subjecting you to rigorous physical challenges. Fear not, for it is highly unlikely to fail this stage. He went on to explain the nature of the trial. Your task for this phase is to respond to a written question, providing thoughtful and insightful input. Remember, our esteemed faculty members will meticulously review each response, evaluating them based on the depth of your analysis and the unique perspectives you offer. Upon hearing the principal's speech, Ethan found it quite refreshing. Written exams were nothing new to him, as he had plenty of experience from his previous life, having encountered them during his numerous school years and even in his professional career. However, something about the atmosphere bothered him, the calm demeanor of the noble children in the room. It was as if this final trial held no importance for them, as if they were already confident in their ability to pass the entire recruitment process. Ethan couldn't help but wonder why the noble children appeared so indifferent. Were they exceptionally well prepared, or did they possess some insider knowledge that assured them of their success? He discreetly observed their nonchalant attitudes, their casual conversations, and the lack of concern in their expressions. With the students settled in the small chamber, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Each desk and chair was carefully arranged to create an organized and focused environment for the exam. As the students took their seats, the watchman, a distinguished figure who seemed to possess considerable magical prowess, stood at the front of the room, ready to oversee the examination proceedings. With a wave of his hand, the watchman used his magic to levitate the stacks of paper he held, carefully distributing one to each table in the room. The papers landed softly, almost as if guided by an unseen force, ensuring that each student received their exam materials without any disruption. The hushed silence in the chamber intensified as the students laid their eyes upon the exam papers before them, indicating the start of the exam. Ethan reminded himself that regardless of the noble children's confidence, he had his own skills and experiences to rely on. Ethan focused his attention on the written question before him. To his surprise, the written trial only had one question, a question that could leave so many interpretation that it was hard to provide a proper answer. Define what magic is. The simplicity of the question masked the complexity that lay beneath its surface. It was a query that had sparked countless debates and discussions throughout this world's history. How could he possibly provide a definitive answer when the concept of magic itself could be interpreted in so many ways? He scanned the room, observing his fellow candidates hastily jotting down their responses as if the question demanded a natural instinct. The exam appeared to be more than just a test of knowledge. It aimed to explore the very essence of each student's comprehension and perception of the mystical world. How can they simply jot down their answers within a matter of seconds without reflecting on the deeper significance behind the question? Ethan wondered. Ethan's attention shifted inward instead of immediately answering the question. It marked his first foray into the depths of the subject of magic. The question at hand was not merely an inquiry, but a profound philosophical matter that demanded careful and thoughtful reasoning. Drawing from what he had observed and read, Ethan critically evaluated the prevailing definition of magic being taught by most, which emphasized the manifestation of magic through imagination, envisionment, and miracles, rather than its tangibility. However, Ethan found himself strongly disagreeing with this prevalent viewpoint. Instead, he inclined towards embracing the concept put forth by the esteemed philosopher Aristotle. Aristotle was an ancient Greek philosopher who has contributed to various fields of knowledge back on Earth. He made significant advancement in subjects such as logic, ethics, politics, and much more. His works had such a profound and lasting impact that it extended well beyond his lifetime. His most notable ideology was the concept of realism, a metaphysical belief asserting the independent existence of the external world, with objective properties and structures that can be studied and comprehended. He emphasized the significance of exploring the natural world to grasp its principles and causes. Through diligent observation and analysis, humans can unveil the inherent structures and properties of objects and events in the world. Based on this concept, Ethan began answering the question in the written exam, introducing the idea of realism and its potential connection with magic. Time flew by, but Ethan skillfully managed to complete his answer within the allocated time duration of the exam. The papers were collected by the watchman, and all the participants were sent back to their respective inns to rest for the day. During this period, the teachers would convene to carefully examine each answer and deliver their verdict the following day. Inside the room, the teachers discussed each student's answer one at a time, providing their responses based on the given answers. Unfortunately, none of the teachers were impressed by the students' responses, evident from their disinterested facial expressions and demeanor. "Boring," remarked one of the teachers present in the room. "Every single year, it's always the same textbook answers." What do you expect? Do you honestly believe a 12-year-old child can come up with an original definition of magic? These kids were forced to think in a certain way. Obviously, their answers would be textbook, diplomatic responses. "I don't understand why we have to go through this trial every year. It's been decades since someone brought forth an interesting concept." Enough. This trial has been an obligation of our academy, established by the founding father. Do not question his decision and continue with your work, said the principal firmly. As time passed, the teachers kept reading over the students' answers. Each time, they encountered the same uninspiring responses, almost lulling them to sleep. However, their boredom was soon interrupted when they came across a specific paper. Why is both sides of the paper fully used? No way. Is it an original idea? What? Someone actually tried delving into the topic? I swear if you're joking around. No, I'm being serious. Someone actually used both sides of the paper to answer the question. The principal's curiosity was piqued as he looked at the person who made this discovery. For some reason, the image of the small child who had demonstrated the most potential came to mind. "Then what are you waiting for? Read it out loud," said the principal eagerly. They gathered around, and the teacher began reading aloud the response from the paper that captured their attention. As they delved deeper into the paper, their interest grew, and a sense of excitement filled the room. This student had indeed taken the task seriously and explored the topic with a fresh and imaginative approach. The principal listened intently. A smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. After the teacher finished reading, the room was filled with an air of awe and admiration. The student who had submitted this exceptional paper had managed to stand out among the rest. "Marvelous!" exclaimed the principal, clearly impressed by the exceptional response. He couldn't hide his excitement and satisfaction at finally encountering a student who had risen above the usual mundane answers. The remarkable insight displayed in the paper had rejuvenated his belief. Tomorrow will be an interesting day. Ha 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 ha. Spotlight. The next morning finally arrived, and all the participants were eagerly led through the grand doors of the academy for the first time. Until now, they had only caught glimpses of the outside from the inn, along with the academy's imposing arena, located just outside those very doors where the trials had taken place. As Ethan and the other participants stepped inside, a rush of wonder and excitement washed over him. Before them lay a magnificent hallway that exuded an air of grandeur and history. The space seemed vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, engulfing them in its splendor. The walls were adorned with intricate and elegant paintings, skillfully depicting figures and significant events from the Academy's storied past. Each stroke of the brush seemed to breathe life into the scenes, immersing the onlookers in the Academy's rich heritage. Beneath their feet, red carpets adorned the floor, leading the way through this awe-inspiring corridor. Above them, chandeliers with shimmering crystals hung from the lofty ceiling, casting a warm and welcoming light that bathed the entire hallway in a timeless glow. Standing tall and majestic, marble columns lined the sides of the hallway. Meticulously sculpted with remarkable precision, these pillars supported the arches above, creating a stunning architectural marvel that exuded strength and stability. Strategically placed throughout the hallway, various statues of revered scholars and accomplished graduates added an artistic touch to the environment. Each lifelike depiction served as a powerful reminder of the Academy's unwavering commitment to knowledge and impact to the world. In this splendid setting, Ethan and his fellow participants couldn't help but feel the weight of the Academy's prestigious legacy. As they followed closely behind the guide, they entered yet another spacious room. Unlike the previous areas, this room appeared vast and devoid of any furnishings. At the far end of the room, a relatively high platform caught their attention, seemingly designed to enable a speaker to address a large audience, ensuring both visibility and audibility for everyone present. The room bore a resemblance to school gymnasiums, but without any workout equipment or basketball hoops to be found. "I wonder if they have PE in this world school system," inquired Ethan internally. As the group stood in the center of the room, they couldn't help but imagine the potential significance of this space. It seemed perfectly suited for gatherings, perhaps for important lectures, ceremonies, or even for the announcement of trial results during their time at the Academy. With a resounding thud, the door behind them closed, signifying that the last person had entered the room. An expectant hush fell upon the participants as they waited in anticipation. As if on cue, a relatively large group of individuals began to march purposefully toward the tall platform situated in the corner of the room. They took their seats in a well-organized horizontal line, creating an air of formality and importance. Amid the gathering, the final person to assume their position on the platform was none other than the principal himself, Roderick Spellman. Positioned in the center, his presence commanded attention, indicating that he was about to deliver his speech. The participants stood quietly, their eyes fixed on the principal, eager to hear his words. "Our bright and eager students," the principal's voice resounded, filling the room with an air of excitement. "Today, we gather here to celebrate the culmination of our annual trials and to welcome each and every one of you to our esteemed Academy. I stand before you with pride and joy, witnessing the dedication and hard work that each participant has exhibited throughout these trials." This statement provided the participants with a well-deserved sense of relief as they were confirmed in their enrollment to the Academy. Claps and cheers resounded throughout the room, echoing the collective happiness of the students. Ethan himself couldn't contain the beaming smile on his face, relieved to have overcome this significant hurdle, breaking free from the fate of a meat shield and a pawn to the Empire military. "I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all of you for completing the challenges presented to you. Your commitment and perseverance have brought you this far, and I am confident that you will continue to shine throughout your academic journey." However, his voice boomed with authority, instantly halting the sudden cheers and claps from the newly admitted students. The room fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes now fixed on the principal. "As we reflect on the written trial, I must address a matter that requires our attention. It is with utmost sincerity that I express my concerns about the lack of originality displayed in your answers. The purpose of education is not merely to recite information from textbooks, but rather to encourage critical thinking, exploration, and the generation of new ideas." Ethan couldn't help but notice some of the noble children visibly scoffing at the principal's words, their smug laughter and whispered remarks. "Why does that matter? Magic has always been the same for the past century," one of them said, dismissing the idea of change. "Yeah, the definition of magic has already been set. Why is he like that?" Another chimed in, clearly unwilling to embrace anything new. "As long as I can pass the trial, I'll write the exact same words from textbooks if need be." "Why would I risk it?" a third one murmured, focusing solely on the practical outcome rather than embracing the principal's challenge. "Our founding father envisioned an academy where innovation and creativity flourished, where students dared to question the norms and forge their path of understanding," continued the principal. "Yet, I find that many of the responses presented to us today were disappointingly formal and lack the spark of individuality we seek." Let us remember that knowledge is not confined to the confines of a textbook. The real magic of learning lies in the freedom to contemplate, to challenge established notions, and to venture into uncharted territories of thought. I urge you to break away from the shackles of conformity and dare to be different from the rest. Who cares? One of them muttered, displaying their indifference towards the moment. When is he going to finish this old-timer's lecture? Another said, clearly showing impatience. But amidst the disdainful comments and impatient murmurs, the principal's voice became even louder. Huh. The scoffers turned their attention towards him. Among the hundreds of students, there was one individual who had taken the Academy's challenge to heart and provided an inspiring perspective, one that hadn't been seen in centuries. His answer had a profound impact on all of us who had read it. It ignited a spark of enlightenment in some minds, and suddenly, brand new purposes began to take shape. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted once again. The principal's words found resonance in this exceptional student's response. This brave soul had dared to challenge convention, daring to ask, but what if? And in doing so, had opened the doors to a world of possibilities. The noble children who had earlier scoffed were now listening intently, curiosity piqued by the potential of something beyond what they knew. The principal's voice carried a sense of excitement and anticipation as he addressed the room. I wish to invite the student who provided such a remarkable answer to the question of what defines magic to come forward and read their answer with all of us. Please join me at the podium. The nobles were waiting in eager anticipation, their curiosity piqued to discover the identity of the noble individual who had elicited such a reaction from the principal and teachers of this prestigious academy. Among the hundreds of noble children present in the room, all attention was irresistibly drawn to one specific individual, much like during the previous trial. An illusory light manifested, illuminating a glowing arrow that seemed to be pointing directly at the person in question. Ethan Hartfield, ... A defiant stand. Ethan stood firmly in the center of the room, surrounded by noble children who measured him up with curious gazes. Throughout the trials, he endured relentless criticism and was unfairly dismissed due to his lower status and accusations of cheating. However, a well-known fact lingered among them all. Ethan had been the most astonishing participant, captivating everyone with his exceptional display of magic. Oddly enough, most of the nobles started harboring a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. They couldn't help but wonder how this rustic individual, who came from a non-noble background, had managed to learn the art of magic, and at such proficiency that even the principal himself was impressed by his brilliance, praising the innovative concept he presented during the trials. Still shaken by the unexpected announcement, Ethan was momentarily lost in his thoughts until the principal's voice jolted him back to reality. Ethan Hartfield, would you kindly come forth? The principal beckoned with an inviting, warm smile. Ethan took a deep breath, feeling a certain degree of nervousness coursing through him. With nervous steps, he approached the front of the room and stepped into the platform right next to where the principal stood. The gaze of the noble children followed him, some with intrigue, others with skepticism, but most with dissatisfaction. His heart raced, and he couldn't help but wonder why he was being put in such a spotlight. This additional attention felt unnecessary, and Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort. Being singled out by the principal himself left him with no other choice but to comply, though he wished he could fade into the background. Nevertheless, he ended maintaining his composure, meeting the principal's gaze. The principal extended his right hand, showcasing the most radiant smile. Ethan found himself speechless, but he eventually shook the principal's hand. With a gentle gesture, the principal shook Ethan's hand warmly. Thank you for coming up here. I understand you might be feeling nervous, but I genuinely believe the author of this answer needed to share it with the freshmen as to spark a certain level of rivalry. Rivalry? Is he kidding me? The mere fact that a non-noble child like me is outperforming noble children and being placed in such a position is a clear indication of war, not mere rivalry. Ethan wanted to vent his frustration, but wisely held his tongue, not wanting to worsen the situation and get into even bigger trouble. Now, if you please, your paper is placed on the stand. ... With no other choice, Ethan reluctantly made his way to the stand, his paper properly positioned. As he made eye contact with the crowd of obviously frustrated noble children, a sense of amusement started to fill him. This feeling was entirely new to him, even in his previous life on Earth. Back there, one had to excel in most aspects of life to live comfortably. So he had never been elevated to such a high position where he could look down on others due to his own efforts. Observing them from a higher platform gave him a strange satisfaction, seeing them flustered and angry. It was as if he was breaking down the foundation that had long plagued the underprivileged and challenging the monopoly that the nobles had held for so long. Without much delay, Ethan promptly picked up his paper and began reciting his answer for all to hear. Magic. From what I've seen and read, it has often been portrayed as nothing more than an elusive or fantastical notion. But let me share with you a different perspective, one that delves into deeper questions. You see, I believe magic is not just about the manipulation of mystical forces. Instead, it should be seen as a phenomenon intricately woven into the fabric of the physical world. Our reality is composed of tangible entities and their inherent properties, and within this realm lies our answers. Magic is akin to eating food without understanding how it was prepared, the ingredients used to create the meal you consume every day. Such a concept of magic, I dare say, is flawed. Rather, to comprehend magic, we must approach it with keen observation and rational questioning. Ask yourselves, how is this food made? What ingredients were used? How long did it take? What if different elements were added? Similarly, magic reveals itself when we seek answers to questions like, how do clouds form? How does rain fall from those clouds? What brings forth thunder and snow? What are clouds composed of? The path to understanding magic lies in systemic investigation, logical deduction, and the acknowledgement of the natural elements that constitute our world. It is not a distant and mystical realm, but a product of human comprehension and interaction with the environment. If we truly wish to define magic, we must embrace the underlying causes and effects that shape our reality. By doing so, we can integrate these principles into our understanding of magic and in turn unlock higher levels of proficiency in its practice. As we grasp the intricacies of the world around us, we gain a profound comprehension of magic itself. This journey of discovery paves the way to convey the true definition of magic, a concept that resonates within the very essence of reality. Thank you, said Ethan as he concluded his powerful read. The audience stood there, seemingly stunned and speechless, unable to react to the profound viewpoint that had just been presented to them. Ethan stood with mixed emotions, unsure of what to make of the silence that enveloped the room. But then, breaking through the stillness, he could hear the distinct sound of clapping. It was coming from none other than Sven, the young master who had accompanied Ethan on their journey to the academy and the one who had caused him physical harm. Sven's applause echoed through the room, but to Ethan's surprise, no one else followed suit. A wave of puzzlement washed over him as he tried to understand why Sven would choose to applaud when the rest of the audience remained silent. As the room held its breath, the principal finally spoke. Ethan, that was an extraordinary perspective you shared. Your words challenged us to see magic in a new light, not just as something mystical, but as an intricate part of the world we live in. It takes courage to present such unconventional ideas, and I admire that. Before we conclude today's event, is there anything else you want to say? Ethan stood still, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of pompous nobles. He couldn't ignore the sense of animosity emanating from most of them, clear signs that he had made enemies in this room. Despite the tension, he accepted his fate and the challenges that would undoubtedly come his way. Leaning into the stand, he looked at each person in the room, his disappointment evident in his voice as he spoke. I must admit, I had expected individuals of such high status like yourselves to be far above my humble background. A mere book was my only gift to learn from, and yet, I find myself surpassing all of you who had access to abundant resources and opportunities. It's quite disheartening. The words hung in the air, not mincing his words. He addressed the glaring contrast between his limited privileges and the abundant resources available to those surrounding him. His frustration was evident as he subtly called out their inadequacy. You all had the means to accomplish so much more than I ever could. Yet here I stand, challenging your established norms. Perhaps it is time for some self-reflection, he continued, the room now filled with an uncomfortable silence. Ethan's boldness and honesty unsettled the nobles, some looking at him with evident anger, while others exchanged uncomfortable glances. He had dared to question their entitlement and privilege, forcing them to confront their own complacency and lack of achievement. Though the room remained tense, Ethan remained resolute. He knew that his words might have consequences, but he refused to be silenced, knowing full well that he had already been marked by them. Ethan's voice rang out with unwavering conviction, and his statement etched into the very souls of those involved. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Starting anew? The principal cleared his throat, wanting to break the awkward atmosphere Ethan's had created. Ahem, this concludes today's event, he announced, his voice steady despite the lingering tension. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your classes. Please follow your assigned guides and head towards your respective rooms. Each room will accommodate 2 individuals throughout the academic year. I trust you will all get along and refrain from causing any unnecessary trouble. He paused briefly, giving the audience a moment to absorb his words. Inside your rooms, you will find a form that requires completion. You will have 1 hour to fill it out. Once you have finished, your assigned guide will return to collect the forms. As Ethan and the other students followed the principal's instructions, he couldn't shake the feeling of threatening gazes emanating from some of his fellow classmates. The weight of his bold words during the assembly lingered, and it seemed that not everyone was receptive to his perspective. Accompanied by his guide and a few other students, Ethan was led to his assigned room. To his surprise, waiting for him inside was none other than Sven, the young master of the village he called home. I guess they've placed me with him, seeing as how we came here together, Ethan thought to himself, trying to rationalize the arrangement. As he entered the room, there was an undeniable sense of tension between the two of them. They had shared an eventful journey to the academy, but that did not erase the complicated history they carried with them, though Sven seemed to be unaware of their past encounter. Sven looked up, meeting Ethan's gaze, and for a moment the room fell silent. Both were unsure of how to break the ice. Finally, Sven extended a hand, offering a tentative smile. Well, it looks like we're roommates, Ethan. I hope we can put our differences aside and make the best of this year together. Ethan looked at Sven with genuine curiosity, intrigued by the change in his demeanor. He wasn't one to hold grudges, but he couldn't easily forget their past encounter. He decided to ignore and walk past Sven, leaving him hanging. Sven, understanding Ethan's actions to some extent, took a deep breath and made an effort to speak out, determined to create an opportunity to start anew. I know our first meeting was rough, and I would like to apologize for my past conduct. Sven began, his tone sincere. Your demonstration during the trials was awe-inspiring, and it gave me a whole new perspective of you. Your speech at the assembly was truly wonderful. I seek friendships with those who possess drive and character, regardless of their background. It's true that I might have looked down on most lowborns, but I also apply the same scrutiny to those of high status. Respect must be earned, and I've come to see that you are worthy of it. He continued, all I wish for us is to put our differences aside and start anew, as friends. I believe we can learn from each other, and together we might achieve even greater things at this academy. What do you say? Ethan carefully pondered Sven's words, observing the sincerity in his apology and his genuine desire to improve their relationship. Although cautious, he found himself being grateful to him as he showed support by applauding him during his speech, as others looked on with disdain, putting him in an awkward position. "You know, this isn't our first encounter. We actually have a history that dates back 6 years," Ethan remarked. Sven, intrigued by Ethan's statement, probed further, seeking to unravel the mystery. "What do you mean? I don't recall ever meeting you." Ethan's response reflected his conviction. "That just goes to show how morally different we are. I cannot associate myself with someone of questionable character. I must decline your offer. However, since we'll be living together for the year, let's minimize our interactions and keep things respectful. Thank you." Wait, you can't leave me hanging without providing more information. How did we meet before these past 2 days? Sven pleaded, eager to understand the history between them. Ethan hesitated for a moment before revealing the forgotten past. 6 years ago, do you recall a chance encounter at the marketplace near the bread stand? That was me. You had ordered your guards to assault me mercilessly, leaving me battered and humiliated. Ethan chose not to mention the use of water magic that made it appear as if he had soiled himself. Sven was truly taken aback by the revelation, his face turning perplexed as he struggled to find words to defend his past actions. He knew he couldn't provide any valid reasoning or excuse to justify what he had done. The memories of how he had humiliated Ethan were painfully clear, and he understood that there was no chance of being pardoned for his past behavior. Realizing the severity of his actions and the pain he had caused, Sven decided to give up on the idea of becoming friends with Ethan. Instead, he found himself appreciative of Ethan's maturity and understanding. Despite the hurtful history between them, Ethan displayed remarkable neutrality and offered a practical solution to minimize their interactions while maintaining respect for each other's boundaries and speech. Now, unless there's anything else you'd like to include, I'll proceed with filling out the form we've been assigned. ... Ethan noticed the form placed atop his bed. He picked it up, setting it on the table beside his bed before taking a seat. The form he held in his hands was for selecting his classes for the upcoming year. Among the dozens of choices available, he had to carefully choose only 3. These 3 classes would be the ones he would attend throughout the entire year. It was a decision that required thoughtful consideration as he aimed to nurture his curiosity and thirst for knowledge along the right path. With determination in his eyes, Ethan began reviewing the descriptions of each class, seeking to find the ones that resonated with his interests and aspirations. He knew that the choices he made now would play a significant role in shaping his academic journey and future endeavors. So he delved into each class's details, weighing the potential benefits they could offer on his quest for personal growth and intellectual development. Classes. After carefully browsing the diverse range of classes offered, Ethan astutely selected 3 out of the dozens available that truly captured his interests. These classes are as follows: Introduction to Magical Theory 2, History and Geography, and Introduction to Magical Equipment Crafting 1. These classes provided Ethan with a well-rounded magical education, enriching him with advanced theoretical knowledge that aligns seamlessly with the book he had diligently read. This comprehensive learning experience would create a firm foundation for Ethan's magical journey. Furthermore, these courses not only expanded his proficiency in magic, but also enlightened him about the intricacies of the world he resides in. Prior to undertaking these classes, he possessed limited understanding about the wonders of this magical realm. Now, with the History and Geography class, he can navigate the magical world with a more profound grasp of its history, geography, and inherent unknowns. The classes were described as followed. Introduction to Magical Theory. 2. Description. Building upon the foundational concepts explored in the first level of Introduction to Magical Theory, this advanced course delves deeper into the intricate principles and laws governing the magical world. Students will explore various magical systems, uncover hidden connections between different branches of magic, and analyze the underlying mechanisms that govern spellcasting. The course will also focus on honing critical thinking and analytical skills, encouraging students to apply magical theory to practical scenarios. Purpose. The purpose of this class is to equip students with a comprehensive understanding of magical theory, enabling them to become adept and well-informed individuals capable of advancing in more specialized fields of magic and spellcraft. History and geography. Description. This captivating course explores the enthralling history and diverse geographical landscapes of the world we reside in. From ancient civilizations to pivotal magical events that shape the world as it is today, students will embark on a fascinating journey through time and present. As the class sets forth, they will venture into a myriad of habitats, each steeped in its own mystique and magic. Among these are the enchanted forests, which serve as the abodes of the graceful elves. The mystical mountains form another destination, cherished as the ancestral grounds of the dwarves. Beyond these known realms, the class will dare to venture into the topic regarding the unexplored territories, where dark realms harbor powerful, mysterious monsters. This class will be providing a deep understanding of the magical world's geography. Purpose. The purpose of this class is to nurture a profound appreciation for magical heritage, historical context, and the geographical significance of magical environments. Students will gain valuable insights into how magical civilizations evolved, which will inform their understanding of present-day magical practices and societal structures. Introduction to Magical Equipment Crafting. Description. In this introductory class, students will learn the art of crafting magical equipment and enchanted items, from weapon making to potion vials, talismans, and much more. Participants will explore the materials, tools, and techniques required to create functional and aesthetically pleasing magical objects. Emphasizing both creativity and precision, the class will also cover the ethical considerations and safety measures in crafting magical equipment. Purpose. The purpose of this class is to empower students with the skills to fashion their magical tools, fostering a deeper connection with their craft and enabling them to tailor their equipment to suit their magical abilities and proficiency. This would allow them to become better mages in all aspects. Additionally, the class encourages resourcefulness and responsible craftsmanship, promoting a sustainable approach to magical practices. Knock, knock. After Ethan and Sven had completed their class selections, the guide who had escorted them to their chamber returned as promised, collecting the filled forms. With a courteous demeanor, he assured them that he would return early the next morning to provide their schedules based on the choices they had made. He also emphasized the importance of attending classes as per the designated hours outlined in their schedules. Skipping classes without valid reasons would not be tolerated, as maintaining regular attendance was vital to a successful magical education. The guide sternly warned that any excessive abuse of this policy could lead to expulsion from the institution. By reinforcing these guidelines, the guide aimed to ensure that both Ethan and Sven understood the significance of their commitment to their magical studies and the responsibilities that came with it. The next morning, the soft sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the Magical Academy, marking the start of their academic adventure. As promised, the guide arrived on time, carrying their schedules with decorative designs and beautiful writing. He greeted them warmly, handing each of them their personalized timetables. Along with the schedules, they received their school uniform, which included everything they needed: plain white button-up shirts, plain black trousers, a black necktie that complemented the uniform, a set of sturdy black shoes designed to withstand various weather conditions and activities, and lastly, a school bag made of sturdy leather, which ensured the safety of the student belonging and school materials. The uniforms provided a neat and formal appearance while ensuring comfort. They exuded a sense of tradition and formality that perfectly matched the Academy's focus on teaching magic. "I hope you have a wonderful and enlightening time here," said the guide with a smile before departing. Ethan's schedule showed that each of his classes would last for an hour and a half, with a 20-minute break between them. This meant that he would have 4.5 hours of classes each day, except for the weekends, which were designated as rest days. To his surprise, his first class of the day, history and geography, was scheduled to begin in 30 minutes. Ethan hastily put on his uniform and made his way towards the designated classroom written on his timetable. The academy was quite large, and for freshmen like him, they had a dedicated small section compared to the more spacious areas for second and third year students. The academy was divided into 3 distinct areas, one for first years, another for second years, and the last for third years. Each area was larger than the previous one, and the reason behind this difference was that as students advanced through the academy, they gained more privileges. The students were well aware that passing the recruitment trial was only the beginning of a series of challenging tasks. Moving beyond the freshman level required them to undergo numerous exams, where they had to demonstrate their progress and skills in school. Failing even a single exam meant being expelled from the academy. This is why the privileges were offered, to motivate students to work diligently by instilling both fear of failure and the promise of rewards for their efforts. These privileges included bigger rooms, and some even had the luxury of having their own rooms without any roommates. The facilities also improved, with better cafeterias and more advanced practical zones for practicing magic, among many other benefits. As Ethan entered the classroom, he felt the weight of numerous eyes fixating on him, many of which carried disdainful expressions. "Look, it's him," whispered a student to his friend. "How dare he mock us?" replied his friend. Whispers and murmurs spread throughout the class, creating a tense atmosphere. The classroom was quite large, accommodating around 40 students. However, there was only one seat available, and it happened to be in the corner at the front of the room, aligned horizontally with the entrance door, right next to the windows, showcasing the outside practice zone. As Ethan approached his seat, he noticed a student sitting right in the middle of the horizontal line, obstructing his path with his extended legs. It was evident that the student was attempting to trip him. Undeterred, Ethan met the boy's gaze. The boy had a mischievous smile, as if daring him to try something. "What? Trying to do something?" the boy seemed to say with his smile, implying Ethan was no more than a nuisance. In response, Ethan smirked back, probably thinking he wouldn't do anything. However, with a subtle display of wind magic, Ethan gently pushed the student's desk a few inches back, not causing any harm, but enough to humiliate him slightly. This subtle movement opened up Ethan's path, without the need to avoid the boy's unamusing prank, and he continued on to his seat smoothly. Sensing the growing tension in the classroom, the boy abruptly stood up from his seat, seemingly ready to confront Ethan. However, before he could make any move, the teacher entered the room, urging all the students to take their seats in silence. "Everyone, please take your seats. Class is about to start," the teacher announced, effectively diffusing the situation. The boy reluctantly returned to his seat, realizing that any further action would be inappropriate in the presence of the teacher. With the teacher's arrival, the room fell into silence, and the focus shifted to the upcoming class, leaving the earlier tension in the background for the time being. Magus. The history teacher was a man who seemed to embody the perfect blend of wisdom and enchantment. He was a tall, lean figure with a straight posture that exuded authority. His hair, streaked with touches of silver, cascaded down to his shoulders, giving him an air of elegance and experience. His eyes, a deep shade of hazel, held a spark of curiosity and knowledge that seemed to peer into the depths of time itself. He donned a tailored dark green suit, complemented by a black shirt underneath. The suit seemed to flow gracefully with each movement, as though it possessed a life of its own. When he spoke, his voice held a mesmerizing quality, capturing the attention of his students and leaving them yearning for more. It was the voice of a true orator. In his hands, he carried an old, leather-bound book brimming with notes, like a treasure trove of historical knowledge. There was an aura of dignity and agelessness about him, as if he had witnessed centuries pass by, yet retained an unwavering passion for the subject he taught. As the history teacher, he held the role of a keeper of heritage, imparting the wonders of the past to the young minds eagerly seeking to explore the mysteries of history. To begin his class, the man picked up the white chalk resting on the border of the blackboard. Tap, tap. With deliberate strokes, he started writing his name on the blackboard, introducing himself to the students. "Good morning, students," the man greeted warmly as he stood before his class. "Welcome to the fascinating world of history, where the past intertwines with the wonders of the present." He paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in as he observed the curious faces before him. "My name is Professor Elias Harrington," he continued with a gentle smile, "and it is my distinct honor to be your history teacher in this esteemed academy for the year." With a hint of pride in his voice, he shared, "I have spent decades delving into the depths of both ordinary and enchanted history, unearthing forgotten chronicles and uncharted tales. I have traversed ancient ruins, deciphered cryptic texts, and studied the mystical artifacts of eras long past." He gestured to the leather-bound book in his hands. "This book," he said, patting the worn cover fondly, "is my companion in my long years as a researcher, an adventurer, an archaeologist, and a seeker of truth. Filled with my own notes and discoveries, a testament to a lifetime devoted to unraveling the captivating history and enigmatic mysteries of our realm. I believe that history isn't just a collection of dusty facts and dates," he expressed earnestly. "It is a tapestry of stories that shape who we are, where we come from, and what we can become. As we embark on this journey together, I hope to ignite in you the same passion for history that has guided my life." He concluded with a warm smile. "Let us embark on this adventure together. I promise to make our time here an enchanting experience." As Ethan listened to Mr. Harrington's passionate speech, he couldn't help but feel captivated and inspired. The genuine enthusiasm and dedication in the history teacher's words were evident, making Ethan grateful to have such a passionate individual guiding his learning journey. In a sense, Ethan had been dreading the idea of returning to school, having experienced enough of it back on Earth. But with teachers like Mr. Harrington and the subject he would be providing, the classroom no longer felt like a mundane obligation. "Now, I will take attendance before we delve into our first subject," Mr. Harrington announced, carefully noting the presence of each student. Once he confirmed that everyone was accounted for, he proceeded with the class. "Today's lesson will revolve around our esteemed kingdom, known as the Imperial Kingdom of Calidora," he began, setting the stage. "As we venture back in time," he said, flipping open his leather-bound book to reveal faded illustrations and ancient texts, "we will uncover the rise of the great sorcerer king, who ruled with benevolence and awe-inspiring powers. His legacy can still be felt in the enchantments that grace our very surroundings today." The room filled with eager anticipation as Mr. Harrington delved into the history of the Imperial Kingdom of Calidora. He started with an intriguing tale that dated back centuries to the era of the Sorcerer King. In the ancient times of Calidora, before the name even existed, Mr. Harrington began, his voice carrying a sense of reverence for the past. There existed a powerful and wise ruler known as the Sorcerer King. He was a legendary figure, possessing unparalleled magical abilities that surpassed even the mightiest of sorcerers in his time and in ours. With great foresight and unmatched wisdom, Mr. Harrington continued with a hint of reverence. The world of that time was plagued by rampant monsters and the chaos they wrought. Most people struggled to merely survive amidst those catastrophic events. However, the Sorcerer King envisioned a realm where peace reigned supreme, a land where humanity could flourish. In the face of adversity, he elaborated, his voice carrying a sense of admiration. The Sorcerer King saw not just turmoil, but potential and hope. Despite magic being feared at that time, he firmly believed that harnessing its power could be the key to overcoming the monumental challenges that humanity faced. Driven by his unyielding vision, Mr. Harrington continued, the Sorcerer King embarked on a quest to unite like-minded individuals, those who shared his unwavering belief in the potential of magic. These individuals, known today as the Five Magi, were the pioneers of magical arts along with the Sorcerer King, revered for their extraordinary talents and profound knowledge. The position of the Five Magi, he explained, is a prestigious and revered role held by the most established and accomplished mages in the realm. These extraordinary individuals are entrusted with safeguarding Kalydora and guiding toward a prolonged, prosperous future. With the Five Magi at his side, he emphasized, the Sorcerer King's vision began to take shape. Together, they laid the foundations of the imperial kingdom of Kalydora, a land where magic and humanity could coexist harmoniously to go up against the monsters that plague this world. As the kingdom prospered, Mr. Harrington added, the influence of the Five Magi spread across the realm, leaving an indelible mark on the course of history. Their wisdom and dedication not only elevated the status of magic, but also ensured that it was used for the betterment of the realm and its people. Even in the present day, he concluded, the legacy of the Sorcerer King and the esteemed Five Magi endures. Their extraordinary contributions continue to inspire and guide the path of magic. As we stand here today, inheritors of their visionary legacy, ready to protect what has been passed down by our ancestors against those foul beasts known as dark creatures. As Mr. Harrington observed the class, he couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between Ethan's genuine excitement and the indifference displayed by most of the other students. For many of the noble-born students, the tale he shared was a well-known fact, passed down through generations as a story of heritage and prestige. Their disinterest in the class was evident, as they perceived it as merely an easy credit to add to their records. However, as he watched Ethan's face light up with curiosity and passion, Mr. Harrington felt a profound sense of accomplishment. In all his years of teaching, he had rarely encountered a student who was so genuinely captivated by the stories of the past. It was a refreshing change for him, and he couldn't help but feel a growing fondness for Ethan's eagerness to listen for more. Unbeknownst to Ethan, this genuine interest in history set him apart from the other noble students. Unlike them, he hadn't been educated about the kingdom's history and magical heritage from an early age. This lack of exposure made his fascination with the stories all the more genuine and sincere. As the class continued, Mr. Harrington found himself gravitating towards Ethan's whenever he divulged new information that he did not know, unknowingly developing a sense of liking and favoritism. It was an unconscious acknowledgement of Ethan's unique approach to learning, appreciating his willingness to embrace the wonders of the past with an open heart and mind. Teacher, what is a magus? Glad you asked. The title of magus holds the highest honor and reverence among practitioners of magic. A magus is a masterful mage who has achieved unparalleled expertise and profound understanding of magical arts. Attaining this prestigious status is a lifelong journey that demands unwavering dedication, exceptional talent, and an unyielding pursuit of magical knowledge, said the teacher with excitement as he revealed more information. To become a magus, aspiring mages must first embark on the path of magical education and training. They usually begin as novices, learning the basics of magical theory and practical applications as students. As they progress, they become apprentices, studying under experienced mages who serve as mentors and guides, which usually happens in the second year. Upon successfully completing their apprenticeships, they are recognized as adepts, signifying their proficiency in the magical arts. Adepts then gain the opportunity to specialize in specific magical disciplines in their third year, such as elemental magic, healing arts, or enchantments. The next level of advancement is that of a master mage. To achieve this status, one must demonstrate extraordinary mastery over their chosen magical discipline. They are expected to contribute significantly to magical research, innovation, and advancements in their field. OS teachers within the academy are considered at least master mages to be able to teach in the academy. Upon reaching the level of master mage, the path to becoming a magus begins. A master mage must undertake a momentous quest known as the Trials of Ascension. These trials are not only physically and magically demanding, but also encompass tests of wisdom, morality, and leadership. The Trials of Ascension are overseen by the current 5 magi, who evaluate the aspiring mage's accomplishments, character, and potential. Each of the 5 magi represents one of the magical elements: earth, water, fire, wind, and arcane, and they are themselves esteemed individuals who have achieved the pinnacle of magical mastery. If a master mage successfully passes the Trials of Ascension and gains the approval of the 5 magi, they are officially bestowed the title of Magus Successors. It is a ceremony of great importance, witnessed by the magical community, nobility, and even the reigning monarch of the imperial kingdom of Kalydora. Becoming a magus grants individuals not only the highest accolades, but also significant responsibilities. Magi are expected to guide and protect the magical realm, serve as advisors to the kingdom's rulers, and contribute to the betterment of society through the ethical use of magic. In the magical hierarchy, magus stands above all other ranks, including lesser mages, scholars, and even nobles. Their expertise and wisdom are highly sought after, and their decisions hold significant weight within the realm. Overall, becoming a magus is the embodiment of excellence in the magical arts, and a testament to an individual's dedication and impact on the magical world of Kalydora. Ethan's eyes widened in astonishment as he listened to Mr. Harrington explain the path to becoming a magus. Before he could ask another question, the time for the class ended abruptly, and Mr. Harrington dismissed everyone. Ethan left the class somewhat disappointed, as he had wanted to hear more about the fascinating explanation. However, he had no choice but to leave the class and head to his next session, Introduction to Magical Theory 2. Professor Eveline Nightshade. Attention students, the class will take place at the arena. Please assemble promptly. As Ethan strolled down the corridor to reach his next classroom, he was greeted by a neatly pinned piece of paper on the door. Taking a quick glance, he learned that the venue for the class was the arena, a familiar place where he had previously undergone his trials. Entering the arena, where the Introduction to Magical Theory 2 class was being held, Ethan noticed that it was notably larger than his history class. The room was filled with double the number of students, some of whom he recognized. Among them were the 4 individuals who had excelled during the trial, and of course, his roommate, Sven. In the center of the arena, a captivating woman commanded attention. Her presence exuded charm and allure, drawing the gaze of everyone present. She was dressed in a form-fitting black gown with elegant long sleeves, seamlessly integrated with the dress, enhancing her graceful figure. Adorning her head was a whimsical hat reminiscent of those worn by witches, though, surprisingly, it looked remarkably fitting on her. The hat added a touch of uniqueness to her overall appearance, complementing her beautiful pale face and lustrous black hair. As the students gathered around the woman at the center of the arena, their new teacher greeted them with a bewitching smile. Her voice, like a velvety whisper, carried an alluring tone that effortlessly captured their attention. "Welcome, my dear students, to the realm of Magical Theory 2, she said, her eyes locking with theirs. I am Professor Eveline Nightshade, and it is my pleasure to guide you through this journey of magical practices and theory." Her black dress clung to her every curve, accentuating her alluring silhouette as she moved gracefully across the stage. The sleeves flowed like dark cascades, emphasizing the elegance of her gestures. The young, testosterone-filled students couldn't help but stare at the teacher with unabashed interest, while the female students looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy at the teacher's figure. "Oh boy, I've been there." They're practically hypnotized by the teacher's presence, like a moth drawn to a flame. Their eyes were practically glued to her, and you could see the cartoon hearts floating above their heads. Ethan thought to himself. Meanwhile, the girls in the class were having some serious, "why can't I look like that?" or "she isn't that pretty" moments. You could almost hear the sighs and see the glares as they eyed the teacher's perfectly put together appearance. It was like a classic scene from a teen comedy movie, where the teacher walks in and all the boys are smitten, and all the girls are either swooning or giving her the stink eye. But hey, who could blame them? The teacher had this undeniable allure, and her outfit. Well, let's just say it was making a bold fashion statement. Magic is an art that intertwines with desire, she continued, her voice dipping into a seductive tone as she emphasized the word desire. To master its secrets, you must embrace the passions that lie within. Allow yourself to explore the depths of your emotions, for they are the essence of true magical prowess. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she addressed the class. Remember, dear students, true magic is not confined to the pages of textbooks. It flows through your very being, waiting to be unleashed. Remember, dear students, true magic is not confined to the pages of textbooks. It flows through your very being, waiting to be unleashed. As she tilted her head, her captivating gaze locked onto Ethan's, and a seductive yet mischievous smile graced her lips, suggesting, or perhaps, it intertwines with the world surrounding us. Is she referring to what I mentioned in my written trial? As Professor Eveline Nightshade concluded her sensual welcome, she took time to also take attendance just like Mr. Harrington. As previously mentioned, being confined to a classroom poring over theoretical theses written in dusty textbooks does not quite resonate with me, the teacher expressed with a knowing smile. In my experience, true comprehension of magic can only be achieved through practice, through the very act of wielding it. Although the class bears the name Introduction to Magical Theory, I propose we interpret the theory not as a passive exercise in reading, but as an active exploration of magic through practice, she continued, her voice brimming with conviction. Professor Eveline Nightshade paused for a moment, her piercing gaze scanning the attentive faces before her. Her tone grew serious, carrying a hint of caution. Throughout your journey to learn the first part of the Introduction to Magic, you've learned the intricacies of your magical attunement, how to manifest and control your powers, she began, her words echoing with wisdom. Yet, I must bring to your attention a crucial aspect of magic that can make all the difference in dire situations. She leaned forward. Her closeness was intoxicating, causing a subtle yet undeniable stir among the young men present. A knowing smile played upon her lips as she continued. Yet, my dear students, there exists a tantalizing importance within the realms of magic, one that can spell the difference between triumph and peril in the face of danger. Her words hung in the air like a tangible warning, emphasizing the gravity of the lesson. In the crucible of dire situations, whether confronting vile beasts or any formidable adversary, she emphasized, her words a seductive incantation. Focus becomes paramount. The battlefield will not wait for you to manifest your magic. It will swiftly remove you from the equation as fast as they can. Ethan and the students exchanged knowing glances, the revelation sinking in. They had all experienced those moments of intense focus when manifesting their magic, rooted in place as they channeled their powers. It was evident that this approach wouldn't suffice in a dynamic and perilous battlefield. Professor Eveline Nightshade nodded, affirming their realization. You grasp the truth of the matter, she said, her voice calm but charged with purpose. To be truly adept at wielding magic in battle, you must master the art of multitasking, maintaining focus on your spellcasting while being aware of your surroundings and remaining agile. Envision a rolling cart, a representation of your physical body, carrying precious cargo within, symbolizing your manifested magic. The challenge lies in multitasking, guiding the cart's movement, controlling the spirited horses that pull it, all while maintaining awareness of your surroundings, steering clear of obstacles to prevent any mishaps. As the image settled in their minds, the students could visualize the challenge ahead, the delicate balance they needed to achieve between spellcasting and maintaining control over their movements. In the forthcoming month, your initial assignment is to demonstrate your mastery by successfully casting a spell while skillfully juggling for a minimum of 5 minutes. Gasps and surprised expressions filled the room, but the students also felt a thrill at the prospect of such a demanding challenge. Juggling will teach you coordination, dexterity, and the art of focus amidst motion, she explained. As you keep the balls in the air, you'll learn to keep your magic flowing while your body moves in sync. The beauty of juggling lies in your ability to manifest the ball through any element of your choosing: water, air, fire, or earth, whichever resonates most comfortably with you. However, to truly embrace the art, a minimum of 3 balls must be elegantly juggled during the allotted 5 minutes. You may begin with 1 ball and gradually progress to 2, eventually mastering the art of juggling 3 balls simultaneously. As you successfully master this specific assignment, we will embark on a more challenging endeavor that encompasses not only the skillful movements of your hands, but also engages your entire body. This next stage will push the boundaries of your abilities, unlocking new levels of coordination and finesse. Now, let's get started. Confrontation. As the class commenced, we eagerly delved into the assignment presented by Professor Evelyn Nightshade. However, within minutes, it became evident that the complexity of the task was no mere triviality. Instead, it resembled the challenge of dividing one's mind into 4 separate streams of concentration. The first focused on conjuring the magic itself, the second on shaping it into a cohesive ball, the third on skillfully juggling the balls, and the fourth on distributing that focus evenly among each ball. It became clear that the act of juggling just 2 balls demanded a level of mental acrobatics akin to splitting one's consciousness into multiple fragments. As the minutes ticked by, most students came to a profound realization that they would most likely need more than a month to succeed. Shortly after, the first class concluded with seemingly little progress made on the students' initial assignment. As they eagerly awaited the third and final class, a much-needed hour-long break was granted. During this intermission, students were free to rest, eat, or engage in any activity of their choice. Feeling the effects of an empty stomach since he had not eaten anything all day, Ethan made a beeline for the cafeteria. There, he relished the opportunity to savor his first meal of the day, replenishing his energy and preparing himself for the upcoming challenges in the next class. The cafeteria exuded a lively and inviting atmosphere, bustling with students seeking nourishment and camaraderie. As Ethan entered, the aroma of freshly prepared food greeted him, whetting his appetite. The space was adorned with colorful posters and artwork, adding a vibrant touch to the otherwise functional setting. A series of serving stations lined the walls, each offering a diverse array of culinary delights. There was a salad bar brimming with crisp, fresh greens and an assortment of toppings. A hot food section displayed an array of mouth-watering dishes. The scent of warm bread wafted from the bakery station, enticing patrons to indulge in a variety of freshly baked goods. Amidst the cheerful chatter and clinking of cutlery, students huddled in groups, sharing laughs and conversations over their meals. The cafeteria was a hub of social interaction, where friendships were forged and ideas exchanged. As Ethan stepped into the cafeteria, he noticed a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. Cheerful laughter and socializing were quickly exchanged for whispering comment and unwelcoming looks. Taking it in stride, Ethan thought to himself, "I guess it's not entirely unexpected, but I can't let that deter me from having a meal." Determined to focus on his own needs, he continued on his path towards the inviting serving stations. As Ethan patiently stood in line at the serving station, a group of students approached him. At the forefront was a young man exuding an air of arrogance. With a smug expression, he decided to seize the opportunity to inquire about yesterday's speech. "Hey there, Ethan, right?" he said with a mocking tone. "Fancy seeing you here after that little show you put on yesterday. Trying to impress us all with your view, were you?" The other members of the group snickered, clearly relishing their leader's condescending approach. Ethan took a deep breath, choosing to maintain his composure despite the blatant attempt to provoke him. "Well, it's always good to explore new perspectives," Ethan replied calmly, refusing to let their mockery rattle him. "But come on," the boy continued, narrowing his eyes. "Your last comment was quite the audacious statement, don't you think? You believe you can mock and insult us without any repercussions? This is the real world, not some fairy tale. It should be well established, considering how you've lived like a rat, trampled upon by all." Ethan paused, realizing that this confrontation went beyond mere taunting. He chose his words carefully, trying to de-escalate the situation, knowing full well that the chances were slim. "I completely acknowledge that my choice of words was rather peculiar during that particular moment. My genuine intention was never to insult you. Instead, I aim to foster a sense of competitiveness among all of us." He responded firmly but diplomatically. The atmosphere grew tense as the group exchanged glances, caught off guard by Ethan's composed yet assertive demeanor. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I would like to have my meal before class begins," Ethan calmly expressed, attempting to pass by the group of students. However, he found his path obstructed by their leader, who stretched out his arm, barring Ethan's way. "What is it?" Ethan inquired. The boy sneered. "You'll regret crossing paths with us nobles." With a swift motion, he swung his arms towards Ethan's food tray, clearly intending to knock it over. Without a hint of panic, Ethan, whom was standing still, focused and channeled the element of wind, skillfully creating a very small invisible force field around his food tray, covering the exact location the boy's hand would hit. Upon contact with the windshield, the boy's arm rebounded forcefully, causing him to stagger backward and ultimately fall onto the floor. The unexpected turn of events left the group in stunned silence. As the leader's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, he tried to regain control of the situation. "Don't just stand there. Take him down." The rest of the group, eager to please their leader and salvage his wounded pride, reluctantly followed his command. As they closed in on Ethan, he remained composed, fully aware of the potential consequences of this escalating confrontation. Yet, he remained resolute in his belief that violence was not the answer. Instead of retaliating, he took a step back, raising his hands in a gesture of non-aggression. "Listen, there's no need for this. We don't have to resort to violence," Ethan said with a calm demeanor, as if he didn't really care if they actually wanted to escalate the issue. But as somewhat an adult, he still tried to diffuse the tension made by children's. "Let's find a way to resolve our differences peacefully." However, the group, fueled by their leader's wounded ego and the mob mentality, didn't seem receptive to his plea. They pressed forward, attempting to corner Ethan. It was then that a voice from the crowd spoke up. "Enough!" It was a staff member from the cafeteria who had been observing the situation from a distance. She had witnessed the entire exchange and decided to intervene before things got out of hand. "Let's all take a moment to cool off. Violence is strictly forbidden in my cafeteria." Her authoritative tone caught everyone's attention, and the group hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Sensing an opportunity to prevent further escalation, the woman stepped in, guiding the students away and encouraging them to disperse peacefully. "Go on, all of you. Leave or go back to your seats. If you keep causing problems, you will not be served any food that my staff makes," she directed, and one by one, the students began to disperse, their anger subsiding. Feeling grateful for her timely intervention, Ethan wondered, is she the one in charge of the cafeteria? Regardless, he thanked her for stepping in and calmly resumed his pursuit of a place to enjoy his meal. He felt relieved that the situation had been diffused without anyone getting hurt. Contemplating the potential consequences of such a situation, Ethan couldn't help but shudder at the thought. If I had let things escalate and ended up putting all of them in the hospital, he mused to himself, it would have put me in a difficult situation. Introduction to Magical Equipment Crafting 1. After replenishing his energy with a satisfying meal, Ethan bid farewell to the cafeteria and made his way to the final class of the day. When he first chose this class for his first year at the academy, he harbored some uncertainty about what to expect. However, he had always found joy in the practicality of working with his hands and constructing objects, far more than being confined to a room, endlessly memorizing theoretical concepts. It was this interest that motivated him to opt for at least one class that embraced the realm of art, something he could enjoy. Thus, he enthusiastically enrolled in the course titled Introduction to Magical Equipment Crafting 1. As Ethan entered the class, he was taken aback by the sight before him. It was unlike any typical classroom he had been in before. Instead of rows of desks and chairs, the room resembled a traditional blacksmith's workshop. The walls were adorned with various tools of the trade, from hammers and anvils to intricate sets of tongs and molds. The air carried the faint smell of metal, wood, and fire. Workbenches lined the sides of the room, each cluttered with an assortment of materials, gleaming metals, finely carved wooden blocks, and colorful vials of magical essences. The space was a blend of both rustic and mystical elements, creating a unique fusion of art and enchantment. In one corner, shelves held an array of books and scrolls, filled with wisdom and intricate designs. They seemed to provide crafting techniques waiting to be brought to life by eager hands. The class seemed more like a sanctuary for artisans than a typical academic setting. In the heart of the room stood a towering figure, a tall but slender man who loomed above 6 feet, casting an imposing presence over all the students in attendance. His attire was simple yet refined, donning a brown suit and matching pants, paired with a woven black polo shirt. Despite his impressive height, he possessed what one might call a baby face, appearing old enough to be a seasoned mentor, yet young enough to be mistaken for someone in their early 20s. His upper pale face was mostly concealed behind a large pair of glasses, adding an air of intrigue and mystique to his demeanor. As the class settled down, the tall and slender man stepped forward, exuding an air of quiet confidence. With a warm smile, he began to introduce himself and his vast expertise. "Good afternoon, everyone," he began, his voice carrying a soothing tone that immediately captured the students' attention. "My name is Professor Benjamin Stone, and I'm delighted to be guiding you through the introduction to magical equipment crafting." He paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "You see, I come from a long line of master artisans and skilled enchanters, a lineage of craftsmanship and magic that spans generations. From a young age, I found myself drawn to the artistry of creating magical equipment that seamlessly blends the practical with the mystical." Professor Stone's eyes lit up with passion as he continued. "Over the years, I've honed my craft, learning the ancient techniques of my ancestors, while also exploring innovative approaches to infuse magic into every piece I create. From crafting enchanted weapons that resonate with their wielders, to fashioning intricate magical artifacts that aid in various endeavors, my work centers around the fusion of art, purpose, and enchantment." He took a moment to gesture towards the forge and the various tools surrounding it. "This space you see before you will be our sanctuary for the year, a place where we can channel our creativity, magic, and craftsmanship into one harmonious symphony. Through this class, I aim to impart the basic knowledge and skills of craftsmanship based on my very own understanding and discoveries as a master craftsman to each of you. You'll not only learn the technical aspects of crafting magical equipment, but also delve into the essence of enchantment and how it intertwines with the soul of every creation. Each piece we forge here will hold a unique story and purpose, and I encourage you to embrace your creativity and imagination throughout this journey." With the students' attention fully captivated, Professor Stone wasted no time and began the class. He stepped toward the forge. Before we dive into practical work, it's crucial to understand the core principles that underpin magical equipment crafting. It is not merely about shaping metals and weaving spells. It's about understanding the essence of magic and its connection to the material world. As he spoke, Professor Stone deftly picked up a slender metal rod and held it up for all to see. Every piece we craft here must be infused with intention and purpose. Each design carries meaning and symbolism, aligning with the intended function of the equipment. Remember, it is not just the material that matters, but the idea and utility of the creation. He then moved to the shelves, showcasing an assortment of enchanted objects. "Observe these artifacts," he said, gesturing towards the display. "Each one tells a unique story, a tale of its creator's aspirations, and the energy woven into its very existence. Today, we'll begin with a simple but crucial task, understanding the true essence of your intended creations. For instance, take this wooden wand," he explained, holding it gently. "It was crafted with the sole purpose of channeling the element of earth. The clever design ensures that mages who wield it won't be burdened by its size and weight, allowing for precise control and a harmonious connection to the earth's power." Next, he picked up an impressive staff and continued. "This staff is the handiwork of a skilled martial artist who discovered his magical potential at a young age. Merging his knowledge of martial arts with the art of magic, he created a formidable weapon to combat evil forces. The sturdiness of metal grants him physical prowess in close-range combat, while the attached wind gem allows him to manifest the power of wind, combining both close combat and wind mastery." With a smile, he reached for a tower shield, cradling it gently in his hands. "This one," he said, his voice filled with pride, "is undoubtedly my favorite. Crafted by one of my most talented students a few years back, this shield is a true marvel." As he spoke, the shield seemed to radiate an aura of power and mystique. "Behold, this masterpiece is forged from a rare ore known as Valkia, a precious resource found only within the depths of the enigmatic Dark Continent. What makes this ore truly remarkable is its innate ability to negate a portion of any magical properties that touches it. As a result, this shield gains tremendous defensive capabilities, making it an unparalleled bastion on the battlefield." He paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the shield as if reminiscing about the feats it had witnessed. "This shield," he continued, "was crafted with the sole purpose of becoming a shield for its allies, a steadfast wall that stands unwavering against any threat. Its magic-infused core is designed to adapt to various elements, making it the ideal safeguard for any mage or warrior." The students couldn't help but be in awe of the tower shield, recognizing its unparalleled potential and the remarkable craftsmanship that had gone into its creation. Professor Stone's enthusiasm was contagious, and they felt a sense of utmost interest to delve deeper into the world of magical equipment crafting under his guidance. "Your task for this week's classes," Professor Hawthorne announced, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, "will be to unleash your creativity and craft a blueprint of the equipment you wish to create. It can be anything your heart desires: a majestic sword, an enchanted wand, a resilient helmet, or even a pair of magical socks." He emphasized, "Don't worry about creating a masterpiece right away. Even simple stick figures will suffice. What truly matters is the ingenuity and passion behind your creation. I want you to delve into the reasoning behind your choice, understand the purpose, and envision the magic that will bring your creation to life." Professor Stone's voice carried an encouraging tone, empowering his students to embrace their unique ideas. "This blueprint is your canvas, a reflection of your dreams and aspirations. Whether you seek to protect, empower, heal, or unravel mysteries, let your imagination soar and pour your essence into your creation." With a smile, he added, "In this class, we celebrate the sparks of creativity and the pursuit of innovation. Each of you holds a unique gift within, and I look forward to witnessing the beauty that emerges from your blueprints. Remember, there are no wrong answers. It's all about exploring the limitless possibilities of magical equipment crafting and discovering what this art truly means to you." Ethan listened intently, inspired by Professor Hawthorne's passion and the freedom he offered in his class. With a sense of excitement and determination, he couldn't wait to pour his heart into his first ever magic craft. Unexpected invitation. As the day drew to a close, Ethan found himself both astounded and captivated by the caliber of teaching and knowledge that the academy offered. Despite the sense of being an outcast among his peers, an inexplicable sense of belonging washed over him within the academy's walls. Rather than feeling disheartened, he felt an exhilarating anticipation for the array of knowledge and skills that lay ahead during his time here. As the week unfolded, each passing day seemed to slip through his grasp like a fleeting moment. Yet, it was within these swift seconds that he absorbed a wealth of learning. History class, led by Professor Harrington, unveiled the intricate tale of Calidora's birth and the rise of its illustrious founders, the 5 Magi and the Sorcerer King. From humble beginnings, they meticulously forged their reputation and steadily garnered followers, ultimately establishing a haven that grew to become the very kingdom he stood in today, centuries later. Of particular fascination was the Sorcerer King, whose prowess in wielding an uncommon form of magic intrigued Ethan. Among the diverse branches of magic, this elusive art, known as divinity, held a distinct specialty in the art of healing. Divinity was a rare gift that only a select few could hope to manifest and have an affinity to. Yet, even among these practitioners of divine magic, none could rival the awe-inspiring feats accomplished by the Sorcerer King. While the gift of divinity usually manifested in the ability to heal, the Sorcerer King had harnessed its potential in a radically different manner. His divine powers did not merely mend wounds or cure ailments. Instead, they possessed a unique property that dealt devastating damage to malevolent creatures of darkness. The Sorcerer King had transformed the art of healing into a formidable weapon, wielding his divine powers as a sword against the very forces that threatened the kingdom he had helped build. Until now, nobody has been able to replicate his extraordinary utilization of divinity, leaving it shrouded in unsolved mystery. As for his magical theoretical classes, Ethan had been diligently honing the arts of focus and movement under the watchful eye of Ms. Eveline. With a week's worth of unwavering effort, he began to witness notable progress in his control, deftly juggling 2 manifested water balls with a certain level of proficiency. However, the true challenge lay in incorporating the 3rd ball into the rhythmic dance, where he found himself stumbling and fumbling in the process. Yet, he took solace in knowing that he was not alone in this struggle. Within the classroom, even those who had shown remarkable potential during the trial faced the same hurdles, arriving at the same understanding and level of focus as Ethan. It became evident that mastering this intricate dance of magic required a level of dedication and persistence. As the days unfolded, Ms. Eveline proved to be a beacon of encouragement and guidance, helping her students with patience. Her gentle and charming character illuminated the path to growth, and each fumble and stumble only served to fuel the fire of determination within the aspiring mages. In his crafting class, beyond the assignment of creating a blueprint for his own creation, Ethan delved into the fascinating realm of materials, discovering their paramount significance in the art of crafting. An array of resources awaited, ranging from ores and plants to creature skins and even magical gems imbued inside the dark creatures. Each of these miscellaneous items offered distinct effects and advantages, waiting to be harnessed by the skilled hands of artisans. However, in this world, the concept of science was a distant and elusive notion. The idea of rigorous studies, experiments, and systematic analysis was not part of their culture. Instead, the so-called scholars relied on magic to comprehend the properties of materials, albeit with limited success. The pursuit of understanding these materials was more akin to a mystical exploration, a journey through the realms of enchantment and mysticism. There were no laboratories filled with beakers and test tubes, No mathematical equations to decipher the secrets of the materials. Instead, there were arcane rituals, incantations, and attempts to commune with the essence of each substance. The scholars and craftsmen of this world sought answers from ancient tomes and the whispers of elders who passed down their wisdom through generations. It was a world steeped in tradition, where the mysteries of magical materials were interwoven with myth and folklore. Because of the lack of scientific methods and comprehension, many discovered materials have remained unidentified and unused for decades. Scholars and craftsmen persistently endeavor to reveal the properties, benefits, and drawbacks of these materials to this day, but so far they have not been able to yield any significant results. Today, commencing the first day of the second week, Ethan found himself seated at his desk, eagerly anticipating Professor Harrington's lecture. He was particularly intrigued by the topic of today's discourse. Unexpectedly, 3 familiar faces made their entrance into the classroom: Professor Harrington, Ms. Evelyn, and Professor Stones. "Good morning, class," Professor Harrington greeted with his usual warm demeanor. "Before we delve into today's lecture, we have an exciting announcement to share." The room buzzed with curiosity as both Professor Evelyn and Professor Stone unexpectedly entered, sparking whispers and intrigue among the students. "In 2 weeks' time, we have a special outing planned," Professor Harrington continued, "and it will be a unique collaboration between the magical theory class and the crafting class. However, this outing isn't just for leisure. It will form a crucial part of your respective class evaluations." He paused, letting the anticipation build before revealing the details. The location of this outing will be the Forest of Abundance, a remarkably preserved and protected woodland close to the Academy. In this forest, a diverse array of dark creatures resides, creatures that are well documented and studied. Professor Harrington explained the forest's significance. "We have deliberately chosen to let these creatures live undisturbed for the sole purpose of studying them and acquiring them as materials. Your task during this outing will be twofold." He gestured towards Professor Stone, who spoke next. "For those in the crafting class, you'll be venturing into the forest to gather various types of materials found there. These materials will play a crucial role in crafting the blueprint you've created. Your selection of materials and the final product you create will be a significant factor in determining your grade in my class." Then, Professor Evelyn took the floor, addressing the students in her signature composed manner. "As for those in the magical theory class, your evaluation will be based on how adeptly you manage to gather the materials required. Many of these items will be related to the dark creatures themselves, or the items they protect. You will be graded not only on your ability to gather these materials, but also on how you handle encounters with these creatures and your use of magic during critical situations." Ethan found himself taken aback by the unexpected timing of this outing. Back on Earth, such excursions usually unfolded halfway through the academic year. Professor Evelyn's voice held a composed authority as she added to the announcement. "To ensure your safety and enhance your collaborative skills, you will be grouped in threes for this endeavor. This not only increases your chances of survival, but also fosters a dynamic environment that encourages cooperation and teamwork." While the Academy will deploy guards strategically throughout the forest as a precaution, I must stress that past outings have seen cases of fatalities. As unsettling as it may sound, it's imperative that you prepare yourselves mentally and physically for the potential risks involved. A hushed silence fell over the classroom, punctuating the gravity of her words. "Once you've assembled your teams, make sure to inform me. For those who are unable to find a team, we will facilitate your grouping." With that said, Professor Stone and I will now take our leave, allowing Professor Harrington to continue with today's class. Professor Evelyn announced as both of them proceeded to leave. The students exchanged glances and subtle nods, ready to embrace the challenge of forming teams that would navigate the upcoming forest excursion. As Professor Evelyn and Professor Stone made their exit, the atmosphere shifted, marking the transition back to the day's scheduled lessons, led by Professor Harrington. "Now, class, Given the imminent encounter with dark creatures, something many of you will likely be facing for the first time, I believe it would be prudent to shift our focus to them in today's session. Don't you agree? Professor Harrington's tone held a blend of caution and anticipation. Dark creatures, enigmatic and malevolent entities of origins shrouded in mystery, have existed long before the annals of our recorded history. Their existence defies understanding, emerging from the shadows of the unknown. We lack conclusive knowledge regarding their origins or the exact realms from which they emerged. Speculations have been made about them, ranging from theories that link their origin to the manipulation of dark magic, to the unsettling notion of human sacrifices as rituals. A short silence followed, allowing his words to settle and filling the room with a heavy feeling. Ethan, who knew very little about these creatures, felt a strong curiosity to learn more. The only time he had ever come across one was when he was younger, and the soldiers from his village had managed to defeat a green, lizard-like creature, though many of the soldiers had lost their lives in the process. Yet, a truth that cannot be denied is that these creatures have steadfastly opposed humanity for countless ages. Their existence has always loomed ominously over our lives, and the ongoing battle against them has become an inseparable part of our shared history. In a world where magic intertwined with reality, the existence of such dark and enigmatic entities raised more questions than answers for Ethan. As the chronicles of history unfolded, humanity found itself compelled to categorize these dark creatures into tiers or ranks, each representing a distinct level of threat and danger. From the lowest echelons, where the F tier resides, an assortment of creatures relatively manageable, with some even susceptible to confrontation by an unarmed individual, to the pinnacle of danger found in the S tier, housing the most formidable and perilous of these entities. The F tier, often seen as the initial step in the hierarchy, consists of creatures that, while menacing, can be subdued with the right measures. As we ascend through the tiers, the challenges increase exponentially. By the time we reach the S tier, we are dealing with beings of such immense power and malevolence that their mere presence can cast entire nations into the abyss of ruin. Professor Harrington's insights offered a glimpse into the complex and treacherous realm that Ethan lived in. I wonder what classification that frightening green lizard belonged to. Ethan mused. Professor Harrington's gaze swept across the room, noting the mixture of concern and unease that had settled among the students, their thoughts momentarily consumed by the looming prospect of encountering higher-tier beasts. Sensing the need to alleviate their worries, he continued, his voice carrying an assuring tone. "Rest assured," he said, his words a soothing voice to their fears. "The Forest of Abundance, the very terrain you will soon tread upon, is known to harbor creatures of the F tier alone. While challenges undoubtedly lie ahead, the creatures you'll encounter are within a realm of manageability. The forest's design ensures that only these creatures will be present." A collective sigh of relief seemed to ripple through the room, as the assurance of facing F-rank creatures eased the tension. However, he continued, his tone shifting to one of intrigue. While the Forest of Abundance remains a realm of F-tier creatures, there is a land veiled in mystery beyond ours, a land known as the Dark Continent. Our world stands divided into distinct lands, each offering a sanctuary to unique beings that possess their own rules and ways of life. Professor Harrington began, his words painting a vivid picture of the diverse realms that comprise the world. Our very realm, Calidora, serves as a haven for humankind, a bastion where our kind flourishes. Yet, beyond our borders lies the realm of Igra, a domain inhabited by the elegant and enigmatic elves. These creatures are renowned for their ethereal beauty, unmatched dexterity, and profound mastery of magic. His gaze seemed to wander, as if tracing the paths that led to the next realm. Venture further, and you shall encounter Ogtar, a realm where the indomitable dwarves call home. These master craftsmen possess an unparalleled prowess in creating magical artifacts, their skill and ingenuity unmatched by any. Their creations are revered and coveted by all. Ethan found himself completely absorbed in Professor Harrington's lecture. Throughout his life in this realm, the concept of races beyond humans had never even crossed his mind. In a sense, he felt a sense of ignorance at that moment. It's only logical, he realized. If magic and monsters exist, then other creatures aside from humans should exist too, like elves and dwarves. And then, with a hint of mystery, he delved into the final realm that had captured their collective imagination. And now, we arrive at the Dark Continent, a colossal realm of such immense proportions that even the combination of all other realms pales in comparison. This land is shrouded in darkness, a dwelling place for these malevolent beings. Across history, numerous ventures have been initiated, fueled by the irresistible call of exploration and the enduring aspiration to eliminate them. However, not a single expedition has returned to recount the stories of what lies concealed within. Incredible! Ethan couldn't resist being captivated by the progressively fantastical nature of this world. The terms adventure, feats of valor, and fantasy fit seamlessly within this realm. Yet, accompanying these notions were the most ominous ones that could deter anyone from taking action: death. It appears that our time for today is drawing to a close, Professor Harrington remarked, his voice gentle yet firm. Before you depart, I want to remind you of the task at hand. As you prepare for the upcoming excursion, ensure that your groups are formed and ready before the week's end. Seek out either myself, Professor Evelyn, or Professor Stone to finalize your teams and address any queries you may have. Class is dismissed. As the classroom buzzed with energy after Professor Harrington's class, a palpable anticipation hung in the air as the students starting to form their teams. Among them stood a student with a certain level of charismatic aura, a popular figure whose reputation seemed to precede him. With his red hair and a self-assured grin, he exuded an air of confidence that drew the attention of many. Ethan observed the scene from his seat, a quiet observer in the midst of the bustling activity. As groups began to form, he couldn't help but notice the subtle dance of students vying for the boy's attention, each hoping to align themselves with his perceived prestige. "Hey, Leon," one eager student called out, approaching him with a hopeful smile. "I heard you're putting together a team for the forest outing. Mind if I join?" "Huff, as if Leon would team up with a twat like you. Of course I'll be part of his team," chimed in another student, his arrogance evident. "You two are being eyesores. Move out the way to let those with true potential be part of his team," interjected a third student, his tone dripping with disdain. Leon's expression remained aloof, his eyes scanning the room before settling on the person he had been considering. With a casual stride, he approached Seraphine, a figure of enigmatic allure. "Hey, Seraphine," he began, his tone suggesting a hint of admiration. "How about we form a team? The high lineage individuals should stick together, as it always has been." "Sorry, not interested," she retorted smoothly, her gaze shifting away as if the proposition held no appeal. Undeterred, Seraphine turned and approached another student, one whose presence seemed to evade the spotlight. Leon's raised eyebrow revealed his surprise as he observed the unexpected turn of events. "Hey," Seraphine casually spoke to the person before her, her voice laced with an effortless demeanor. "Huh? What is it?" "Let's team up," Seraphine proposed, her words catching him off guard and leaving a ripple of astonishment in the room. "Pardon," Ethan replied, taken aback by her sudden action. "Duel." "I've extended my hand to you. Do you want to work with me for this assignment, Ethan?" Seraphine's words danced through the air, a mysterious melody that left Ethan utterly bewildered by this intriguing exchange. Within the academy's bustling corridors, Seraphine stood as a radiant star, drawing a throng of admirers from every corner, underclassmen and seniors, boys and girls alike, each yearning for a chance to be in her inner circle. What was the allure, you ask? It all traced back to her prestigious lineage, intricately woven into the kingdom's power structure. Picture this realm as a trio of social tiers. At the base were the common folk, those not blessed with noble birth. Farmers, innkeepers, and laborers toiling tirelessly just to get by, a testament to the struggle of everyday life. Rising above them were the nobles, born into privilege and tasked with managing lands and treasures, their prominence well earned and firmly established in society. And then, like characters from a legend, emerged the rarefied group known as the High Lineage Few, an exclusive club that left ordinary people spellbound. Among these exceptional beings, recognition wasn't merely based on earthly accomplishments, but rather on a lineage intertwined with magic itself. Here, the mark of distinction was tied to the renowned Magi, a lineage connected to elements beyond the ordinary. This was where Seraphine found herself, the blood of the current Magi flowing in her veins, a living link to the enigmatic current Magi of water. To all who knew her, she embodied the title of the Frost Sovereign, a name whispered in awe. Seraphine was renowned for her icy demeanor, a cold soul seemingly impervious to the warmth of others. A lone wolf by nature, she walked a solitary path through the bustling corridors of the academy. Her enigmatic aura, a double-edged sword that attracted both intrigue and interest. A veil of mystery surrounded her, casting an allure that held an air of fascination. With long tresses of silver cascading like a glacial waterfall, and skin as pale as the snow that kissed the land, Seraphine's appearance was nothing short of ethereal. Her eyes, twin sapphires of the purest blue, held a depth that seemed to draw others into their cerulean depths. A being of singular beauty. Seraphine, what are you thinking? Why would you consider joining forces with him, but not with me? We share the same ancestry, after all. As the future Frost Sovereign, it's only right for you to collaborate with me, the son of the Flame Sovereign, pleaded Leon, his voice tinged with a mix of disbelief and frustration. Much like Seraphine, Leon hailed from the exclusive high lineage as the son of the Flame Sovereign. Yet, his disposition couldn't have been more distinct. While Seraphine exuded an icy reserve, Leon was a charismatic whirlwind, the very antithesis of her cool demeanor. He possessed an innate charm that drew others like moths to a flame, a magnetic quality that bestowed upon him an air of leadership. Always found amidst a throng of companions, Leon's social sphere seemed to expand perpetually, a testament to his captivating presence. His fiery red hair showed the fervor within him, and his appearance bore a fierceness akin to that of a lion, marking him as a figure of both strength and majesty. Leon, you and I have shared a history from our earliest days. You should understand the reason behind my decision to extend an invitation to him. I do know you well, Seraphine, but I'm struggling to make sense of this. Why align yourself with someone of lower birth? ... Ethan remained rooted in place, his thoughts mirroring Leon's confusion. Choosing not to interrupt, he awaited Seraphine's response. In that very instant, he regretted not having a bag of popcorn to munch on while this intriguing drama played out. The very fact that he comes from humble origins adds to the intrigue for me. This man surpassed all of us in the recruitment trial, displaying a mastery of magic that defied his circumstances. This fact alone speaks volumes about his skill as a magician. You're aware that my life's ambition is to surpass my mother's. If there's even a chance to glean something from his abilities, then I'll gladly offer my hand in cooperation. What in the world are you even saying? I cannot accept such absurd concept. How could someone such as him possibly outshine us, the high lineage mages and the next in line for the role of Magi? My abilities far surpass his meager skills. Hey, no need to be so brutal with your words, Ethan thought to himself, silently observing their unfolding conversation. That's it, Leon. My mind is made up. I won't stand for this. You? This situation feels strangely familiar. Man, please reconsider. I challenge you to a duel. Look, I have no interest in fighting you over such trivial matter. I'll simply turn down her proposal. Are we good with that? Ethan, I get your perspective. Yet, are you absolutely sure about this choice? You're an outsider and an outcast, facing discrimination and animosity across the entire academy. Who'd be willing to stand on your side? Wouldn't it be a smoother road if you were to accept my offer? Retorted Seraphine. ... Her words rang with undeniable truth. Aligning with her would indeed alleviate Ethan's path. Yet, at the same time, accepting her proposition would irrevocably paint a target on his back, subjecting him to ceaseless assaults from Leon and his loyalists. Fine, I'll take up your offer. Fantastic. I can't let this slide. Face me in a duel. If you emerge victorious, I'll drop this issue and never bring it up again. However, should you fall, you must turn down her proposal. Leon, please cease your persistence and let this matter rest, Seraphine countered, her tone an attempt to diffuse the escalating tension. It's fine, Seraphine. He seems like the persistent type. I'll entertain his request. Ethan. We've got a bit of time before our next class. Let's head to the arena right away. Lead the way. Word spread like wildfire through the school, igniting a buzz of whispers and excited glances among the students. Gossip traveled swift, each telling of the impending clash more thrilling than the last. The very idea of Leon, the outgoing heir of the Flame Sovereign, squaring off against Ethan, the mysterious outsider, sparked a blaze of anticipation. When Ethan and Leon arrived at the arena, the seats that were once empty now brimmed with eager faces. A sea of curious eyes focused on the central stage. The excitement in the air was like electricity, creating an almost tangible energy. The arena, which had witnessed many a contest before, now stood as a hub of expectation, charged with an atmosphere that gave the audience shivers of excitement. As Ethan and Leon took their places, every step they took seemed to echo in the hearts of the spectators. Their eyes met in a silent challenge, emotions churning beneath the surface. The crowd fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. You're gonna wish you never tried to embarrass me in front of Seraphine. What? How did I embarrass? Ethan's words were cut short as Leon abruptly initiated the duel. Fire Pulse! With a swift incantation, Leon unleashed a burst of fiery energy. The spell projected a wave of blazing force, surging forward in a straight line before vanishing or striking its intended mark. Its searing path could scorch adversaries in its wake, inflicting fire damage upon those it touched. The pulse burned brightest at its inception, its intensity dwindling as it journeyed onward. Ethan skillfully evaded the unexpected projectile, a surge of irritation coursing through him. All right, I'll play along. Without a moment's pause, Leon pressed forward with his assault. Scorching ground. Ethan caught a sudden glint of sparks at his feet, his instincts kicking in. He swiftly leapt off the spot he had occupied, just in the nick of time. As he moved away, scalding flames erupted from the ground he had been standing on, engulfing the area he had vacated. Had he hesitated, he would have found himself charred and blistered. This bastard! Is he aiming to cripple me? Ethan's mind raced with thoughts as he evaded the searing onslaught. I can't stay on the defensive. It's time to take the offense. But I need to be strategic about this. He relies heavily on fire and earth elements, both of which are countered by water. All right, let's cool things down a bit. Ethan focused his will on the power of the wind element. The air responded to his command, swirling around him in a graceful dance. With each twirl, it collected moisture from the surroundings, coalescing into a mist under his control. What are you thinking? Trying to fight fire with wind? You're only making my flames stronger, you fool. Fire Pulse. This is the moment. Ethan shifted his attention to Leon's incoming fire attack. As the flames reached the edges of the swirling mist, a reaction occurred, melding the mist with the heat and energy of the flames. Haha, just as I said. You're caught in an empowered blaze because you thought wind could shield you from my flames. Behind the veils of fire, Ethan couldn't help but grin, his plan falling into place. The final phase involved invoking the water element itself. His outstretched hand rippled through the mist, causing droplets to condense and merge. As the mist thickened and the droplets combined, an astonishing sight materialized before the wide-eyed audience. A radiant cloud formed, suffused with a soft, otherworldly glow that seemed to resonate with both Ethan's and Leon's magic. With a sweeping gesture, he directed the cloud upwards, toward the arena's ceiling. Hovering above, the cloud emitted a low rumble. Soon, raindrops, large and shimmering, began to descend in a rapid cascade, dousing the scorched ground left in the wake of Leon's flames. The arena transformed as the rainfall sizzled upon contact, dispelling the fiery remnants and shrouding the battleground in a cooling puddle of water. "Hey, what's going on? A cloud? How did this happen? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Ethan replied calmly to the confused Leon. "Imagine the flames like a gentle sun, softly touching the wisps of mist made by the wind. This mix wakes up tiny water droplets, making them rise like playful gusts. As these droplets go up, the wind, a graceful guide, lifts them high into the sky. Up there, the air, a cool and clever artist, shapes the droplets into a soft cloud. Soon, the cloud gets heavy with its watery art. The wind and flames help again, assisting the cloud in letting go. And there you have it. Raindrops fall down, giving life to the pool below. I've never seen spells like this before, but do you really believe that can stop me? Fire pulse." As Leon summoned his spell, it became clear that Ethan's conjured rain cloud put him at a significant disadvantage. The heavy rain caused by the cloud swiftly extinguished Leon's flames, leaving him astonished at the rapid turn of events. Yes, I believe it can. Fire isn't the only element I can control. Wall charge! Leon conjured an earthen wall from the ground beneath him, sending it hurtling towards Ethan like a charging bull homing in on a red cape. With astonishing mastery, Ethan sidestepped the oncoming assault. In a breathtaking display, he began harnessing the large pool of water gathered by the cloud above. Forming a curtain-like veil, he deftly lowered the water's temperature, allowing droplets to pass through. Yet, as they descended, they transformed from water droplets into a cascade of icy crystals from the cold temperature of the veil. A relentless barrage of icy shards rained down upon Leon, bombarding him in an unrelenting assault. He moved swiftly to shield himself. Flame armor! A shield of protective flames materialized around Leon, instantly melting the icy projectiles upon contact. This left a larger pool of water below Leon. "You think I created those icy shards for no reason? Huh? Oh dear Leon, if only you could grasp the captivating realm of weather. Imagine a grand castle in the sky, where various elements gather to stage an electrifying performance. Inside these clouds, there's a bustling of tiny particles, akin to a lively market. Water droplets and ice crystals dance around, occasionally bumping into one another. Now, these particles carry electric charges, some positive, some negative. As the cloud evolves, the positive and negative charges begin to separate. The positive ones assemble at the cloud's summit, forming a royal court, while the negative charges congregate at the base, establishing an enchanting equilibrium. Yet the tale doesn't conclude there. Down below, the ground becomes intrigued by the activities in the cloud castle. It extends its own feelers, so to speak, toward the cloud, akin to explorers attempting to establish a connection with the cloud's charges. When a feeler and a charge from the cloud meet halfway, a wondrous transformation unfolds. It's like a magical handshake. A surge of mighty electricity courses through this link, igniting a dazzling flash of light. And we dub this Lightning Strike! As Ethan's triumphant declaration echoed through the arena, a mesmerizing spectacle unfolded. A blinding bolt of lightning streaked from the heavens, a brilliant arc of energy connecting the heavens and the earth. The audience watched in awe as the bolt found its target, the pool of water beneath Leon's feet. A thunderous roar reverberated through the arena, drowning out all other sound. The lightning struck with a fury, its electric tendrils engulfing the water below. In an instant, the charged currents coursed through Leon's body, his form convulsing as the electrical energy surged through him. The air seemed to crackle with the sheer intensity of the lightning, and a collective gasp swept through the spectators as they beheld the astonishing display. Leon's body trembled as the electricity surged through his limbs, his eyes wide with shock. Then, just as swiftly as it had struck, the lightning receded, leaving behind an eerie silence. The arena was shrouded in a hushed tension as the spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. Leon stood frozen for a moment, his body still twitching from the after effects of the electric shock. And then, with a slow and unsteady motion, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness slipping away. Seraphine, Leon, guardian angel. "Leon!" Seraphine cried out, rushing to his side and attempting to rouse him from his unconscious state. Her efforts, however, yielded no immediate results. Ethan stepped forward, offering his insight to calm her worries. "Don't worry too much, he's only unconscious. I carefully controlled the voltage and limited the duration of the shock as much as possible. Prompt medical attention is crucial, but he should be safe." "Voltage? We don't have time for details. Help me take him to the infirmary." The arena hummed with a blend of feelings, the aftermath of the intense magical display, etching an unforgettable memory in all those present. "What was that?" someone asked. "I've never seen anything like it." "How is this possible from a first-year student?" Ethan caught snippets of the hushed conversations among the spectators, but he couldn't allow himself to dwell on them for long. His immediate concern was ensuring Leon's complete recovery. He was well aware that electrocution was a serious matter, not to be taken lightly. The repercussions could span a spectrum contingent upon factors such as voltage, duration, and more. From severe muscle pain and tissue burns to potential cardiac arrest or neurological aftermath, the risks were real. Fortunately, it appeared that cardiac arrest had been averted, but Ethan remained cautious. This wasn't a mere game. It was the realm of reality where consequences held sway. His priority was to see to it that every possible precaution was taken. "Seraphine, grab his feet. I'll support his shoulders. Let's take him to the infirmary." "No need for that, young one." "Huh." To everyone's astonishment, the voice belonged to none other than the principal himself. He strode over to Leon's prone form, lowering himself to kneel beside him. With a gentle touch, he placed his palm upon Leon's body, eliciting a radiant green light that emanated from his hand. The scars and burns on Leon's skin swiftly faded, leaving behind a serene expression on his features. "The principal possesses healing abilities. Could he have an affinity for divine magic?" Ethan pondered to himself in amazement. With the conclusion of the healing, the principal withdrew his hands and calmly stated, "There shouldn't be any lingering concerns. He merely requires some rest, and he will be good to go once he wakes up." "Thank you, Principal." Ethan and Seraphine expressed their gratitude simultaneously. The principal's gaze then fixed intently upon Ethan, his expression transitioning into one of both seriousness and intrigue. "You've provided us with quite the spectacle, young man. Your unique brand of magic keeps captivating my interests." ... Ethan found himself momentarily silent. "Your spell, Dust Devil, during the trial was within the boundaries of comprehensibility and didn't necessitate a thorough explanation. However, today is an exceptional circumstance. Throughout my extensive years of magical knowledge and research, I have never encountered nor heard of anyone capable of conjuring clouds or summoning lightning. ... You see, lightning holds a realm of fascination and intense intrigue for those who aspire to master magic. Do you know why? Why is that? That's because the Sorcerer King harnessed lightning to smite down malevolence. He stands as the sole figure in our history to have manifested such a formidable spell. Though its luminous hue led us to believe it was of divine origin, we have never managed to replicate his remarkable skill. Lightning, no wonder they thought it was divine magic. Depending on its formation, lightning can display an array of colors. But hold on. My understanding of magic tells me that it can't be conjured in isolation. Specific conditions must align, just like the one I did during my duel with Leon. And only those well-versed in weather phenomenon could potentially achieve this. Could the Sorcerer King possibly be a... For the first time in 5 centuries, a 12-year-old country boy has accomplished what was deemed an impossible feat of magic. I apologize for the imposition, but you must accompany me and provide a comprehensive instruction of how you achieved such a feat. I apologize? Why should I reveal the details of my own magic? Wasn't it clear from our previous conversation during the trial that if nobles keep their magic secrets hidden, I have no motivation to tell mine? Do you really think I'll let you treat me unfairly because of where I come from? Keep hoping, old man. I don't think you fully understand where you stand, young man. This world operates based on power. Do you really believe you can behave like those from noble families? You need to acknowledge your actual position. Look, I'm not opposing you. I have no blame in this situation. Many people saw the spell you performed, and it won't be much time before those with even more authority than me step in. If you refuse to provide the information they're looking for, I must warn you that the consequences could be serious. Then so be it. I'll confront whatever challenges they throw at me. I won't yield to their threats. You're displaying naivety, my boy. Do you presume that only your own safety is at stake? What are you insinuating? Just listen to what I've told you. It won't be much time before you're called for an assessment by those who hold considerable influence in this world. Make sure to consider the well-being of your loved ones, not just yourself. With his final words, the principal departed the arena, bidding farewell to the students one by one. Ethan remained rooted to his spot, his gaze lowered. As he stood there, a storm of emotions raged within him. Seraphine cautiously approached him, a worried expression on her face. However, she retreated a step as she caught sight of his countenance, a visage consumed by anger and exasperation. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. Blood trickled from his bitten lips, the physical pain serving as an anchor to his turbulent emotions. I've been painfully naive. I believed that getting into the academy would put me on the same level as those privileged nobles. But I'm still just a small and unimportant figure to them. What should I do now? If I don't agree, my parents might be in danger. Yet, if I give in, I'll always be held down by their overwhelming influence. Ethan departed the scene, acutely aware of the envious and jealous gazes that followed him. He strode alone, with only his own self to rely on in a world fraught with adversaries. Deciding to forego the 2 remaining classes of the day, he retreated to his chamber to seek rest. Dawn broke on the ensuing day, the academy filled with rumors that had taken flight. Before long, Ethan found himself summoned before a gathering of individuals whose authority surpassed even that of the principal. Let's begin today's meeting. Ethan Hartfield, you're to appear before the Academy's council today to give a full account of how you conjured lightning during your duel with Leon Ember. ... Facing Ethan was an assembly of dozens of figures, including the principal seated to his left. The speaker, a stranger to Ethan, commanded attention with a robust presence. Marked by age, the individual possessed a bald head and emanated an air of seasoned authority. His posture exuded confidence, and his eyes held a sharp, unwavering gaze that seemed to pierce through any pretense. Headmaster Granfeld, can we be certain this young one conjured lightning? According to Principal Roderick's report, it appears he did indeed manifest lightning. It varies somewhat from historical records, but unmistakably lightning. Whispers rippled through the council members. Now, Ethan, explain yourself. How did you achieve this feat? As Ethan faced the watchful gaze of the council, his mind raced like untamed horses. Unjust treatment tugged at his thoughts. This trial was imposed upon him, a tempest he hadn't called forth. Their expectations bore down on him, a shroud of doubt he hadn't deserved. His hands tightened at his sides, His knuckles turned white from the intense strain coursing within him. Unnoticed waves of frustration surged through him, every murmur, every look, sparking a burning anger of injustice. His heart pounded in his chest, a rhythm of resistance echoing loudly. He had been forced into this trial without his consent, a mere piece in a power struggle. The gallery of faces around him, stern and inquisitive, seemed to close in like shadows creeping from all directions. Was it a sin to be born outside the echelons of privilege? Were his aspirations, his dreams, to be forever eclipsed by a system that favored lineage over merit? Ethan stared at the floor, hiding his inner struggle behind a determined expression. He sensed the council's anticipation, their hope that he would reveal his secrets. Emotions churned within him, yet he had no choice but to comply. His parents' safety hung in the balance because of his actions. He had no alternative but to give in to their persistent demands. In the tense quiet, he took a calming breath, prepared to respond to their unfair questions. Now. Huh? Ethan's response was abruptly halted as a figure materialized at his right. Before him stood an elderly man, his long black hair cascading down. Ethan's gaze met the man's face, and he couldn't help but be taken aback by this unexpected appearance. I understand the council's wish to uncover his techniques, but pressuring the young individual to expose his own spells appears somewhat misguided. Would that not weaken the core principles of our respected institution? Regardless of noble ancestry, he has the privilege to protect his magical knowledge, just like everyone else. After all, doesn't our academy strive for fairness? Don't you agree, Weatherboy? You ... Ethan's voice caught, his astonishment mirrored in his widened eyes. Standing before Ethan was the very person who had paved the way for his journey, the individual who, 6 years ago, had handed him the very book that had shaped his magical destiny. "Alfred, how dare you attempt to undermine the council's decree?" protested one of the council members. "Oh, spare me the drama. How am I undermining the council? Am I not merely upholding the principles set forth by our founder? Are we entitled to coerce this young man into surrendering his secrets? Do we not possess a methodical approach to glean insights into one's grasp of magic and spellcraft? Are you proposing that he willingly shares his comprehension by undertaking the Hierophant's knowledge evaluation? Isn't that evaluation designed precisely for such scenarios? Once he reaches his 3rd year at the academy, he'd have the option to petition for the Hierophant's knowledge evaluation. If the knowledge he imparts proves substantial, he would be granted the appropriate title and degree of authority. From where I stand, it seems like today's events are trying to take away this chance from the young man's future. Aren't you burdened by shame? How audacious! Do you understand how long it has been since someone last undertook the Hierophant's evaluation? It is no trifling matter. One cannot simply waltz in particular if it's someone of low birth. An individual's place of birth holds no relevance within the realm of the Academy and the Hierophant's evaluation. Your grasp of the Academy's long-held principles seems greatly mistaken. Do I need to use my power as the enforcer to make sure your position is taken away? You! Enough. Ahem. Alfred, I recognize that your roles as the regulation enforcer and the head of scholars impose certain responsibilities upon you. However, must we truly await the young man's final years at the Academy to unearth his method of spellcraft? Could we not instead offer him a fitting recompense for his contribution? What say you, Ethan Hartfield? Sensing Ethan's unease and reluctance, Alfred swiftly intervened, prioritizing the young man's well-being and interests. This shall be my final statement. We are guided by values, and corruption has no role within the boundaries of this respected institution. Am I making myself understood, Headmaster Granfield? Or do I need to exercise my authority to veto? Alfred ... Very well. We shall bide our time until Ethan Hartfield reaches his culminating year at the Academy, and he shall partake in the Hierophant's knowledge evaluation. Yet, let it be clear that this is not a matter of his discretion whether to attempt it or not. He is duty-bound to undertake this endeavor. Headmaster. Quiet. ... I express my gratitude for your comprehension, Headmaster and esteemed council members. We shall now take our leave. Ethan, accompany me. Yes! As Ethan and Alfred exited the chamber, the previously hushed council room buzzed with whispered reactions, the unexpected turn of events leaving an indelible impression. Headmaster! We cannot permit this matter to lie dormant. This is our first clue in understanding how the Sorcerer King used lightning for ages. I understand. Don't worry. I won't let this stall. I won't wait for 3 years to learn his techniques from this young man. Trust me with this. I'll uncover the truth from him, no matter what. Evaluation Day. Ethan followed Alfred as they left the council chamber, still carrying the weight of the recent confrontation. While they walked, Ethan's thoughts raced in conflicting directions. The meeting with the council had left him feeling exposed and fragile, like a pawn in a much larger scheme he hadn't anticipated. He couldn't shake off the discomfort that lingered, the feeling that his future had been pushed onto an uncertain path out of his control. Alfred glanced at him, his expression a mixture of understanding and determination. Who could have imagined that the young man I accidentally met on a stormy night at a remote village inn would come this far? I suppose you've taken my words to heart. Ethan gazed at Alfred, and his face reflecting gratitude, lowered his head in a gesture of thanks for the opportunity he had been given. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity you've given me. Without your kind gesture, I would have been taken by the Imperial Army against my will, and I might have already met my end at the hands of those creatures. I knew there was something unique about you from the moment we met. I'm pleased to see that my choices have paved the way you're now treading. Listen, I realize you're facing challenges due to your background, but don't lose hope. Evolve and keep growing until no one would dare oppose you. Ethan paid close attention to Alfred's words and found himself in complete agreement. He understood that his path involved becoming a formidable force that no one would dare challenge. Even if it took years of effort to attain that level of power, he was determined to reach it, both for his own sake and for the well-being of his parents. Thank you. Was it Mr. Alfred? Hey, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Yes, I am Alfred Vanguard. I oversee the research department, particularly for students entering their 3rd year who choose the scholar's path. Additionally, I'm responsible for maintaining order and fairness within the academy as the rule enforcer. By the way, I couldn't help but wonder what the Hierophant of Knowledge Evaluation is. This is an evaluation given to those who believe they have discovered knowledge in the field of magic that has never been found before. It means that those who can provide evidence of a magical concept that significantly advances the world of magic will be granted the title of Hierophant. Up until now, this title has not been awarded for over 100 years. Those who achieve this prestigious title gain a level of authority almost equal to that of magi, and their knowledge will be widely recognized throughout history as the new generations learn from their work. The same level of authority as a magi. Does the Hierophant also have responsibilities like the magi? Hierophants are not subject to the kingdom's control like magi are. The knowledge they impart brings far greater benefits to the kingdom than most of a magi's lifetime service, which is why they aren't burdened with any specific responsibilities. This sounds quite similar to a Nobel Prize back on Earth, a recognition given to those who have contributed the most to humanity. However, in this world, it's more focused on the significant contributions to the field of magical studies. Interesting. It's time for me to depart, Ethan. If the council insists on you revealing your methods, don't hesitate to find me. My office is in the 3rd year building. You can ask around for directions. I'll handle the situation. Thank you, Mr. Alfred. Ethan and Alfred went their separate ways. The incident from the duel between Ethan and Leon had quickly spread throughout the academy, leaving hardly anyone unaware of the outcome. Many who had previously mocked or bullied Ethan seemed to have changed their behavior, leading to a more relaxed atmosphere in his classes and during lunch. In the days that followed, Leon was released from the infirmary after fully recovering from his sustained injuries. Despite expectations, Leon didn't immediately engage in another fight with Ethan. Instead, he gave annoyed glances but refrained from any further confrontation. It seems he's not one to take his own words lightly, Ethan noted. True to his word, Leon didn't bother Ethan further since he had lost their bet. On the other hand, Seraphine's invitation still stood, unaffected by the outcome of the previous duel. As the evaluation day approached, finding a third member for their team became a challenge. Many potential candidates declined for two main reasons. Some were hesitant to work with a commoner like Ethan, while others didn't want to incur Leon's displeasure by aligning themselves with the person who defeated him. I suppose we'll have to rely on the teachers to select our final team member, Seraphine suggested. Sorry, because of me, you're having a hard time, Ethan responded. Seraphine shook her head. Don't underestimate your value. Having you on my team is more valuable than having 100 of them. Do you know of anyone who might be willing to join us? Ethan hesitated before replying. Actually, I do have someone in mind. Really? You should definitely invite them then. Ethan nodded hesitantly. I'll consider it. As the days passed, Ethan and Seraphine struggled to find a suitable third member for their team. With few options left, Ethan reluctantly approached the last person he had in mind. Are you busy? Huh, that's quite unexpected. We haven't exchanged a single word since our last interaction. With no other options left, I find myself needing to ask you, would you consider joining my team with Seraphine for the upcoming evaluation? Sven. Despite not having the best relationship with his roommate, Ethan could tell that Sven was a person of his word. Throughout their time at school, Sven had kept to himself as they had agreed, not bothering Ethan even once. While they weren't friends, Sven's reliability was apparent, and having him on the team seemed like a better option than partnering with other nobles who had animosity towards Ethan. Faced with the choice between someone with a history who no longer hated him and someone entirely unknown who harbored hostility, Ethan decided that recruiting Sven was the preferable choice. I'm glad you consider me a comrade. However, it's unfortunate you approached me a bit late. I've already agreed to join another team, and I'm not one to leave others hanging at the last moment. Perhaps next time, try reaching out to me a little earlier. Sorry for bothering you. Wait, I'm open to joining your team, but I have one condition. What is it? By accepting your invitation, I might find my reputation among the noble students affected. So, in return for this favor, I want you to agree to fulfill any favor I ask of you. I don't have a specific request in mind right now, but if I ever do come up with one in the future, you must agree to it, whether it's a week or even 10 years from now. As long as it doesn't harm me or put me in a difficult position, I'm willing to agree to this. Great, let's do our best during the evaluation. With his team now complete, the day of the evaluation had arrived. All the students participating in the evaluation were gathered at the entrance of the Forest of Abundance. Sprawled before them, a realm of vibrant life and captivating beauty. Towering trees, their canopies forming a lush green roof, stretched as far as the eye could see. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the foliage, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The day we've been waiting for has arrived. Allow me to reiterate your task, Professor Harrington began. As a team of 3, your objective is to collaborate and collect the required ingredients for your individual creations. Prior to the start of the evaluation, each of you received a small encyclopedia detailing the organisms and their properties within this forest. I assume you've already coordinated with your teammates regarding the ingredients you plan to locate or gather. Remember, you have a total of 24 hours to complete this task. Throughout this period, several professors and observers will be positioned within the vast forest to offer aid in case of emergencies. Keep in mind, however, that we cannot ensure complete coverage of the entire forest, so exercise caution and avoid engaging with anything beyond your capabilities. Professor Harrington explained. Let the evaluation commence. The students eagerly moved toward the forest, each with their designated teams. Ethan and his group gathered to ensure their original plan remained intact. All right, as we agreed, our targets are the clear-skinned skipper for me, the swift-thorned deer for Sven, and the glimmerite ore for Seraphine. Exactly. Considering the clear-skinned skipper's habitat near ponds, our best approach is to begin by searching for the swift reindeer. With luck, we might come across the glimmerite ore during our journey through the forest. Does that plan work for everyone? Ethan inquired. Sounds like a solid plan, Sven affirmed. I'm on board, Seraphine agreed. Great, then let's get started, Ethan exclaimed. Eso search iwasur en almetu andakita. Swift-thorned deer. With their plan set in motion, Ethan, Sven, and Seraphine ventured deeper into the Forest of Abundance. The dense underbrush made every step a careful maneuver, and the towering trees created a sense of awe and mystery. Their footsteps were muffled by a carpet of fallen leaves, and the forest seemed to hold its breath as they treaded cautiously. We need to be cautious, Sven whispered. The forest is not only abundant with creatures, but also with surprises. Our first target, the swift-thorned deer, is known to be particularly elusive and can easily sense our presence. Ethan nodded, his eyes darting around as he surveyed their surroundings. Agreed. Let's keep our senses sharp and stay quiet. We don't want to alert any potential threats. As they walked, the distant sounds of rustling leaves and the occasional distant call of a bird heightened their awareness. They came across several groups of students, each focused on their own tasks. A trio of students was carefully collecting luminescent mushrooms, and another group was preparing to ensnare a winged creature that glided overhead. It's interesting to see how everyone is approaching their own targets, Seraphine observed in a hushed tone. Yeah, it's like a symphony of tasks, Ethan replied, a hint of fascination in his voice. Their progress was slow but deliberate. They moved stealthily, frequently pausing to listen for any signs of movement. After a while, the forest seemed to grow denser, the trees creating a natural canopy that filtered the sunlight. They huddled close to a massive tree, hidden in its shadow, as they sensed movement nearby. Sven's hand gestured to them to stay still as he pointed towards a distant clearing. Through the trees, they caught a glimpse of a small creature, a thorned deer, its majestic antlers adorned with thorns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. The thorned deer, Sven whispered, excitement evident in his voice. It's a creature, known for its good hearing. We must approach it with caution. As they observed the thorned deer from their concealed vantage point, they could see the creature moving gracefully, its steps deliberate, and its senses keenly attuned to its surroundings. We should wait for the right opportunity, Ethan suggested, his eyes fixed on the deer. Seraphine nodded in agreement, her expression determined. Let's make sure we're fully prepared before we make our move. Time seemed to stand still as they watched the thorned deer, their patience unwavering. The forest whispered its secrets around them, and the calls of distant creatures painted a vivid portrait of life within its depths. Finally, as the sun began its descent, casting a warm golden glow across the forest, the thorned deer moved closer to their position. Its elegant form and presence were a testament to the beauty of the forest. All right, this is our chance, Sven whispered. Stay quiet and follow my lead. With bated breath, they began to edge closer to the thorned deer, their steps light and deliberate. Sven's hands moved in intricate patterns, casting a spell that created a gentle mirror of water trying to reflect the surrounding to mask their presence. As they closed the gap between them and the thorned deer, a sense of reverence washed over them. Their teamwork was seamless, their movements synchronized, as if they were a part of the forest itself. Ethan's heart quickened as they drew closer to their target, his determination unwavering. The thorned deer, immersed in its peaceful grazing, appeared blissfully ignorant of their presence. In a seamless and well-practiced move, Sven and Seraphine executed their spells, their roles as if choreographed in advance. Sven conjured a massive wall before the unsuspecting deer, enclosing it within an earthy barrier resembling a globe. At the same time, Seraphine harnessed the power of water, channeling it to transform the ground beneath the deer's feet into a quicksand-like mud, causing its hooves to gradually sink into the softened soil. "We did it," Seraphine breathed, a mixture of relief and accomplishment in her voice. Ethan's smile was wide, his eyes shining with pride. Teamwork pays off. However, their initial victory proved short-lived. The thorned deer, sensing the threat, suddenly shifted from its docile demeanor to one of offense. With a powerful burst of energy, it directed its antlers towards the earthy globe that confined it. The impact reverberated through the forest as cracks appeared on the barrier's surface. "We need to reinforce the barrier," Ethan shouted, his voice urgent. Seraphine concentrated, pouring more energy into the water element to bolster the mud's hold on the deer's hooves. At the same time, Sven channeled his magic to fortify the barrier, increasing its density and strength. But the thorned deer was not relenting. It thrashed against the barrier with increasing force, its antlers glowing with a fierce energy. As the globe disintegrated, the thorned deer's demeanor shifted instantly. Gone was its serene grazing. Now it stood in a stance of readiness, its thorns glinting menacingly in the dappled sunlight. With a sudden burst of speed, it charged toward them, its antlers lowered in a defensive posture. Ethan, Sven, and Seraphine sprang into action, each responding to the threat. Sven cast a series of rapid spells, launching series of fireballs. Seraphine summoned her water element once more, creating a barrier of swirling water to deflect the deer's charge. Ethan's mind raced as he assessed the situation. He focused his magic, using his wind element to create a swirling gust that enveloped Sven's fireball, as to inflict as much damage and disorienting its senses. It was a calculated move to buy them a momentary advantage. But the thorned deer was far from defenseless. With a powerful surge, it broke through the flamed gust and tore through Seraphine's water barrier. Its eyes locked onto Ethan, its gaze filled with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. In a display of agility and power, the thorned deer lunged at Ethan, its thorns poised to strike. He reacted swiftly, but not quick enough to evade the charge completely, as the creature's horn grazed his left arm. A searing pain shot through him, and his arm went limp, paralyzed by the venomous effects of the thorned deer's horn. "Ethan," Seraphine cried out in alarm, her voice tinged with worry. "We need to immobilize it now, before it recovers his footing," Sven called out urgently. Ethan gritted his teeth, the pain in his arm throbbing as he forced himself to focus. He channeled his fire element, sending in a wave of flames sweeping towards the thorned deer, engulfing its surroundings and obscuring its field of vision. The deer let out a startled snort. Its advance momentarily halted as it flinched from the searing flames. Seizing the opportunity, Seraphine and Sven sprang into action. Seraphine manipulated water with finesse, directing it into a shallow hole that Sven had swiftly carved into the earth. With precise control, she formed intricate spike-like formations from the freezing water, each one gleaming with an icy edge. The thorned deer, its vision obscured by the flames, pressed on with determination. It charged forward, its powerful form cutting through the wall of fire. Unbeknownst to it, the ground beneath had been transformed into a trap. As the deer crashed through the veil of flames, its hooves met the concealed hole in the earth. In a split second, its body plummeted downward, a surprised and pained snort escaping its nostrils. The deer's majestic form was impaled by the icy spikes that awaited it. Its struggles met with a network of frosty, deadly points. "Now, we did it," Sven said. Ethan's nod held a sense of relief. "First things first, let's make sure to secure its horn. That's our main objective." Seraphine's concern took the forefront. "Hold on a moment. What about your arm, Ethan? How are you holding up?" Ethan grimaced, his voice tinged with discomfort. "Honestly, not great. My arm is completely numb. According to the encyclopedia, it might take up to 5 hours for the feeling to return. The poison on the horn wasn't potent enough to be lethal, but I'll be considerably weakened for a while. It might affect my performance in the evaluation. Sven's brows furrowed with concern. We should prioritize your well-being. The evaluation can wait. Ethan shook his head. I'll be all right. I don't want to slow us down. Let's focus on finding the glimmer ore. By the time we do, I'm confident I'll be ready to face the clear-skinned skipper. Sven nodded in agreement. He's right. We can't let this setback deter us. Let's continue and finish what we started. We have a set time limit to follow. Seraphine's gaze shifted between his teammates, her concern evident in her eyes. Ultimately, she relented with a sigh, her resolve matching theirs. Fine, but if your condition worsens, we're putting your well-being first, understood? Ethan nodded appreciatively. Sure. With their agreement in place, they pressed on. Corrupted Cleared-Skinned Skipper, Part 1. Their journey through the forest continued, each step bringing them closer to their next objective, the elusive, glittering ore. Their progress was slow but steady, each of them scanning their surroundings with heightened senses. Ethan's arm still throbbed, a lingering reminder of their encounter with the thorned deer, but he pushed through the discomfort. Keep an eye out for any signs of the glimmer ore, Seraphine instructed, her voice a hushed whisper. The encyclopedia mentioned that it's often found near rock formations and water sources. Ethan nodded in agreement, his gaze scanning the terrain ahead. Let's split up briefly to cover more ground. We can regroup once we find any promising leads. With a silent agreement, they fanned out, their steps cautious as they moved through the forest. Time seemed to stretch, their focus honed on the task at hand. As Ethan rounded a cluster of trees, he stumbled upon a scene that brought him to an abrupt halt. A group of students, their uniforms tattered and stained, lay scattered on the forest floor. The air was thick with an aura of distress, and their groans of pain sent a chill down his spine. Guys, Ethan yelled out to inform his teammates. Ethan, what is it? Sven's voice carried a note of concern as he approached. Seraphine joined them, her eyes widening at the sight before them. What happened to them? The trio lunged forward, an urgent adrenaline surge eclipsing their own objectives. The students stood before them, a heart-rending sight of agony and weariness etched across their faces. Horrifyingly, a few among them lay dismembered. Ethan quickly knelt near a hurt but still breathing student. With a calming tone amidst the chaos, he asked anxiously, "Can you hear me?" What in the world happened here? The students' breaths came in ragged gasps, their eyes wide with terror. With trembling lips, they managed to croak out a few words through their pain. Monster! Run! Monsters attacked? But what kind of monsters could cause such devastation? Ethan's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings. We need to be on guard. Whatever attacked them might still be nearby. Ethan's concern deepened, his voice steady as he addressed the injured student. We'll get you to safety, but we need to know more about the creatures that attacked. Did you manage to repel them, or... The student glanced at the aftermath of the clash, a blend of fear and urgency in their eyes. We tried to fight, but it wouldn't stop. We couldn't keep it away, not even with the guard assigned to protect us. What? The guard too? Where's the guardian now? I don't see them with you. He got eaten by that monster. The words hung in the air, a chilling truth that sent shivers down their spines. The forest fell into an eerie hush, the weight of the students' revelation casting a dark shadow over their surroundings. The true danger they were in became painfully clear. Ethan's jaw clenched, his gaze turning steely as he absorbed the grim reality. We've got to get out of here right now. Help me bring the student back with us. What? Are you willing to throw away our evaluation if we retreat? Sven argued. Are you seriously ready to risk your life for an evaluation? This creature took down students and the assigned guard. We're no match. If it finds us, we're done for. Ethan shot back. Guys, Seraphine jumped in during their argument. I think it might be too late for that. What? Both of them turned to Seraphine, following her pointing finger. Their eyes widened in surprise as they faced a familiar creature right before them. The cleared-skinned skipper. It's just a cleared-skinned skipper, nothing to worry about. Ethan began to ease, believing it was merely a low-level F-ranked creature. But his relief shattered when the injured student beside him shattered that belief. No, it's the monster. He's the one who took my friend's life. Ethan, look, it is a cleared-skinned skipper, but there's something off about it. Huh? As Ethan scrutinized the creature before him, he noticed distinct variations from the description in Professor Stone's encyclopedia. The creature's overall form was alike, yet it bore unique distinctions. Its clear skin was marred by countless crimson-like mushrooms etched across its body, and its round eyes glowed with a deep crimson hue instead of the usual natural black. Sven's grip on his staff tightened, his voice edged with caution. This isn't just a cleared-skinned skipper. Those mushrooms on its body, they're not natural. I recognize those. My mother told me about them once. Evil creatures can sometimes transform into entities known as corruptions. When an evil creature gets corrupted, it turns far more aggressive and perilous, gaining new abilities it wouldn't have otherwise. Nobody really knows why or how this corruption happens, but what's for sure is that their threat level skyrockets. It's not just some F-ranked monster anymore. Seraphine shared, relaying the wisdom passed down by her mother, the current water magi. The mutated creature's gaze locked onto them, its crimson eyes narrowing as if assessing their threat level. It emitted an eerie, guttural growl, its stance shifting to a more aggressive posture. The trio's hearts raced as they faced the mutated, cleared-skinned skipper, its crimson eyes fixated on them with an unsettling intensity. The atmosphere grew tense, the very air crackling with the inevitable confrontation. Sven's expression tightened, his voice resolute. Seraphine, be prepared to use your water magic to restrain it. Ethan, stay close to the injured student. We need to protect them and take down this creature together. Seraphine nodded, her focus honed as she readied her magic. Got it. Just be careful, you two. The corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper lunged forward, its movement swift and aggressive. Ethan's heart raced as he positioned himself protectively in front of the injured student, his magic at the ready. Seraphine, now, Sven commanded. Seraphine conjured a mighty torrent of water, directing it to entwine and ensnare the creature, aiming to impede its progress. The water coalesced into a swirling vortex, wrapping around the creature in a bid to momentarily hamper its movement. However, the corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper possessed an innate trait that posed a formidable challenge to dealing any substantial damage. This trait was none other than the aquatique elegance, endowing the cleared-skinned skipper with fluid, graceful movement. Its damp and adhesive body layer enabled it to effortlessly glide across the water's surface and traverse the ground with ease. The majority of attacks launched against it merely skidded off its slick exterior, and its moisture-laden shield effectively deflected most fire-based assaults, diminishing the impact of flames. Ethan's brow furrowed as he witnessed their attacks slide off the creature's form with little effect. Ethan gritted his teeth, his mind racing for an alternative strategy. The creature's agility and adaptability were proving to be significant hurdles. We need to outmaneuver it somehow. Sven, can you manipulate the terrain with your earth magic? Create obstacles that will limit its mobility. Sven's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, I can create uneven ground and obstruct its movement. Sven harnessed his magic to control the earth below. The forest floor changed, with roots and rocks rising and tangling, creating a rough and bumpy surface that slowed down the creature. However, the corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper's movement remained unaffected. It skillfully used its slippery nature to glide over the uneven ground. Its aquatic elegance trait combined with its translucent adaptation ability, thanks to its opalescent skin, enabled it to seamlessly shift between different surroundings, allowing it to move effortlessly in any environment. Despite their efforts, the creature continued to advance, its eerie crimson eyes fixed on Sven. The atmosphere grew tense as Sven realized that he had become the primary focus of its aggression. The corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper lunged at him with a sudden burst of speed, its movements fluid and unpredictable. "Sven, watch out!" Seraphine shouted. Sven acted quickly, employing his earth magic to erect a rocky shield before him. The creature crashed into the barrier, yet to Sven's surprise, there was no collision. Instead, the creature repulsively and effortlessly slithered his way through the rocky defense. Sven staggered back as the cleared-skinned skipper was within hairbreadth away from him. With a sudden, predatory movement, the corrupted being lunged at Sven, its grotesque mouth opening wide as it aimed to seize him in one swift motion. Burp. The creature's crimson eyes glowed with a sinister satisfaction, its grotesque body wriggling as it adjusted to accommodate the new addition to its stomach. The world seemed to slow down as Seraphine's and Ethan's eyes widened in horror, Seraphine's voice tearing through the tension-filled air. "Sven." Her scream reverberated, a desperate plea laden with fear and urgency as she witnessed her comrade being swallowed in one fell swoop. "Seraphine, hold it together. Sven might still be alive inside that bastard. We just have to get him out there before it's too late." "How?" "Our attacks aren't even making a dent. It keeps dodging everything." Seraphine's voice quivered with frustration. "I told you, keep yourself together. Weren't you aiming to surpass your mother? How are you going to achieve that if you can't handle this level of challenge?" Ethan took a deep breath, his gaze locked onto the writhing form of the creature that had ensnared their teammate. "Seraphine, every creature, no matter how formidable, has a weakness." Ethan understood that the creature's slick body was its key advantage, making it a tricky opponent. He considered two ways to neutralize this slippery trait. One was to mess with the moisture in the air around it. By increasing the humidity, adding more moisture to the air, the creature would absorb even more water, maybe more than it could handle. This could slow it down and potentially make it easier to attack. However, Ethan wasn't sure how much moisture the creature could actually absorb before it reached its limit. It was a risky move, like walking on a thin branch. His second option was to "Seraphine, manifest cool air to chill down the area." Seraphine felt a bit puzzled by Ethan's request, but she trusted his judgment and immediately began using her abilities to bring down the temperature. Mimicking her actions, Ethan summoned his own wind magic, further intensifying the cooling effect. Their combined efforts quickly turned the area chilly. Unbeknownst to Seraphine, Ethan had a tactical plan in mind. With the air now cold and moisture in the atmosphere condensing, a layer of droplets began to form on the creature's body. This process gradually stripped away its slippery surface, reducing its ability to dodge attacks effectively. As the creature's agility dwindled, the odds began to shift in the trio's favor. Their coordinated efforts and strategic thinking showcased their resourcefulness in finding a way to counter the creature's unique trait. The monster, now struggling to maintain its evasive maneuvers, became more susceptible to their counterattacks. Ethan's voice cut through the tense air as he seized the opportunity they had created. "Now, attack it. It won't be able to dodge this time." Seraphine summoned a torrent of water that surged towards the creature, the liquid striking with greater accuracy now that its slippery defenses had been compromised. The creature let out a screech of pain and frustration as the water hit home, its movements becoming sluggish. Ethan channeled his energy, conjuring a concentrated burst of flames. He directed the blinding heat toward the creature, further disorienting it and preventing it from mounting an effective defense. The combined assault sent the corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper into a frenzy. Its once fluid motions became jerky and uncoordinated as it fought to maintain balance on the now less slippery ground. With unwavering determination, the duo rallied for a final, synchronized strike. The force of their joint attack created a shockwave, raising a cloud of dust that engulfed their surroundings. Their vision obscured, they could only hope their efforts had been enough. Amidst the haze, a tense silence hung in the air. Time seemed to stretch as the dust settled, revealing the creature's fate. Slowly, but surely, the scene became clear. The corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper lay motionless, its body charred and lifeless. "We did it, Ethan!" But as the triumphant words left their lips, a sudden unease settled over them. Ethan's elation was replaced by a sense of foreboding. He stepped closer to the charred remains, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Wait, something doesn't seem right." Seraphine followed his gaze, her heart sinking as she realized what he was about to say. This isn't its body." In front of them, where they thought the creature had fallen, lay only a discarded and burnt husk, the creature's shed skin. A shiver ran down their spines as the realization hit them. This must be its new trait it gained from being corrupted. Be careful, it should still be Seraphine's warning was abruptly cut short by a sharp, searing pain that jolted through her right arm. Before she could react, an unexpected and brutal force struck her, sending her hurtling through the air. Seraphine. Corrupted, Cleared-Skinned Skipper, Part 2. As Ethan stood there, facing the daunting reality of his situation, a surge of anxiety coursed through him. The forest seemed to close in around him, the weight of his classmates' predicament pressing down on his shoulders. The realization hit hard. Sven was trapped within the creature, and Seraphine lay unconscious nearby. He was their only hope, but his odds looked grim. His mind raced, a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions colliding. Fear and self-doubt battled, but a desire to protect was still within. His left arm hung limp, the previous battle with the thorn deer leaving it paralyzed. It was a stark reminder of the toll of the disadvantages he currently had. If I run, they'll all be lost. If I stay, I might not make it out alive. The internal struggle raged within him. He clenched his right fist, his heart pounding as he tried to find a solution in the midst of his escalating panic. Ethan's eyes hardened as he took a deep breath, steadying himself. He might be alone and wounded, but he refused to let fear dictate his actions. "I won't let fear win." With a decision firmly made to stand and confront the enemy, Ethan braced himself as the creature charged with a sinister grin. Its predatory intent unmistakable. In the midst of the impending clash, time seemed to stretch, allowing Ethan's mind to race in search of a viable solution. Every passing second felt like an eternity as he processed his options. Ethan's intelligence shone through as he quickly deduced that brute strength alone wouldn't suffice. Strategy would be his ally, and he delved into a whirlwind of scenarios, seeking the path that held the key to victory. Lowering the temperature only resulted in shedding, and increasing humidity takes too long. Extreme temperature changes could work by disrupting its moisture balance, but I can't control two elements with one hand. My left arm, it's useless. Wait, what about cloud seeding? The idea struck Ethan like a lightning bolt. Cloud seeding, the process of inducing rain, might be his answer. If he could create a sudden influx of water, it could potentially overload the creature's adaptive abilities and weaken its defenses. Cloud seeding is a real-world technique used to induce rainfall by introducing certain particles into clouds. In this case, the Ethan could create rain clouds above the creature and initiate rainfall. Since the rainfall would cover a large area, it would be impossible for it to glide his way through them. The rainwater would wash away the creature's moisture-rich surface, reducing its slippery quality. Without wasting another moment, Ethan gathered his remaining strength. He focused on the sky, using his right arm to channel his wind magic. His energy surged, and the air around him seemed to respond to the pattern. Clouds began to gather above, and Ethan poured every ounce of his determination into this critical moment. As the clouds thickened and the sky darkened, Ethan knew this was his chance. With a deep breath, he released water element into the clouds, invoking the principles of cloud seeding he had learned in his past life. In an instant, rain poured from the sky, drenching the area. The creature recoiled, its skin absorbing the water. It screeched, its movements faltering as its slippery surface became less effective. "It's not enough. The concentration needs to be higher." Ethan's voice resounded with urgency as he recognized the need to intensify his efforts. Drawing upon his experience and knowledge, he called upon his wind magic once again. With a deep breath, he focused his energy to create a familiar pattern, one he had mastered during his earlier trials, summoning a dust devil. This time, however, he directed the powerful gust of wind into the rainwater, channeling it with precision toward the corrupted skipper. As the gust of wind collided with the rainwater, it transformed into a swirling vortex. The moisture was forced to evaporate at an accelerated rate, creating a dynamic process of steam distortion. The creature's skin began to dry out more rapidly, its moisture equilibrium disrupted by the sudden and intense evaporation. Ethan's perseverance and adaptability were paying off as he employed this strategic technique. The steam distortion method was proving to be a formidable tool in his arsenal, effectively weakening the creature's defenses. With the creature's movements becoming sluggish and its once slippery surface losing its effectiveness, Ethan seized the opportunity. "I have no other choice. I can't defeat it this way. My mana pool is almost depleted." Ethan's realization weighed heavily on him. As he assessed his limited resources and the increasing odds of losing the confrontation against the corrupted skipper, a new plan formed in his mind. He had to create an environment that tipped the scales in his favor, one where he could improve his chances of survival. With grim determination, Ethan started manipulating the rainwater vapor to generate a dense mist. As the mist billowed and expanded, he directed it to cover an extensive area, both obscuring his and the creature's vision. It was a calculated risk, providing him with a brief window of time to escape the creature's notice, thereby increasing his chances of staying alive. Ethan knew this strategy was a double-edged sword. While it concealed him from the creature's sight, it also hindered his own vision. But he understood that his immediate survival took precedence over all else. As the mist enveloped the surroundings, he could feel his heartbeat quicken, his senses heightened by the tension of the situation. The area was white as it can be. It felt like he was walking towards heaven's door. He could barely make out his surrounding, but he could hear the skippers walking around, with it screeching and the sound of water puddle being stepped on. The thing is, Ethan had no idea what he could do. If he didn't inflict a significant amount of damage in one fell swoop, he would end up emptying his mana pool and being left unable to move, and be killed in the end. He had to make use of all the advantages he currently had in hand. Ethan's thoughts raced, his mind now a whirlwind of understanding as the pieces fell into place. Mist, density, fluid dynamics, pressure, burst, pulse, impact. I got it. As he recited the principles he had uncovered, Ethan's conviction grew stronger. He understood the mechanics of the phenomenon he intended to create. By dissipating a specific area rapidly, I can essentially create a disturbance in the equilibrium of the mist's density. When a region of higher density is suddenly connected to a region of lower density, fluid will flow from the higher pressured region to the lower region, resulting in a pulse-like effect. In this case, as I create an area of lower density mist by rapidly dissipating it, the surrounding mist will rush in to fill the space, creating a sudden change in pressure. This abrupt pressure change generates a shock wave that propagates outward from the point of disturbance, similar to how ripples spread when a stone is thrown into water. He recognized the potential of the shock wave to disorient the creature. He imagined the sensation it could cause, the ground beneath the creature's feet shifting and unstable, making it vulnerable. But then, an even more powerful realization struck him. What if I harnessed the miraculous effect of mana in addition to the increased and powerful movement of the air molecules beyond their natural effect? Yes, a shockwave strong enough to reap through flesh and bones. He had deciphered the science behind the dissipating pulse and had envisioned how to enhance its impact using his own mana. It was a risky endeavor, requiring precise control over both the mist and his magical energy. But the urgency of the situation propelled him forward. With a steadying breath, Ethan focused his attention on the mist that enveloped him. He reached out with his mana, intertwining it with the mist's molecules. In his mind's eye, he visualized the area he wanted to rapidly dissipate, creating a pressure differential that would trigger the shockwave. Ethan's patience proved to be a virtue as he honed in on the corrupted cleared-skinned skipper's location through the dense mist. He could almost feel the creature's presence through the sounds of its steps through the puddle of water. With his understanding of the phenomenon he intended to create, Ethan was ready to seize the moment. His concentration unwavering, he focused his energy and intentions into the mist. The mist, like an extension of his will, responded to his mana-infused power. He initiated the process, dissipating the mist rapidly in a confined and calculated area. The result was a sudden and pronounced drop in pressure that reverberated through the mist. As the density shifted, the mist surged in to fill the void, hastened by Ethan's controlled manipulation of mana. The shift in pressure he had engineered triggered a shockwave that began to ripple outward, an invisible force of nature taking form. This shockwave was a tangible expression of the fluid dynamics at play. It was a combination of the movement of air molecules and Ethan's mana, intertwining and amplifying one another. The shockwave, initially subtle, gained momentum as it traveled through the mist-covered environment. In an instant, the energy within the mist reached a critical threshold. The shockwave, once a ripple, now transformed into a violent explosion. The mist exploded outward with immense force, carrying with it the shockwave's impact. The air became a maelstrom of energy, sweeping across the creature's body. The corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper was caught in the epicenter of the explosion. The force of the shockwave surged through its body, its disorienting effects multiplied by the explosion's intensity. The mist's particles collided with the creature's form, and in the blink of an eye, chaos unfolded. The explosion's force was unforgiving, tearing through the creature's moistened skin and flesh with unrelenting vigor. The mist's energy combined with the shockwave to dismember the creature's body, an eruption of power so powerful that the creature's resistance was rendered futile. The very environment that had been its ally had now become its downfall. Sven, who had been swallowed by the corrupted cleared-skinned skipper earlier in the battle, had found himself in an unexpectedly advantageous situation. As the shockwave from the explosion propagated outward, it reached the remains of the creature's body, where Sven was nestled. To one's astonishment, the very creature that had posed a dire threat had inadvertently provided him with a layer of protection. The moist and rubbery texture of the creature's skin, which had once been its means of evasion, now acted as a cushion against the explosion's impact. Sven was cocooned within this fleshy layer, shielded from the force of the shockwave. The creature's body, however mutated and corrupted, had inadvertently become his refuge. The force of the explosion rippled through the creature's flesh, but the layer that enveloped Sven absorbed and dispersed much of the energy. It was as if the very creature that had threatened to consume him had now inadvertently granted him protection. As the explosion subsided, the mist began to settle, revealing the aftermath of Ethan's calculated assault. The corrupted, cleared-skinned skipper lay defeated, its once threatening form now a scattered collection of disjointed parts. The aftermath of his ingenious strategy left Ethan victorious, but it was a hard-won victory that came at a cost. As the mist began to clear and the battlefield revealed its transformed state, Ethan's battered body lay motionless amidst the aftermath of the explosion. The rain continued to fall, gently washing over his unconscious form. The force of the explosion had not spared him. The shockwave's recoil, amplified by the mist's energy, had sent Ethan hurtling through the air like a rag doll. He collided with the unyielding surface of a tree. the impact a testament to the sheer power he had unleashed. His body absorbed the force of the collision, his consciousness fading as darkness claimed his awareness. Ethan, Sven, and Seraphine lay unconscious, the toll of their intense battle evident on their battered forms. John. Jay. Joe. John. Ah! Whoa. Huff, huff, huff. Where am I? Damn it, John. You scared me half to death. Who are you? Who am I? Quit being strange and let's get back home. The weather is taking a turn for the worse. A storm might be coming. What's happening? It's so familiar. But John's thoughts raced as he struggled to piece together the fragments of his consciousness. The voices and faces around him seemed like distant echoes from a memory he couldn't quite grasp. He blinked, his surroundings slowly coming into focus. The landscape was painted in muted hues, a tranquil scene that contrasted with the unease churning within him. Trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the distant sound of waves crashing against a shore reached his ears. As he tried to stand, a surge of dizziness overcame him, causing him to sway unsteadily. A hand reached out to steady him, and he turned to face the source. It was a figure, familiar yet distant, their features shifting like shadows in his mind. John, are you all right? The figure asked, concern lacing their voice. John's brows furrowed as he struggled to find his voice. I'm not sure. Everything is hazy. The figure's gaze held a mixture of relief and worry. You took quite a fall back there. I thought I lost you. John's memories began to clear, the haze lifting like mist, dissolving in the sun. The voices, the faces, they were of his parents. The realization settled within him, like pieces of a puzzle slotting into place. Dad? Take your time, John. Breathe and gather yourself. Dad, I had the most incredible dream. It was a world filled with magic and monsters. I even learned how to use magic, and I fought against terrifying creatures. Ah, the imagination of youth knows no bounds, his father chuckled. We should head back before the storm arrives, his mother advised. Agreed, John's dad nodded. Let's not waste any more time. Together, they retraced their steps, the landscape shifting. John's heart beat a rapid rhythm, a symphony of familiarity and recognition weaving through his senses. The sensation of déjà vu was undeniable, like a long-forgotten tune resurfacing from the depths of memory. Upon returning to their familiar abode, a mixture of emotions washed over John. The home he knew so well held a bittersweet weight, an unspoken sensation. An unexpected pang of heartache mingled with a sense of unease, like a puzzle with missing pieces that refused to fit. What's happening to me? Why is my heart racing so wildly? I can't remember. The more I try grasp the reason, the further it slips away. It hurts. John, help me close the windows. The rain is starting to pour, and I don't want the water getting inside our home. On it, John replied, his mind still mulling over the fragments of memories that had stirred within him. With a distracted yet obedient demeanor, he moved toward the windows, his gaze momentarily drawn to the raindrops trickling down the glass pane. As he reached for the latch, the pattering of rain intensified, the sound growing into a gentle rhythm that matched the beats of his unsettled heart. He closed the window, the coldness of the glass under his touch grounding him in the present moment. Outside, the storm was gradually gaining strength, the wind picking up and causing the trees to sway. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Returning to the center of the room, John's parents exchanged concerned glances. His father's voice held a soothing undertone as he said, "It looks like the storm is settling in. We might be in for a long night." His mother nodded in agreement, her eyes darting toward John before returning to the window. Yes, it's best to hunker down and stay safe inside. These storms can be unpredictable. I'll go prepare some hot tea, his mother said, her footsteps fading as she moved toward the kitchen. John's father turned to him, a mix of curiosity and empathy in his gaze. You seem lost in thought, son. Is everything all right? John hesitated, his fingers tracing patterns on the table's surface. It's just something about being here feels strange. I don't know. His father's expression softened. You must be tired. You did end up slipping near the shore and hit your head. A good night rest should fix everything. John's mind wrestled with his conflicting emotions. The storm outside raged on, the rain now a torrential downpour that matched the turmoil inside. His gaze drifted to the window, the raindrops streaking down the glass like tears. Why does this place tug at my memories so fiercely? There's something beneath the surface, something I can't quite grasp. But maybe the answers lie within these walls, within the storm itself. His mother returned with a tray of steaming teacups, the aroma mingling with the atmosphere of uncertainty that hung in the air. She placed the tray on the table, casting a gentle smile in his direction. Tea might help soothe your nerves, dear. Thank you, John murmured, his fingers curling around the warm cup as he tried to anchor himself in the present moment. Minutes passed, and the wind howled outside fiercely. The room seemed to vibrate with energy, and then, in an instant, an unfamiliar alarm pierced through the sounds of rain and wind, cutting through the tension like a knife. The sound reverberated through the room, causing John to jolt in his seat. His parents exchanged worried glances, their faces pale as the urgency of the alarm became apparent. What's that? John's voice quivered, his heart pounding as he searched their faces for answers. His father's expression turned grim as he rose from his seat. It's an emergency warning system. We need to take cover immediately. But what's happening? John's panic mirrored the chaos outside. His mother's voice trembled as she tried to maintain composure. It's a massive storm, John. A tornado is heading our way. The storm that had seemed like a mere backdrop had transformed into an imminent threat. Frantic energy filled the room as John's family moved with urgency, securing windows and grabbing essentials. The storm outside had escalated beyond comprehension, the wind roaring like a beast unleashed from its chains. Rain lashed against the windows, blurring the world into a frenzy of motion and chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the government's warning alarm continued to blare, a constant reminder of the impending doom. The atmosphere was suffocating, a suffusion of fear and adrenaline that left John's heart racing. As he looked out the window, his mind whirled with a realization. The storm outside, the echoes of memories within. They were interconnected, pieces of a puzzle that had come together to form a dire warning. The very ground beneath him quivered, and the world seemed to convulse, as if in the grip of an otherworldly force. Then, with a force that defied comprehension, the roof above him was torn apart, as if by the hands of some colossal giant. Splintering wood, debris, and shards of roofing material flew in all directions, carried by the fury of the tornado's ferocious winds. John. Father! John! Mother! Echoes of his parents screaming his name filled his ears, their voices a symphony of desperation that reverberated through his consciousness. The chaotic scene before him was a chaotic whirl of darkness, debris, and a maelstrom of emotions. John, wake up. X2. No! And then, in the blink of an eye, Ethan's eyes snapped open. He found himself no longer within the confines of his childhood home, nor was he enveloped by the raging tempest of the dream. Instead, reality painted a starkly contrasting picture. He lay on a damp puddle of water, the remnants of a passing rain shower. John, thank goodness you're finally awake. Man, you had us worried sick. His heart continued to race, his breath coming in ragged bursts. It took a fleeting moment for him to process the familiar surroundings, to comprehend that he had returned to the realm of the waking world. As he shifted his gaze upward, the concerned faces of both Seraphine and Sven came into focus, their expressions a mixture of relief and apprehension as they leaned over him, ensuring his well-being. The item that reflects him. Ethan's eyes snapped open and a sudden realization hit him. He wasn't lost in his dream anymore. He was back in the real world. He lay on a wet spot, remnants of a passing rain shower. "Ethan, you're finally awake." "Wow, you had us really worried." His heart raced, his breath was uneven. Slowly, he registered the familiar faces above him. It was Seraphine and Sven, their concerned expressions hovering over him. Ethan blinked, trying to shake off the lingering echoes of the dream. His surroundings were clear now. His comrades were safe and sound. A mix of surprise and relief washed over him as he looked at them. "Thanks," he managed to say, his voice a bit shaky, "for waking me up and for being okay." Seraphine's smile was reassuring, and Sven gave him a thumbs up, his grin infectious. They were real, not just figments of his imagination. In that moment, Ethan felt a deep relief and a connection with them, a bond that bridged the gap between their status. Ethan's relief was palpable, but the remnants of the dream still clung to him like a shadow. Over a decade had passed since his rebirth into this world, and never before had he experienced such vivid moments. He had long thought of his former self as John, burying those memories deep within him. Yet this dream had resurrected the very instance that had shattered his childhood, the moment he had witnessed his parents' deaths. Why now? That question echoed in his mind, its persistence driving him to seek a deeper meaning. After all, more than 40 years had passed since he had lost his previous parents, and just a mere decade since he had found himself embraced by a new, loving family. "Let's head back to the forest entrance and inform the teacher. We also need to recharge our mana and stamina," Sven interjected, breaking through Ethan's reverie. Ethan's gaze shifted to Sven, his thoughts momentarily pulled away from the turmoil within. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the practicality of Sven's suggestion. Before he could fully respond, Seraphine chimed in with a practical reminder. "Wait, let's not forget to gather the materials from the cleared-skinned skipper. With it already being, well, somewhat dismembered, it should be easier to collect. By the way, Ethan, how on earth did you manage to defeat it? We're having a hard time wrapping our heads around it." Seraphine's words broke through the grip of Ethan's lingering thoughts, offering a welcome distraction. He managed a small smile and replied, "It's not the right moment for an explanation. I'll fill you in another time." Sven's voice interjected, a reminder of their ongoing quest. "By the way, we haven't found a glimmering ore yet. Are you sure we want to leave without finding it, Seraphine?" Seraphine's expression shifted, torn between the urgency of their situation and the potential value of the ore. She hesitated before responding. "Our lives matter more right now. We're too drained to worry about it." Just then, the voice of the student they had previously aided cut through their conversation, drawing their attention. He was the sole survivor amidst the aftermath, his presence a testament to their bravery. "I couldn't help but overhear," he began, his voice filled with gratitude. "I actually have a glimmering ore. It's the material I needed, but after everything you've done and for saving my life, I want you to have it as a gift." Ethan and his companions exchanged surprised glances, touched by the student's generosity. Gratitude and camaraderie filled the air, intertwining with the heaviness of recent events. In that moment, they quickly gathered the skin of the cleared-skinned skipper and left the forest the best they could with their remaining strength. A few minutes later, the group found themselves back at the entrance of the forest. They made their way to Professor Harrington and informed him of the recent event. This information shocked him, and he quickly acted on it. The outing was still being held as usual, but with Professor Harrington's intervention, the amount of security through the evaluation had drastically increased, at a point where the end of the evaluation did not have any other casualties. The recent events swiftly spread throughout the school, reaching the ears of students and faculty alike. Ethan's name became a topic of conversation in every corner, a name that elicited both admiration and controversy. To some, he was hailed as a savior, a figure of strength and integrity. Others, however, couldn't shake off the notion of him being an omen of bad luck. Being the sole non-noble amidst the sea of aristocracy, his presence was seen by some as a harbinger of misfortune, as if calamities were fated to befall the school as long as he remained. Despite the divergent opinions swirling around him, life eventually resumed its rhythm. After a few days of rest and mourning for those affected, students and staff settled back into their routines. The wounds of the past events remained fresh, yet the relentless march of time pushed everyone forward. The sun continued to rise, casting its warm light over the school grounds, and the halls echoed with the hum of activity once more. Amidst the steady flow of life, the calendar page turned, revealing a new day, a day that held significance for the first-year students of the crafting class. It was the day they would craft their very first partner in arms, a concept that brimmed with excitement and anticipation. The workshop buzzed with a blend of nervousness and enthusiasm as each student prepared to breathe life into their own unique creation, a tangible symbol of their journey at the school. As the students gathered in the crafting workshop, Professor Stone's commanding presence filled the room. His gaze swept over the expectant faces before him, a mix of curiosity and apprehension evident in their expressions. With a calm yet authoritative tone, he addressed the class. "Good morning, everyone. Today marks a significant milestone in your journey as budding artisans. You've spent days pouring your creative thinking into your blueprints. Today marks your first step into honing your skills and show your dedication into crafting your very first partner in arms. Today is the day of the evaluation. Your acquired materials will be assessed not just for their aesthetic appeal, but for their functionality, craftsmanship, and the embodiment of your understanding of the art of crafting. This evaluation will determine how well you've absorbed the principles and techniques I've imparted during this course." His words hung in the air, a reminder that the culmination of their hard work would be scrutinized and judged. But it was also an opportunity to showcase their growth and potential. Remember that crafting is not merely about the end product, but the journey of learning, refining your skills, and expressing your individuality as artisans. Let the fruits of your labor speak for your dedication. I have faith that each of you will do justice to your creations. Best of luck to all of you. As Professor Stone's words settled in, a mixture of determination and nervousness rippled through the students. The workshop was abuzz with whispered conversations as they exchanged a last-minute advice, adjusted details on their blueprints, and made sure everything was in place for the evaluation. One by one, the students went over to their workbenches. The room was filled with the soft clinks of metal, the faint hum of enchantments, and the occasional hushed discussions among the students. As each of them started crafting, Professor Stones was examining their approach and evaluated the students' actions. Ethan, too, was amidst the crowd, his recent battle with the corrupted cleared-skinned skipper still fresh in his mind. He glanced down at his own blueprint, an item that bore a distinct mark of his style, simple yet sturdy, reflecting his practical approach as a weatherologist. A weatherologist weapon of choice. A few days before the assignment day, when Ethan first learned about the crafting assignment, he found himself in a dilemma. In this world, mages often used weapons like swords, spears, shields, and wands for casting spells and close combat defense, though if they used weapons, they usually lacked the skills to actually make use of them. He needed to pick an item that would show off his creativity and also be personally meaningful, since he'd be using it for a long time. Different ideas floated through his mind. Maybe a sleek, deadly dagger, but that might be too predictable. A pendant with a magic gemstone, maybe. It could help with casting spells, but not so much for defense. A small buckler shield? Nah, it might not protect me enough. I'm being too greedy, wanting too many advantages at once. What can I make that helps with magic, defense, and close combat? As he considered his options, a memory from his past life gently resurfaced. Rain-soaked streets, bustling crowds, and the comforting shelter of an umbrella. That's the one. He held on to that memory, and suddenly everything fell into place. An umbrella. A simple yet meaningful item. It had been a constant companion in his previous life, protecting him from rain and sun. It symbolized safety, comfort, and strength. A small smile formed on Ethan's lips as he realized he had found his solution. The umbrella met his criteria and held a piece of his personal history. It wasn't just any object, it connected his present with his past, uniting two different lives. With this idea in mind, Ethan's focus shifted from brainstorming to planning, and here we are on the present day, the day of the assignment. Ethan stood at his crafting bench, his materials neatly laid out before him. 3 distinct items awaited his skilled hands. To his left was a small segment of the thorn deer's horn. Sven had only used one of the horns for his own creation, leaving Ethan with the remaining portion. While initially unsure of its purpose, Ethan had since devised a clever way to incorporate it into his project. Beside the horn lay the glimmer ore, its shimmering surface captivating and mysterious. The student they had previously saved had managed to acquire a considerable amount of it during their outing. Originally intended for their fallen teammates, the materials had been passed to Seraphine, and she, in turn, had given them to Ethan, realizing that they could be put to good use. Lastly, there was the primary material for Ethan's project, the cleared-skinned skipper hide. The material was a pale, elastic substance, reminiscent of the skin of a raw fish. Have you ever attempted to slice through raw fish skin? The task was nearly impossible without the appropriate tools. The knife would simply slide off the slippery surface, failing to penetrate the material. Its unique properties lent it remarkable endurance, making it a prime candidate for Ethan's creation. With determination in his eyes, Ethan took a deep breath and announced, "Let's begin." His hands moved skillfully, each step purposeful and deliberate. He expertly incorporated each material, refining and shaping them as he progressed. As he worked, the nature of his creation began to take form, leaving his classmates and even Professor Stone intrigued, confused, and captivated by the evolution of his project. The room gradually filled with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. As the other students completed their projects and gathered around Ethan's workstation, he remained focused, oblivious to the attention he was receiving. They exchanged puzzled glances and muffled whispers, their confusion evident. Eventually, Ethan found himself surrounded by curious onlookers, his classmates and Professor Stone himself, who had been observing every student's progress. As Ethan continued his work, the atmosphere held a blend of fascination and amusement. Professor Stone's usually composed demeanor held a hint of astonishment as he watched Ethan's creation unfold. In all his years of teaching and craftsmanship, he had never encountered such a unique project. His curiosity grew with each passing moment, leaving him eager to see the final result and understand the purpose behind Ethan's imaginative creation. After working diligently, Ethan stepped back to observe his creation. The umbrella he had crafted was far from ordinary. Its structure had been skillfully formed using sturdy glimmer ore, its solid shape providing a mix of strength and flexibility, like the core that held everything together. Ethan had cleverly integrated the glimmer ore's water affinity, using it as a framework to facilitate easier manifestation of water magic. This ore also acted as a catalyst, enhancing the magical potential. At the apex of the umbrella rested a thorned deer horn, strategically positioned for a specific purpose. Its placement wasn't arbitrary, rather it had been precisely positioned at the tip to serve as a sharp edge capable of close combat. The thorned deer's unique trait meant that a strike from this horn could paralyze the affected area temporarily. This choice showcased Ethan's strategic thinking in utilizing the materials at hand. Yet, the most captivating feature was the canopy. Ethan had treated the cleared-skinned skipper hide using a special process to retain its natural elasticity while boosting its durability. This translucent material glistened subtly, akin to the shimmering scales of a fish. The hide had been interwoven to form a robust yet flexible shield-like structure. Ethan had capitalized on the cleared-skinned skipper's unique trait of having slippery and moist skin, making it effective in deflecting various attacks. While it might not be impervious to heavy penetrating blows, it could effectively mitigate fire and most water-based attacks, serving as an agile defense against a range of threats. With a sense of accomplishment, Ethan stepped back from the crafting bench, his unique umbrella held proudly in his hand. The room fell silent, all eyes on him. Professor Stone approached, his expression a mixture of intrigue and anticipation. "Ethan," Professor Stone began, "your creation is quite peculiar. Its appearance and composition are unlike anything I've encountered before. Would you care to explain its purpose and usage?" Ethan's was faced by the expectant gaze of his teacher. He didn't really mind sharing his vision and his connection to the item he had crafted. He took a deep breath, his confidence steadying. "Professor Stone, the purpose of this item goes beyond mere protection from the elements. Each material used has significance." Dr. Ethan's explanation flowed, his words painting a vivid picture of the umbrella's multifaceted role. He hoped that his enthusiasm and insight conveyed the depth of thought and care he had poured into his creation. Professor Stone listened attentively, nodding as Ethan spoke. When the young mage finished explaining, the professor's gaze bore into him, his curiosity evident. "An intriguing concept, Ethan. Your product seems to blend various functionalities, making it suitable for both defense and offense. But can you demonstrate its practical application? How would you use it in combat scenarios?" Ethan cleared his throat and adjusted his grip on the umbrella. In combat, this creation would serve as a versatile tool. When confronting ranged attacks, the canopy can be angled strategically to deflect spells or projectiles, thanks to its naturally slippery surface. The attacks simply slide off, minimizing potential damage. He illustrated his point by extending the umbrella, tilting it slightly to display the deflection angle. The class's expressions shifted from curiosity to amazement as they saw the umbrella's transformation from a compact form to a large, shield-like appearance. With a deft motion, he swiftly returned the canopy to its original state, demonstrating its adaptability as both a shield and a sword-like form. In addition, the thorned deer horn positioned at the apex can serve effectively in close combat. Its keen edge equips me to engage opponents at a short distance, while the paralyzing trait it carries temporarily immobilizes any struck target. As Ethan continued, his enthusiasm grew, and his voice reflected his passion. Yet, the most distinct feature lies in the Glimmeror's water affinity. Through this, I can channel water magic with heightened efficiency, utilizing the umbrella as a conduit to cast spells. This unique interaction enables me to manipulate spells with superior precision, essentially extending my magical control. His explanation flowed smoothly, his gestures enhancing his words. The umbrella's potential became vividly apparent as he described its adaptable nature and innovative magic integration. The class watched with a mix of fascination and awe. He paused, his excitement palpable. In essence, the item is a versatile tool of defense, offense, and magic manipulation. It's a culmination of creativity and function that I believe can adapt to a variety of situations. Professor Stone's expression shifted from curiosity to a mix of astonishment and satisfaction. "Ethan, your creation surpassed my expectations. How do you call your product?" The origin of the term umbrella can be traced back to the Latin word umbra, which translates to shade or shadow. The practice of employing a contrivance to offer protection against rain and sunlight has historical roots across diverse societies. However, the contemporary umbrella, as familiar to the one back on Earth, has undergone a gradual transformation in this world of magic, and thanks to Ethan, this led to the emergence of a novel kind of umbrella, one imbued with magical capabilities. This item is called an enchanted umbrella. Bridges of words and deeds. Professor Stone's brows furrowed slightly as he absorbed Ethan's explanation. Then, a thoughtful smile crept across Professor Stone's face. "Ethan," he began, his voice measured and contemplative. "Your creation is truly innovative. It's evident that you've put considerable thought into its design and functionality. However, words alone can't fully show its potential. I propose a practical demonstration." The class stirred with anticipation, their attention shifting from Ethan to Professor Stone. "How about it? We can go down to the training ground and have you face a earth golem, similarly to the one you faced during your recruitment trial." Professor Stone continued, "I'd like to see your umbrella in action, facing off against one of these golems. It's an opportunity for you to showcase your creation's prowess and for us to witness its practicality." "Are you up for the challenge, Ethan?" Professor Stone inquired, his gaze steady. Ethan nodded in agreement. "I do not mind, Professor. I welcome the chance to demonstrate its capabilities." A sense of excitement buzzed through the room as Professor Stone signaled for the class to follow him to the training ground. Ethan's fellow students exchanged intrigued glances, eager to witness firsthand what his unique creation could achieve. As they arrived at the training ground, a relatively small stone golem stood at the ready, its lifeless eyes glowing with simulated intensity. "This is your moment to show us the potential of your craft," said Professor Stones. As the golem's stone limb lunged toward him, Ethan's reflexes kicked in. He swiftly extended the umbrella, its translucent canopy instantly transforming into a sturdy shield. The golem's attack connected with the shield, but the cleared-skinned skipper skin's slippery surface lived up to its promise, causing the golem's limb to slide off harmlessly. Ethan's grip tightened on the umbrella's handle. With a quick twist of his wrist, he transitioned from defense to offense. The thorned deer horn gleamed as it met the golem's stone limb. With a swift, precise strike, Ethan aimed to deliver a paralyzing blow. However, the golem's solid nature prevented the paralyzing effect from taking hold. Instead, the horn's sharpness cut cleanly through the stone, causing the golem's limb to shatter into small fragments. Ethan wasn't done yet. He focused his mana through the Glimmer Ore's water affinity. The umbrella glowed softly as magic flowed through it. His mana moved with precision as he directed a controlled surge of water magic at the end point of the umbrella, right above the thorned deer horn. The water gathered at the umbrella's tip, forming a relatively large ball of water. With a resolute thrust, Ethan unleashed the water spell towards the golem's legs. The torrent of water collided with the golem's lower body, its impact softening the golem's hardened shell through the marriage of water and earth. The Glimmer Ore's water affinity proved its mettle as the water magic obediently followed Ethan's direction, coursing through the umbrella like a conduit. The golem faltered, its imposing figure disrupted by the combined forces of the cleared-skinned skipper's deflection and the Glimmer Ore's water magic. Professor Stone's countenance held a mixture of astonishment and approval as he witnessed the spectacle. "Exceptional, Ethan." Professor Stone's voice reverberated across the training ground. "You've adeptly displayed your creation's multifaceted abilities." Ethan lowered the umbrella, his heart swelling with a surge of pride. If only he knew the full scope of what this umbrella can achieve. This is merely a glimpse of its potential, Ethan reflected inwardly. As the training session drew to a close, Professor Stone provided the passing grades to the majority of the students, Ethan also being one of them. With the evaluation completed, the students began to disperse, returning to their respective rooms. As Ethan headed back to his dormitory and navigated the corridors of the school, he couldn't help but notice the shifting reactions of his fellow students. Some who had previously held skepticism towards him now looked at him with newfound respect. Their admiration was palpable, and their glances were accompanied by murmurs of appreciation. Conversely, there were those whose resentment seemed to grow stronger. Their expressions were tinged with jealousy and irritation, their gazes fixed on Ethan's retreating figure. It was as if his success had heightened the divide between those who saw him as an outlier and those who embraced his uniqueness. Reaching his dorm room, Ethan closed the door behind him, leaning against it as he let out a sigh. The conflicting reactions weighed on his mind, a reminder that his presence stirred a range of emotions among his peers. He knew that his journey in this world wasn't without its challenges, and, as he glanced at the umbrella propped against the wall, he found comfort in the fact that he had the tools to face whatever lay ahead. Settling into his dorm room, Ethan's thoughts turned to his family. The parents he hadn't seen in months. Guilt gnawed at him, a reminder that amidst all the excitement and challenges, he had neglected to keep them informed about his life in this new environment. It wasn't that he had forgotten them, but rather the busyness of his days had overshadowed the need to reach out. With a determined sigh, Ethan walked over to his desk. The wooden surface was strewn with notes and materials from his studies, a reflection of his dedication to mastering his craft. But now it was time to dedicate a moment to his loved ones. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and dipped a quill into the inkwell. The words began to flow, his penmanship steady and deliberate as he put his thoughts into writing. Dear Mom and Dad, I hope this letter finds you both well and happy. I'm sorry I haven't written sooner, but life in the academy has been busy and challenging. I want you to know that I'm doing well. I've been learning a lot and improving my skills in both magic and crafting. Recently, we had an assignment to create our own items, and I made something really special. I can't wait to show it to you guys when I come back. I miss you both a lot and think of you every day. I promise to write more frequently from now on. I hope to visit soon and share more stories with you. Take care, and know that you're always in my thoughts. With all my love, Ethan. As he finished the letter, Ethan read through his words and smiled. He knew that even though they were physically apart, his thoughts and feelings would reach his family, bringing them closer in spirit. Folding the letter carefully, he placed it in an envelope and addressed it to his parents. He sealed the letter with a wax stamp. With a contented sigh, he leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. I wonder how things are back at home. The inn must be really busy around this time. Maybe I should ask for a few days off from school and go visit them. With a sense of purpose, Ethan got up from his chair and left his room, making his way to the school's communication office to send the letter on its way. With the letter sent, Ethan returned to his room. As he lay in his bed, he closed his eyes, allowing the events of the day to settle in his mind. As he drifted into sleep, he held on to the thought that no matter the distance, the bond between him and his family would remain strong, carried by the words he had shared and the love that bound them together. How can I help you? It has been nearly 3 months since Ethan embarked on his academic journey. In this time span, he has acquired an understanding of the world around him and delved deep into the mystical realm of magic that this world embraces. In his history class, he has immersed himself in the tales of the Sorcerer King and his loyal companions, as well as unraveling the intricate roles played by the magus within the kingdom's territories. Furthermore, he has delved into the shadowy realm of dark creatures, each posing a unique level of peril, all while being thought the enigmatic dark continent veiled in mystery. In his Theory of Magic class, Ethan has honed his proficiency in manipulating magic, becoming adept at weaving spells while maintaining the ability to defend himself. Meanwhile, in the crafting class, he has gained extensive knowledge of various ores and materials, learning the basic art of crafting and enchantment techniques, which he employed in the creation of his enchanted umbrella. However, the most significant development during his tenure at the academy was the transformation in how his fellow students perceived him. Over this period, he consistently astonished them with a series of remarkable feats. These included his extraordinary capacity to harness magic, surpassing even the most prestigious noble children. He also displayed immense bravery by rescuing a comrade from the clutches of a corrupted creature. Furthermore, his inventive genius shone through as he crafted a unique and versatile item. This string of accomplishments drastically diminished the number of detractors and adversaries he encountered, affording him a somewhat more tranquil academic journey. While he wouldn't claim to have made close friends, he relished the newfound solitude and peace that enveloped him during his years of study. At this juncture, Ethan's name had become a frequent topic of discussion among both second and third year students. This newfound attention was far from his desire, as his exceptional abilities, coupled with his modest lineage, left him with little choice but to attract this unwanted focus. The constant mention of his name eventually piqued the curiosity of influential upperclassmen, prompting them to delve deeper into his background. Consequently, they uncovered the closely guarded secret of his lightning manifestation, an event carefully concealed by the Academy's administration. However, as the adage goes, few secrets remain hidden forever. As word spread about this revelation, an influx of second and third year students began to infiltrate the freshmen's hall, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere for the newcomers. "Why are there so many second and third year students here?" inquired one of the freshmen. "I'm not sure, but I've heard they never bother with freshmen. This is unusual," replied his friend, echoing the sentiments of bewilderment that had taken hold in the hall. The influx of upper-class students continued, their presence unsettling and intimidating the freshmen as they roamed the halls in search of Ethan. Murmurs and whispers filled the air as they tried to uncover his whereabouts. The tension grew palpable as the freshmen huddled together, uncertain about how to handle the intrusion. Amidst this chaos, a figure clad in the distinguished robes of a final-year student arrived on the scene. This upperclassman was known to be one of the Academy's finest students, and his mere presence commanded respect. "Look, isn't that?" exclaimed a freshman girl. "No way, it's really him," her friend chimed in. "Clear a path," bellowed several students accompanying the upperclassmen, forcefully parting the sea of freshmen and fellow underclassmen. The man approached a group of freshman girls, his demeanor surprisingly calm amid the chaos. Addressing them, he asked, "Excuse me, I'm looking for someone. A first year named Ethan. Have any of you seen him?" The girls exchanged nervous and timid glances, their uncertainty palpable. After a moment, one of them mustered the courage to respond. "We're not sure where he is. Why are you looking for him?" The upperclassman sighed, his expression revealing a hint of frustration. "Can any of you point me in the right direction? It would be best for everyone if we find him quickly." He scanned the crowd of students, his gaze sharp and searching. Another freshman hesitated briefly before offering a suggestion. "During break time, he often goes to the cafeteria to grab a meal. You might want to check there," the student suggested, hoping to be of assistance to the upperclassman's search. The upperclassman nodded appreciatively. With that, the upperclassman departed, leaving the freshman with mixed feelings of relief and apprehension. As they watched him go, they couldn't help but wonder what the upperclassman wanted with Ethan. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Ethan sat at a corner table, unaware of the commotion unfolding outside. He was engrossed in the book on magical theory 2, completely absorbed in his studies and oblivious to the fact that his name had become a topic of intense interest. "Hey, Ethan, mind if I join you for a meal?" Seraphine asked as she balanced a tray of food in her hand. Ethan looked up from his book, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Why do you keep asking me when we both know that you never listen to my answer and end up sitting here anyway?" Seraphine chuckled, settling down across from Ethan. "It's the polite thing to do," she replied with a playful glint in her eye. Ethan shook his head with a resigned grin. "No, the polite thing to do would be to respect my response." As Seraphine took her first bite of food, she mumbled through her chewing, "Huh? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. My chewing makes it hard to listen." Ethan sighed, realizing it was futile to argue with her while she was enjoying her meal. "Never mind," he said with a small chuckle, and they both settled into a companionable silence, enjoying their company. "Hey, mind if I tag along?" "Sven, Another acquaintance of theirs interjected. Seraphine's face lit up with a warm smile. Sven, of course, come join us. You know you don't have to ask. You're always welcome here, she said, fully aware of the complex dynamics between Ethan and Sven. Ethan remained quiet, his focus returning to the book in front of him. Yeah, Sven responded, taking a seat next to Seraphine. Their perilous journey had forged an unexpected bond and somewhat level of trust among the three of them. Even though Ethan and Sven didn't exactly get along, the events they'd faced together had the sole effect of drawing them closer. Sven was genuinely eager to mend his relationship with Ethan, and Ethan, albeit slowly, was starting to chip away at his indifference. He couldn't deny the truth in the words he'd spoken 3 months ago. Sven had shown respect and followed Ethan's demand regarding their interaction in their rooms, even if trust was still a distant concept. The cafeteria table was a testament to their evolving camaraderie, even if it was still a work in progress. As the trio of Seraphine, Sven, and Ethan continued their meal, the atmosphere remained relaxed despite the silence. However, their peace was short-lived. The cafeteria doors swung open, and the same upperclassman and his friends, who had been searching for Ethan earlier, strode in. His presence immediately drew the attention of the cafeteria's occupants, including the trio. Whispers and hushed conversations spread among the freshmen as they watched the upperclassmen's approach. It was unusual for someone of his stature to venture into their territory. Ethan, Seraphine, and Sven exchanged uncertain glances, their curiosity piqued. Ethan muttered under his breath, "What's he doing here?" Seraphine leaned closer to Ethan and whispered, "I have no idea. Do you recognize him?" Silence. Before they could delve further into their discussion, an authoritative voice from one of the upperclassmen broke the silence, demanding attention. The leader of the upper-class group stepped forward, exuding dignified charm as he addressed the entire cafeteria. "We are in search of a specific individual, and we were informed that he would be present here in the cafeteria." The upperclassman leading the group had an air of mystery and authority about him. He possessed a striking and enigmatic appearance. His raven-black hair was impeccably styled, falling gracefully around his face with an almost supernatural sheen. His piercing eyes, concealed behind elegant round glasses, held an otherworldly, mesmerizing quality, their true intentions hidden behind a facade of charm. His attire was impeccable, a meticulously tailored academy uniform that only enhanced his aura of sophistication and power. With every step he took, there was an eerie gracefulness, like a silent predator prowling through the shadows, leaving an indelible impression on all who crossed his path. His presence alone commanded attention and respect, making it clear that he was not a man to be underestimated or trifled with. Whispers and speculative glances filled the room as the freshmen began to speculate about the identity of the sought-after individual. "Is there a freshman by the name of Ethan present?" As the upperclassman's gaze swept across the cafeteria, the hushed whispers of the freshmen became more audible. In response to the man's query, the students already present in the cafeteria turned their heads, their collective gaze converging on the silent figure seated in the corner. Ethan. He had unwittingly become the focal point of the unfolding drama. The upperclassman, his senses sharp as ever, effortlessly deduced Ethan's identity. With measured steps, he made his way towards the quiet freshman. As he arrived at Ethan's table, he looked down at him and spoke in a calm, composed tone. "Ethan, I presume?" Ethan met the upperclassman's gaze, his expression unreadable, and simply replied, "Yes, that's me. How can I help you?" The two exchanged a meaningful look, the tension in the air palpable. Converged paths. The upperclassman cast his gaze down upon Ethan, who was seated with a book next to his already eaten tray of food. "I apologize for intruding on your well-deserved break, but the tales I've heard about you left me with no choice but to seek you out," he began, his voice carrying an air of courtesy. Ethan looked up from his book, His curiosity piqued. "And who might you be?" he inquired. "Ah, my apologies for the late introduction. I am Theophilus Aloysius. You can simply call me Theo," he replied with a congenial smile. The moment Theo revealed his name, whispers erupted among the noble freshmen nearby. "He's an Aloysius." It makes sense. He radiates that distinctive aura and charm. Must be in the noble merchant's blood. But what's he doing in the academy? I thought the Aloysius bloodline had predetermined paths laid out since birth. Shouldn't he be dealing with merchant affairs? Ethan couldn't help but overhear the rumors swirling around him. He also observed Theo standing unruffled, seemingly unperturbed by the gossip that had suddenly enveloped the cafeteria. Ethan, intrigued by Theo's presence and the sincerity in his demeanor, decided to engage him in conversation to gain a better understanding of why he had sought him out. "And why were you searching for me? I can't see any connection or reason for us to seek each other out," Ethan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Theo nodded, acknowledging the validity of Ethan's question. "You're absolutely right," he conceded. "But that doesn't mean we shouldn't take the opportunity to get to know each other. Or am I mistaken?" Ethan remained contemplative, considering Theo's words. "You see," Theo continued, "I've heard from reliable sources that during your duel with Leon Ember, you displayed an extraordinary manifestation of lightning." Ethan recognized the name. Ember? Ah, that must be his family name, he surmised. "While I doubt you'd be inclined to divulge the intricacies of your spellcasting techniques, seeing as how you've declined the elders from the council, my purpose here today is simply to introduce myself to you. As you may have already gathered from our surroundings, I hail from the Aloysius family, one of the most influential merchant dynasties. Among the many teachings instilled by my family, one principle stands out: that we should extend our hand in introduction to those we believe could contribute positively to our lives. Though we may not know each other well at this moment, I hope that the next time our paths cross, we won't see each other as strangers, but as acquaintances," Theo concluded with a genuine and warm smile. Ethan contemplated Theo's words, his initial skepticism giving way to a deeper understanding of the noble merchant's perspective. He couldn't deny the logic in Theo's approach. The philosophy of reaching out to those who can contribute positively to one's life resonated with Ethan. In a world where we often build walls and divisions, there's something refreshing about the idea of breaking down those barriers and fostering connections based on mutual benefit, rather than lineage. During his time here, it was the first time someone actually reached out based on interests of the other's capability, rather than bloodline. Ethan reflected on his own experiences at the academy and replied back to Theo. "I've learned that true growth often comes from the exchange of ideas and experiences. It's through these interactions that we challenge our own beliefs, broaden our horizons, and discover new potentials within ourselves." With a warm smile, Ethan extended his hand towards Theo. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Theo," he said. Theo, pleased with the connection they were forging, grasped Ethan's hand firmly. "Ha ha ha, the pleasure is all mine, Ethan," he replied with a hearty laugh, sealing their newfound acquaintance with a firm handshake. As their hands met and their eyes locked. The unexpected meeting between Ethan and Theo had not only bridged the gap between two individuals of different status, but it also brought a touch of unity and understanding. It was a moment of significance that would shape their paths in ways they couldn't yet fathom. Theo inclined his head respectfully and replied, "I've taken enough of your time as well, and I, too, have classes to attend. Before I depart, I would like you to have this token of, let's call it friendship. If you ever find yourself in need of anything from me or the Aloysius family, simply present this token at our nearest branch or store, and you will receive the utmost courtesy." Ethan accepted the token, his expression a mix of gratitude and intrigue. "That's unexpected. Thank you. I don't have anything to offer you in return." Theo chuckled, his smile warm yet tinged with pragmatism. "As I mentioned earlier, Ethan, My actions are not purely driven by kindness, but by mutual interests. I'm forging a trustworthy connection with someone I consider worth collaborating with. That, in itself, is a valuable exchange." With these parting words, Theo bid Ethan farewell and left the cafeteria, leaving behind a token of potential alliance and the promise of a connection that transcended their initial encounter. As Ethan held the token in his hand, he couldn't help but wonder about the future and the opportunities that lay ahead, guided by the unexpected relation they had begun to build. As Ethan gazed at the token in his hand, a flood of memories and faces flashed before his eyes. He reflected on all the people he had interacted with during his time at the academy. His dedicated professors, Seraphine, Leon, the enigmatic Theo, his benefactor Alfred, and even the complex presence of Sven. Each of these connections, whether positive or negative, had played a role in shaping his journey so far. Unbeknownst to him, these relationships and the experiences he had shared with them were like threads weaving together to form a complex tapestry. Little did he realize that these connections, seemingly insignificant in the moment, would ultimately prove to be of the utmost consequence, their impact reaching far beyond what he could currently comprehend. As Ethan contemplated the web of relationships he had formed, he couldn't help but wonder how each of these threads would influence the course of his life, unaware that the foundation of his future had already begun to shift in subtle and profound ways. In a secluded chamber within another part of the academy, an elderly man sat in contemplation, his figure shrouded in the dim light. Before him, an unfamiliar figure stood, reporting on recent events. "How long will it take?" inquired the elderly man. "Sir," Granfeld, "the Valmillion stone was acquired approximately 3 days ago," the figure began, a hint of urgency in their voice. "However, we faced significant challenges during that time. We've lost several of our comrades, and the entity whom was protecting the stone has been relentless in pursuit. As a result, a substantial number of dark creatures have converged, forming a massive horde. If we don't dispose of the stone soon, I can only imagine the devastation it will bring to the nearby settlements." Granfeld nodded, his expression silent. The situation was dire, and the decision they faced carried immense weight. The Valmillion stone was a formidable and dangerous material, and its presence had triggered a chain of events that threatened to spiral out of control. "Has news of our acquisition of the Valmillion stone reached the Imperial Kingdom?" inquired Granfeld. "No, sir," the figure replied. "We have made every effort to conceal this information. However, if the current situation persists, it won't be long before the truth is revealed." Granfeld contemplated the implications of their actions. "How long do you estimate it will take for the stone to reach the designated location?" "Given that Sir Gregory has taken charge of the mission, I would estimate approximately 4 days," the figure responded. "Of course, this assumes that we prioritize safety and minimize the impact on the nearby villages, considering the relentless pursuit by the horde of monsters." The urgency of their mission weighed heavily on their minds as they strategized how to transport the Valmillion stone to its intended destination, all while keeping their actions hidden from the Imperial Kingdom and preventing the impending disaster from spreading further. "We have no other options." Do you mean?" "Yes. We must utilize one of the nearby villages as a diversion to halt the monster horde. We can't allow all our efforts to go to waste. If sacrifices must be made, then they shall be." "What are the closest villages to Sir Gregory's current location?" "Sir, the closest villages are Willowbrook, Stonehaven, and Thornfield." "Thornfield? That name rings a bell." "Sir, Thornfield is indeed managed by a lord of the same name. His son, a freshman, also attends the academy." Granfeld's interest was piqued. And what might the son's name be? "If my memory serves me right, the freshman's name is Sven Thornfield." No, that's not the name that's sparking my memory. Is there another student who is acquainted with him, or perhaps friends with a similar name?" "If I recall correctly, he did arrive at the academy with another student. I wouldn't say they are particularly close or friends, but they are from the same village." "Another noble child?" It's unusual for them to travel together. They typically avoid such arrangements. No, sir. The student who accompanied Sven Thornfield is of humble birth. A commoner. What is his name? It should be Ethan Hartfield. Ha ha. Sir? Yes. This is perfect. I can't believe the opportunity to rectify the humiliation I endured at the council meeting has presented itself so conveniently. Sir? Fetch the young lad for me. What was his name again? Sven? Yes, sir. Sven. Bring him to me. I'd like a word with him. The stage was set and the pieces were in motion, with an unexpected event forming. The future remained uncertain, awaiting the resolution of their intertwined fates. Sven Thornfield. Sven, hailing from noble lineage, had always held a belief that he was superior to most, including those of similar social status. From a young age, he had been instilled with the notion that he should carry himself with unwavering pride and never exhibit any sign of vulnerability by his father. Such advice, while well-intentioned, often didn't resonate with a child, and it was frequently misunderstood. Instead of fostering true confidence, it inadvertently led him down a path of arrogance, replacing firmness with harshness and empathy with cold detachment when faced with the struggles of others. He had always regarded those beneath his social status as nothing more than parasites and never considered them in any other light. The day he first encountered a boy he will eventually get to know, around the age of 6, he didn't pay much attention to the fact that he had been bumped into. Instead, it was the scrutiny of the people at the bustling merchant square that prompted him to react in the manner he did, a reaction driven by his determination to never display vulnerability. However, as a naive child, his thought process was quite the opposite of his intention. He had hoped that his actions would set an example, making others perceive him as strong. Yet, unknowingly, his behavior had the opposite effect, creating an image of a tyrant in the eyes of those around him. Initially, he didn't give much thought to how those he considered unimportant perceived him. However, his entire belief system and way of life were completely upended on the day of recruitment. A young boy of similar age, but from the humblest of backgrounds, displayed a strength greater than even the highest-born students, and a maturity that surpassed not only his own, but also that of his peers. He had believed that his disdain was directed at those of lower social standing, but on that fateful day he came to understand that what he truly despised was incompetence. With a newfound perspective, he reached out to the student from humble beginnings, hoping to forge a meaningful connection. To his surprise, his invitation was met with a polite decline. Unable to believe that someone from a lower standing would reject his offer so decisively, he sought an explanation. That's when he learned the shocking truth. The very student he had hoped to befriend was the same boy he had brutally mistreated 6 years earlier. Had he not been so arrogant, harsh, and cold, such a scenario might never have occurred. It was in this very moment that Sven began to undergo a gradual transformation. He started to treat others the way he himself wished to be treated. As weeks and months passed, he continued to closely observe the same student he had once mistreated, the very student who had become his roommate and an unexpected source of inspiration. Even as the student went about his academic life, feeling somewhat isolated by his peers, this remarkable student maintained an unwavering optimism. He attended classes with the utmost attention and worked diligently towards a brighter future. Witnessing this display of resilience and determination had a profound impact on Sven's outlook on life. Sven's admiration for his roommate continued to grow, particularly on the day of their evaluation. Through a stroke of good fortune, he had been invited by the same student to join his team for the evaluation. Sven was one of the rare students who didn't harbor any animosity toward him, which is why he had been invited. During the tasks, however, a sudden and unexpected attack left Sven in the clutches of a beast far mightier than even the guards stationed in the testing area. Trapped inside the creature's stomach, Sven found himself immobilized, unable to move an inch within the beast's constricting stomach. As his consciousness slowly began to wane, He was plagued by regrets about his life thus far. He revisited his past actions and struggled to find a single one he could be proud of. In those dire moments before his senses faded away, he made a solemn promise to himself. If he managed to survive this ordeal, he would transform his behavior, striving to earn the respect of others, and more importantly, his own self-respect. Shortly after, Sven found himself sprawled on the muddy ground beside a pool of muck. To his astonishment, his roommate lay nearby, surrounded by the remnants of the defeated beast's flesh and bones. It was in this moment that the full weight of his own actions came crashing down upon him. The very person he had disrespected to the point of humiliation had without hesitation saved him from the clutches of death, even while risking their own life. Instead of fleeing to secure their own safety, this remarkable individual had chosen to put themselves at risk to rescue someone who, in Sven's own eyes, had been nothing more than a good-for-nothing. It was a humbling realization, one that left Sven deeply ashamed of his past behavior and profoundly grateful for the kindness and courage he had been shown. In that defining moment, Sven made a solemn vow to himself. He swore that he would never betray the trust of this extraordinary individual who had saved his life. Even if he believed he had little chance of earning their respect, he was determined to extend the respect they rightfully deserved. This commitment was his way of acknowledging the debt he owed and his sincere desire to amend from his past actions. "What did you say?" Granfeld questioned. "I refuse," Sven replied firmly. He stood resolutely next to Granfeld in his office, unwavering in his decision. "You refuse? Do you not comprehend the grave situation your hometown faces?" Granfeld pressed urgently. "A horde of monsters is closing in on it as we speak. In less than 4 days, the village will be overrun. If you comply with my request, I can deploy one of my men to aid in defending against the impending threat." Sven maintained his resolve. "I fully understand the gravity of the situation, and while I wish for your assistance in facing the monsters, I cannot fulfill the conditions you're asking for." "In what way would my condition be to your disadvantage?" "The task should be relatively straightforward," Granfeld inquired. Sven's response was unwavering. "I have no intention of further diminishing my standing with Ethan, given the state it's already in." "How absurd! I thought the two of you had a strained relationship. In what way are you attempting to portray yourself as benevolent?" Granfeld retorted with frustration. "All you need to do is ask him how he managed to manifest lightning and then relay that answer to me." "I won't repeat myself. I refuse," Sven declared firmly. "Thornfield isn't as vulnerable as you may think. We have our own means of defending ourselves." "Very well, do as you please, but don't come begging to me when it's too late," Granfeld responded coldly. "This decision is yours to bear, and do not hold me accountable for withholding assistance." "I'll be on my way then," Sven said, departing the room with haste. As Sven left, an individual emerged from the shadows and presented themselves before Granfeld. "What will your decision be, sir?" the figure inquired. With a dark and angry expression, Granfeld responded, "Have Gregory pass through Thornfield Village. We'll use them to buy us some time." "Yes, sir," the individual acknowledged before vanishing once more into the shadows. Seated at his desk, Granfeld remained with an ominous scowl. "So be it. If I can't secure your cooperation, and if I can't extract the secret from him, then don't blame me for seeking retribution. Your home will serve as ample compensation." Sven rushed back to his room, his heart pounding with urgency. As he entered, he saw Ethan, who was studying at his desk. "Ethan!" Sven exclaimed, breathless from his hurried journey. "We need to talk, and it's urgent." Ethan looked up, concerned by Sven's tone. "What's the matter?" Sven quickly recounted the encounter with Granfeld and the dire situation that Thornfield Village faced. He explained how Granfeld had sought his cooperation to obtain Ethan's lightning manifesting secret and how he had refused. "Ethan, I couldn't betray your trust, and I won't let them use you like that," Sven said earnestly. "But we're in dire need of a plan, and we need it urgently. Thornfield Village is facing imminent danger. Hearing Sven's detailed explanation, a surge of anxiety began to grip Ethan's mind. The foremost thought in his mind was the impending danger that his parents were about to confront. "We won't be able to make it back to the village in time," Ethan lamented. "We don't even have a carriage to transport us there. And even if we somehow manage to make it in time, will it truly make a difference? I'm starting to think that it might be best to approach Granfeld and give him what he wants." "You can't," Sven exclaimed with conviction. "How can we trust that devious bastard's words? The mere fact that he kept the Horde a secret from the kingdom and our village should be reason enough to dismiss his promises. There's no way he would genuinely help us, even if we were to provide him with your knowledge of spellcraft." Sven's words resonated with the bitter truth. Instead of being a benevolent figure, Granfeld had stayed silent about the impending Horde's attack, prioritizing his own selfish gains. He seemed willing to let hundreds of innocent lives hang in the balance, rather than relinquish his pursuit of what he desired. "Look, I understand that our presence might not deter the Horde," Sven began, his mind racing with ideas. "But what if we manage to reach the village a day ahead of the Horde's arrival to warn them?" Granfeld mentioned it would take the Horde 4 days to reach the village, and it's a 3-day ride on horseback from the academy to the village. If we can somehow find a carriage or even a horse, we might just make it in time to alert the village and ensure their evacuation. Ethan nodded in agreement upon hearing Sven's words. Even if he had wanted to provide the method of manifesting magic to Granfeld, explaining the intricacies of weather and its phenomena and patterns, which were integral to his lightning manifestation, would take several days. Sven's proposal to reach the village a day before the Horde's attack seemed to be their best chance at saving Thornfield. "I believe your plan is our only viable option," Ethan agreed. "Though we have a plan, how on earth are we going to find transportation?" Sven asked, his brow furrowing. Ethan hesitated for a moment before replying. "I might have a solution. Follow me." Ethan and Sven burst out of the room, their hearts filled with unwavering determination, and set off on their path toward what they believed to be their sole salvation, the weight of choices. Ethan and Sven hastily departed from their rooms, fully aware that their current actions violated the Academy's rules. Venturing outside during this time of day was strictly prohibited, and the risk of being caught was akin to inviting a demerit on their records. Nevertheless, they found themselves with no alternative but to brave the Academy's grounds in search of assistance. Sven closely trailed behind Ethan, putting his trust in his judgment to guide them toward a solution to save their families. To his astonishment, Ethan led them out of the first-year quarters, then through the second-year area, only to exit once more, eventually entering the exclusive domain of the senior third-year students. Amidst the whirlwind of questions swirling through his mind, Sven understood that now was not the time for inquiries, but for action. Thus, he maintained his silence, staying close to Ethan as they pressed forward. "Who goes there?" Surprised, the pair found themselves confronted by one of the guards patrolling the academy grounds. Instead of halting to explain their urgent situation, Ethan signaled to Sven to disregard the guard and continue onward. "Ignore him. We're almost there." Sven hesitated for a moment but complied, trusting Ethan's judgment. "Stop. Students aren't allowed to wander outside their rooms at this hour. I said stop!" The guard commanded, growing increasingly agitated. Ethan and Sven continued their sprint through the corridors, determined to reach their destination. The urgency of their mission fueled their steps, and they pressed on until they finally arrived at the door they had been seeking. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan began to knock frantically on the door, his desperation evident in every pounding sound. Knock, knock. "Who is it at this hour?" a voice from behind the door questioned. "Mr. Alfred, it's me, Ethan Hartfield," Ethan called out. "Ethan?" Alfred responded, his curiosity piqued by Ethan's unexpected visit. "There. Finally, I've caught up to you," the patrolman exclaimed, his voice laden with irritation. "How dare you two run away from me? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you're causing?" As the patrolman finally caught up to the duo, he prepared to admonish them for breaking the rules. But his reprimand was abruptly halted. "That's enough," says Sir Alfred. "They're here for a reason. Thank you for your diligence." I see. Then I'll head back to work. Have a good rest," the patrolman stammered before departing. With the intruding presence of the patrolman now gone, Alfred opened the door fully, gesturing for Ethan and Sven to enter. "Thank you, Mr. Alfred," Ethan expressed his gratitude. Alfred regarded Ethan with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "How surprising. I did expect you to reach out to me eventually, but not quite so soon, or even so late." Ethan's tone carried a sense of urgency and sincerity as he addressed Alfred. "I apologize for bothering you at such a late hour, but an urgent and unexpected matter has arisen, and I desperately need your assistance if you would be willing to help us." Alfred surveyed the two out-of-breath students before him, discerning the anxiety and worry etched into their expressions. He could sense that this was no trivial matter. "Speak. What's going on?" he inquired, ready to lend an ear. Ethan quickly recounted the dire situation that had compelled them to seek Alfred's help, the imminent threat to Thornfield Village, and the approaching horde of monsters. He explained their desperate need for transportation to reach the village before disaster struck. As Alfred absorbed the gravity of the situation, he nodded solemnly. "I see," he said. "This is indeed a grave matter." Alfred paused for a few seconds, contemplating the gravity of the situation and the implications of their request. "I'm willing to assist you," he began, "but I must advise against this course of action." Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you saying? Our home is on the verge of destruction, and you're advising against us helping our family?" Alfred maintained his calm demeanor as he explained. "I'm not suggesting you shouldn't help your family. What I mean is that leaving the academy without proper authorization can lead to serious consequences. You may be risking your own academic future and safety." Ethan's frustration was evident as he responded, "What do you mean? Aren't you a high-ranking authority figure here? Can't you grant us the necessary permission?" Alfred's expression remained sympathetic but firm. "Unfortunately, I do not have the authority to grant such permissions. My role is to uphold the laws and regulations of the academy. If you were to leave without proper authorization and return later, my hands would be tied, and I'd have to act based on the circumstances." Sven, recognizing the delicate situation, asked, "So, what should we do then? How can we make this work without risking our academic standing?" Alfred's thoughtful pause led to a partial solution. "I can provide you with horses," he offered. "You can use them to reach Thornfield Village swiftly. However, that's the extent of my immediate assistance. To obtain the proper authorization, you would need approval from either the principal or the council. Since the academy's inception, it has been a rule that students are not permitted to leave the academy grounds under any circumstances until designated vacation days. If you insist on leaving now, it must be done through the proper channels." Ethan's frustration boiled over as he exclaimed, "What proper channels? We don't have time for this bureaucratic nonsense." Alfred maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "The decision is ultimately yours to make, young man. You can leave the academy grounds to warn your home village about the impending danger, risking your future as a mage. Alternatively, you can attempt to acquire the proper authorization to maintain your standing here, but that could jeopardize the fate of your home." Ethan and Sven exchanged a glance, realizing the gravity of their choices. The weight of their decision hung heavy in the air, but the decision didn't need any contemplation on their side. They already knew their next move. Without further hesitation, Ethan and Sven made their choice. "Bring us to the horses," Ethan stated firmly, his voice resolute. Alfred nodded and led them to the stables where he had his personal horse. The urgency of their mission weighed heavily on their minds as they mounted the horses and prepared to ride towards Thornfield Village, hoping to reach it in time to warn their families and fellow villagers of the impending danger. "Sven, I'm not familiar with riding horses. Can you handle it?" Ethan asked with a hint of uncertainty. "Leave it to me. Just hold on tight to make sure you don't fall," Sven assured him, exuding confidence. "Thank you, Mr. Alfred." Ethan and Sven expressed their gratitude one more time. Alfred offered a final piece of advice, his voice filled with a solemn tone. "Kids, the decision you've made today, don't ever regret it, no matter what happens after." Ethan's response was resolute. "Even if we regretted our decision, we would have taken the same decision 1,000,000 times over." With that, they rode off into the night, determined to reach Thornfield Village and do whatever it took to protect their loved ones from the impending danger. Consequences be damned. In the heart of a dark and foreboding forest, where trees cast eerie shadows and the wind whispered secrets, a group of hooded figures gathered around a flickering campfire. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if aware of the ominous presence within its depths. "Sir," one of the hooded figures spoke, "a message from Master Granfeld has arrived." The others leaned in, their faces hidden beneath their cowls, their eyes reflecting the dancing flames of the campfire. The forest's silence amplified the weight of the moment. "Tell me," the leader demanded, his voice cutting through the hushed air like a sharpened blade. "What instructions have we received from this covetous old coot?" "It appears they are determined not to see this mission falter." Proceed." "We've been directed to journey to a nearby village and employ them as a decoy to slow down the horde." "Ha ha ha ha. That scoundrel has a heart of ice. Excellent. Which village are we targeting?" "Thornfield Village." "Thornfield Village, you say?" The leader chuckled, a wicked grin crossing his face. "Prepare the troops. We move at once." In the somber depths of the forest, the sounds of preparations resonated, setting the stage for a sinister turn of events. Thornfield Village's destiny teetered on the brink, precariously balanced between impending doom and uncertain salvation. Unseen threats. "Can we get some drinks over here?" called out a customer from their table, raising their hand to grab the waiter's attention. "Of course, I'll be right with you," replied the waiter with a friendly smile, skillfully balancing a tray of drinks as he navigated through the bustling restaurant. At another table, impatience was starting to simmer. "Hey, we've been waiting for our food for a while now," grumbled a diner, exchanging concerned glances with their companion. "It won't be much longer." The waiter reassured them, his demeanor calm and composed despite the growing commotion in the restaurant. In the kitchen, a woman working diligently on a multitude of dishes couldn't help but express her concerns. "Honey, things are spiraling out of control. Maybe we should consider hiring some extra hands. Since Ethan left, the workload has become overwhelming." Her husband, who also managed the bustling restaurant, wiped his brow, showing signs of exhaustion. "I understand, my dear, but let's hang in there a bit longer. It's the peak season, and the influx of customers will soon decrease." "Ha, things wouldn't be so hectic if Ethan was still here," she mused wistfully, a fond smile playing on her lips. "He would have effortlessly managed the clients and their orders. He always had a kind word to say about my dishes. Oh, and he never hesitated to lend a hand with the dishes, sparing me the strain of extra work. He would also—" "Honey," her husband gently interrupted, his own eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and sadness. The woman's voice trailed off as her husband gently interrupted her with a warm smile. "I know, dear. Ethan was a great help, and he's surely doing well at the academy. Haven't he said so himself based on the letter he sent us? Let's just keep the restaurant running smoothly for now. I'm sure he'd be proud of how we're managing things." They shared a brief moment of understanding before the husband returned to managing the bustling restaurant, navigating between tables, and ensuring their customers' satisfaction. A sinister figure cloaked in shadows entered the quaint inn managed by Ethan's parents. The interior was cozy, with a warm fireplace casting dancing shadows across the room. The customers, busy chatting and enjoying their meals, paid no heed to the newcomers. The man glanced around, assessing the establishment's atmosphere. His eyes eventually landed on the couple, Ethan's parents, who were busy tending to the customers' needs. The man sauntered over to the bar, his companion following silently behind. With a heavy sigh, he called out, "Innkeeper, we require your attention." Ethan's mother, wiping her hands on her apron, approached the two strangers with a polite smile. "Good evening, sirs. How may I assist you tonight?" One of the men, presumably the leader, stepped forward and replied, "Me and my companions are seeking accommodations for the night. Do you have enough room to accommodate us?" "Of course," she replied, her tone gracious and welcoming. The leader offered a charming smile. "You can simply call me Gregory, young lady." "Young lady?" Her cheeks flushed with a hint of bashfulness. "Oh my, are you gentlemen also interested in enjoying a meal while you stay with us?" Gregory's eyes twinkled with appreciation. "What a considerate thing to ask. Not only do you possess beauty on the outside, but your kindness shines through as well. We would be delighted to dine here. Thank you." Ethan's father, who had been busily attending to other customers, stole a moment to cast an observant glance in their direction. His expression began to take on a hint of wariness, a silent intuition that something was amiss. Ethan's father, sensing an air of caution, decided to approach the table where the newcomers had settled. With a friendly smile but a subtle air of vigilance, he introduced himself. "Good evening, gentlemen. I'll be the waiter attending your needs today. We're delighted to have you here. Is there anything specific you'd like to start with tonight?" Gregory leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting between the young lady and the waiter that had intruded. "How about you surprise us with your specialties?" "We're always up for trying local cuisine." "Of course," replied Ethan's father. Ethan's father soon brought out the meal, a delicious assortment of local dishes that showcased the flavors of Thornfield Village. The aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Gregory, with a discerning eye, examined the dishes. "Impressive," he remarked. "But I'm quite curious about the specifics. What ingredients did you use? How was it prepared? And most importantly, who's the chef behind this delightful feast?" As Ethan's father began to explain the dishes, Gregory interrupted him politely. "I apologize, but I'm rather particular about food. Would it be possible for the chef to join us and provide the details? I'm sure their expertise is as remarkable as the meal itself." Ethan's father, somewhat surprised by the request, nodded. "Of course, sir. I'll bring the chef right away." He returned to the kitchen and spoke with his wife, informing her of Gregory's request. She emerged from the kitchen, adjusting her apron and revealing herself as the chef behind the exquisite dishes. "Ah, you're the talented chef responsible for this feast," Gregory exclaimed with genuine admiration. "No wonder the dish looks so good. It's a reflection of its artist. Please, have a seat. I'd love to hear more about your culinary artistry." Ethan's mother, though a bit taken aback, joined them at the table. She explained the details of the dish, describing the ingredients, cooking techniques, and the balance of flavors. As she spoke, Gregory leaned in slightly, attempting to seduce her with his charm. "Your descriptions make it sound even more tempting. I must say, a meal prepared by such a talented chef would be even more delightful in the company of a beautiful woman like yourself." She smiled politely, appreciating his compliment, but making her stance clear. "Thank you for your kind words, sir. However, I must mention that I'm happily married and have a child." Gregory respected her boundaries, nodding with a charming grin. Gregory leaned back in his chair, offering a warm smile, and his tone softened as he tried to make amends. "Hey, my apologies for any misunderstandings. I wasn't trying to make it weird between us. I truly only wanted to have someone to enjoy my meal with. As you can see, my colleagues over here aren't really the talkative types. If it isn't too much, would you be willing to let me know more about you while I enjoy the food you've prepared? You mentioned having a child. Where is he? What kind of kid is he?" Ethan's mother had one unmistakable weakness, and that was her child. Whenever anything related to her son was brought up, her eyes would light up, and her demeanor transformed into that of a lively and animated individual. Ethan's mother couldn't help but gush about her son. Her face lit up, and her voice carried a tone of pride and excitement. "Oh, he's an incredible young boy, always full of energy and curiosity. He's been mature beyond his years since he was little. At times, I even worried that he might be different from other children. He always acted in a way that wouldn't shame us or cause us any concern. Truly, the perfect son," she said with a fond smile. Gregory and his companions listened intently, captivated by her genuine affection for her child. "It sounds like you have an exceptional son. Your love and support must mean the world to him. Where is he now? I'd love to meet this remarkable young man." "He's actually attending the Magic Academy," she continued, and Gregory and his companions exchanged surprised glances. The notion of a non-noble individual being part of the prestigious academy was almost unfathomable to them. "What is this lady even spouting? Ha 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 ha." One of Gregory's companions spoke, skepticism evident in his tone. Ethan's mother shook her head, her smile still warm but tinged with a hint of sadness. "I understand your disbelief, but it's true. He worked hard and earned a place there. It wasn't easy, but he managed it, all on his own." Gregory leaned forward, his interest piqued. "This is a remarkable achievement, one we rarely hear of. How did he manage to accomplish such a feat?" "Leader, do you really believe her words? She's obviously delusional," another companion chimed in. "That's right. She obviously can't accept the fact that he was taken by the Imperial military to be used as a meat shield." Another companion chimed in with a mocking tone, dismissing the mother's words. Ethan's mother couldn't help but feel hurt by the insults directed at her, but she maintained her composure. Gregory, however, leaned forward with a conciliatory smile. Now, no need for harsh words. We're just having a friendly chat here," Gregory said, attempting to diffuse the tension. He then turned his attention back to Ethan's mother. "May I know your son's name? I'd love to meet him one day." "My son's name is Ethan," she replied, her tone softening as she mentioned her son's name. As their conversation concluded, Gregory and his companions decided it was time to retire for the night. They rose from their seats and began to make their way toward the door. But in his haste, a colorful and unusual stone fell from Gregory's coat pocket. It landed on the wooden floor with a soft clink, capturing the attention of Ethan's father, who was nearby. Ethan's father, a bit startled by the sight of the vibrant stone, couldn't help but reach down and pick it up. He turned it over in his hand, his brow furrowing with curiosity. "This stone. It's unlike anything I've ever seen," Ethan's father said, his voice filled with wonder as he examined the stone's unique patterns and colors. Gregory's reaction was swift and stern. He reached out, his hand almost snatching the stone from Ethan's father's grasp. "This is mine," Gregory declared, his tone no longer warm and congenial. It had turned into a firm command. "Don't touch it." Ethan's father was taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor. He quickly handed the stone back to Gregory, a nervous nod accompanying the action. Gregory carefully secured the stone back into his coat pocket, making sure it was well hidden. As Gregory and his companions made their way to their respective chambers, they continued their march through the dimly lit corridor of the inn. The atmosphere grew darker with each step. Gregory's colleague leaned in, his voice a sinister whisper. "Sir, what should we do about the innkeeper? He saw the stone. Should we dispose of him?" Gregory considered the question carefully, his face shrouded in shadows. After a few moments of contemplation, he responded with an ominous tone. "No need for that. Our primary concern is delivering the stone to Granfeld. The Horde will take care of any witnesses for us. Let it run its course." His colleague nodded in understanding, a wicked grin curling on his lips. "Though it's a shame to leave such beauty to die without having any fun with her. Oh well, the mission is more important. If it wasn't for that, I would have taken her away and had my fun. Is it her luck or misfortune, I wonder? In either situation, what would she consider it? Ha ha ha. The group continued their march, their laughter echoing through the dimly lit hallway, leaving behind an eerie feeling in their path. The last guests, as Gregory and his comrades peacefully rested at the inn owned by Ethan's parents in Thornfield Village. In a relatively far-off distance, the night wrapped the area in an eerie silence, broken only by the steady rhythm of a galloping horse racing at full speed. The horse's hooves pounded against the greenery soil, creating a frantic symphony that echoed through the stillness of the night. "Ethan, we have to stop now," Sven called out, his voice filled with urgency. "The horse can't keep going any longer. It's been moving non-stop for hours. It's going to die if we push it any further." Ethan, his face illuminated by the faint glow of the flames manifested in the palm of his hand, contemplated Sven's words. He knew that pushing the horse to its limit would be inhumane and potentially fatal, which in return could end up putting them at risk of not arriving in time at the village. Reluctantly, he nodded. "Fine. Let's rest for a few hours and let the horse recover." They guided the exhausted horse to a closely located tree, where it could find solace while they fed him. Their mission to reach Thornfield Village had been relentless, but they couldn't afford to sacrifice the loyal steed that had carried them this far. They still had a long way to go before they reached their destination. Ethan leaned behind the tree, his gaze fixed on Sven as he asked, "How long before we reach the village?" Sven retrieved a large piece of parchment from his satchel and began scanning it intently. "Considering the distance we've covered already," he began, "if we manage to maintain our pace without any unexpected obstacles, we should arrive at Thornfield Village in 2 days, just a day ahead of the horde." Ethan fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts swirling with worry and uncertainty. Sven, sensing his unease, decided to offer some reassurance. "I can see the concern in your eyes, Ethan, and I share it. But let me tell you something about Thornfield Village," Sven began, his voice steady and soothing. Ethan looked at Sven, his curiosity piqued by his words. "My father, he's in Thornfield. He's an incredible man, both as a father and as a lord. I've always admired him and tried to emulate him, but in doing so, I failed to see the essence of his actions. He's firm yet fair, strong yet compassionate, inspiring yet humble. If he had ever had a shameful thing about him, that would be me, his ungrateful and pathetic son. Do you ever wonder if our family name would still endure if we didn't possess this level of power?" Sven mused aloud, his gaze distant. "My father is as formidable as the professors at the academy. He taught me everything I know about magic, yet I can barely manifest a third of his abilities when he was my age. I can't help but feel sorry for the horde that's about to face the wrath of my father." Ethan's brows furrowed as doubt gnawed at him. Can I really trust him? Sven met Ethan's gaze with unwavering sincerity. "Ethan, I don't know the strength of the horde Thornfield Village is about to face, but my father is not the kind of lord who would abandon his people. He's the type who would stand and protect them with his life if needed. I can't promise that he'll save everyone, but I can guarantee he'll do his utmost to safeguard as many as possible. That's if we don't make it in time to warn them." Sven gave Ethan a determined smile. "We'll make it, Ethan. Together." Ethan nodded, his determination reignited. "You're right. We'll do everything in our power to get there in time and help our village, no matter what." "Let's take a break for now," Sven suggested, his voice weary from the long journey. "We've been traveling the whole day. We'll each rest for 3 hours, for a total of 6. We'll set out first thing in the morning. I'll keep watch and wake you up in 3 hours to switch with you," he explained, his words measured and thoughtful. "All right," Ethan agreed. "I'll get some sleep then. Wake me up in 3 hours." Sven nodded and settled down in a makeshift camp, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. The following morning greeted Ethan and Sven with a gloomy and overcast sky. Dark clouds loomed ominously above, threatening to unleash a downpour at any moment. The air was heavy with humidity, and a faint rumble of thunder echoed in the distance, a harbinger of the storm that might soon engulf them. Ethan looked at the sky with a concerned look. Something about those clouds doesn't seem right. He thought to himself, "Ethan, help me wake up the horse." As they prepared to continue their journey towards Thornfield Village, the atmosphere seemed charged with tension, mirroring their own sense of urgency. The landscape around them was muted by the dull gray of the sky, and the usual chirping of birds had fallen silent. Meanwhile, in Thornfield Village, the guests prepared to leave the inn after finishing their breakfast. Gregory, ready to depart, cast a last glance back at Ethan's parents, his gaze lingering on the gathering storm clouds that darkened the horizon. "Thank you for your hospitality," he said, his tone polite but tinged with an air of finality. "Thank you for coming. Please consider visiting us again in the future. We'll even throw in a free meal," the innkeeper offered warmly. "Thank you for the offer," Gregory replied, "but I'm afraid this will be the last time our paths cross." Confusion flickered across the innkeeper's face. "What do ya—" Gregory interrupted, his voice carrying a hint of foreboding. "A piece of advice before we depart." Gregory leaned in slightly, his voice low and deliberate. "I would advise you to prepare for the storm that's looming on the horizon." "Oh, thank you for the advice, but it's most likely just a small rainstorm. It will pass." Gregory's eyes bore into Ethan's parents as he issued his eerie advice, his voice dripping with foreboding. Have you ever witnessed the painting of the horizon with a darkness unlike any you've ever seen or known? The wind screaming like lost souls and the heavens weeping tears of despair? A wrathful force, a relentless hunger that devours all in its path? A tempest that spares none who have the unlucky chance to encounter it? Ha ha ha, that seems a bit too exaggerated, don't you think, sir? Ha ha ha. You're right. All in all, what I was trying to say is that it would be wise to gather your loved ones close and ensure you have a safe place to hide to weather this approaching tempest. You see, storms like these can be quite unpredictable, and once they're upon you, it might be too late to seek shelter. We'll take your warning in mind, sir. Thank you for using our inn. Have yourself a safe travel." "Thank you, and good luck." Ha 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 ha. Gregory gave a curt nod and a thin smile filled with laughter before departing from the inn with his companion, leaving Ethan's parents to ponder the unsettling advice. The day passed swiftly, with a stark contrast between the journeys undertaken. Gregory and his companion departed the village on their way to deliver the mysterious stone to its designated destination. Meanwhile, Ethan and Sven continued their relentless rush toward Thornfield Village, driven by their urgent need to warn the inhabitants of the impending danger. Ethan's parents, on the other hand, continued to diligently work in their inn as if it were any ordinary day. The routine of serving patrons and preparing meals masked the lurking unease that the unsettling advice from their departing guests had instilled in them. Yet, far in the distance, the looming threat grew ever closer. A horde of beasts, like a dark cloud on the horizon, advanced relentlessly, undeterred by hunger, exhaustion, or reason. The storm that accompanied them moved in sinister harmony, a harbinger of doom. The predicted time for the horde's arrival was a mere 3 days, a seemingly short span in human reckoning. However, these beasts, devoid of reason or restraint, needed neither rest nor sustenance. Their sole purpose was to advance inexorably, leaving destruction in their wake, bringing their relentless march forward much closer than predicted. Time remaining, 3 days, 2 days. Thornfield Mansion. Nestled within the heart of the village, a majestic mansion stood as a testament of authority amid the modest abodes of its surroundings. Its imposing presence cast a long shadow over the humble homes that encircled it, an embodiment of grandeur and affluence. The mansion's colossal gates, adorned with intricate ironwork, beckoned visitors into a world of lavish luxury, while simultaneously underscoring the security that guarded it. In a secluded corner of the mansion, A sanctum of silence and contemplation unfolded. A study, bathed in the warm, muted hues of mahogany and leather. Bookshelves lined with knowledge reaching toward the ceiling, each volume a testament to the owner's insatiable curiosity. A vast oak desk, meticulously organized with antique artifacts, commanded the center of the room. Papers neatly arranged, a quill poised for the next stroke of inspiration. The focal point of this room was an expansive, floor-to-ceiling window, its glass as clear as it can be. From this vantage, a man of discerning tastes gazed out at the ever-changing canvas of the sky. With an air of tranquility, he observed the clouds as they pirouetted in the gray expanse. An aura of scholarly refinement permeated the air with the man's presence. A man of distinguished appearance bore an ageless countenance. His hair, a cascade of white strands, framed a face marked by the passage of time. Eyes, deep and contemplative, held a quiet intensity. His attire exuded an understated elegance, a fusion of style and grace. He was adorned in a tailored suit, its fine wool material draping him with the grace of a gentleman. The suit jacket, impeccably fitted, emphasizing a slender silhouette. A crisp white dress shirt beneath it, its collar secured by a discreet silver collar pin. A meticulously folded pocket square in a matching shade peeked from the breast pocket of his jacket. His trousers, tailored to perfection, tapered down to polished black leather shoes. The footwear was impeccably shined, completing the ensemble with a touch of sophistication. As he looked out the window, the man couldn't shake off a growing sense of unease. His eyes were locked on the dark clouds slowly forming into a storm. Something doesn't seem right. Knock, knock. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing a man dressed in a soldier's uniform. Sir, I came to report. Go ahead. Yes, sir. As per your request, we have duly notified the farmers and agricultors to suspend their activities in anticipation of the storm. The laborers have also been instructed to pause their work until further instructions. Good work, remarked the man, his unwavering gaze still fixed upon the sky. Kindly do me the favor of conveying to the guards to secure the gates and restrict entry to the village for the upcoming days. Pardon my intrusion, sir, said the soldier, but may I inquire about the reason behind such a precautionary measure? Knowing the guard leader, he would be much appreciative in knowing the reasoning. The man finally tore his gaze away from the looming clouds and turned to face his inquisitive subordinate. There was a contemplative pause before he spoke, his voice carrying a tone of somber gravity. We must exercise caution, he began, his words measured and deliberate. The decision to bar entry is not made lightly, but it is a necessary precaution. The signs in the skies are not merely indicative of a storm. They herald something far more ominous, something I have not seen before. Your command shall be heeded, Lord Van Thornfield. The subordinate, his brow furrowed with lingering questions, offered a respectful salute. He remained puzzled by the enigmatic motives behind his lord's command, but wisely refrained from probing further. He promptly departed to deliver the instructions to the village guards. The villagers, unaware of the threat, went about their daily lives. But the man in the study knew that a shadow was looming close and was about to descend upon their peaceful existence. Even though he did not know what to expect, he was determined to protect his community from the encroaching storm of uncertainty. As Ethan and Sven forged ahead through the dense forest, they soon encountered an unforeseen twist of fate that would tip the scales against them. The relentless pursuit of the wolf pack persisted, their relentless determination to make the two travelers their prey unyielding. Push through, urged Ethan. I'm aware. No need to remind me. Concentrate on diverting them. Sven replied, his voice tinged with frustration as he tried his best to stir the horse. Damn it! Can't you see I've been doing just that? They're coming from every damn direction. I can't handle this many of them, Ethan exclaimed, his eyes frantically scanning the dense woods for a way out. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no difficulties, but it seemed as though fate conspired against their intervention. A relentless pack of wolves pursued them, viewing the horse and its 2 human passengers as a tempting banquet. As the relentless pack of wolves closed in, Sven and Ethan desperately brainstormed a plan. Sven whispered to Ethan, "Ethan, we should seek higher ground. Wolves have a tough time on steep terrain. Those rocky cliffs to the east seem like our best bet." Ethan, his concern now for the borrowed horse they rode, retorted, "Are you seriously suggesting that? Horses struggle on steep ground too. You're not thinking of sacrificing the horse we borrowed, are you? No way. Let's find a solution that doesn't involve sacrificing the horse," Ethan urged, determined to preserve every life. As the wolves closed in, Ethan racked his brain for an alternative plan. In a moment of inspiration, his eyes lit up. "I've got it." Sven's curiosity piqued as he asked, "How?" "It's going to take a while to explain, so brace yourself for a change in our course of action." With a spark of inspiration, Ethan tapped into his knowledge of weather. He hatched a plan involving the fascinating concept of cloud seeding. Using his water magic, he swiftly lowered the temperature, causing water molecules to crystallize into ice. He then began shaping an artificial cloud, manipulating the humidity around him to create the perfect atmosphere. These ice crystals became the building blocks of his plan, growing in size and density within the cloud, ultimately inducing precipitation. As Ethan's plan began to materialize, a formation of water droplets coalesced, enveloping them in a thick mist. "A mist?" Sven uttered in bewilderment as the sudden fog swirled before them. "The mist will refract light and distort vision, making it hard for the wolves to track us," Ethan explained. "I'll maintain it until we're out of their sight, so when the mist thickens completely, we'll change our course." Sven, still perplexed, questioned, "You created the mist? How?" "That's not our concern at the moment," Ethan responded urgently. "Did you hear what I said? Change course." "Alter our course? If we do that, we might lose our way and waste precious hours retracing our steps. Are you willing to take that risk?" Gradually, the atmosphere around them transformed. The air grew cooler and ethereal particles danced on the breeze. As these particles interacted with the changing conditions, they initiated the formation of tiny water droplets, creating a dense mist that thickened with each passing moment. Ethan's voice carried a sense of determination as he replied, "Of course not. But right now, it's our only option." "Fine." Enveloped in the dense mist, the pursuing wolf pack found themselves disoriented and slowed down, their senses compromised by the altered visibility. Nevertheless, they continued to run forward, their relentless pursuit undeterred. "Now!" Ethan's command pierced the tension in the air, prompting Sven to swiftly guide the horse to the left, veering them away from the oncoming pack of wolves. "We must maintain this mist until we're well out of their reach," Sven urged, his eyes fixed on the vanishing figures of the predators. Ethan nodded in agreement, his concentration unwavering as he sustained the magical conditions that shrouded them in mist. The growls and howls of the pursuing wolves gradually faded into distant echoes, a testament to their successful escape. As they finally allowed the mist to disperse, Ethan and Sven exchanged a moment of satisfaction. "We should remember this approach for the future," Sven suggested, a hint of eagerness in his voice. "It's a remarkable way to evade danger. You should teach it to me." Ethan offered a reassuring smile. "I'll consider it, if we make it out of here safe and sound, of course." With the wolf encounter now behind them, they continued their journey, fully aware that the path ahead was fraught with potential dangers in the untamed wilderness, as well as the chance of their untimely arrival. Time remaining, 2 days, 1 day. Von Thornfield, Sven Thornfield. Time ticking away. Back at the academy, 3 distinguished professors stood in a solemn line beside the principal's imposing desk. Each of them held a reputation for imparting knowledge to the freshmen within the realms of history, magical theory, and crafting. Their collective presence was an earnest attempt to report a concerning incident that had happened over the past 2 days. Professor Eveline, her voice tinged with anxiety, was the first to voice her concerns. What course of action should we take, considering neither of them has attended any of their scheduled classes? They also seem to have vacated their dormitories. Her agitation was palpable, but Professor Harrington, with an expression of calmness, sought to provide reassurance. Please, Professor Eveline, let us maintain our composure. The situation is currently under investigation, and it's imperative that we remain patient. Professor Stones chimed in. Indeed, we must not overlook the gravity of the matter. These students are among the brightest in their respective years, and their absence is akin to losing a formidable future army. Principal Spellman, his gaze steady and resolute, interjected. I understand the depth of your concerns, my esteemed colleagues. However, it's crucial to remember that there are variables beyond our immediate control. As I mentioned earlier, the investigation is already underway. We cannot simply conjure their whereabouts with magic. Let us have faith in the process. The 3 professors exchanged apprehensive glances, their shared worry for the missing students present. They understood that, for now, their collective patience was the only recourse as the Academy mobilized to uncover the truth. Creak. The door behind them swung open without warning, and a man of considerable authority made his entrance. With a bald head and piercing, somewhat sinister eyes, Granfeld, the esteemed council elder of the Academy, appeared before the principal and the 3 professors. Principal Spellman and the professors greeted Granfeld with a mixture of respect and trepidation, knowing that his arrival signified the gravity of the situation. Granfeld's presence commanded the room as he began to address them. Principal Roderick, I have been informed of the situation regarding the missing students. Their absence is a matter of great concern for the Academy and the Council alike. He glanced at each of them in turn, his gaze unyielding. I trust that you have already initiated an investigation into their whereabouts. Principal Spellman nodded solemnly. Yes, Elder Granfeld. We have dispatched our most capable individuals to determine their location and ascertain the circumstances surrounding their disappearance. Granfeld's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the information, his expression growing more focused. Excellent. We must not underestimate the gravity of their absence. If those children were indeed kidnapped, it would represent a significant breach of our security and could potentially jeopardize the Academy's future. However, if those young ones intentionally departed the Academy grounds during the school year, we are left with no option but to take stringent measures. Ha ha ha. Those youngsters actually left the Academy to protect their homes. Granfeld thought to himself with a sinister grin. I'm on a winning streak. Not only will they witness their homes engulfed in flames and their families mercilessly massacred, but they will also face expulsion from the Academy for violating age-old laws. Ha ha ha. Elder Granfeld continued, his voice measured. I will personally oversee this matter. You shall keep me informed of any developments. It is crucial that we resolve this issue swiftly and discreetly. There's no need for that. A sudden voice resonated from just outside the entrance to the principal's office. The sudden voice behind the entrance of the principal's office drew everyone's attention. Elder Granfeld's eyes narrowed as he demanded, Huh? Who's there? The office door opened, revealing Alfred's presence. He stepped forward, and with a composed demeanor, the principal spoke out. It appears your subordinates have already informed you about the missing students, the principal acknowledged. Regarding the whereabouts of Sven Thornfield and Ethan Hartfield, both of them left the Academy 2 days ago with the intention of warning their family about an imminent horde of dark creatures advancing toward their home village, informed Alfred. Elder Granfeld's stern expression remained, but there was a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he considered Alfred's words. The implications of the situation were beginning to crystallize in his mind. Did those brats seek this bastard's assistance? Did they tell him that I was the one who informed them? If he's aware, what does he intend to do? What are your intentions, Alfred? Granfeld pondered silently. Really? How did this information land in their hands while we were sitting here unaware? Such news should have spread throughout the kingdom, Professor Eveline exclaimed. We're still looking into this, but there aren't many scenarios to consider. Either the Horde advanced this far without anyone noticing, or someone deliberately concealed it from the public. Alfred stated, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Granfeld. Then that settles it. We must go retrieve those children. If the Horde is indeed heading toward their homes, they'll be in grave danger, Professor Eveline urged. We can't, the principal replied. What do you mean, we can't? Just like the students, no one can leave the Academy's territory until the end of the school year. Departing the school could jeopardize your position within the Academy. I'm well aware of this rule, but can it be bypassed with your approval as the principal? It's not that straightforward. While I can grant authorization for a student, when it involves a professor of the Academy, we would need to convene the council, inform them of the situation, and secure a majority vote in favor, the principal explained. How long would that process take? The distance between their village and the Academy is roughly 3 days' travel. Alfred, how much time do we have until the Horde reaches them? Professor Stones inquired. Based on the information the students provided, we have less than 24 hours remaining, Alfred responded. What? Professor Eveline exclaimed, clearly shocked by the urgency of the situation. It appears that even if you obtain the council's approval, you may be powerless to act. Those Bra-Ahem children may have no choice but to entrust their fate to Providence, Granfeld remarked, catching himself before uttering an unkind word. I dot. Professor Eveline was momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledging the grim truth in Granfeld's statement. We can and we must act to the best of our abilities. Let us proceed with summoning the council and seeking their approval. Even if we cannot make it in time to assist them, we should still monitor the Horde's movements. We might even find some fortunate souls that might have survived the Horde, Professor Harrington suggested, determined to do everything possible in this dire situation. Professor Harrington is correct. Let us proceed this way, said Alfred. I understand. Give me some time to convene the council. You may return to your offices, and I will notify you once the council has been assembled, the principal assured them. As the professors exited the principal's office, the tension hung heavy in the air. Their steps were filled with a sense of urgency, and the weight of the impending decision pressed upon them. Meanwhile, Granfeld, upon reaching his private office, muttered a few hushed words. Proceed to the village and gather every detail of the situation. Report back with thorough information. With that, the shadowy figure swiftly vanished, effortlessly blending into the surroundings as they embarked on their mission to reach the distant village and provide Granfeld with vital intelligence. Deep within the dense, foreboding forest nearest to the village, an unsettling scene unfolded. The air was thick with an eerie miasma that choked the life out of the lush greenery, leaving behind a desolate, shadowy landscape. Trees became twisted. Blackened bark loomed like grotesque sentinels as the miasma made content with them. Their once lush leaves now withered and lifeless. Even the wildlife had fled this cursed place, leaving behind an oppressive silence. In the heart of this forest, a horde of dark creatures advanced with a terrifying purpose. The horde itself was a nightmarish amalgamation of grotesque shapes and forms, their hideous features twisted by their dark nature. Their footsteps echoed with dread as they trampled over the fallen foliage and decaying remnants of once vibrant life. They were an embodiment of chaos, destruction, and insatiable hunger. The horde consisted of a vast array of creatures, spanning various types and ranks. But amidst this chaotic amalgamation, one entity stood out as the epitome of terror. Its power surpassed that of the entire group, reaching a level so formidable that even a master mage would shudder at the thought of challenging it. Their relentless march was led by this creature of malevolent aura, a being that emanated an outmost darkness that seemed to devour even the feeble rays of sunlight that managed to penetrate the dense canopy above. This ominous figure stood taller than the rest, its eyes burning with an unholy light as it guided the horde forward. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting villagers continued their daily routines, their expressions blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Ethan and Sven hurriedly retraced their steps, believing they had plenty of time to reach the village and deliver the crucial warning. But as they moved closer to their destination, the ominous leader, with its outmost darkness, stood as the harbinger of doom, driving the horde relentlessly toward its intended target, the unsuspecting Thornfield village. Remaining time, one day, approximately 15 hours. The darkest hour. Amidst the cobblestone street and rustic stone houses of the village, the atmosphere was bustling with life and joy. The laughter of children echoed loudly in the narrow streets, having a great time in their close group. The village center, with its houses and wooden roofs, was where they played, a safe spot within the old stone walls of the village. The children, with their rosy cheeks and untamed hair, seemed impervious to the approaching storm. They raced through the square, their soiled shoes dancing upon weathered ground, their laughter a symphony of youthful cheerfulness. Beside the village gate, the guards stationed there exchanged stern glances as the storm-foreboding clouds loomed closer, casting a dejected shade over the scene. They watched as the children continued their playful dance, oblivious to the gathering storm. One of the guards, a grizzled veteran with harsh features, called out with a gruff voice that carried both authority and concern. "Kids, hurry inside. Don't you see a storm's coming?" The children momentarily paused, their laughter fading into a hushed murmur as they glanced at the guard. Their bright eyes held a hint of reluctance, but the proceeding of their game tugged at them. Another guard, a softer presence, added in a gentler tone, "Come on, little ones. We care about your safety. The village gates had been closed to keep us safe from the storm. You can play again tomorrow. For now, head back home to your parents." Torn between their desire for one more round of play and the guard's well-meaning reprimand. Finally, with a collective sigh and giggles, each of them scampered toward the village square's archway, each heading towards the refuge of their homes. The grizzled guard watched the retreating children with a furrowed brow. His years of duty had made him a staunch protector of the village's safety, and seeing young ones stirred his protective instincts. "They've always been a spirited lot, these children," remarked his companion, the gentler of the two guards, as he leaned against the closed gates. "Sometimes they need to feel the rain on their faces and the wind in their hair to truly appreciate the warmth of their homes," he said. The grizzled man grumbled under his breath. He couldn't help but voice his unease. What rain on their face and wind in their hair? This is no ordinary shower, my friend, but a real fierce storm. Lord Vans must have sensed trouble, closing them gates this early in the morning. Let's just hope their folks give them a good talking to when they're all back inside safe and sound." His companion nodded in agreement, his expression turning somber. "Aye, you speak true. It's a fierce one, no doubt." Together, the two guards watched the darkening skies with a sense of foreboding, the sound of distant thunder rumbling like an omen of the tempest's wrath. As the guards continued at their duties, a low, rumbling sensation reverberated beneath their feet. The older guard initially dismissing it as the tremors caused by the distant thunder. But as the vibrations didn't subside as expected, he turned to his companion, a worried expression forming on his grizzled face. "Must be the thunder," he muttered, though doubt crept into his voice. But his fellow guard, the younger one with a keener sense, shook his head, a perplexed look on his face. "It's not just the thunder," he said, his tone hushed with growing concern. "I don't hear any thunderclaps, but this rumbling, it's getting louder, not softer." The older guard, now equally alarmed, scanned the skies and the dark clouds gathering above. He too realized that something was amiss. The air grew tense as the rumbling beneath their feet intensified, creating an eerie backdrop to the scene before them. As they exchanged anxious glances, a sense of impending doom settled over the village. In the distance, The village gates framed a picturesque view of the lush forest, and the guards' eyes widened as they noticed a figure emerging from the shadows of the dense woods. The expanse between the village entrance and the forest was a big open area that could only be traversed with deliberate purpose. The mysterious figure, cloaked in an eerie darkness that seemed to defy the natural light, appeared minuscule from this distance, but cast a long, unsettling shadow as it approached. Its form was indistinct, like a wraith, but there was an undeniable aura of malevolence surrounding it, an aura that extended far beyond its physical presence. The approaching storm, the rumbling earth, and now this enigmatic figure emerging from the forest, all combined to create an atmosphere of mounting dread. The guards at the entrance, torn between their duty to protect the village and their own growing apprehension, exchanged another uneasy look, silently acknowledging that whatever was happening was far from ordinary. The figure continued its approach until it came to a sudden halt, just a few meters from the forest's entrance. A hushed silence fell over the entire area, and the rumbling that had accompanied its advance abruptly ceased the moment the figure stopped. "What's happening? Why did it stop?" one of the guards whispered, his voice trembling. "I don't know," the other guard replied, his unease palpable. "But I have a bad feeling about this. Get ready to ring the bell." The bell? Isn't that meant for times of danger? The villagers, who had been close to the village gate, began to notice the unusual commotion near the village entrance. This might be one of those moments. Suddenly, the enigmatic figure resumed its movement, taking its first step forward after the unnerving pause. The rumbling noise returned with even greater intensity, sending tremors through the ground. To their astonishment, another figure emerged from the forest, this one smaller and with the distinct silhouette of a four-legged creature. What is that? A wolf? There are more coming out. As the second figure followed the first, a third one appeared, then a fourth, and in an alarming flurry, it seemed like a cascade of shadows pouring forth from the forest. Within mere seconds, the entire open expanse was covered with an ominous sea of dark figures, signaling the emergence of an overwhelming force. Ring the bell! We're under attack! Sound the alarm! Panicked and realizing the gravity of the situation, his companion rushed to the tall, imposing bell tower located closely to them at the village entrance. His heart raced as he climbed the rickety wooden stairs. The approaching figures from the forest continued to multiply. What initially appeared to be a single entity now revealed itself as an entire horde, each creature shrouded in an eerie darkness that made it impossible to discern their true nature. The guard atop the bell tower finally reached the massive iron bell. With trembling hands, he grasped the heavy rope and pulled it with all his might. The bell's deep, resonating toll echoed through the village, a haunting sound that pierced the hearts of all who heard it. Dong, dong, dong. Fear and uncertainty gripped the villagers as they heard the unsettling sound of the bell, a sound they hadn't heard in most of their lives, if not ever. The villagers, now alerted to the impending danger, rushed back to their homes in order to find a safe place to hide themselves. As the urgent tolling of the bell echoed throughout the village, it didn't take long for other guards on duty throughout the village to rush to the scene. They arrived with concerned expressions, their armored footsteps creating a cacophony on the hard street floor. "What's happening?" one of the approaching guards demanded, his eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of danger. The two guards who had rung the bell exchanged a glance, their faces pale with dread. One of them, struggling to find the words, finally managed to respond. We saw something emerging from the forest, figures, and an entire army of them. We thought it best to warn the village." The other guard nodded in agreement. "It's unlike anything we've ever seen before. It's heading this way, and it's massive." The newly arrived guards exchanged grim looks, realizing the severity of the situation. "Someone going from the Lord, and everyone else. Get your weapons ready." The guards present held their ground, their weapons drawn, but uncertainty and fear crept into their eyes. This was no ordinary threat. It was a force that seemed beyond their understanding and capabilities to handle. As the seconds ticked by and the distant figures drew nearer, the villagers and guards began to discern the true nature of the approaching horde. The once distant forms began to take shape, revealing a nightmarish sight that sent shivers down their spines. Emerging from the forest were dark creatures, grotesque and spider-like in appearance. They scuttled forward with an unnerving agility, their numerous legs skittering across the ground with unsettling speed. The villagers and guards could now see their anatomy more clearly. Elongated bodies covered in mottled, spiky, pitch-black exoskeletons, with eerie, glowing red eyes that pierced the gloom. These creatures moved in numbers that seemed to have no end, their many legs propelling them forward in a grotesque, synchronized dance. The ground vibrating even stronger than before, casting a rhythmic tremor. Fear and disbelief hung heavy in the air as the guards and villagers watched the horde draw closer. The realization that this was no ordinary storm or random occurrence settled upon them. It was a malevolent force, a tide of darkness and dread that threatened to consume everything in its path. As the realization sank in, panic swept through the villagers like wildfire. Terrified screams pierced the air, echoing in the narrow streets of the village. People began to cry out, their voices trembling with fear and desperation. "By the gods, what are those things?" "Run for your lives!" Girls, boys, young and old, it did not matter, all of them, their faces contorted with terror, screamed for help as they clung to their loved ones. "I can't find my children. Has anyone seen my daughter?" Amidst the chaos, parents desperately called out for their missing children, their voices choked with anguish. "Stay close. Hold on to each other and find a safe place to hide." A brave few guards and household leaders tried to rally the others, urging them to seek safety. But the overwhelming fear in the air made it difficult for anyone to think clearly. "Everyone, get ready, they're coming." Dong, 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 ... Inside the grand mansion, nestled within the heart of the village, a sudden intrusion shattered the quietude of a lavishly decorated office. A figure burst through the door, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with alarm. At the window overlooking the grounds, a man stood, his gaze fixed upon the ominous sky. "My lord." The man by the window remained silent, his attention fixed on the darkening horizon. "We're being invaded. ... Fetch me my wand." Time remaining, N.A. Love and duty. Inside the familiar inn, the innkeeper and his wife were hard at work, each diligently tending to their respective tasks. The innkeeper bustled about, expertly checking on tables and attending to the needs of the guests, while his wife skillfully prepared a delicious breakfast in the kitchen. "Honey, table number 3 is requesting fried eggs with a side of white rice." "Coming right up," she replied. The interior of the inn held a quiet ambiance, with only a few guests who had yet to embark on their journeys, choosing to savor a meal before setting out for their long journey ahead. Then, an unexpected intrusion disrupted the tranquil scene. A series of ringing bells echoed through the establishment. Dong! 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 The guests who hailed from outside the village were perplexed by the unfamiliar sound of the bells. "What's that sound? I didn't realize you folks rang bells here. Is it a customary way to mark the time of day?" one guest inquired. "I'm not certain." "Don't some religious groups use bells to signal prayer times?" another guest speculated. However, the expressions of the village residents painted a different picture. Fear and surprise mingled on their faces, giving the impression that the ringing of the bells signified something far more ominous. "What's with their expressions?" one of the guests began to ask, but before they could finish their sentence, the majority of the seated customers abruptly stood up from their chairs and rushed out of the inn. Ethan's father, fully aware of the significance of the sound and the urgency in the villagers' actions, exchanged a worried glance with his wife. "You stay here," he said firmly. "I'll go see what's happening outside." Honey!" His wife exclaimed, concern etched on her face. Without hesitation, Ethan's father swiftly followed the villagers out of the inn, determined to find out the source of the commotion. As he stepped outside the inn, he was met with a chaotic scene of panic and fear. Villagers were running in all directions, their faces etched with terror. Some were rushing into their homes, desperately locking doors and shutting windows. Others were frantically gathering their loved ones and belongings, preparing to flee. In the distance, he spotted the village guards sprinting toward the village gate, their armor clinking as they moved. Their expressions were grim and their urgency was palpable. The villagers parted to allow them through, understanding that this was a matter of utmost importance. Ethan's father approached a group of villagers who had paused for a moment to catch their breath. He asked one of them, "What's happening? Why is everyone so afraid?" A middle-aged woman, her face pale and frightened, replied, "There's a horde of dark creatures approaching the village from the forest. We need to hide." Ethan's father felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. He turned his gaze toward the approaching guards and overheard one of them speaking to the others. "We need to secure the village perimeter and prepare for a defense. The Lord will be taking command at the main gate. We need to gather as many able bodies as possible. The number of soldiers isn't nearly enough to handle the amount of dark creatures approaching," said a guard as he looked directly at Ethan's father. Ethan's father nodded in agreement with the guard's words. He understood the urgency of the situation and knew that every able-bodied person in the village would need to come together to defend against the approaching horde of dark creatures, or their family would end up in danger. Ethan's father turned back toward the inn, his heart heavy with worry. He knew that this would be a dire and dangerous situation, but he was determined to protect his village or altiste his beloved wife at all costs. He re-entered the inn with a grave expression on his face. He quickly crossed the room to where his wife was waiting anxiety for him. She turned to him, her eyes filled with concern. "What's happening out there?" she asked, her voice trembling. He took her hands in his and spoke urgently. "There's a horde of dark creatures approaching the village. The guards are calling for every man to help defend. We need to prepare, but I want you to stay here, lock the doors and windows, find a safe place to hide." Her face paled with worry. "What are you saying? You're just an innkeeper. What can you possibly do outside? Let's hide together." Her voice trembled with fear as she contemplated the danger that lurked beyond their inn's walls. She knew that this was an incredibly perilous situation, and her husband's words carried an undeniable sense of urgency that she couldn't easily dismiss. But she couldn't bear the thought of her lover being sent into the jaws of danger. "I can't," he responded with unwavering determination, his voice firm. At certain times, a man must take action to protect what's most important to him. "I'm not acting out blindly because of orders. I'm acting out of responsibility." His words conveyed a deep sense of commitment, and, despite her fear, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and admiration for her husband's unwavering resolve. Their eyes locked in a poignant exchange. He gently cupped his wife's face with both hands, his touch tender and loving. Tears welled up in her eyes as she gazed up at him, her heart aching with a mixture of fear and love. "Listen," he began, his voice quivering with emotion. "I know the risk is great, and I understand your fear. But I also know that this village, our home, is worth defending. Our friends, our neighbors, our way of life, it's all here. And I can't stand by and do nothing when they need help." His wife nodded, her own voice choked with emotion. "I know that, but I'm terrified of losing you. What if something happens to you out there?" Seeing the sad expression of his wife, he pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if he could shield her from all the pain and uncertainty of the world. His own voice trembled as he spoke, tears mingling with hers. "I promise you," he whispered, his lips brushing against her ear. "I'll do everything in my power to come back to you. We'll get through this together, just like we always have." Their embrace lingered, a silent exchange of love. And as the moment stretched on, neither of them wanted to let go, as if the simple act of holding each other could keep the encroaching darkness at bay. But eventually, they had to part. He kissed his wife gently on the lips, a lingering promise of his love and devotion, before he pulled away and headed towards the inn's entrance. He looked back at her one last time. "Let's make sure to welcome Ethan back to a peaceful home." His words hung in the air like a heartfelt prayer. With a tearful smile, she nodded, her heart swelling with love and gratitude for the man that willing to sacrifice his life for hers. As he stepped outside the inn, chaos reigned as villagers hurriedly gathered to defend their homes. Ethan's father joined the hastily assembled group of men, young and old, who were determined to stand their ground against the invaders. In the midst of the turmoil, he stole a moment to look back at the inn. Through the window, he saw his wife, her eyes filled with tears, watching him with a mixture of love and dread. Their gazes locked for an instant, and in that fleeting connection, they conveyed their unspoken feelings. The villagers, armed with whatever makeshift weapons they could find, moved to the village gate, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that they might be facing an insurmountable threat. As they approached the village gate, they were met with the expected sight of the village guards. Led by their captain, stood in a disciplined formation, their expressions resolute and their weapons at the ready. And at the very forefront was the very authority that ruled the village, the Lord of Thornfield Village himself, Van Thornfield. The sight of the Lord's presence alone was a beacon of reassurance for the villagers who had gathered to defend their homes. Everyone were well aware of the immense power wielded by their lord, and it was no understatement to say that the enduring peace and safety of their village were directly attributed to his abilities. Lord Van Thornfield, standing tall and authoritative, raised his voice to address the gathering of villagers. His words carried the weight of responsibility. "My citizens," he began, his voice resonating with strength. "The situation we face today is not just a grave one, it is dire beyond measure. We find ourselves pitted against the very enemy that has plagued humanity since the dawn of our existence. Thornfield, our beloved home, has withstood the test of time for generations. And that is only attributed thanks to the unity and resilience of its people. Hardship had been faced before, and we shall overcome this one as well." The villagers looked to their lord, fear still in their eyes. He continued, "Our main line of defense will take position outside the gate, and we will do everything in our power to prevent those vile creatures from even setting foot within our village. We are the shield that guards Thornfield, and we will stand firm." He paused for a moment, letting his words sink in. "Only if, by some unfortunate turn of fate, the horde manages to breach our gate, will you, the people, engage in combat." Lord Van Thornfield turned to his soldiers, who stood ready, their faces resolute. "Soldiers," he addressed them, "we face a formidable foe, one that threatens our home and our people. We carry the burden of protection, and I trust each one of you to uphold that duty with honor and valor." The soldiers saluted their lord, their loyalty evident in their unwavering gazes. As they marched towards the gate, outside, the ominous clouds above seemed to hold their breath, as if the very heavens were watching, awaiting the outcome of the impending clash between destined enemies. Lord Van Thornfield and his soldiers took their positions, ready to confront the impending threat head-on. The stage was set for a battle that would test their courage and resilience. "Advance!" Lord Van Thornfield's commanding voice echoed through the tense air as he was the first to advance forward. The battle for Thornfield begins. The commencement of the battle was marked by the advancement of Thornfield's soldiers, led by their lord. They moved forward with grim resolve, fully aware of the overwhelming odds stacked against them. In contrast to their few hundred warriors, they faced what appeared to be an endless tide of grotesque and nightmarish creatures. Not only did these creatures outnumber them by an insurmountable margin, but their very appearance sent shivers down the spines of the most valiant soldiers among them. The combination of overwhelming numbers and the terrifying visage of their adversaries created a palpable sense of dread that weighed heavily on their hearts. A few soldiers began to falter, their resolve weakening as they slowly fell back from the advancing group, deliberately slowing their pace. Recognizing their obvious hesitation and fear, Lord Van raised his commanding voice, ensuring his words reached every ear on the battlefield. "Soldiers, I understand the fear that grips your hearts," he began, his voice unwavering despite the chaos around them. "You bear no fault if you choose to leave in pursuit of your own survival. Life is a precious thing, and it is natural to want to protect it. But I implore you to consider the consequences of your decision." He paused, letting his words sink in, the gravity of the situation weighing on them all. "Should you decide to step away from this battle, you will be granting these vile creatures entry into our homes. They will tear through our families, our children, and our friends. They will inflict unimaginable horrors upon them. Are you truly willing to let them suffer and die in such a gruesome manner? Or are you willing to press on, even in the face of insurmountable odds, for the smallest glimmer of a chance at survival and the protection of those you hold dear?" Lord Van Thornfield's words hung in the air, a potent reminder of the stark choices they faced. The soldiers exchanged glances, their faces reflecting the inner turmoil of their hearts. "To our family," screamed out a soldier. ... "To our children." The rallying cry, born from the depths of their hearts, spread like wildfire among the soldiers. As if ignited by the flames of their determination, they shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the battlefield. "To our friends." And finally, the words that bound them all together with an unbreakable resolve: "To our homes." With each declaration, the soldiers surged forward, their fear dissipating in the face of their shared purpose. The once faltering soldiers found renewed strength, pushing through the ranks even more resolutely than before. They were no longer just fighting for their own survival. They were fighting for the safety of their loved ones, their friends, and the very homes they cherished. Lord Van Thornfield watched with pride as his soldiers, inspired by their shared determination, pressed on with courage. "That's right! For our homes!" Lord Van's resounding voice echoed across the battlefield as he surged forward. With a fluid motion, he drew two wands from his belt, extending them on both sides, like a commander readying his troops for battle. His stance resembled a protective father, arms wide open to shield his children. But this was no embrace of love, it was an invocation of immense power. "Rampart." As Lord Van Thornfield chanted the incantation, the very earth responded to his call. Massive walls of solid earth erupted from the ground on both sides of him, stretching out as far as his magic could reach. These imposing ramparts towered above the battlefield, extending beyond the horizon itself, creating a barrier that dwarfed the approaching horde. The soldiers, led by Lord Van Thornfield, ascended the massive ramparts as the elevated platform brought them along. This elevation was no accident. It was a strategic move to apply advantages in places where they had none to begin with. As they reached the top, each soldier readied their quivers, arrows, and bows, prepared to rain down a hail of projectiles upon the approaching horde. Their elevated position granted them a clear line of sight over the battlefield, and they took full advantage of it. With calculated aim, they drew their bows and let loose a volley of arrows, the deadly shafts finding their marks with uncanny accuracy. The grotesque creatures in the distance were no match for the disciplined archers on the ramparts, and one by one they fell to the relentless barrage of arrows. The air was filled with the sound of bowstrings and the thud of arrows finding their marks. Nightmarish screeches pierced the air with each successful hit. Yet, despite the unyielding hail of arrows, it seemed as though the creatures just kept coming. It wasn't called a horde for no reason. Though the volley of arrow thinned their numbers, it still maintained its imposing figure. Their numbers still pressed on, driven by the unholy determination of massacre. The soldiers on the ramparts understood that they faced an almost insurmountable challenge, but they held their ground, for they knew they had something that these vile creatures would find equally insurmountable: the Thornfield family. For centuries, the Thornfield family had held positions of leadership and honor within the village. Their legacy was steeped in extraordinary magical prowess, particularly in the mastery of earth elements. This was the knowledge that bolstered the resolve of the defenders, a heritage of power that had safeguarded the village through generations. And Van Thornfield, the current Lord of Thornfield, was determined not to be the one to let it falter. Lord Van Mastery over earth magic was a sight to behold. He moved his wands in a precise, circular motion, causing the ground around him to spiral and churn. Thick, hardened shells of earth emerged, forming a vortex around him. With each passing moment, the swirling mass of earth grew, the spiraling circle expanding to a tremendous size. Then, with a final, swift motion, Lord Van released the pent-up energy. The accumulated earth erupted in a horizontal line before him, sending colossal spikes hurtling forward with astonishing speed. These earthy projectiles, each the size of a medieval catapulted boulder, pierced through the ranks of the dark creatures, impaling them on their path. Terra Lance. Lord Van's voice carried the weight of his magic, and the devastating attack sent shockwaves through the enemy horde, creating a momentary gap in their relentless advance. Despite the rain of arrows and Lord Van's powerful earth magic, the horde was relentless as they quickly closed the gap, undeterred by the devastating assault. Soon, some of these grotesque beings reached the ramparts created by Lord Van, viewing them as mere crosspath to be conquered. These creatures, reminiscent of spiders, wasted no time in laying their sinister eyes on the wall. With uncanny agility and coordination, they began to scale the earthen ramparts with disturbing ease. Their grotesque forms moved with unnerving fluidity and quickness as they ascended the wall, inching ever closer to the defenders on the high ground. "They're climbing the walls! Aim your arrows at those that are climbing!" shouted a vigilant soldier as the creatures scaled the walls. Noticing their need for assistance, Lord Van wasted no time in lending his support to his troops. As he stretched out his wands and chanted the spell, the earth wall in front of the climbers shifted and transformed, forming a jagged and treacherous barrier that emerged from the rampart itself. Sharp and spiky formations of earth were propelled forward, acting like a natural deterrent to the grotesque invaders. "Ramparts embrace," Lord Van declared as the defensive earth spikes erupted from the rampart, effectively impaling and immobilizing the climbers, preventing them from reaching the defenders on the elevated position. Lord Van knew that he could not sustain the continuous defense of the wall with his magic alone. The horde's numbers were simply too vast, and his magical energy was finite. He cast a resolute gaze over his soldiers on the ramparts, trusting in their training and determination to hold the line in his absence as long as possibly feasible. With a deep breath and a final glance at his people, Lord Van made a swift decision. He would leave the ramparts and face the oncoming horde head-on. His soldiers had their orders, and they were ready to defend their homes. "Defend this position with your lives," a soldier roared, his voice infused with unwavering determination and a deep sense of responsibility. "We can't let Lord Van do all the work. We need to help him as much as possible," another soldier declared, fully aware of the burden their lord faced. Understanding their resolve, Lord Van turned without hesitation, his gaze fixed upon the grotesque invaders closing in on the ground. He knew that it was time to meet the enemy head-on. He poised himself, ready to confront the nightmarish horde before him, knowing full well that the battle for Thornfield Village had only just begun. Battle on the dark canvas. Screech. 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. The count of creatures facing Lord Van increased with each passing second. Die. Screech. Ha! Screech. As the sole mage in the village, Lord Van bore the weighty responsibility of leading the charge in battle. Unlike the stereotypical mage, Lord Van couldn't rely on casting spells from a safe distance. He had to confront his foes in close quarters. If Ethan were here to witness the ongoing battle, he would gain a profound appreciation for the lessons taught by Professor Eveline. This particular situation served as a prime example of a mage's necessity to combine agility and multitasking mastery in order to defend oneself by casting devastating spells, a crucial skill when handling such adversaries. Time crawled at an agonizing pace for Lord Van, an eternity passing with each fleeting moment. No matter how many foes he vanquished, their ranks swelled ceaselessly. As he cleared one space, two more surged forth to take its place. It appeared to him that this relentless conflict would persist until every last ounce of his mana had been expended, leaving no marks on the ever-expanding canvas of darkness in front of him. In this dire moment, Lord Van's sole glimmer of hope lay in the fact that the canvas had not yet succumbed entirely to darkness. A fleeting glance backward revealed that some patches remained untouched, leaving behind patches of white adorned with scattered crimson-red marks. As long as this canvas wasn't completely shrouded in pitch-black hues, there remained a sliver of opportunity to reclaim it in the fine colors of the heavens. As Lord Van scrutinized the ever-changing canvas of darkness, something had caught his attention. He realized he wasn't alone in his quest to alter its composition, while he sought to imbue it with the vibrant colors of hope and victory. A mysterious figure in the distance engaged himself to deepen the darkest of hues, imbuing it further with the colors of death, pushing him back against his attempts to intervene in this enigmatic artistical work. In a fleeting moment, Lord Van wielded his wand as the brush, infusing the canvas with the holiest of hues by dispelling a dark creature. However, the mark he applied could only endure for a brief moment, for the figure opposing him swiftly painted over his effort, restoring the patch to its former shadowy state. This horde, it's under the control of that entity. Discerning that the painter lurking at the rear of the advancing horde was the mastermind behind this chaotic artistry, he came to a profound realization. All his struggles and efforts would have been in vain if he continued to engage in this ceaseless battle to paint over the canvas. The key was not to paint, but to remove the painter. As long as this opposing artist remained, he would perpetually contend for spots on the canvas that were destined to be his contenders. However, this realization stirred not hope, but turmoil within Lord Van. Confronting the artist head-on could prove to be a dangerous gamble, one where he would dip his brush into the inking colors of risk. Advancing toward the artist might enable him to paint a straight, vertical line across the expansive canvas. However, this approach risked reaching the very edge of the canvas that he had to protect, leaving the untouched portion exposed to the dripping of the yet dried painting of dark hues. The path ahead was fraught with perilous choices. ... Lord Van's expression remained silent and contemplative, akin to a painter envisioning the essence of their art before ever touching the brush. He questioned himself, wondering if the endeavor was truly worth it. Would this painting become his best work yet, or would it descend into his worst creation? Could it propel him to unparalleled success, or would it lead him down an irreversible path of no return? In that decisive moment, Lord Van's expression changed once again. His eyes, once darting around his surroundings in a frantic attempt to cover as many spots as possible, now fixated solemnly on a specific area of the canvas. With his brush pressed firmly against the canvas, leaving a trail of paint residue in its wake, he acted swiftly. In one fluid motion, he drew the quickest and straightest line he could muster, pushing it to the very bottom of the canvas. Soil's ambit. Beneath his feet, the earth rose, entwining itself around his boots as if he were mounting a saddle. Riding this carriage of soil, he ventured forth along the path of darkness that lay before him, using the sturdy, expansive soil to push it aside, crafting a protective ambit. His sole focus fixated on the figure positioned at the farthest reaches of the horde. Lord Van's unwavering gaze refused to waver from the figure's location, and as he made the daring choice to wager it all on fate, his concerns for his soldiers and his people faded into the background. In that crucial moment, his mind harbored only one unyielding thought: to forcibly displace the painter from the canvas. Finally, Lord Van arrived at what he believed to be the origin of the painting, the place where the brush had first made contact with the canvas. However, as he came face to face with what he had presumed was the painter, he was confronted with something entirely unexpected, something he had never taken into account. No. The creature before him transcended the malevolence of the seemingly harmless creatures he had battled earlier. It sat amidst the roots of a chopped tree, appearing as if it had never been painting on a canvas atop an easel to begin with, but rather it sinisterly wielded a pen on a sheet of paper. This being possessed imposing red eyes, as if it could discern the very course of this falsity of an artistic battle. Its body featured mandibles akin to an ant, while its head bore grotesque deformities, as though the mind within harbored a brood of other minds, pregnant with unthinkable thoughts. Its limbs bore an eerie fusion of human-like and otherworldly features, with fingers and toes 3 times the length of a human's. The skin exhibited a grotesque shade of brown, adorned with small, menacing scales that added to its unsettling appearance. It can't be. This being, neither fully human nor entirely other, stood as a testament to the surreal and nightmarish depths of what humanity knew as the dark creatures. Instead of a painter, the being Lord Van faced wasn't engaged in drawing, but rather playing a game of tic-tac-toe. What Lord Van had perceived as a straightforward black and white drawing on the canvas held an entirely different significance for the entity before him. This isn't something I can beat. Why? Unbeknownst to him, with his act of drawing that line, he unintentionally paved the way for his own defeat. While he had sought to apply the hues of victory, the being skillfully marked the O's in the canvas's correct paths. Why is a being of your rank doing in this place? Shouldn't you be within the confines of the Dark Continent? The moment Lord Van stood before him was precisely when the 3 O's were triumphantly placed, sealing his fate. Why is an A-rank threat here? Oh. The rain's grief, the soil's pain. Dark clouds hung low in the sky. Their promise of impending rain held its breath for far too long, as if the heavens themselves had kept silent in response to the grimness unfolding below. Amidst the harrowing aftermath of an unending battle, soldiers clad in mud-stained uniform and weariness clung together like desperate survivors on a sinking ship. A frail lifeline in the agitated sea of their shattered comradeship, they could not mask the undeniable exhaustion etched on their faces. The very air tasted of metallic blood, an unrelenting testament to the battle's ongoing cruelty. On the outskirts of the battlefield, the villagers who had been stationed behind the sanctuary of the village gate stood in morbid fascination, their eyes transfixed by the horrors unfolding before them. Soldiers, once fierce and courageous, were now being torn apart, their agonized screams cutting through the cacophonous clashes of combat. Limbs, grotesquely severed, bore silent witness to the malevolence at play, while pitiful pleas for salvation echoed as they were being devoured alive, their desperation sending shivers down the spines of all who listened. Gah! Make it stop! Help! Then, as if the heavens themselves wept for the fallen, the first raindrops descended from the darkened sky. Initially, they were nothing more than gentle, sporadic taps upon the earth, akin to tears shed for the valiant soldiers who had met their end in battle. But gradually, the rain intensified, transforming into a relentless cascade from above, as if the heavens sought to obscure the gruesome scene from the gaze of the faint-hearted villagers, offering a momentary respite from the horrors. I can't, cried out a terrified village resident who had been witnessing the brutal scene. In his panic, he swiftly released his makeshift weapon and bolted as far away as possible, desperately hoping to escape. Hey, wait! shouted another villager in an attempt to halt the fleeing man's escape. However, his pleas were swiftly ignored as others joined the escapee, following suit right behind the frightened man. Only a handful of the villagers, who had once constituted the majority, chose to stay behind, each driven by their unique circumstances and reasons for not following the fleeing group. Among them was Ethan's father, resolute in his decision to remain steadfast. The remaining individuals refrained from questioning or complaining about the fleeing group. They understood the grim rationale all too well. They also knew precisely why they had chosen to stay. Consequently, they stood resolute in silence, patiently awaiting their own turn. Beyond the gate, the screams persisted, haunting the air for a considerable span of time. With each passing moment, the anguishing screams conveyed through the curtain of rain grew increasingly subdued. Tap, tap. Dot, dot, dot. Tap, tap. For a fleeting moment, the sole sounds that permeated the air were the rhythmic pattering of heavy raindrops. It was as if the world itself had momentarily come to a standstill, cocooned in an eerie calm. However, this fragile peace was violently shattered by a sudden and foreboding rumble. The very ground quivered beneath their feet, and the brief tranquility was changed by deep and unsettling screeches. As the villagers exchanged fearful glances, their eyes widened in dread. The source of this terrifying disturbance soon became chillingly evident. Beyond the village gates, obscured by the relentless rain, numerous shadows loomed. With each combined step, the ground quaked and the ominous silhouettes drew closer. The villagers, their hearts heavy with fear, knew that their adversary had arrived at their very doorstep, signaling the downfall of the village's only true hope, the soldiers and their lord. Long, weedy legs approached the village gate with hostile grace as they effortlessly scaled the wooden barricades they called a gate, their talon-tipped limbs gripping the walls with uncanny agility. As the rain-soaked villagers who had remained behind gazed upon the nightmarish intruders before them, a palpable change of heart could be seen within their very next actions. Panic swept through their ranks, their frantic voices resounding off the village walls as they scattered in every conceivable directions. However, their response came far too late, for the monstrous beings lunged forward with breathtaking swiftness, its crimson eyes gleaming ominously in the dim light that struggled to pierce the shadows cast by the dark clouds. A piercing scream cut through the deluge of panic as one unfortunate soul was ensnared in the creature's lunge, their body writhing helplessly. The creature's razor-sharp teeth bared as drool dripped incessantly from its quivering maw. Rancid stenches wafted from the creature's mouth, a nauseating blend of putrefaction and decay weaving at the individual's nose, twisting at the individual's stomach. No! Someone! Help! Agar! The creature descended with merciless intent upon the banquet of flesh. Its gnashing jaws tore into the flesh with savage ferocity, wet sounds of blood being splattered all around, cartilage and tendons snapping like brittle twigs beneath its relentless grate. The soul, forcibly drained from the individual's body, was etched with their unbearable agony, their pupils transcending the bounds that held it in place as it strained beyond the confines of his eyelid. Their voice stifled by the gaping maw, rendered speechless, unable to seep out a single noise from their widely open mouth, as though their very voice box had been cruelly cut off. We're all going to die. Oh God, have you forsaken us? Why us? What have we done to deserve this? Complaints and disbelief reverberated throughout their ranks. Just moments ago, they had been enjoying their meals with loved ones and diligently working for the days ahead. But in the blink of an eye, they were thrust into a nightmarish realm beyond their comprehension, a place where unadulterated malevolence reigned supreme. Faced with this unfathomable horror, some made the grim choice to end their lives on the spot, opting to escape the gruesome fate of being devoured alive and sparing themselves the agony that had befallen the first victim. Some resorted to cutting their wrists bleeding out to death, while others implored the person beside them to end their suffering swiftly. Yet, the most heart-wrenching sight was the horrifying sight of parents extinguishing the vibrant flames of life in their own children's, only to follow suit in the tragic and haunting process. Blar. Ethan's father couldn't help but vomit uncontrollably as he bore witness to the unspeakable scene unfolding before him. From the gruesome dismemberment inflicted by the creatures to the heart-wrenching sight of people choosing to end their own lives, anyone who had the misfortune to witness such horrors would struggle to maintain their sanity, let alone stomach the meal they had enjoyed just moments earlier. Tears of fear and sorrow welled up in his eyes, leaving him paralyzed and uncertain, grappling with the overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the midst of his emotions, as Ethan's father struggled to regain his composure, a sudden screech cut through the chaotic noises, a screech closely behind him. He barely had time to react before said grotesque creature lunged at him, its malevolent intent clear in its bloodshot eyes and gnashing, serrated teeth. Caught off guard and unable to react in time, the creature successfully pinned him down. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he desperately scanned his surroundings for any means of defense. The dismembered remains of other victims lay scattered around him. His desperate eyes fell upon a severed arm, still clutching what appeared to be a spading fork. With trembling hands, he seized the discarded weapon, its jagged end tainted with the blood of its previous owner. His heart raced in his chest, his survival instincts urging him to muster every ounce of strength and determination to fight for his life. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he thrust his arm forward with all his might, driving the spiky end of the spading fork into the creature's eye, the softest and most vulnerable spot in its monstrous form. The creature let out an ear-piercing shriek of agony, releasing its hold on him as it writhed in torment. The rush of adrenaline snapped him out of his despair, and in that crucial moment, the severity of the situation dawned on him. The village was already doomed, that much was certain, and he had no sense of delusion about his ability to protect it. However, he could still protect his wife and delay the approaching monster from reaching or at least entering the inn. At this very moment, the village was no longer his problem. His sole focus became the safety of his wife. With resolve, he made his way toward the inn, paying no heed to the screams of despair and help from his anguished neighbors. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the inn, still untouched by the vile creatures, positioning himself between the looming creatures and its entrance. His plan was clear: prevent them from entering the inn and ensure they passed through without touching it. If he could accomplish this, then his sacrifice would not be in vain, and at least he could spare his wife from the same gruesome fate that had befallen so many others, and most likely himself. My wife will remain safe, no matter what. Lord Van's last stand. Rankings, the structured creation of hierarchical levels, were introduced with the purpose of assisting humanity and its allies in discerning the diverse degrees of threats they faced. From F to S, these rankings symbolize the increasing spectrum of peril that jeopardized inhabitants of this world, dangers they had to confront to avoid perishing. At the lowest rung of the perilous ladder, F rank and E rank dangers may appear deceptively inoffensive, but these are the challenges that test the mettle of fledgling adventurers, often manifesting as pesky nuisances or minor disturbances in the harmonious flow of the world. Though they may seem inconsequential, one should not underestimate their potential to evolve into greater threats, much like sparks that can ignite a raging inferno if left unchecked. Stepping up the ladder, we encounter D ranks, where malevolent forces begin to reveal their true colors. Those that are able to challenge D-rank creatures have usually honed their skills to a certain level while also having an assembled party, for D-rank dangers may bring forth adversaries that could be much better handled with companions. The middle ground in our hierarchy, C-rank dangers. Here, honed skills are no longer merely the minimum requirement. Those facing this level of threat must muster courage, intellect, and resilience that far exceed the ordinary. They find themselves confronting adversaries who wield and manipulate dark powers, demanding exceptional prowess. B-rank dangers embody a looming shadow that obscures the very light of the sun. These are creatures of monumental proportions, so powerful that facing them calls for the united strength of raiding parties. The sheer magnitude of these adversaries requires adventurers to join forces and mount a formidable defense against them. The A-rank tier, situated just before the pinnacle, represents a maelstrom of chaos incarnate. These perils are akin to cataclysmic forces, poised to reshape the very essence of existence itself if left to rampage. While not all A-rank entities possess human-like features, throughout history, those dark creatures bearing human resemblances have been classified at the A-rank level at a minimum. Countering such adversaries typically necessitates the combined might of an entire kingdom's armed forces. At the zenith of our hierarchy lies the S-rank danger, the apocalyptic crescendo of our ranks. These are threats that threaten to obliterate everything known and cherished. Akin to a demigod wielding unparalleled power and wisdom. Only once had such being had been seen within the realm, a tale deserving its own telling on another occasion. The instant Lord Van gazed upon the entity commanding the horde, he grasped the futility of challenging it. The being's physical form bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a human, possessing long limbs with outstretched fingers, and a towering stature at least twice the size of his own. This simple description was enough to provide him the information he needed to know. What puzzled him was its presence in such a remote location. Typically, such beings resided within the Dark Continent and rarely ventured beyond its borders without cause. Although they remained steadfast enemies of humanity, ready to unleash destruction upon any contact, they had never been known to depart from their territory without purpose. It was at this juncture that he discerned the possibility of a calculated scheme behind that event. Someone orchestrated this, but for what purpose? Why would they deliberately lure them here and use us as sacrifices? Yet, questioning this served no purpose. It was already far too late to take any action, he realized, as he gazed upon the creature's formidable presence and imposing aura. Since my fate is sealed and there's no hope of survival, I may as well expend the last of my mana reserves by making use of my primordial vigor. There's no reason to hoard this mana any longer when my life is already forfeit. Primordial Vigor, a source of extraordinary power which provides its user superhuman resilience, heightened combat skills, and mana usage beyond the user's capacity. Primordial Vigor represents an advanced and exceptional level of internal energy that mages harness and cultivate throughout their lives. However, the utilization of Primordial Vigor, despite its incredible potential, is often discouraged, and for good reason. Harnessing this potent force imposes a high cost. Mages who delve into their primordial vigor must draw upon their life force as the currency for access. This exchange carries a substantial sacrifice, potentially resulting in premature aging, damage to their mana vein, or even risking their very lives. It's here that the principle of equivalent exchange becomes manifest. To acquire this power, one must pay with their life. One universal truth remained indisputable. If one's demise was inevitable, it was far wiser to embrace the certainty of death through the utilization of primordial vigor, rather than falling victim to the hands of their adversary. As Lord Van stood his ground, confronting the surreal opponent before him, the very air seemed to pulsate with intention. The creature, almost as if it were playing a game with the man who had boldly stepped into its presence, chose to remain seated upon the gnarled roots of the tree. With an air of nonchalance, it casually rested a hand on its lap and propped its face up with its hand, adopting a posture that unmistakably conveyed, "Go on, demonstrate just how desperate you are to cling to your life." Inhaling deeply, Lord Van kept his unwavering gaze locked onto the creature. A radiant aura began to envelop him, starting as a faint, ethereal glow, reminiscent of the dawn's first light breaking through the darkness. With each passing moment, This luminous energy intensified, swirling and pulsating around his form. His once earthbound body appeared to defy gravity itself. The element he commanded responded in kind, causing pebbles of various sizes to gravitate towards him, suspended in the air. Despite the beads of sweat forming on his brow, Lord Van's resolve remained unbroken. He seemed like a conduit through which the boundless power of primordial vigor surged. With a flicker of movement too swift for mortal eyes to track, Lord Van initiated the opening strike. His hands gripped the wands with such agility that they blurred as he arced them above his head, releasing a spell with blinding speed. In an instant, a colossal earth spike materialized at the very spot where the malevolent creature lurked. Terra Spike! The creature, its eyes emanating an air of utter indifference, effortlessly rose from its makeshift seat, narrowly evading the earth spike that had erupted from the very spot he was sighted. As a mocking gesture, he nonchalantly leaned against the newly formed earth spike, using it as an impromptu wall. Van's onslaught escalated, each spell's unleashed in a whirlwind of lethal incantations. Yet, the entity's brilliance remained evident as it analyzed and adapted to every move, dodging with calculated ease. The glaring difference in power was undeniable, and Van knew he faced an adversary unlike any other. Despite this inspiring display of power, Van could not lend a single hit. The entity wove through the relentless barrage of spells hurled at it. Each time Van believed he had struck a decisive blow, the creature's agility exceeded all expectations, slipping through his attacks with uncanny dexterity. Then came the moment that would define the battle. Van, realizing that his life force is being drained at its outmost limits, drawing upon every ounce of his mana, unleashed his most devastating spell technique. By the earth's grace and my life's heart, I call forth Gaia's mighty grace, Earthshaker. As the incantation left Van's lips, the very earth beneath his feet seemed to awaken. The ground trembled in response, and an earthly aura enveloped the creature of darkness. In an instant, the agile creature's graceful movements were halted, its nimble steps suddenly heavy and sluggish. The earthbound magic had taken hold, anchoring it firmly to the ground. Its agility, once its greatest asset, had become its greatest liability. With the creature immobilized, Van wasted no time. The ground erupted in a violent display of power. Massive stone clubs surged forth from beneath the monster's feet, their ruthless ends relentlessly pummeling its flesh, the unrelenting assault striving to reduce it to shred. Above, boulders and debris, seemingly defying gravity, crashed down upon the immobilized monster, battering it with unrelenting force. The ground itself seemed to conspire against the beast, as if the very earth sought to subdue the agile menace. Despite its agility and swiftness, the creature could do nothing but accept this relentless attack, trapped in the merciless grip of the Earthshaker's spell. Van stood there, his breath heavy, patiently awaiting the settling of the dust. The battleground bore witness to the aftermath of the fierce clash, its very ground still quivering from the unleashed might of Earthshaker. Scattered around were the remnants of smaller creatures who had unwittingly ventured into their battle. With a triumphant grin, Van spoke, his satisfaction evident. It appears that even the mighty can stumble. Your agility couldn't save you in the end. It seems that I had mistaken you for an A-rank creature. As the dust slowly began to clear from the fallen rain, Van's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the spot where the creature had been under relentless assault. To his astonishment, the creature, whom he had believed had been reduced to a gruesome mound of mud, blood, and flesh, remained unharmed in the very spot where it had been ruthlessly assaulted. It lay sprawled on the ground, in a disconcerting shape, completely covered by what appeared to be its back. It had encased itself in a strange cocoon-like form. With a sudden burst of motion, the creature emerged, shedding the remnants of its cocoon like a discarded shroud. It stood upright, its presence commanding respect and awe. Its eyes regarded Van with an unsettling intelligence. Lord Van's earlier confidence waned as he stared at the creature, realization dawning upon him. What are you? In response to his display of power, the creature's long-awaited turn began. With a grotesque, majestic display, a pair of insect-like wings emerged from its back. A viscous, stagnant fluid oozed from them as if they had been trapped for an eternity, finally encountering the fresh air after a long confinement. Before he could react, the creature's wings unfurled with astonishing speed, propelling it toward him like an arrow released from its bowstring. Lord Van's eyes widened, but it was already too late. With a terrifying burst of agility and speed, the creature closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Its elongated, grotesque, and sharp fingers extended forward with deadly precision. Lord Van felt an excruciating pain as those fingers impaled him, puncturing his chest and emerging on the other side. Blood welled up, and his breath caught in his throat. Cough! Ha! Cough. Gasping for air and struggling to comprehend the swiftness of the assault, he could only stare into the creature's red eyes, which seemed to hold him to no regard. The creature, however, was not done. With a sadistic grin, it withdrew one of its impaling fingers halfway, right in the middle of Lord Van's impaled body. Blood gushed from the gruesome wound as the creature played with its prey, savoring the agony it inflicted. It probed Lord Van's insides with a twisted delight, puncturing slowly into numerous vital organs. Arr! Lord Van's agonized screams reverberated through the desolate battleground, his torment far from over as the creature reveled in its cruel game. It seemed content to wait for its offspring to reduce the nearby village to ashes before deciding to discard its newfound plaything. As the torment continued, Lord Van's vision blurred, and his consciousness began to slowly wane, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. With a fragile grasp on life, he mustered a feeble whisper. I'm sorry, Sven. Logically, his voice barely audible as he expended his final breath. A husband's choice. The cobblestone streets shimmered with a perilous gloss, mirrored by the haunting radiance emanating from the engulfed flames of the houses and quaint cottages. The spilled blood, aglow in the flames' flickering light, created an eerie tableau. The agricultural field transformed into a makeshift runway for the advancing horde. Windows lay shattered, doors torn from their intended purpose, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning timber. Villagers who had sought refuge were easily discovered, dragged from their homes, or subjected to gruesome mutilation within. Amid this chaos, a lone figure stood his ground, silhouetted against the backdrop of the stormy night. He stood at the front door of the place he called home. The man's gaze pierced through the relentless downpour, his eyes reflecting the determination burning within him. As raindrops pelted his body, his heart throbbed in perfect harmony with the rhythmic downpour. Above, the clouds roiled like a turbulent sea of gray and black. Thunder began to rumble, announcing its presence with a deep and ominous growl that mirrored the escalating turmoil below. The man's home, once a place of peace and serenity, a welcoming haven for those from all over, now stood in the brink of destruction. His hand firmly grasped the serrated fork's hilt, its keen edge reflecting the fatigue of innumerable seasons, etched with the scars of tireless labor. It had been in a relentless journey of ceaseless need and toil. Yet it was now held with resolve, purpose rather than its original purpose. The man's robust, weathered hands gripped at the serrated fork, its necessity undeniable despite his reluctance. With each forceful thrust into the rain-soaked air, his thoughts briefly drifted back to simpler days when this very tool had nurtured the land that sustained his family, understanding that every swing contributed to his next meal. Each motion of the fork embodied the stark contrast between peaceful cultivation and the grim toil that now lay ahead. And then, as he descended his swing, the serene image of cultivating the land transformed into a macabre dance of relentless massacre. his hand gripping the serrated fork like a weapon. His muscles tensed, and in one swift, fluid motion, he lunged at the nearest creature. The serrated fork pierced the creature's grotesque hide with a sickening squelch, its tines sinking deep into its malevolent heart. Blood and ichor spurted from the wound, mingling with the rain. With each swing, the creature's onslaught grew swifter, its numbers multiplying in a relentless tide. Eventually, the man found himself overwhelmed, unable to parry the ever-increasing horde. As he thrust his weapon into the flesh of one adversary, he failed to retract it in time, as another pinned him down mercilessly. Stripped of any weaponry and drained of his strength, his frantic struggles proved futile. In this dire moment, he had no choice but to resign to fate. He closed his eyes, a glimmer of relief that his wife had followed his advice to seek refuge indoors. Now, all he had to do is accept his fate and face his destiny alone. In the grim moments just before the relentless creatures could rend his flesh and shatter his bones, an abrupt and piercing shriek pierced the air. A knife swiftly plunged inside its mark, impaling the creature from behind, forcing it to convulse and relinquish its grip on the man. To his astonishment, his wife had abandoned her hiding place and emerged from the safety of the inn. Her face, a portrait of fear, had let go of the kitchen knife, its blade glistening with the creature's blood. Her trembling hand had crumpled to the ground, overcome with sobs of the weight of her choice. "No!" The man's voice quivered as he clutched his wife's shoulders, inadvertently hurting her with the tightness of his grip. "Why? Why did you leave the inn? I asked you to hide. Now." His voice trailed off, and he couldn't bear to meet her gaze, his eyes fixed on the ground below. A turbulent storm of emotions swirled within him: anger, despair, and the painful realization that his sacrifice had been in vain, discarded like a worthless token. I just couldn't help it," she stammered between sobs, her voice choked with emotion. "You were about to die. How could I simply hide when I thought I was about to lose you right before my eyes? I couldn't bear the thought of living with myself if I did." Her tears flowed freely as she wailed, her anguish echoing in the stillness of her choice. Her husband stood there, caught in the whirlpool of grief and sadness, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. In that moment, it became starkly clear to him that they were both doomed for. Numerous scenarios raced through his mind, but amid all of them, one outcome stood out as the most humane course of action. "It's okay," he whispered, his voice trembling with sorrow. "I don't blame you for your choice." Moving closer, he gently pushed her into an embrace, enfolding her in a tight hug. His unexpected act of understanding and acceptance washed over her as a profound relief. She clung to his embrace, grateful for his support, even as she couldn't help but steal a glance at the inn's door. Meanwhile, her husband's gaze fixed on the approaching horde. "I love you." The husband's voice quivered with sorrow as he uttered those words. His declaration sent a shiver down her spine as if something was amiss, but quickly discarded this unease and reciprocated the sentiment back to him, her voice trembling as well. "I love you to—" But before she could finish her sentence, a searing, excruciating pain erupted in her chest. She glanced downward, dismayed, to see a pointed metallic edge jutting through her heart, the source of her pain revealed in the cruelest twist of fate. "I'm sorry. This was the only way." The husband whispered through tears as he held his wife even more tightly, his heart heavy with the weight of their tragic choice. He gently withdrew the same knife that had been used to save his life from her back, the blade stained with his poignant decision. Her grasp on her husband's back gradually loosened as she sank closer to the floor, ultimately held up only by his outstretched hand. In her weakened state, she gazed at her husband's tear-stained face, offering countless apologies through his sobs. I'm sorry, forgive me, I had no other choice." It was in this moment of profound understanding that she finally comprehended the depth of his sacrifice. Leaving her hiding place had sealed their fate, and her husband had chosen to spare her the excruciating torment that awaited them both. With a final act of love, her husband had decided to usher her towards the path of least suffering. It was an agonizing choice, to die by his hand in the least painful way imaginable, or to endure the unimaginable agony of being consumed alive by the relentless horde. With a fading smile, she extended her trembling hand toward his tear-streaked face, despite the immense effort it took. Her frail gesture brushed away his tears, though the relentless rain continued to drench his skin. Her action transcended words, a profound and heartfelt expression of their shared emotions in their final moments together. Before her hands slipped from her waning strength, her husband tenderly grasped them, pressing them to his face, cherishing the fleeting touch. Gently, he cradled her lifeless body in his arms, lifting her from the rain-soaked ground. He rose from his kneeling position, carrying her fragile form in his arms. Step by step, he walked toward the inn's entrance, his heart heavy with grief. He pushed the door open and laid her down on the interior floor of the inn, the shelter they had sought in vain. Slowly, he closed the door behind her, her figure fading from view as it disappeared behind the closed door, leaving him alone in the rain-soaked world outside. In his final act of defiance, he resolved to protect her body from the vile creatures. Piles of the creatures' corpses began to accumulate in the entrance of the inn as time passed, forming a gruesome barricade that concealed the entrance. As he reached this grim point, he finally released all hope, knowing the relentless horde was still closing in. With a heavy heart and resolute determination, he lifted the knife he still clutched tightly, and without hesitation, he sliced it across his own neck. In that tragic moment, he chose to join her in death. Tap, 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 tap. All that remained was the relentless patter of ceaseless rain on the desolate ground, and the grisly sounds of the beasts feasting on their gruesome meal. In the distance, a silhouette loomed larger than any of the creatures, emerging from the shadows. It was the leader of the horde, carrying what appeared to be the lifeless body of Lord Van, a sinister trophy of their conquest. The leader stood in the center of the plaza, surveying the now lifeless village. With an air of disdain, the leader discarded Lord Van's corpse as if it were a mere plaything, showing no interest in the life they had claimed. Then, as if satisfied by their macabre victory, the leader turned away from the village, and the remnants of the horde followed suit, disappearing into the obscurity of the night, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction. A few hours later, emerging from the forest, were two figures riding on horseback. As they surveyed the desolate area, a profound sense of despair washed over them, their hearts sinking into the depths of disbelief. No. The last page, Thornfield's epilogue, end of part 1. Hours had passed since the fateful event that had engulfed Thornfield Village, and the relentless downpour showed no signs of stopping. Thunder rumbled in the distance every few minutes. Despite the unrelenting rain, the flames that had consumed the village continued to burn fiercely, sending large, dark plumes of smoke into the already somber clouds above. Emerging from the very forest that had birthed the horde, two weary figures rode on horseback. Ethan and Sven had endured a tiresome and lengthy journey, and their arrival at last happened. Anticipating another day before the horde's impending onslaught, they were instead met with a disheartening scene. The once thriving crops now lay in ruins, buildings smoldered and spewed smoke into the air, akin to a pot simmering a grim meal. The scene that unfolded before them unleashed a torrent of emotions, their hearts racing uncontrollably, the palpable pain of panic coursing through them. In that heart-wrenching moment, realization swept over them like a suffocating wave. The catastrophe they had been forewarned of had struck their homes a day earlier than they had been led to believe. The weight of this truth bore down on them, a heavy burden of grief, guilt, and a profound sense of loss. No. Ethan's voice cracked with anguish as he turned to look at Sven. Sven stood there, his gaze locked onto the burning village. Disbelief etched across his face, tears welling up in his eyes. The devastation before them was a nightmarish reality they couldn't escape, and the agony of their helplessness weighed heavily on their hearts. "Ha! Go!" Ethan urged the horse, tapping it to spur it forward toward the village. However, to his bewilderment, the horse refused to heed his command. Instead, it resisted, attempting to move backward, as if sensing the ominous darkness that emanated from the burning village. Fearful of what lay within, the horse instinctively shied away from the ominous scene. Deciding to continue on foot, they left the horse at the forest's entrance and began their solemn walk towards the village. With each step, their hearts grew heavier, and the horrors that awaited them became painfully evident. Piles of lifeless bodies littered their path. Soldiers with their limbs brutally separated, their faces etched with the terror they had endured. Among the fallen were the grotesque creatures of darkness, the very beings the soldiers had valiantly attempted to fend off. The scene before them was a chilling tableau of death and despair that had visited Thornfield Village. As they ventured deeper into the village, their senses were inundated with the haunting aftermath of the horde's onslaught. The once charming streets now lay in ruins, buildings reduced to scorched skeletons. The air was heavy with the acrid stench of smoke and the sickening scent of blood. Ethan and Sven moved cautiously, their eyes scanning the grisly landscape, their hearts weighed down by the incomprehensible horror. They stumbled upon the remnants of the shattered gate, a last-ditch effort to protect the villagers, now reduced to a futile testament of resistance. Deeper into the village, their somber approach took them to the heart of Thornfield's once vibrant plaza. There, in the midst of the devastation, they stumbled upon a sight that would forever etch sorrow into Sven's hearts. Lord Van, a once proud figure of the village, now lay lifeless on the ground, his body marred by wounds inflicted by the detestable creature. His clothes were tattered and stained with mud and blood, his expression frozen in an eternal mask of regret. Nearby, his wand, a symbol of his authority, lay discarded and broken. "Father?" Sven, Lord Van's son, was struck with a profound sense of despair and sadness as he gazed upon his father's lifeless form. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his shoulders slumped in the crushing weight of grief. He dropped to his knees beside his fallen father, unable to hold back the sobs that racked his body. Ethan stood nearby, his own heart heavy with sorrow as he observed Sven's anguished reaction. In that heart-wrenching moment, he couldn't help but realize that if the strongest and most commanding figure of the village lay lifeless, the fate of the rest of the community seemed all too clear. The same chilling thought struck him regarding his own parents. Despite his strong desire to console his grieving companion, Ethan knew that his own family was part of the village as well. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly left Sven to mourn alone and hurriedly made his way towards his own home. His steps were fueled by a mixture of dread and hope, his mind racing with thoughts of what he might find behind his family's door. The scenes of devastation he had witnessed throughout the village only heightened his anxiety, and the uncertainty of their fate gnawed at him with each passing second. As he rushed towards his home, Ethan clung to a fragile thread of hope. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and he whispered to himself, Surely they hid themselves until they got rescued, right?" He desperately clung to the possibility that his family had found a way to survive the onslaught by seeking refuge and were waiting to be found and rescued. It was the thought that kept him moving forward, despite the overwhelming fear that gnawed at his heart. Ethan's fragile hope crumbled the moment he approached the inn's entrance. There, in the gruesome scene before him, his worst fears were realized. A mound of lifeless monsters' bodies sprawled at the threshold, and amidst the grotesque scene, his father lay lifeless on his stomach, right beside the pile of corpse. ... Words eluded him, his voice trapped in a suffocating silence. He approached his father's lifeless body with a trembling hand, unable to muster any words, only the fervent hope that perhaps his father had been rendered unconscious. Badum, badum. As he lifted his father's body, that frail hope crumbled. His eyes fell upon the gory wound on his father's neck, the lifeless gaze in his eyes, and the haunting void of nothingness that stared back at him. In that excruciating moment, the finality of his father's fate washed over him, and the crushing weight of grief bore down on Ethan like a relentless storm. "Mother, at least please." With utmost care and gentleness, Ethan gently laid his father's lifeless body on the ground, his heart heavy with sorrow. His attention shifted toward the gruesome pile of creature corpses that concealed the inn's entrance. In that moment, Ethan realized the depth of his father's sacrifice, the desperate attempt to shield their refuge from the relentless horde. Tears welled up in his eyes as he whispered to himself, "Mother must be inside." She had to be hiding. Clinging to the flicker of hope that his mother might have found safety within the inn, Ethan mustered the strength to approach the entrance and slowly pushed the debris aside. He carefully began to open the door. As the door creaked open a third of the way, he was met with an unexpected sight. There, on the other side of the threshold, laid his mother, revealing the lifeless form on the other side. Blood flowed from her chest, forming a macabre stream that trickled down the steps. Her vacant gaze fixated on the door, as if in her final moments she had found solace in the sight of the entrance that symbolized safety and home. Ethan's knelt beside her, his voice catching in his throat. He cradled her lifeless form, his trembling hands caressing her cold cheek. In the deafening silence of the destroyed village, the enormity of the loss enveloped him, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness and a heart heavy with grief. Ethan's eyes darted back and forth between the lifeless forms of his parents, his mind unable to fully grasp the profound loss he had endured. Back and forth, his gaze shifted until he could no longer bear the weight of his grief. His eyes fixated on the somber, rain-filled clouds overhead. As the agony of loss overwhelmed him, his vision blurred, and he felt himself slipping away from consciousness. Unable to bear the pain that threatened to shatter his heart, his brain struggled to slow the pounding of his heart, attempting to shield him from the overwhelming despair. In that moment, the world faded into darkness, and Ethan's consciousness drifted into an abyss of numbing emptiness. As Ethan's consciousness slipped, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. His body, perhaps in a primal instinct for self-preservation, began to tap into his dormant well of mana. It was as if his very being sought a final, desperate struggle for survival, even though there was no immediate threat. Unbeknownst to him, Ethan's powers surged beyond his normal capacity. His latent abilities tapped into the wellspring of his primordial vigor, a well of mana and life force that lay untapped within him. The wind around him intensified, becoming a tempestuous gale, and the rumble of thunder grew more frenetic. The rain, now guided by Ethan's unconscious command, danced and swirled in chaotic patterns under the influence of the heavy wind. Ethan's unconscious form had become a conduit for an extraordinary display of elemental power, a manifestation of his inner turmoil and grief that resonated with the very forces of nature around him. The wind, once a tempestuous gale, now coalesced into an enormous tornado of unprecedented scale. It spiraled and twisted around him, taking shape with an almost sentient force. The tornado of destruction roared and raged, a maelstrom of raw power that defied the laws of nature. Its might was unparalleled, capable of laying waste to anything in its path. Within the heart of this swirling tempest, Ethan's unconscious self unwittingly commanded forces far beyond his comprehension, a testament of his inner turmoil. Its form stretched high into the heavens, a colossal vortex of destruction that reached upward as if attempting to touch the tumultuous skies. Within its core, the tornado hungrily devoured the ominous clouds and the brooding thunder that lay trapped within. As it absorbed these elements, The tornado's colors shifted, darkening in hue as its twisting force intensified, with crackling energy from the unrestrained thunder illuminating its inner depths. A captivating ballet of debris and rain began to take shape, swirling within its chaotic embrace. Trees, rubble, buildings, and even lifeless corpses were ensnared by its relentless grasp, sent spiraling into the swirling tempest, becoming mere playthings in the tumultuous dance of Ethan's turmoiled fury. Amidst the chaos, Sven emerged from the periphery, confusion etched across his face as he wiped away his tears. He couldn't comprehend the inexplicable tempest that had formed around Ethan, but he instinctively knew that Ethan was at its center. "Ethan, stop it! You're destroying what's left of the village! Stop it already!" Desperation filled Sven's eyes as he tried to rouse Ethan from his unconscious state, shaking him with urgency. "Ethan, wake up!" he pleaded, his voice lost amidst the deafening roar of the tempest. But Ethan remained unresponsive, lost in the depths of his own turmoil. With great difficulty, Sven fought his way closer to Ethan's unconscious form, the winds of the tornado battering him relentlessly. In a final, desperate attempt to bring Ethan back, he began to shock him, trying to force him to fully succumb to his unconscious state, hoping that in doing so, the devastating tempest would cease its destructive fury. Coursing through his unconscious mind, Ethan's thoughts were consumed by profound regret and sorrow. Mother, father, echoes of his parents traversing his own psyche. "I'm sorry for leaving you to fend for yourselves," he continued, each word heavy with the weight of his grief and guilt, even as his unconscious mind remained ensnared. "Ethan, stop!" The colossal tornado began to subside, its destructive force waning. The winds calmed, the thunder grew quieter, and the rain slowed to a gentle drizzle. With a final, haunting echo of its former fury, the tornado gradually dissipated into the heavens, leaving behind a scene of surreal calm in its wake. Ethan, Etha, his consciousness fully slipping away, surrendering to the darkness that enveloped him. The tempest that had raged both within and around him had taken its toll, leaving him in a state of profound and dreamless slumber. Part 2. Chapter 1. Awakening and Atonement. Where am I? Ethan's voice was barely a whisper, pain lacing every word. Agar, why does every part of me ache so much? Ethan. Father? Ethan, why are you still lying there? Hurry, we need you downstairs. Your mother is waiting for you to help with the guests. Father. Huh? Ethan's vision blurred as hot tears welled up. He tried to wipe them away, but they streamed down relentlessly, painting wet streaks on his face. Knock, knock. Ethan, are you still sleeping? I'm coming in. The door groaned as it opened, revealing another cherished face. Mother? Her eyes widened with concern as she saw him. Oh, Ethan, my love, what's wrong? She rushed to his side, pulling him into a comforting embrace. My sweet boy, she whispered softly, her hand stroking his hair. Did you have a bad dream? I don't know. I can't remember. Ethan murmured, burying his face into his mother's shoulder. Ethan, knock. The voice was unmistakable. It was the firm yet caring tone of his father. Why are we still here? I need help downstairs. What's... His mother gently raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Ethan's ragged breaths were the only sound in the room. Confused by the situation, with a furrowed brow, Ethan's father took a step closer, his gaze darting between his son's tear-streaked face and his wife's protective embrace. Their silent exchange spoke volumes. His mother gently beckoned him over with a tilt of her head. Without a word, Ethan's father approached and wrapped them both in his strong arms, creating a cocoon of warmth and comfort around their son. The three of them stayed like that, finding solace in each other's presence for what felt like an eternity. Ethan, it's time to go. Just a bit longer. Then I'll head to work, Ethan replied, his voice pleading. Ethan, you need to wake up. Ethan blinked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Wake up? But father, I'm already awake. Slowly, Ethan's father disentangled himself from the family embrace. Taking a step back, he gently grasped Ethan's shoulders, positioning him so they were face to face. Beside him, his mother rose, holding on to her husband with a grip that spoke of shared sorrow. Their smiles were bittersweet. A wave of uncertainty washed over Ethan as he tried to read the expressions on their faces. Why? What's happening? Ethan, his mother began, her voice heavy. Mother, father, what's going on? You're both acting so... Mother, why is there blood on your chest? Terror gripped Ethan as he stared at the deep red stain spreading across his mother's dress. His father's clothes, too, bore similar gruesome marks. The room felt colder, the bright hues dimming into shadows. A gust of wind seemed to sweep through the room, carrying with it distant voices and memories, blurring the boundaries between reality and dreams. The figures of his parents began to fade, their outlines becoming hazy. His father's grip tightened, grounding Ethan. Life is a series of moments, some brighter than others, but this is just a moment. His mother, tears forming in her eyes but her face serene, added, Don't blame yourself. Don't let it shackle you. But why? What's happening? Panic surged within Ethan as he tried to make sense of the nightmare unraveling before him. His parents' voice, now barely a whisper, lingered in the air. No, please, stay, Ethan pleaded, reaching out to grasp the vanishing figures of his beloved parents. Only to find the world around him crumbling, and suddenly, Ethan was pulled back into the realm of the conscious. ... Paralyzed, Ethan's eyes were wide open, tears streaming down his face. He found himself in a familiar setting, his dorm room, lying in his own bed. Yet his thoughts weren't consumed by the sudden shift of location or how he had ended up there. Instead, his mind was tormented by the harrowing events that had transpired. Clutching the sheets, Ethan sought solace in their fabric, grounding himself against the turmoil of emotions that threatened to sweep him away. Each heartbeat echoed loudly, a throbbing reminder of the reality he was now forced to confront. Attempting to rise, his limbs felt as if they were weighed down by chains, each link forged from the raw intensity of his emotions. With every ounce of strength sapped, he surrendered to his bed, sinking further into its embrace. As he lay there, the gentle memories began to wrap around him. The image of his parents, their radiant smiles that once lit up his world, the sound of their laughter and the wisdom in their words. All played in his mind like a montage of cherished moments. They provided a bittersweet comfort, each memory a reminder of the love that once was and the void that now remained. Father, mother, no, their bodies. A sudden surge of adrenaline propelled Ethan upright. His legs, weak and shaky, threatened to give way beneath him as he stumbled towards the door. It was as if he had been drained of all vitality, every step feeling like he was pushing through deep water. But the burning need to tend to his parents fueled him, a desperate hope that perhaps it wasn't too late to give them the respect and care they deserved. His last act of devotion as their son. He had been too late to protect them, a heavy guilt that pressed down on him. But he couldn't, fail them in this last duty. The nightmarish thought of their remains, left exposed to the elements and scavengers, was unbearable. The academy seemed like a world away from the village, and every moment he wasted here increased the risk of them being desecrated. Driven by this fear and a determination to honor his parents, Ethan willed himself forward, refusing to let exhaustion claim him. As he neared the door, the handle abruptly turned, swinging the door open to unveil an unexpected visitor. Ethan, you're finally awake. Sven? The dim light of the room illuminated the familiar features of Sven, his roommate, and the only remaining villager expect for him. Sven's wide eyes sparkled with a mixture of relief and deep concern. Ethan, I've been so worried. You've been out for days, Sven exclaimed, reaching out to steady Ethan, who swayed slightly from his sudden stop. Sven, that isn't important right now. What happened to... Ethan's voice trailed off, choked with emotion. Sven stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Ethan's shoulder. Ethan, calm down. I've taken care of it. Everyone, they've all been given the proper rights, including your parents, and my father. Hearing Sven's words brought a faint solace to Ethan's storm of emotions. While the weight of his grief remained palpable, this lone assurance lightened it slightly. Ethan's knees gave way, and he crumpled to the ground, as if the accumulated weight of his worries had finally overpowered him. Thank you. Thank you. Ethan's voice cracked, choked with emotion, as tears streamed down his face, and he whispered his gratitude to Sven. Without uttering a word, Sven understood. He moved closer, wrapping an arm around Ethan, gently lifting and guiding him back to the bed. The bond forged between them over time, and the shared experiences they had endured, spoke volumes more than words ever could. Do you need anything? You must be starving. Let me get you something to eat. Wait, Sven. Before that, can you tell me how I ended up like this and why we're back at the academy? After we got to the village, I found a safe spot for you at the inn and tucked you into one of its rooms. Over the next couple of days, I buried the villagers and the soldiers to rest, making sure they were given the respect they deserved. On the third day, Professor Eveline, along with a few others, found us. They brought us back to the academy. You've been out cold for nearly 5 days. We actually returned here just yesterday. I see. Regarding your current condition, I believe it's best if the school doctor explains it, Sven said, his face shadowed by a somber expression. Ethan, catching the weight of Sven's demeanor, understood that whatever ailment he had was not trivial. He chose not to probe further, recognizing he would soon discover the full extent of it. A pang of guilt surfaced in his thoughts. Perhaps this is retribution for the transgression of leaving my parents, he mused, feeling every muscle aching through his body. I'll go fetch him, Sven said, rising from his chair and moving towards the door. But just as he was about to reach for the handle, an authoritative voice halted him. There's no need for that. The door creaked open to reveal 2 familiar faces that carried an unmistakable gravity. Mr. Alfred and Principal Spellman. Sven's voice wavered with a mix of surprise and concern. Ethan's eyes locked onto the 2 figures, recognizing immediately that their presence meant serious matters were at hand. I'm pleased to see you conscious, Ethan Hartfield, the principal intoned. Well, this will make things go faster. Both of you need to come with us, Principal Spellman added firmly. But Principal, Ethan's only just come to. He needs rest, Sven protested. The principal's gaze hardened. Do not challenge me on this. Sven turned to Mr. Alfred, desperation evident in his eyes. And you, sir? What do you say? Alfred hesitated, pain evident in his eyes. I regret this, but my hands are tied. Remember the terms you agreed upon before you left the academy? His voice was heavy with regret, hinting at a battle between duty and emotion. Sven, help me get up, Ethan murmured. Ethan? Sven's voice held concern. He swiftly moved to Ethan's side, offering support. And where exactly are you taking us? Ethan inquired, meeting the principal's gaze. To the disciplinary committee's office, Principal Spellman replied with an air of finality. You will be trialed for your transgressions, Principal Spellman declared. Part 2. Chapter 2. The Academy's Unforgiving Law. Ethan struggled to keep pace with the principal and Alfred, even with Sven's support. As they walked, he felt the piercing gazes of many students in the hallway, their whispers filling the air with rumors. But Ethan remained unfazed by their attention. He knew the significance of his choice, and that, in the grand scheme of things, these whispers wouldn't matter. Everything had already shifted, and for the worse, the moment he decided to leave the academy. His primary motivation for attending was to improve life for himself and his parents. While evading the enforced military duties was one reason, he also harbored dreams of providing a better lifestyle for his parents after graduation. Yet, those dreams now seemed distant and no longer reachable. Unbeknownst to him, there were other forces at play that would further challenge his past ambitions. Ethan. The urgent call came from behind a dense crowd of students. Breaking through the throng was Seraphine, pushing past the students with palpable desperation. Seraphine? Sven murmured as he saw her darting towards them. ... Ethan looked at her but said nothing. Guys, what's going on? You've been missing for an entire week. I've been worried, and the professors wouldn't tell me anything about your absences. And Ethan... Her voice faltered as her gaze landed on Ethan's worn-out appearance. Why do you look so beaten up? Are you all right? Concern was etched deeply on Seraphine's face. ... Ethan's eyes averted from Seraphine, unable to face her or articulate the events that had occurred during his week-long absence. Seeing Ethan's hesitation, Seraphine turned to Sven, hoping to glean some answers. Ethan? Sven, can you tell me what happened? Even though Sven seemed slightly better off than Ethan, exhaustion was evident in his posture. Sven swallowed hard, about to speak, but was sharply cut off by the principal's authoritative voice. That's enough, Seraphine. His tone was a warning and stern. Principal? She looked at him, taken aback by his brusque interruption. Now isn't the time for questions. Leave this place, the principal ordered, his gaze unwavering. But Princey... I won't say it again. He snapped, his patience clearly worn thin. Unable to counter the principal's directive, Seraphine shot one last concerned glance at Ethan and Sven. The weight of their unspoken troubles bore heavily on her heart. Without uttering another word, she watched as they were ushered away, disappearing from her sight. She whispered to herself, her gaze fixed on their retreating figures. I wonder where they're heading. The events had stirred a mixture of unease and curiosity in her. Shortly after, Ethan and Sven found themselves ushered into a magnificent chamber, resembling a grand courtroom. The walls, bathed in a sumptuous shade of emerald green, were complemented by elegant white moldings that highlighted the room's majestic architecture. Large, crescent-shaped stained glass windows allowed sunlight to stream in, casting mesmerizing patterns onto the gleaming wooden floor. At the forefront, opposite the judge's bench, stood a solitary podium, the podium for the accused. It stood there, emanating a sense of gravity. The room was structured with rows of polished wooden pews, perfectly aligned on either side of the central aisle. To the left, a dignified wooden witness stand awaited its moment, silent and anticipatory. On the right, a spacious desk was situated, ready for the counsel to present their case notes, evidence, and arguments. At the judges' seats sat 3 individuals, the council elders. Their total number remained a mystery to most, but today only 3 occupied these esteemed positions. The one in the center was all too familiar to Ethan and Sven, a figure that invoked intense loathing deep within them. Granfeld. Ethan's eyes narrowed, his gaze dripping with venom. Granfeld was the man who could have averted the entire calamity that befell Thornfield Village, the man who could have prevented the tragic loss of his parents. Sven, sensing the boiling anger emanating from Ethan, subtly placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder, urging him to maintain composure in this highly charged environment. The room was thick with tension all around. Professors from various corners of the academy gathered, their collective gaze trained on the 2 young men standing in the center. Some faces were familiar to Ethan and Sven, serving as anchors of familiarity in this sea of scrutiny. There was Professor Eveline, Professor Harrington, and Professor Stones. But interspersed among these known faces were others, strangers to Ethan and Sven. These professors were likely from departments or years the duo hadn't interacted with yet. The assembly of such a varied groups made it clear that this was no ordinary meeting. The stakes were high, and every eye in the room was focused on them, waiting for the proceedings to begin. Ethan and Sven walked tentatively to the center, each step echoing subtly in the vast chamber. The anticipation was nearly suffocating, but they tried to not let it bother them. They were, after all, at the epicenter of whatever was about to unfold. Tap, tap. The sharp sound resonated through the room, capturing everyone's immediate attention. It was the ceremonial gavel, signifying the commencement of the trial. Silence! Granfeld's voice boomed, commanding instant quiet. Every whisper and murmur ceased. Every rustling motion stilled. All eyes, once again, were fixated on the duo, and the weight of the entire Academy's scrutiny bore down on them. The trial had begun. Ethan Hartfield and Sven Thornfield. Granfeld's voice reverberated throughout the chamber, firm and authoritative. Today, you stand before this council to be tried for your transgressions and unlawful behavior, a direct affront to the Academy's centuries-old edict. You have breached the sacred rule that prohibits leaving the Academy grounds without prior authorization. Around the room, the professors held stern, judgmental expressions, ready to uphold the Academy's long-standing traditions. The severity of the situation was unmistakable. In any ordinary institution back on Earth, this might have been a minor infraction. But in this magical realm, it was a grave violation, an academic decree steeped in age-old traditions, codes, and mystical practices that had withstood the test of time. Ethan and Sven stood their ground, silent, both fully aware that their decisions had inevitably led them to this very moment. According to the Academy's regulations, any who violate this age-old rule will bear the consequence of having their student status terminated, Granfeld declared. Whispers started crawling all through the room, until one individual in the room spoke out. "That rule is excessively strict," Professor Eveline interjected passionately. "Professor Eveline!" A voice rang out from the opposite side of the room, dripping with indignation. "How dare you voice such dissent in this hallowed chamber? It is not our place to question the Academy's long-standing decisions. We must uphold the traditions." The professor, clearly in favor of the student's expulsion, shot a stern glance in her direction. Originally, these regulations were established to protect students from dark entities lurking outside. Those threats have long since diminished in proximity. Expelling them for such a reason now is outdated. We need to evolve and adapt with the times. Her voice resonated with genuine concern and determination to defend her charges. Who could simply stand by, knowing their village and homes were in danger, especially if they had the chance to prevent it by arriving on time? She added, "Threats loom everywhere, even if we are blind to them. To believe the Academy is immune to danger simply because of its might is naive." Another professor retorted, from the same side as the previous one. "The recent obliteration of a village near the kingdom's border stands testament to that." Ethan's heart raced and his grip tightened, the reference to the village hitting too close to home. His eyes burned with fury as they met the professor's, a silent challenge in his gaze. "Ha! How dare you, a mere student, cast such a defiant look towards a noble?" The professor sneered, his own anger evident. "You overstep your bounds, boy. I should—" Tap, tap. Enough. Granfeld's voice sliced through the room, cutting off the professor's tirade. With a restrained fury, Ethan watched as the professor seemed to momentarily shrink, like a dog reprimanded by its master. Ethan thought bitterly, "Noble scum. They can't stomach the fact that I, against all their expectations, made it into the Academy." It was clear to him now, these nobles, with their inflated sense of entitlement, together with Granfeld, who was clearly nursing a grudge over Ethan's knowledge regarding his lightning magic, were aligned in their desire to see him expelled. Granfeld shifted slightly in his seat, his eyes sharp as ever. "Professor Eveline, while I respect your perspective, the rules of the Academy are clear and long-standing. We could debate their validity for hours on end. But there's more to Ethan's situation that you're not aware of, something that underscores the severity of this decision." Professor Eveline's brow furrowed, her gaze questioning. What are you insinuating? To my knowledge, Ethan and Sven only broke the rule concerning unauthorized departure from the academy. What other misdeed could possibly warrant such dire consequences? Granfeld leaned forward slightly. It's not a mere rule-breaking I speak of, but rather the unintended and unfortunate repercussions of Ethan's choice to leave our grounds. Ethan, Granfeld intoned, how are you feeling? Any unexplained aches in your body? Ethan cast a wary glance at Granfeld, trying to gauge the elder's intent. Yes, there's some discomfort, but I'm not quite sure why. And would it be correct to assume that this pain isn't a result of any external injuries? Granfeld probed further. Ethan nodded slowly. I haven't engaged in any physical altercations, so yes, that should be the case. Granfeld nodded, his gaze shifting momentarily before settling back on Ethan. To provide clarity on Ethan's condition, let's hear from the person who examined him during his unconscious state. Doctor, please step forward to the witness stand. The courtroom doors creaked open to reveal a middle-aged man, his steps echoing with a measured cadence as he made his way to the witness stand. A palpable tension filled the air, and the room was filled with hushed whispers. It was evident that this man's arrival had stirred a myriad of reactions. Professors Eveline, Stones, and Harrington exchanged anxious glances, clearly troubled by the sudden turn of events. Sven's eyes met Ethan's, a flicker of recognition and concern evident in his gaze. It seemed Sven had an inkling of the revelation that was about to be laid bare. Doctor, thank you for joining us. The headmaster began with a formal nod. Of course. Please enlighten the court about Ethan's medical findings. After a momentary pause, the doctor began. Upon a comprehensive examination, we've discovered a concerning anomaly. Ethan's brow furrowed in confusion, trying to decipher the doctor's insinuations. On the surface, his discomfort seemed like a result of physical malnourishment, or perhaps the effects of prolonged immobility. The young Mr. Hartfield appears to have tapped into his primordial vigor pool. Primordial vigor? Ethan pondered internally, unfamiliar with the term and its implications. However, the reaction of others in the room was immediate and telling. Many exchanged startled looks, their expressions of shock. It's evident that Ethan has overdrawn from his primordial vigor, leading to a diagnosis of mana vein atrophy, the doctor announced gravely. Part 2, Chapter 3, Ethan's Dilemma. Mana vein atrophy? Ethan asked, his confusion evident. Yes. As most attendees here are aware, primordial vigor is a distinct source of internal energy, separate from the mana pool. The man explained. It's an energy cultivated throughout one's life. While it typically develops naturally and can't be directly influenced, it forms an essential reservoir of power. However, as many of you might know, tapping into this power is discouraged due to the profound effects it can have. Ethan frowned. I don't recall ever harnessing such power. The doctor raised an eyebrow. That's not what your friend beside you told me. Ethan turned to Sven, a puzzled expression on his face. Sven sighed. It's true, Ethan. The trauma of losing your parents was so overwhelming that it caused you to black out. It seems your mind perceived imminent danger. To protect you, it unintentionally unleashed a power far beyond your current capabilities, indicating you tapped into your primordial vigor, he affirmed, echoing the doctor's sentiments. That's right, the doctor affirmed. Had it not been for your friend's timely intervention, you likely would have lost your life. While he managed to save you in the nick of time, it doesn't mean you're free from the repercussions of tapping into such power. I'm lost. What does all this have to do with my trial? Ethan's voice quivered with confusion. Granfeld stepped forward, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he watched Ethan's distress. Allow me to clarify. He began, taking a moment to enjoy the drama of the situation. To harness the power of one's primordial vigor, an individual essentially trades a portion of their life force. Think of it as a costly transaction, and in your situation, the price you paid was the injury to your mana vein, leading to what we term as mana vein atrophy. Granfeld explained, barely concealing his satisfaction in unveiling Ethan's predicament. Mana vein atrophy is a severe condition that impacts the network of mana channels in your body. The doctor began addressing Ethan. These channels, often referred to as mana veins, regulate the flow and distribution of mana. They enable the harnessing and manifestation of magical energy. Due to excessive use of primordial vigor, your channels have deteriorated. The walls of the mana veins have ruptured, causing mana leaks. Consequently, the mana flow has become erratic. Ethan listened closely, a growing weight settling in his chest. He felt paralyzed, unable to respond, and could only focus on the doctor's words. The challenge with mana vein atrophy is its irreversibility. Regrettably, this means your progression as a mage is now limited, the doctor explained. While you can still wield magic at your current proficiency, advancing to higher levels of mastery will be out of reach. Mages derive their abilities from the depth of their mana pool and the strength of their mana veins. Consider your current state as being at the beginner level. You can still perform basic spells, but attempting more potent variations will be futile. Advancing to intermediate or advanced levels, for instance, is now an impossibility for you. The weight of the revelation bore down on Ethan, suffocating him with despair. This was the culmination of the worst series of events in both his life: losing his home, the death of his parents, and now the shattering of his dreams of becoming a powerful mage. Waves of regret and self-doubt washed over him. Was all my effort for nothing? Should I have taken a different path, perhaps being brought back in the military, even if it meant being on the front line? Could that decision have saved my parents, or prevented the devastation of our village? Will I, after everything, be discarded and forgotten? These haunting questions plagued his mind, casting a shadow over him. Witnessing Ethan's emotional turmoil, Granfeld seized the opportunity to further twist the knife, relishing every moment of the young mage's anguish. "There you have it," he declared to the assembly. Not only did Ethan Hartfield and his companion brazenly leave the academy grounds without permission, but Ethan also suffers from mana vein atrophy. As you are all well aware, our esteemed academy was established to cultivate formidable mages, guardians who would defend our kingdom against the forces of darkness. Those who lack the potential to progress further are deemed superfluous. Given these undeniable facts, I present two compelling reasons for Ethan's expulsion from our institution. Where will he go? His home is gone. He has no family left. He's utterly alone, Professor Eveline exclaimed, her voice quivering with concern. Ethan remained silent, the weight of her words sinking in, emphasizing his desolation. Granfeld, always one to have an answer, replied smoothly, "Professor Eveline, you needn't fret. There's a place already destined for young Ethan." Eveline's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "And where might that be?" Granfeld's lips curled into a sly smile. Given that he isn't of noble lineage and has reached an age of responsibility, it's only fitting that he serves the kingdom. He'll be conscripted into the imperial military ranks, defending the very realm he calls home. Granfeld continued, his voice dripping with condescension, which, if I might add, should have been his path from the very beginning. The room was thick with tension. Even the professors who had previously supported Ethan, his ally Sven, and Ethan himself couldn't counteract the irrefutable points made by Granfeld. The outcome, it seemed, had been preordained even before they entered the courtroom. Granfeld then turned his attention to Sven. Regarding Sven Thornfield, while his village no longer stands, his noble lineage remains. He will find a position within the kingdom befitting his noble status. However, let it be known that our academy upholds its principles with utmost integrity. We do not show favoritism, and as such, he too will face expulsion for his transgressions," Granfeld declared, his voice unwavering. "For those in favor of the expulsion, please raise your hands. Granfeld directed. As expected, a sea of hands shot up, leaving only a few notable exceptions. The professors who had formed close bonds with the students, Alfred, and quite unexpectedly, the principal. With the majority clearly in favor, Granfeld's voice rang out with authority. Given the overwhelming consensus, I hereby decree Sven Thornfield and Ethan Hartfield expelled from the academy. His gavel echoed with two final decisive taps, sealing their fates. Tap, tap. Alfred, as the enforcer, it falls upon you to carry out their expulsion. I expect them off the premises by dawn. Granfeld stated, his voice dripping with a mix of authority and subtle malice. He was well aware of Alfred's fondness for the young students, and the undertone in his words was clear. He relished the fact that Alfred would be the one to face the emotional turmoil of executing the order. Alfred responded with a heavy sigh. Walking up to the two young mages, he gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders, offering a silent gesture of comfort and understanding. "Come on," he said softly. "I'll escort you to your dorms so you can gather your belongings." With their heads hung low, Ethan and Sven trailed behind Alfred, the weight of the verdict still pressing heavily on their minds. The silence between them was palpable, each lost in his own thoughts, trying to come to terms with the abrupt end to their time at the academy and the events that had transpired prior. Reaching their dormitory, they were taken aback to find Seraphine waiting anxiously at the entrance. Her eyes darted between them, searching for answers. "You're finally back!" she exclaimed, a mix of relief and concern evident in her voice. "Where have you been?" "Someone, please tell me what's happening." Their faces reflecting the heavy burden of the day's events. Neither had the energy or will to explain. Sensing their discomfort, Alfred stepped in. "You two, head inside and pack your things. I'll fill Seraphine in." Seraphine's brow furrowed with worry, her gaze flicking between the retreating figures of her friends and Alfred. "Pack? Why? Where are they going?" The two boys simply nodded in acknowledgement and disappeared into the dorm, leaving the questions hanging in the air. Alfred gestured to a quieter spot. "Seraphine, let's discuss this over here." He began leading her away, preparing to relay the grim information. Part 2. Chapter 4. New Path. Ethan and Sven packed their luggage in silence, each in their own corner of the room. With every item they stowed away, the weight of their decisions pressed upon them. A somber collection of reminders. Yet these were choices they would willingly make again. 1,000-fold. Minutes ticked by, and once every belonging was accounted for, Ethan approached his desk. There lay his umbrella, an innocuous ally in the midst of turmoil. As he picked it up, his gaze lingered on it, his grip tightening around the handle. A silent battle waged within. Yet he soon relaxed his hold, recognizing the futility of succumbing to a storm of emotions once more. "Ethan?" Sven's voice cut through the silence. Ethan paused. "What is it, Sven?" "Are you truly going to comply with their demands? Do you intend to enlist?" "What choice do I have, Sven?" "I thought you, of all people, would understand. I'm cornered." Sven hesitated. I've decided to return to my mother's side. She's had been living with her side of the family ever since my father divorced her. If you want, I could take you with me." Ethan regarded Sven with a complexity of emotions. Their history was a tapestry of conflict. Initially, there was only animosity, but with time, understanding and a mutual respect had blossomed between them. Ethan felt a shift in his own demeanor, a softening perhaps. Sven was still young, and Ethan knew too well how the fires of youth could refine a person's character. "Maybe I've been too harsh on him," he mused. It was true. Children adapted quickly, their behaviors and identities shaped by their encounters and environments. Ethan pondered if his influence had played a role in Sven's transformation during their time at the academy. Yet, beyond personal growth, there was a deeper bond. Shared tragedies had drawn them closer. Both had lost fathers, homes, and both sought refuge from the chaos surrounding them. Their fates, it seemed, were intertwined by the need to find solace in a world that had taken so much from them. Ethan's face softened, and a wry smile, one that had become a stranger to him amidst the cascade of misfortunes, tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, Sven, for considering me. But as you've heard, I lack the privilege of choice. My birthrights does not offer me paths, but rather they were dictated from the start. Military service isn't an option, it's an edict. The academy was my only refuge, and even that has slipped through my fingers." His smile held a touch of sadness, reflecting the harsh realities that had befallen them both, yet also acknowledging the gesture of solidarity from his unlikely comrade. "Ethan." Knock, knock. "Ethan, Sven, have you finished packing your luggage? It's time to go." Alfred's voice, steady and imbued with a certain solemnity, filtered through the door. Ethan glanced at Sven, his eyes reflecting gratitude for the few who offered him solace in this lonely world. "Let's go," Ethan said as they moved to join Alfred, stepping into the uncertain future that awaited them. Yeah. ... Beyond the door, Alfred and Seraphine waited. As Ethan glimpsed Seraphine, he noticed a shift from her usual demeanor. Her head was bowed, strands of her hair veiling her face. It was clear to Ethan and Sven that the news of their imminent departure and the calamity that had struck their homes had cast a shadow over her spirit. Did a tinge of sadness for their plight color her mood? Could she be harboring resentment for being kept in the dark until now? Or perhaps there was a hint of resentment at not being approached for help in their hour of need. "Follow me," Alfred instructed with a tone that brokered no delay. Ethan and Sven began to trail behind him, the rhythmic sound of their footsteps in stark contrast to Seraphine's stillness. She remained rooted to the spot, her stillness growing more pronounced against their movement. Sven's head turned back intermittently, his eyes seeking Seraphine, contemplating whether a parting word was needed. Yet Ethan, resolute in his silence, did not share this hesitation. In Ethan's eyes, the world's harshness was a reality made starker by the social chasms that divided them. Seraphine was atop a hierarchy that towered above even the nobility within the academy's walls, had compromised her standing by mingling with them. And now, as their paths diverged, Ethan deemed it best to leave things be. They had shared a camaraderie, yes, but to drag her into the mess of his predicaments would serve neither of them. In his mind, it was an unspoken act of care to leave her unaffected to the weight of their troubles. Seraphine's voice was a whisper, a wisp of sound barely escaping her lips. Wait. Again, a bit louder, but still a murmur. Wait. Her questions, laced with silent desperation, sought the air around her. Why? Why didn't you ask for my help? My mother. She could have done something. Why didn't you think to reach out to me? But her soft pleas were lost, muffled, and indecipherable to anyone but herself. Wait. Finally, her restraint shattered, her voice pealed out, commanding and desperate. But it was too late. When she turned around, she was met with nothing but the echo of her own cry. Her delay, longer than she realized, had cost her the chance to be heard. The trio had already departed from the premises, leaving her anchored to her spot, alone. Her typically cool composure had melted away, leaving behind a raw, desperate plea for connection that went unheard. The trio stepped out of the academy to find two carriages awaiting them. One was shabby and bore more resemblance to a cage than a comfortable means of travel. Two armored soldiers flanked the entrance of this forbidding vehicle, their stance suggesting they were anticipating the transfer of a prisoner rather than a passenger. In stark contrast, the other carriage was inviting, showcasing a well-crafted wooden structure adorned with a blue banner that featured intricate designs on its roof. A retinue of armed guards was arrayed in front, with a few butlers standing by, signaling readiness and a higher regard for whoever was to be their occupant. Ethan cast his gaze upon the two disparate carriages, fully aware of the starkly different paths they represented and which one he was destined to board. Sven, being a member of the Viskar family, your mother has been notified of the circumstances. She has sent transportation for you, Alfred stated, his voice carrying the weight of authority. But there was a hint of reluctance in the role he had been assigned. Per the Academy's orders, I must ask you to depart immediately. His demeanor reflected the gravity of the situation, yet it was clear he felt conflicted about enforcing the abrupt separation. Sven acknowledged the situation with a nod, the weight of the moment pressing upon him. Yet there was a resolve in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He paused, turning to Ethan, and his voice carried a newfound determination. Ethan, I refuse to just accept how things are. I'm going to rebuild Thornfield right from the ashes, Sven declared, his resolve steeling him. So, you have to survive. Make it through, because when Thornfield stands tall again, you'll have a home to come back to, a place that's truly yours. It might take years, maybe even decades, but I'll make it happen. And don't think I'm going to be coddled at my mother's side. I'm going to grow stronger, gain power and authority, until I can rebuild everything we've lost. His words weren't just a promise to Ethan, they were a vow to himself, a commitment to a future that he intended to forge with his own hands. Home, he says. A wry smile tugged at Ethan's lips, his heart lightened by Sven's ambitious vow. In a silent show of solidarity and acknowledgement, he extended his hand, a gesture that carried a weight of meaning far beyond the simple act. For Sven, this was more than just an affirmation. It was the beginning of a renewed sense of purpose, the dawn of an aspirational goal, and above all, the birth of a friendship that had been forged in the fires of a new start. Sven reached out, clasping Ethan's hand firmly, the unspoken pledge of support between them. For a moment, the world around them, the impending journey, the grim carriages, the soldiers, faded into the background. With this simple exchange, their paths diverged. Sven turned, shoulders set, towards the carriage that would take him to the safety and comfort of his mother's care, a world away from the uncertain fate that awaited Ethan. Ethan, meanwhile, faced the less inviting transport, the cage-like carriage meant for him, with a quiet courage. Ethan, wait, Alfred called out, his voice firm, yet tinged with a warmth that belied his usually stoic demeanor. Ethan paused, turning back with an inquisitive look. What is it, Mr. Alfred? Alfred extended his hand, revealing an item that seemed to carry significant weight, not in heft, but in meaning. Seeing the object, a burst of laughter escaped Ethan, surprising even himself. Ha, ha ha ha. This feels like déjà vu, Mr. Alfred, he remarked, recognizing the significance of the familiar token. Ethan, you have consistently surpassed my expectations, Alfred said, his voice laced with a rare blend of affection and respect. You might be facing some of the darkest times of your life, but my instincts tell me you are more than what you seem, more than what this world has seen. Take this, and let it help you carve out your rightful place in this often unjust world. Ethan's eyes softened, a sincere gratitude washing over him. Thank you, Mr. Alfred. Since the beginning, you've been my biggest ally. And even now, at this crossroad, you haven't given up on me. Thank you. His words were earnest, conveying a depth of appreciation for the unwavering support Alfred had provided. Grasping the item, Ethan turned away from Alfred, the academy, and the life he had known, stepping into the austere carriage that awaited him. The door closed with a resounding thud, a symbolic end to one chapter and the uncertain beginning of another. Underpinned by the belief that Alfred had in Ethan's potential to rise above his current station, the sound of the soldiers commanding, "Ha!" jerked the carriage into motion, the familiar silhouette of the academy receding into the distance. Ethan sat back against the hard seat, the rattle and jostle of the carriage hurtling away from his past. He lowered his head, attention captured by the item he held. Glad I get the chance to continue my studies. A book, the title emblazoned across the cover in ornate script. Introduction to Magic Theory 2. Part 2, Chapter 5, Magic Counterpart. In the heart of the Imperial Kingdom of Kaladora's territory, a fierce battle unfolded on the outskirts of a small, isolated village. The kingdom's army, 1,000 strong, stood resolute against a formidable incursion. Bound by duty to uphold the kingdom's commands, the soldiers faced a lethal threat, an onslaught of creatures that bore a haunting resemblance to arachnids, with glistening crimson eyes, whom numbered was close to their own. These monstrous beings had already laid waste to an entire settlement, leaving devastation in their wake. However, this time, the kingdom had been informed of their advancement and made preparations to confront and eradicate the menace before they could lay waste to another village. The air was thick with the sounds of clashing steel and the war cries of men. Soldiers in heavy armor pushed back against the swarm of creatures, their swords slicing through the air with lethal intent. The battle was a test of endurance and mettle, as the soldiers fought not just for victory, but for the survival of their kingdom's borders and their own. Meanwhile, the villagers, whose lives and homes were at stake, huddled together, praying for the safety of their homes. Their eyes were filled with fear and hope, witnessing the relentless bravery of the kingdom's army. Each soldier's strike was a beacon of resistance against the encroaching darkness brought forth by these nightmarish invaders. At the entrance of the village, as the battle raged just beyond its gates, a frail old man approached a figure who seemed to embody the very essence of valor and strength. This towering individual was resplendent in his silver-blue armor, which was adorned with intricate designs. His hair, bearing the dignified touch of time, with streaks of silver that matched his armor. A well-groomed beard framed a strong jaw, hinting at countless days spent in the wilds, facing down beasts and others alike. Yet it was his eyes, steely blue and sharp as a hawk's gaze, that spoke of his unwavering resolve and wisdom gleaned from his countless battles. In his gauntlet-clad hand, he held a sword that was as wide as himself, pointing at the heavens, and seemed to hum with the very essence of valor. A sign that here walked a man who pledged his blade to the protection of the realm. The elder, clad in cloth that set him apart from the other villagers, halted before Sir Aldrich, the esteemed knight. "Sir Aldrich, I implore you, shield us from those horrors." The village lord pleaded, his voice a mixture of fear and hope. "I do not wish for my home to befell the same fate as Thornfield." The memory of Thornfield's fate, a testament to the cruelty that awaited them should their defenses fail, loomed heavy in the air. "Be at ease," Sir Aldrich responded, his voice resonant with the authority and dignity befitting his rank. "The well-being of this village and its people, under the aegis of my sword, shall never be endangered. As long as I draw breath, not a single adversary shall breach our defenses." In the presence of such resolute assurance, the village lord's worry seemed to lessen. Sir Aldrich had spoken not just as a warrior, but as the Lord Commander, the highest-ranking officer of Knight Order within the kingdom. Sir Aldrich surveyed the battlefield with a practiced eye, zeroing in on the source of the chaos. Among the swarm of enemy creatures, one stood out, a disgusting beast that seemed to be giving orders, a general in an army of nightmares. The fall of Lord Van of Thornfield, a master mage of renowned lineage, spoke volumes to the formidable and fearsome foe, a creature whose might rivaled the most dreaded dark creatures within their ranks. He understood then that the creature before him was no mere strangler, but a force that could very well be an A-ranked abomination. Such adversaries were usually cut down not by brute force alone, but by strategy, by cunning, and by the collective strength of the few who could match it. Sir Aldrich stood firm, an imposing figure against the backdrop of battlefield. Unlike the common mage whose power lay in incantations and spells, Sir Aldrich belonged to the rare breed of aura user, warriors who could channel the raw essence of life itself, known as aura, into physical might that goes beyond the conventional magic that mages manifests. The path of aura is arguably the most demanding discipline, serving as a testament to a warrior's resolute dedication to their life's calling. It is often said that those who succeed in manifesting their aura are individuals who have stared death in the face countless times, too many times to count, yet have never faltered in its presence. For these warriors, the aura is not just a mark of honor, it is their lifeblood, the very essence of their being, fueling an extraordinary prowess that sets them apart from all others. The ranks of these exceptional warriors are hardly any, making them the rarest among the extraordinary, fewer in number than mages by a large margin. Yet, some says that in the hardship of combat, their formidable capabilities far eclipse those of their magical counterparts. Sir Aldrich was one of those rare individuals who truly lived up to his reputation. To say he was the strongest knight in the kingdom of Calidora would be an understatement. He served as the king's right hand and the defender of the people. Tasked with eliminating a new threat to the kingdom, Sir Aldrich took up the challenge without hesitation. As he stepped forward to confront the danger, the soldiers around him couldn't help but smile with respect behind their blood-stained helmets. They made room for him, shoving the monsters aside to let their leader through. With every step, Sir Aldrich was focused on his mission to confront and defeat the enemy that threatened his lord. His gaze locked onto the monstrosity orchestrating the onslaught, a creature of A-rank menace. Yet, the fear that might have gripped a lesser warrior's heart was absent in Sir Aldrich's. Instead, there was a flame of resolve, a determination that spoke of battles endured and victories hard won. The battlefield, for a moment, seemed to hold its breath. Sir Aldrich, the embodiment of might and resolve, became a streak across the sky, his movement a blur to the untrained eyes. His greatsword, an extension of his fierceness, shone with an intensity that cut through the advancing darkness. As he closed the distance between him and the monstrous creature, the aura around him condensed, visible now in its intensity, a testament to his ferocious energy that threatened destruction to any foe it graced. The dark creature, sensing the impending threat, let out a bellowing screech that shook the earth and rattled the bones of all who heard it. But Sir Aldrich did not waver. His strike was a culmination of years of training, a perfect fusion of human strength and the raw power of aura manifestation. The sword came down with the weight of countless battles and the force of an unwavering wall, aimed carefully at the head of the vile creature that dared to bring ruin upon the land of his king. The creature, with a terrifying display of agility, unfurled insect-like wings that had been concealed beneath its carapace. The wings beat the air with violent force, propelling the beast upwards just as Sir Aldrich's sword sought to cleave it in half. It was the same maneuver that had spelled doom for Lord Van of Thornfield, the sudden burst of speed, the abrupt descent. Only this time, Sir Aldrich was no mere bystander to its deadly dance. The knight, eyes narrowed, registered the evasion with a warrior's keenness and experience. He had anticipated this might not be a simple battle of strength against strength. As the creature hovered, levitating with an unnatural grace, it took a moment to locate its attacker. The realization dawned upon it like a second strike. Sir Aldrich was no longer on the ground. The knight, with the adaptability of a seasoned predator, launching himself into the air in pursuit, tracing a gleaming arc of silver against the backdrop of the sun. The creature could feel the essence of bloodlust from above. As the creature looked up, it was met with the sight of Sir Aldrich bearing down from above, his great sword once again poised for a death blow. "You cannot escape me, vile creature! Ha!" The creature, driven by instinctual survival and the cunning that had made it a leader among its kin, narrowly evaded the edge of Sir Aldrich's sword, the metal singing through the air, a whisker away from its mark. Twice now, his strikes had missed, yet Sir Aldrich's resolve remained unshaken. He recognized the creature's cunning, its capacity for adaptation, a foe far more formidable than the common horrors it led. This knowledge only steeled the knight's determination, for he knew that such a beast would die the moment his sword pierced its grotesque body. "How long will you be able to evade, I wonder?" Sir Aldrich called out, his voice steady, a provocation to the creature, hinting that the dance of their battle was far from over. Part 2. Chapter 6. Sir Aldrich's Duel Against the Nightmare. The hard-pressed village within Calidora was a loud stage, upon which a battle of large proportions unfolded. The clash of steel and the cries of warriors formed a grim echo throughout. But within, in the expanse of the open field, a duel of fates was being written, a knight against a nightmare. Sir Aldrich, Lord Commander of the Night Order, clashed once more with the monstrous entity that had brought ruin to Thornfield Village. Their dance was a whirlwind of motion, a battle of strength, agility, and stamina. As the creature, with its grotesque wings, hovered in the air, its crimson eyes bore into Sir Aldrich. It had underestimated this human, this warrior who defied the limits of ordinary men. The beast's mind, though driven by primal instincts, recognized the threat that Aldrich posed. Sir Aldrich, his great sword gripped tightly, watched the creature with the focus of an eagle. Strategy and cunning were tools for others. Sir Aldrich's path to his revered status as Lord Commander was carved through sheer force and an unwavering will to overcome any challenge. He was a warrior in the truest sense, believing in meeting strength with greater strength, facing each adversary head-on, and triumphing through sheer power and resilience. In each clash of his greatsword, in every move he made, this philosophy was evident. Sir Aldrich had faced countless foes, each more daunting than the last, yet he had always emerged victorious. To him, this duel was another testament to his unbreakable spirit, another battle to be won by overpowering the enemy. As the creature charged, Sir Aldrich braced himself. His muscles tensed, and his greatsword held as similarly to that of a shield. In his understanding of combat, victory was a straightforward equation. Meet force with greater force and never yield. The creature of nightmare was fast and cunning, but Sir Aldrich had faced such traits before. Yet, it wasn't something he couldn't or haven't overcome. Sir Aldrich, the embodiment of martial prowess, engaged the nightmarish creature in a breathtaking duel. Their styles were a study in contrasts, a testament to the diverse forms of strength that inhabited this world. Every arc of his blade carried the ferocity of a storm, effortlessly slicing through the most robust armor and the densest hide. While his technique forego the delicate artistry of a duelist, it compensated with overwhelming power. This was a style born not of elegance, but of a singular, unshakable purpose: to purge the realm of the malevolent demons that plagued it. The air whooshed and hummed with every swing, creating sonic booms that reverberated across the battlefield. The creature, on the other hand, moved with a grace that belied its grotesque form. Its attacks were lightning fast, a flurry of claws that sought to tear and rend. Its wings, battered yet powerful, whipped up gales that disrupted Sir Aldrich's rhythm. Its eyes seemed to anticipate his every move. Sir Aldrich, soaring upward on a current of his own aura, brought his sword down in a mighty curve, aiming to split the creature in two. The beast twisted in the air, evading the strike by mere inches. Its counter was a vicious swipe of its clawed limb, aimed at Sir Aldrich's head. But the knight, in a display of agility that belied his armor's bulk, tilted to the side, turning a potentially lethal blow into a glancing scrape. "Your speed won't save you," Sir Aldrich shouted as he narrowly dodged. Sir Aldrich, undeterred by the creature's speed, pressed on, his every strike requiring the beast to expend energy to dodge or parry. He was like a relentless tide, each wave crashing harder than the last. As the creature circled back for another attack, it let out a series of hisses and clicks, an eerie form of communication that sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. "I have faced darkness before and prevailed. You are but another to be vanquished." His voice carried not just defiance, but an unwavering conviction that resonated with the soldiers below. In a breathtaking display of aerial acrobatics, the creature circled around, launching a volley of attacks. Sir Aldrich, eyes locked on the incoming assault, swung his greatsword with unmatched speed, deflecting the creature's sharp claws. Sparks flew as steel met the creature's hard skeletal hands. Each deflection a close call that could have meant death. The knight, seizing the moment, unleashed a burst of aura that shimmered brilliantly, captivating the awestruck onlookers. His sword, infused with the vibrant energy of his aura, was brandished with such formidable strength that it seemed entirely plausible for the sheer force of his strike to cleave a mountain in half. The air around them crackled with the energy of their battle, a physical manifestation of the struggle between light and darkness. Below, the onlookers could hardly believe the spectacle. It was as if they were witnessing a legend come to life, a tale of heroism and monster slaying that they would pass down through the ages. With each exchange, with each near miss and direct hit, the tension escalated. Sir Aldrich, armor-scarred and dented from the battle, refused to yield. The creature, its hide marred by the knight's sword, became increasingly desperate. Then, in a moment of mishap, an opening appeared. The beast, in its haste, left itself vulnerable for a split moment. Sir Aldrich, with the keen eye of a seasoned warrior, saw his chance. With a mighty roar, he channeled all his strength and aura into one final decisive blow. Time seemed to slow as the greatsword descended with a silver streak, aimed at the evil's heart. The creature, realizing its error too late, could only watch as the blade approached about to strike true. Just as Sir Aldrich's sword was poised to deliver the decisive blow, a sudden, unexpected intervention occurred. From the corners of the battlefield, the smaller creatures, the minions of the larger beast, swarmed in a frenzied rush toward their leader. In a sacrificial act driven by either instinct or some dark command, they interposed themselves between Sir Aldrich's descending blade and their leader. The greatsword, glowing with the combined might of strength and aura, met this living shield with a thunderous crash. The impact was monumental, sending shockwaves through the air. The smaller creatures bore the brunt of the strike, their bodies acting as a barrier to protect the monstrous entity they served. "Curse it!" Sir Aldrich bellowed, his frustration echoing over the din of battle as his blade was arrested by the mass of bodies shielding the beast. Sir Aldrich, taken aback by this sudden turn, grunted with the effort of the strike. His blade, though powerful, was halted by the mass of bodies that now clung to it. The creature's sacrifice bought their leader precious seconds, enough time for it to regain its composure and land its own decisive strike. In a sudden and treacherous move, the creature exploited the distraction. Like a viper striking from the shadows, its sharp claws emerged with lethal precision from behind the protective wall of its underlings. Sir Aldrich, caught off guard, had only a split second to react. "Watch out, Sir Aldrich!" one of his men shouted from below, but it was too late. The creature's claws, razor-sharp and unyielding, pierced through the air and found their mark. With a brutal force, they penetrated Sir Aldrich's armor, leaving a gaping wound in his right thigh. The pain was immediate and searing. "Grrr!" Sir Aldrich grunted in pain, his focus momentarily faltering. The intensity of the blow forced him to retreat a few paces back, his grip on his sword tightening as he laid the edge to the ground as foothold to maintain his balance and composure. "Tricky beast," Sir Aldrich growled, pain and anger mixing in his voice. Blood began to seep through the rent in his armor, staining the metal and dripping down his leg. The injury was serious, a hindrance that could prove fatal in the dance of death he was engaged in. The wound Sir Aldrich sustained was not just a physical impediment. It was a strategic disadvantage. In a battle where every fraction of a second counted, where the battle hinged on swiftness and agility, such a wound was a dire setback. The creature, embodying the essence of speed and agility, would undoubtedly capitalize on this new weakness. Sir Aldrich understood this all too well. His usual strategy of overwhelming force now had to be tempered with caution. Gritting his teeth, Sir Aldrich recalibrated his stance, adjusting to the wound's throbbing pain. Despite the searing pain and the looming threat of the creature exploiting his injury, Sir Aldrich's resolve did not waver. He knew that yielding to despair or allowing fear to take hold would only hasten his defeat. The lives of his men and the safety of the village rested on his shoulders. "Focus," Sir Aldrich muttered to himself, steeling his mind against the pain. Every move must count. Part 2. Chapter 7. The Unyielding Night. The atmosphere crackled with palpable tension. Despite his injury, Sir Aldrich stood resolute, his grip on the greatsword unwavering, as solid as the moment he first wielded it. Pain radiated from the wound in his thigh, a sharp, throbbing reminder of the battle's stakes, as blood began to seep out and overflow. The creature eyed Sir Aldrich with a sneering, mocking gaze, reveling in the deceit that had ensnared the knight. Empowered by the shift in the tide of battle to its favor, the creature's confidence grew bolder. With a sudden burst of speed, it lunged through the air with increased ferocity. With a deep breath, the knight centered himself. He delved into the uncharted depths of his aura, tapping into a power that exceeded his usual limits. Cornered, with few options left, he understood the necessity of playing every card in his hand. As raw energy surged through his veins, it fortified his limbs, enhancing his strength at the expense of his stamina. He knew had to end this battle quickly, for the longer it dragged on, the more the scales tipped in favor of the creature. Not only did his aura encase his body, reinforcing his limbs, but it also enveloped his greatsword, which emitted an overwhelming pressure. The blade, now aglow with the radiance of his aura, sliced through the air with a terrifying speed that eclipsed his earlier demonstration, even before his injury. This display of raw power was a clear indication of his attitude: to expend every ounce of his stamina and aura reserves in a gamble to quickly conclude the battle. The creature, taken aback by Sir Aldrich's sudden and intense oppression, scrambled to evade. In a desperate move, it released a series of sharp, ear-piercing shrieks, summoning its kin to the fray. The battlefield rapidly transformed into a tumultuous maelstrom of chaos as smaller creatures swarmed to their leader's aid. Amidst this escalating turmoil, Sir Aldrich maintained his formidable stance. He held his sword steady, focusing the swirling aura around the blade for a singular, decisive strike. The smaller creatures lunged at him, intent on overwhelming and halting his advance. However, the knight allowed them to approach, confident in himself. The sheer pressure of his aura and the blistering speed of his advance created a formidable barrier. Most of the creatures were deflected away, unable to latch onto him due to the intense aura and the pressure of his rapid movement. Undaunted by the increasing number of adversaries, remained singularly focused on his goal, poised to strike a decisive blow. In mere seconds, the two opponents closed the distance between them, each intent on delivering the final blow. Ha! Foo! With a quiet, focused exhalation, he concentrated his efforts on the creature. The beast unleashed a relentless onslaught, its claws a whirlwind of deadly maneuvers, equally determined to conclude the conflict. Yet, leveraging his extensive experience as a warrior, anticipated and countered each of the creature's ferocious strikes. His heightened combat prowess was further enhanced by the application of his aura to his eyes, augmenting his visual acuity with unparalleled precision. Every fiber of his being, now fully consumed by his aura, was set on ending the confrontation. As they clashed, a spectacular burst of light and shadow enveloped them. The creature, driven by primal survival instincts, unleashed its most formidable attack. Dark energy swirled around it, as if it too possessed an aura of its own, a malevolent miasma that threatened to swallow him whole. But the knight, his resolve unyielding as steel, cut through the darkness with his radiant aura. The light emanating from him shone like a beacon, dispelling the creature's dark miasma. His aura illuminated the battlefield, casting a warm, reassuring glow that bolstered the spirits of the soldiers and villagers. In this moment, Sir Aldrich stood not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of hope, his indomitable will shining brightly amidst the chaos of battle. surrounded by the radiant glow of his aura, raised his great sword high. The tension in the air was palpable, a tangible force that seemed to pause time itself. Every eye on the battlefield was fixed on this pivotal moment, the culmination of a fierce and desperate struggle. The creature, sensing the impending strike, roared defiantly, its own dark energy pulsating violently in response. But with his focus unwavering, cut through the chaos. In a split second, the world seemed to hold its breath. His sword descended with a force that was both majestic and terrifying. The blade, a streak of brilliant light, cut through the air, moving with such speed and power that it seemed to tear the very fabric of the battlefield. As the sword met the creature, there was a moment of surreal silence, a brief suspension of reality before the impact registered. Then, in an explosion of light and energy, the creature's dark aura shattered. Boom! A shockwave rippled through the air as the creature's body convulsed, then went still. The creature, unable to withstand the power of Sir Aldrich's aura-infused sword, met its end. The once menacing eyes dimmed, and the monstrous form began to split itself in half, tumbling down the air as it fell toward the ground. Thumb X2. Silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the ragged breaths of the weary soldiers. Sir Aldrich, his armor stained with blood, stood tall amidst the remnants of the battle. His sword, still aglow with aura, was raised high, signaling his victory. Ah! The soldiers of Calidora erupted in cheers, their voices a chorus of relief and triumph. They had witnessed a legend at work. The Lord Commander of the Night Order had not only saved the village, but also reaffirmed the unbreakable spirit of their kingdom. As the cheers echoed around him, he sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The euphoria of his monumental victory was swiftly replaced by his commanding voice, resonating across the battlefield with clarity and authority. The battle has not ended. Focus, soldiers. The remnants are still rampaging in this battlefield. Get rid of them. For the kingdom. His words, like a sharp call, jolted the soldiers and villagers out of their momentary lapse into celebration. They quickly realigned their focus, reminded that the threat was not entirely quelled. The lesser creatures, leaderless but still dangerous, continued to wreak havoc. Instilled with renewed vigor from his rallying cry, the soldiers regrouped, their weapons ready. They moved with purpose, their determination reignited. The villagers, too, bolstered by the knight's bravery, lent their support, aiding the wounded. Together, united under their commander's leadership, they pressed forward. The remnants of the enemy, disorganized and demoralized by the loss of their leader, gradually succumbed to the coordinated efforts of the kingdom's defenders. As the tumult of battle continued in the distance, Sir Aldrich, now somewhat removed from the immediate fray, eased himself into a chair at the camp. His posture, though weary, retained the dignity of a battle-hardened knight. An attendant rushed to his side, medical supplies in hand, ready to tend to his wounds. "How are you feeling, Commander?" inquired another attendant, concern evident in their tone. "I'll be fine," Aldrich replied, a trace of exhaustion in his voice. "I just need to rest for a few days. It has been quite some time since I last exhorted myself this far. Send a letter to the kingdom, informing them that the threat has been neutralized. By day's end, we should have dealt with most remnants of darkness in this area, and we can make our return to the kingdom." "Understood. I almost forgot," the attendant added quickly. "A carrion bird brought a letter addressed to you." "Huh? Does the kingdom have another mission for me?" Aldrich asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "No, sir. This message is from the Imperial Academy, Lyria," the attendant clarified. "The mage's school? If it's from there, then it must be from my good friend Alfred. I haven't heard from him in years. This must be quite urgent for him to reach out to me. Hand me the letter," he requested, his interest piqued. The attendant handed over the letter. Will the Knight took it carefully, his fingers brushing over the seal of the Imperial Academy. The emblem, familiar yet distant, evoked memories of a time long past. As he broke the seal and unfolded the letter, Aldrich couldn't help but wonder what urgent message his old friend had sent. breaking years of silence. Aldrich's eyes scanned the contents of the letter, absorbing each word with curiosity. As he reached the end of the message, a small smirk played on his lips, a rare display of amusement for the typically stoic knight. Ethan Hartfield, interesting. He mused aloud, his voice tinged with intrigue. Part 2, Chapter 8, Gregory. In the subdued glow of a dimly lit room, where candles were sparingly placed, casting long, flickering shadows, an individual sat while being engrossed in documents strewn across his desk. As though he had foreseen the interruption, the man closed the book he was browsing and gently pushed it aside. Just as he did so, a rhythmic knock echoed from the door, a distinct sound that pierced the quietude, separating his private chamber from the outside. Knock, knock. The deliberate rhythmic sound of the knocking suggested a visitor who was familiar yet respectful of its occupant. The man at the desk, seemingly anticipating this moment, remained calm and collected, his focus shifting seamlessly from the parchment before him to the door. With an air of authority, he called out, "Enter." Upon receiving permission, 2 men entered the room. The first was clad in dark clothing from head to toe, almost as if he were deliberately trying to blend into the shadows, his presence meant to be unnoticed. In stark contrast, the second man, trailing just behind the first, had a much more conspicuous presence. He exuded an air of significance that made it impossible for him to fade into the background. Even if he had wished to, his demeanor and appearance were such that he naturally drew the attention of those around him, marking him as someone of note. The man who followed was a towering figure, standing at an imposing height of 7 feet. His stature was so immense that he had to lower his head to pass through the doorway. His physique was equally remarkable. Even draped in a black robe, the fabric did little to conceal the sheer bulk of his muscular build. His arms alone were so robust that each could be compared to the torso of an average adult man. Adorning his visage was a full beard and mustache, complemented by a buzz cut of brown hair. However, what truly set him apart and commanded attention wasn't just his extraordinary size, which in itself was a formidable presence. It was the prominent scar that ran across his head, down to his neck. This scar gave him a battle-hardened appearance. It drew the eyes of anyone who beheld him. "I apologize for intruding at such late hours, Master Granfeld," said the hooded man, his voice carrying a tone of deference as he kneeled down to pay respect to his leader. "Mr. Gregory has arrived from his arduous journey." "You damn old coot, you really outdid yourself this time, making me fetch such a thing. But I won't lie, even though it cost me a good number of my good men, it was a hell of a thrill these past few days. Ha ha." His laughter, loud and unapologetic, echoed through the room, a stark contrast to the more formal setting he was in. His demeanor was that of a man who was uninterested in the finer points of courtesy, instead favoring a more direct and raw approach to communication. His casual reference to the loss of his men, although seemingly insensitive, underscored the gritty and unglamorous reality of his line of work, hinting at a life accustomed to the brutalities of conflict and the weight of a leader. Council Elder Granfeld, maintaining a composed demeanor in the face of General Gregory's boisterousness, interjected with a measured tone, "General Gregory, please quiet down. This isn't the moment or the place to be so loud." His words were a subtle reminder, aimed at keeping their meeting discreet and unnoticed. Bam! Suddenly, the door behind Gregory slammed shut with considerable force. It was not the result of someone physically closing it, as all individuals in the room remained stationary. Instead, an intimidating pressure seemed to emanate from Gregory himself. This invisible force was so potent that it physically pushed the door closed, causing the candle flames to flicker erratically in response to the wind pressure he exerted. "Hey, old man, since when have you become so brazen as to address me as a general?" Gregory's voice dropped, a hint of menace creeping in, as his killing intent palpably reached Elder Granfeld. "Gregory. Calm down, Gregory, mercenary commander of Minotaurus. Granfeld responded, his voice steady despite the tense atmosphere. My old age has taken a toll on my memories, and I may have carelessly blurred out your past position. Please, forgive my oversight. In this exchange, the tension between the two was evident, highlighting a complex relationship coexisted. Gregory, momentarily containing his anger, shifted his focus back to the matter at hand. Forget it. I'm here with the item you wanted. Job's done on my end. Now make sure you hold up your part of the bargain. Don't make me regret this, Granfeld. You know what's at stake if things go south. And I don't need to tell you what I'm capable of if they do. His words, delivered with a gruff directness, left no room for misunderstanding. Elder Granfeld, aware of the implications, likely understood the seriousness of Gregory's warning. With a calm assurance that bespoke his experience in handling such delicate negotiations. The terms we agreed upon will be honored. Now, please, the stone. The previously silent hooded figure, who had been standing by unobtrusively, now moved into action. With a measured and respectful gait, he advanced towards Gregory, extending his hand with a gesture of formal courtesy. Gregory, recognizing his part, reached into his attire and carefully withdrew a small stone, its size deceptive of its apparent value. With a deliberate motion, he placed the stone in the waiting hand of the hooded figure, who then carried it to his master's side. Upon receiving the stone, Elder Granfeld's typically stoic expression gave way to a wry smile, a rare display of satisfaction and anticipation. The stone itself was a mesmerizing sight. It radiated a lustrous violet hue, shimmering with a splendor that clearly distinguished it from any ordinary rock. Within its translucent depths, intricate patterns swirled, dark, mist-like formations that resembled a storm brewing within the stone's crystalline structure. Finally, I have it in my hands at last. The Valmilion stone, he exclaimed softly, his voice tinged with awe. Curiosity piqued, Gregory eyed the Valmilion stone and then turned his attention to Elder Granfeld. So, what's the big deal with this stone? I tried digging up information on it, but came up empty. Even more puzzling is how you knew where to find it and what it's for. His tone was a mix of curiosity and suspicion, hinting at his interest in the stone's mysterious nature and Granfeld's knowledge of it. Elder Granfeld, holding the stone, glanced at Gregory with a knowing look. His response was cryptic, intentionally vague, yet laced with intrigue. Ah, Gregory, there are truths that must remain veiled for the time being. Regarding the Valmilion stone, let's just say its true purpose will soon come to light, and its impact will be unprecedented. Unlike anything witnessed since the Academy was established, the world is on the cusp of witnessing a monumental breakthrough from my research, the realization of a dream I've harbored for years. This stone will revolutionize our comprehension of what they so naively label as magic. Understanding that further inquiries would yield no more information, Gregory decided to leave the matter be. His towering figure casting a long shadow in the dimly lit room, made his way to the door. He paused and turned to Granfeld one last time. All right, Granfeld, I'll leave things as is, but remember, you owe me for this. Don't forget your promise. He said in a tone that was both a reminder and a warning, ensuring that his contribution wouldn't go unrewarded or forgotten. With that, General Gregory, the towering figure with a demeanor as formidable as his stature, exited the room, his heavy footsteps echoing through the halls. The door closed behind him with a resonant thud, leaving Elder Granfeld alone with the enigmatic Valmilion stone and his grand plans that were now one step closer to fruition. Outside, under the capricious sky where the sun played a fleeting game of hide-and-seek with the clouds, sporadic droplets of rain fell, hardly any to be considered a proper downpour. A chariot made its way along the road, headed towards the grandeur of a vast kingdom. The kingdom's sprawling expanse was such that one could barely see where it ended. "Young man, wake up! We've arrived," called one of the coachmen, his voice breaking through the young man's slumber. Huh? The young man, roused from his sleep, was momentarily disoriented. "We've made it to Calidora. We're about to enter the military camp, so shake off the sleep and get ready to disembark," the coachman urged with sternness. Stirring from his laid-back position, the young man poked his head out of the chariot, his eyes widening as he took in the approaching grand structures of the kingdom. "Calidora," he murmured, awestruck by the sight. Ethan couldn't help but be captivated by the beauty and majesty of the kingdom. Part 2, Chapter 9, Calidora. As the chariot approached Calidora, the grandeur and scale of the kingdom gradually revealed itself to Ethan. Since his reincarnation into this world, he had only known the confines of two places, both starkly different from the view before him. The first was his home village, a place of sentimental value, marked by its old-fashioned charm and the simplicity of rural life, at least what it once used to be. The second was the magic academy he had briefly attended, a place of learning and discovery. From the outside, Calidora appeared as magnificent as depicted in the books he had read in his history class. Towering walls, crafted from large, meticulously carved stones, encircled the kingdom, their surfaces weathered by time, yet standing firmly in place. The gates of Calidora were particularly striking. Massive ironwork, they stood as both a welcoming entrance and a formidable barrier. As the chariot neared the gates, a long queue of people and other carriages could be seen, all waiting patiently for their turn to enter. However, Ethan's journey was unhindered. Accompanied by soldiers, his chariot bypassed the line. As Ethan observed the soldiers at the gates and those escorting him, a realization dawned on him. He found himself intrigued by the variety in their uniforms. Although they all served the same kingdom, subtle differences in their attire caught his attention. The primary element of their uniform, a tunic, varied in color among the soldiers. Some wore tunics of deep blue, while others were clad in hues of red, green, and brown. This diversity piqued Ethan's curiosity, as he was not yet informed to the significance behind these colors. To Ethan, it became apparent that these colors were not chosen at random, nor merely for aesthetic purposes. Each color was a symbol. What exactly did they symbolize? He wondered. Atop their tunics, the soldiers were clad in lightweight breastplates, designed to strike a balance between agility and protection. The design of these breastplates was such that it allowed the soldiers freedom of movement. Emblazoned on each of these breastplates was a magnificent crest, one that Ethan recognized from the books he had studied back at the academy. This emblem was more than just a decorative feature. It was a representation of the kingdom's history. Central to the design of the crest is a bold lightning bolt, a clear representation of the unique magic by the kingdom's founding sorcerer king. A symbol and statement of the unparalleled ability the founding father of this kingdom held, that no other mage has been known to replicate. Encircling the lightning bolt are intricate bands filled with runes and symbols, likely drawn from magical scripts. The entire crest is framed within a circular boundary, a common motif that symbolizes unity and protection. But the true meaning behind the circular frame is the statement that the kingdom is a world unto itself, complete and sovereign, with the founding sorcerer king's legacy at its very heart. Calidora Crest. The soldiers, in their crisp uniforms and with an air of disciplined efficiency, guided the chariot through a separate, less congested entrance, reserved for official or urgent business. Ethan caught glimpses of the soldiers at the entrance and those who had escorted him engaging in an exchange, likely confirming identities for entry into the kingdom. "Oi, where'd you snatch this one from? Gave you a run around like them other brats?" "Nah, bend an ear this way. I snagged this lad straight out of the magic school." "What? You're pulling my leg. The Imperial Academy, Lyria? Come on, quit your bluff. All them high and mighty types from there ain't never mixin' with us common fold." "Spill it. You found him in some backwater hamlet, yeah?" "No bull. I know it sounds mad, but it's the plain truth. Kid's not some lordlin, but a common plowman. Somehow got his hands on some magic and made his way into the academy. I'll be, Ain't ever heard of no dirtfooter treading them fancy halls. Ain't that the sort of tale that'd be all the buzz? Thought so too, but seems like they've kept it tighter than a drum. Only got wind of it, 'cause I pried it out of one of them student while waitin' for our boy here. Alright, if you're spoutin' the gods honest, what's got him dumped over here? Beats me. Word is, he and some other brat crossed the line with the schoolmasters and got tossed out of the school. Ethan's attention lingered on the guards' conversation, their rough voices barely a whisper among the clatter of the bustling checkpoint. Despite their casual, even irreverent tone, the information they carelessly tossed between them painted a picture of him, though he could care less about their opinions, as they were ignorant of the true facts. Reckon he's in for a rough patch now, the first soldier continued, scratching at his stubble. Doubt the officers there will cotton to him too kindly. They've got no love for the cushy life them noble mages live. If they catch wind of his past, they'll ride him hard. True enough, the second soldier grunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Ethan felt a twinge of discomfort. Ride me hard, he thought. He shifted uneasily, the weight of their stares reminding him he was still an outsider here. The second soldier leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a hushed, grave tone. Anyway, have you caught wind of that village not far from here? The whole place got butchered overnight by some dark creatures. The first soldier's jesting demeanor vanished, replaced by a flicker of concern. Massacred, you say? Creatures from the shadows, hereabouts. Aye, the second soldier replied, his eyes scanning their surroundings as if the mere mention might summon such horrors. Thornfield Village, just beyond the eastern ridge. They say not a soul was left breathing. Walls breached and houses burned to the ground. Ethan's hands clenched involuntarily, the knuckles whitening as the conversation of the soldiers seeped into his ears, each word a hammer blow to his chest. Thornfield Village. The name echoed through his mind, a haunting refrain that brought with it images of warm smiles and familiar faces, now lost to an unimaginable darkness. The soldiers' words, laden with a distant concern for a village they did not know, ignited a storm of grief and anger within Ethan. The abrupt shout from behind jolted Ethan and the soldiers from their conversation. "Hey, what are you guys blabbering about? We don't have all day. Get a move on," barked a voice from another chariot, its driver clearly impatient with the delay at the entrance. "Aye, cam your neck, you mule," retorted the first soldier, throwing a dismissive hand up but nudging the chariot forward. His companion chuckled, the tension of their earlier discussion dissipating like mist. "Let's grab a pint later. I've got to drop this lad off at the camp," the second soldier said, giving Ethan a sidelong glance. "Aye, that we will," agreed the first soldier as they both guided the chariot through the entrance. Ethan sat quietly, the conversation about Thornfield and the soldiers' plans to drink later swirling in his head, a bitter reminder of the normalcy that continued around him while his world crumbled. He felt a deep sense of isolation, surrounded by individuals who would soon forget the village's name as easily as they shook off the dust from their boots. As the chariot continued on, Ethan's gaze drifted to view beyond the gate. The interior of the kingdom unveiled itself like the opening pages of a new and unexplored book. The streets were lined with cobblestones, worn smooth by the passage of countless feet and wheels, leading deeper into the heart of the kingdom. To the sides, buildings rose in an array of architectural styles. Some structures boasted tall, pointed roofs, while others were adorned with rounded arches and intricate stonework. The air was filled with the mixed sense of open-air markets, where vendors hawk their wares, from exotic spices to rare textiles, their stalls a riot of color and noise. The calls of merchants mingled with the laughter of children playing in the streets and the clatter of blacksmiths plying their trade. The hustle were indicative of a thriving kingdom, with each citizen contributing to the tapestry of daily life. Throughout the kingdom, the presence of magic was palpable. Street lamps glowed with a steady, enchanting light. Here and there, street performers gathered crowds, their hands weaving spells that sent orbs of light dancing in the air, or conjured miniature creature out of water that elicited delighted gasps from children and adults. Ethan's gaze, however, was drawn to the majestic structure that dominated the cityscape, the royal palace. It stood resolute at the city's core. Its presence felt from every corner of Calidora. The palace rose with an elegance that defied its massive scale, each tower capped with gilded roofs, a display of brilliance. Despite the turmoil within him, Ethan couldn't help but be captivated by the sight. The chariot rolled on, navigating through the animated streets of Calidora, each turn and cobblestone bringing Ethan ever closer to the military camp. Part 2. Chapter 10. The New Recruit. "Halt!" commanded a soldier standing guard at the entrance of the military camp. His voice, firm and authoritative, cut through the air as Ethan's chariot came to a stop. This was the final destination of a journey that had begun in turmoil and uncertainty. The camp itself was a sprawling expanse of organized activity and disciplined routine. Unlike the vibrant and magical heart of the academy, the camp was a testament to martial efficiency and order. Tents and barracks were arranged in meticulous rows, each one identical to the next, creating a sense of uniformity and purpose. The central grounds were open and vast, serving as a training area where soldiers drilled in various forms of combat under the watchful eyes of their superiors. Flags bearing the kingdom's crest fluttered atop poles, marking the boundaries of the camp. The air was filled with the sounds of metal clashing against metal, the grunts of soldiers sparring, and the occasional bark of orders from the officers. Practice dummies and targets were scattered throughout, each bearing the marks of rigorous training exercises. So this is my new home now. Ethan stepped off the chariot, his eyes taking in the disciplined world he was about to enter. The atmosphere was charged with a tangible sense of duty, a far cry from the academic halls he had left behind. Here, knowledge was measured in strength and skill, and survival depended on quick reflexes and strategic thinking, rather than one's magical aptitude. The soldier guarding the camp approached the chariot. His gaze shifted between Ethan and the soldier who had escorted him, assessing the situation with a practiced eye. "State your business," the guard demanded, his voice carrying an edge of command. The escorting soldier stepped forward, offering a crisp salute. "Sir, I've brought this recruit from the academy, as per the orders. He's to be integrated into the training program immediately." The guard's eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised Ethan. "From the academy, you say?" "Not the usual sort we get around here." His tone was skeptical, but not dismissive. He understood that the academy, with its focus on magic and scholarly pursuits, was a world apart from the gritty realities of military life. "Yes, sir, but he's no ordinary academy lad. He ain't your noble child. He's dirt-born just like us," the escorting soldier added, emphasizing Ethan's humble origins. The guard's expression softened slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. "Dirt-born, eh?" he muttered, reassessing Ethan. This revelation seemed to bridge a gap, as if Ethan's humble beginnings were a point of connection in this world, where lineage often dictated one's path. "That's right, sir. He's one of the folk, made it to the academy on his own mettle, is what I heard. But now, he's here to serve just like any other," the escort affirmed. The guard's grunt conveyed an ambiguity that left Ethan unsure whether it was a sign of approval or disapproval. "Well, that's a first," he remarked with a skeptical tone. "We'll see how the academy training holds up in the field. If those scholarly pampered nobles are as good as they let on to be, you'll find your place here soon enough, though I doubt that would be the case. This isn't your bookworm kind of place." His words carried a hint of challenge, as if he was both questioning and gauging Ethan's ability to adapt to the starkly different demands of military life, compared to the scholarly environment of the academy. Ethan absorbed the guard's skepticism, understanding that the academy's prestige and his achievements there would carry little weight in the face of the raw, physical demands and the pragmatic discipline of the military camp. As they walked, the guard led Ethan past rows of tents and training grounds, where the air was thick with the sounds of orders being shouted and weapons clashing. This is where you'll be trained. Forget what you know about magic and books. Here, it's about strength, endurance, and the will to live against sure death. You'll start with the basics and work your way up, just like everyone else, the guard explained, his tone firm but not unkind. The guard led Ethan towards a series of tents set up within the camp, each one seemingly identical to the next in its simple, functional design. He stopped in front of one and pulled back the flap, gesturing for Ethan to enter. This will be your quarters. You'll be bunking here with 3 other recruits. They're your team now, in training and if, when it comes to it, in war. Best get to know them quickly. War, huh? Guess it's something I couldn't avoid after all, no matter how hard I tried. Ethan thought to himself, coming to terms with the fact that despite his efforts to steer clear of conflict, it was something he was bound to face eventually. Ethan stepped inside the tent, finding it sparsely furnished with 4 cots, a small table, and a few wooden chests for personal belongings. It was a far cry from the quarters he was accustomed to at the academy. Inside, 3 young men, who appeared to be around Ethan's age, looked up from their various activities. One was polishing a sword, another was studying a map, and the third was resting. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to indifference upon seeing Ethan, but there was a shared acknowledgement in their eyes. They were all in this new chapter together. The guard spoke again, his tone more instructive now. Unpack your baggage and settle in. You'll receive further instructions soon. Remember, these men are your team. Trust and cooperation aren't just virtues here. They're necessities. Learn to work together, and you'll stand a chance out there. With that, the guard left, leaving Ethan to acquaint himself with his new surroundings and comrades. Ethan carefully unpacked his limited possessions. As he transferred his items into the chest assigned to him, he came across the book given to him by Mr. Alfred, nestled at the bottom of his bag. ... Pausing for a moment, he delicately wrapped the book in a piece of cloth, handling it with a reverence that spoke of its importance to him. He then gently placed it in a secluded corner of the chest, ensuring it was safely tucked away without being seen by the others in the tent. But it was his final item that drew the most attention. As he took it out, Ethan could sense the inquisitive eyes of his new tent mates on him. "Hey, what's that you're holding?" "I've never seen a sword like that before," asked one of the young men, briefly pausing in his sword-sharpening task to look up at Ethan. Ethan held the item up for them to see. It wasn't a conventional sword by any means. Its design and make were unique, setting it apart from the standard military-issue weapons. The curiosity in the tent was palpable, a shared moment of interest in something that broke the monotony of their standard equipment and belongings. "This is a weapon I built for my personal use. It's called an umbrella," Ethan explained, holding the unique item with a sense of pride, yet choosing to keep its magical nature to himself for now. He was aware that revealing his background and the true capabilities of the umbrella might change the way his tent mates perceived him. At this early stage, he preferred to establish a relationship based on who he was as a person, rather than the labels or titles associated with his past. As he carefully placed the umbrella with the rest of his belongings, Ethan could sense the curiosity in the tent rising. His tent mates exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of intrigue and bemusement. An umbrella, huh? That's a first. Never thought I'd see someone bring such unique-looking item into a military camp. One of the recruits remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Ethan offered a small, knowing smile, but didn't elaborate further. "My name is Ethan. I'll be in your care." Ethan turned to his tent mates, offering a sincere and approachable expression. His words were simple, but carried the weight of his intent of mutual support. His introduction was met with nods. The atmosphere in the tent, initially filled with curiosity and reserve, began to shift towards a sense of budding camaraderie. The three other tentmates, each with their own unique background and personality, introduced themselves to Ethan in turn. The first, the young man who had been sharpening his sword earlier, extended his greeting. "Name's Lucas, an aspiring knight," he said. Next was the one who had been studying the map. He looked up, pushing a lock of hair from his forehead, and offered a more reserved smile. "I'm Julian. I have a knack for strategy and planning. Hopefully, we can learn a thing or two from each other." Finally, the third recruit, who had been lounging on his back, looked up at Ethan and offered a casual nod. "Name's Max," he said, his tone direct and no nonsense. "I'm the type who likes to get straight to the point. We're here to pull our weight and get things done." His words carried an air of resolve, although his relaxed posture at that moment amusingly contradicted his statement about diligence. Ethan listened attentively, mentally noting each name, setting the stage for the dynamic that would develop among them. Part 2. Chapter 11. Factions. "So, what do you guys think they'll have us do first?" Max asked casually, absent-mindedly poking his nose with his pinky finger. Julian, pushing a lock of hair out of his eyes, turned to address Max's question. "Typically, new recruits have to undergo physical training for the first 3 months. I heard it's pretty rigorous. After that, they usually assign us to specific faction based on their needs." Ethan listened intently, absorbing this new information. Ethan's interest peaked as Julian mentioned the assignment of recruits to specific factions. Lucas, equally intrigued, leaned forward. "Factions? That's the first I've heard of that. What are those?" Julian nodded, ready to explain. After the initial training period, soldiers are assigned to one of 4 factions. Each faction is represented by a color and aligns with a particular element. They determine your role and duties in the kingdom's military. As Ethan reflected on Julian's explanation of the factions, a realization dawned on him. He remembered the soldiers he had seen earlier, each wearing a tunic of a different color: deep blue, red, green, and brown. It clicked in his mind that these colors corresponded to the factions Julian had mentioned. The varied hues of the tunics were not merely for distinction or decoration. They symbolized the specific roles and specialties of each soldier within the kingdom's military. "First, there's the blue faction," Julian continued, "also known as the water faction. They're primarily medics. The water element is associated with healing and restoration, so these soldiers are trained in medical skills and battlefield triage. Then we have the green faction, aligned with the wind element," he added. "These soldiers are scouts and reconnaissance experts. They're fast, agile, and adept at gathering intelligence and navigating challenging terrains." Lucas nodded, absorbing the information, but it was Max who spoke next, curiosity in his voice. "What about the brown faction?" Julian shifted slightly. "The brown faction, linked to the earth element, are the protectors. They're tasked with defending the kingdom, manning fortifications, and ensuring the safety of our borders." Ethan listened intently, trying to imagine where he might fit into this structure. His thoughts were interrupted as Julian's tone grew more somber. "And finally, there's the red faction, associated with the fire element. This is the group most soldiers hope to avoid. They're assigned the most dangerous tasks: frontline combat, war missions, and expeditions against dark creatures. It's high risk without the luxury of high reward." As Julian finished explaining about the red faction, Lucas's eyes lit up. "That's exactly what I'm aiming for," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "As an aspiring knight, facing the toughest challenges is the best way to prove myself. The red faction sounds like where the real action is." Max, reclining back, raised an eyebrow at Lucas's eagerness. "You're keen on jumping into the fire, huh? Well, as for me, I'd prefer the brown faction. Staying within the kingdom's walls, guarding the fort, sounds like a steady job. Less about charging into danger and more about keeping steady watch. Seems like the easiest task if you ask me." Julian, who had been listening thoughtfully, chimed in. "I'd lean towards the blue faction personally. I think I'm pretty quick at picking up new skills, and I'm handy with details. Learning medical and first aid skills could be really useful. Plus, helping others directly like that, it's appealing. Though, I have a preference for strategy and planning. It's unfortunate there isn't a specific faction dedicated to those skills. The conversation turned to Ethan, all eyes on him, as they waited for his preference. Ethan hesitated, unsure where he fit in this spectrum of roles. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Julian interjected, noting his silence. In the end, it might not matter much what we want, Julian pointed out pragmatically. We're not usually given a choice in the selection, and since we're a team now, we'll likely all end up in the same faction. It's about where they need us most as a unit, not just as individuals. The idea of being placed in a faction based on the needs of the military, rather than personal preference, was sobering. It brought home the fact that they were part of a larger system, one where individual desires were secondary to the collective needs and strategies of the kingdom's defense. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as the flap of the tent swung open, revealing the soldier who had brought Ethan to the camp. His expression was stern and businesslike, a clear indication that the time for casual talk was over. "All right, you four, on your feet," he commanded briskly. "Follow me. It's time for your orientation." The four recruits exchanged quick glances, the weight of the moment settling upon them. They stood up almost in unison, each mentally bracing themselves for what was to come. They stepped out of the tent and fell into line behind the soldier, who led them towards the central part of the camp. The sounds of the camp's activities grew louder as they approached. The group reached the training grounds, a vast expanse filled with rows upon rows of cadets, all standing in disciplined, orderly fashion. Each group appeared to be a team, similar to Ethan and his companions, marked by their identical stances and focused expressions. The soldier leading them spoke over his shoulder. "Pay attention to everything you're told and show respect to your superiors. How you perform in these next months determines a lot about your future here. Make it count." Their escorting soldier led Ethan and his team to a specific location within the training ground. He pointed to a spot, his expression stern. "Stand here and don't move an inch. Stay quiet." He instructed in a no-nonsense tone. "The person in charge of the camp will address all of you shortly. I expect you to listen attentively and show the utmost respect. Any lack of courtesy will not be tolerated." Ethan and his teammates nodded in acknowledgement and took their places, standing side by side. They looked around, taking in the sea of faces, all new recruits like themselves. They couldn't help but observe the array of expressions on the faces around them. Anxiety, uncertainty, and even fear were evident in many of the young recruits' eyes. Some looked around nervously, trying to mask their apprehension, while a few were barely holding back tears. It became increasingly clear to Ethan that many, if not most, of these recruits were here not by choice, but due to the kingdom's enforced military conscription law. They were young men and women plucked from their previous lives and thrust into this new, daunting one. The training ground fell into a hush as a figure of authority, presumably the person in charge of the camp, stepped forward. This individual carried an air of command, and their presence demanded attention. He was of medium height, but carried himself with an imposing presence that made him seem larger. His posture was upright and confident. His eyes were sharp and piercing, scanning the crowd of recruits with a gaze that seemed to take in everything and miss nothing. His hair was cropped short, a practical style that matched the no-nonsense demeanor he projected. He wore a uniform that set him apart from the standard military attire around the camp. While it maintained the authoritative design befitting his rank, the uniform had a distinctive shade that edged closer to red. This detail caught the attention of Ethan, leading him to a realization. This man was most likely a member-feared Red faction, indicating his involvement in the most challenging and perilous faction the kingdom's military offered. It suggested a career marked by frontline engagements, strategic warfare, and perhaps direct encounters with dark creatures, the very tasks that defined the Red faction's reputation. As he stood before the assembled recruits, all sensed that he was not just a leader by rank, but a leader by respect earned through years of dedication and sacrifice. The authoritative figure cleared his throat, capturing the full attention of the recruits. In a voice that resonated across the training ground, he began, "I am Commander Alden, and I welcome you all as the newest recruits of Calidora's military." Part 2, Chapter 12, So Be It. Commander Alden proceeded to walk slowly across the front of the assembled recruits, his gaze methodically sweeping over them. "You were all brought here to become more than just soldiers. You are here to become defenders of Calidora, protectors of our people and our way of life." His eyes swept across the sea of young faces, some marred by confusion, others shadowed by fear. "I see the uncertainty, the fear, and the anxiety in your eyes. Life, as you will learn, is fraught with such challenges. Do not harbor resentment toward your country, which strives tirelessly for your safety. Direct your anger towards the malevolent forces that threaten our existence, the enemies that have plagued us for generations. Yes, you were conscripted, some of you against your will. So what? The time has come for you to repay the sanctuary you've been granted all these years, to rise and safeguard the future generations. Only through such resolve can we hope to shield ourselves and eventually obliterate those fiends that seek our downfall." He paused for effect, allowing his words to sink in. Ethan stood silently among the rows of recruits, his expression betraying nothing of the turmoil that stirred within him. As Commander Alden's words rang out, firm and resolute, they struck a dissonant chord in Ethan's mind. Bullshit, he thought, a silent rebuttal to the commander's attempt at a impelling speech. To him, the rhetoric of glory and duty couldn't mask the stark reality that many of them were here not by choice, but by force. His eyes flickered across the faces of his fellow recruits, wondering if any shared his sentiments. Were they all buying into this grand narrative? Or were there others who, like him, felt the weight of being uprooted from their lives and thrust into a role they hadn't asked for? Yet, despite his inner conflict, Ethan understood the necessity of the situation. The kingdom was under threat, and every young able-bodied individual was expected to contribute to its defense. It was a harsh truth, one that left little room for personal grievances. The training you will undergo is designed to test you, to push you, and ultimately to forge you into the warriors our kingdom needs. You will be challenged physically and mentally. You will learn the basic art of combat, the values of discipline and teamwork. Some of you may find your limits. Others may discover strengths you never knew you had. The idea of being molded into a defender of the kingdom was daunting, since just a few days ago he was being molded to be a mage. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the recruits. Understand this. We provide the tools for success, but ultimately, it's your individual effort that will determine your survival. Take my words seriously. Work diligently and with purpose. The lack of commitment is not just failure. In our world, it can mean death. The commander wasn't just outlining the training program. He was laying bare the harsh reality of their situation. Commander Alden's concluding remarks carried an air of finality, but as his sweeping gaze passed over the recruits, it lingered momentarily on Ethan. He scrutinized him from head to toe, and a brief, knowing smirk crossed his face. "Though, I do believe this batch of recruits might show us something interesting," he remarked, his eyes still fixed on Ethan. There was a hint of intrigue in his tone, suggesting he was aware of something that set Ethan apart from the rest. Ethan felt a surge of awareness at that moment. The commander's gaze, coupled with his cryptic comment, made it clear that he was aware of Ethan's background as a former academy student. It was a silent acknowledgement that Ethan's journey here was not just another story among many, but one that had perhaps caught the commander's attention. After Commander Alden departed, another man stepped forward to take the center stage. He had a less imposing presence than Alden, but his demeanor was just as serious and authoritative. He began to outline the program that the recruits would be following over the next few weeks. First and foremost, we will focus on building your physical strength and stamina," he announced, his voice clear and resonant. "This will include rigorous routines like long-distance running, obstacle courses, and various bodyweight exercises. Our goal is to get you in peak physical condition. A soldier's body must be a well-tuned instrument, capable of enduring the demands of prolonged battle." He paused for a moment to let his words sink in, then continued. "The next phase of your training will involve weapon mastery. You will receive basic training in handling the weapon of your choice, from swords and bows to spears and shields. This is not just about learning to swing a blade or notch an arrow. It's about understanding the mechanics, the balance, and the discipline of wielding a weapon. Every soldier must be somewhat proficient in these fundamental skills." As the recruits listened intently, the instructor's expression turned somewhat enigmatic. "And finally, the last part of your initial training. Well, let's just say that we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's a crucial aspect of your development as soldiers, but for now, focus on the immediate tasks at hand." The recruits exchanged glances, curiosity, and a hint of apprehension evident in their expressions. As soon as the instructor finished outlining the training program, he wasted no time in letting the recruits know that their rigorous journey would begin immediately. "Listen up," he barked, his voice cutting through the morning chill. "Your training starts now, on your very first day. No time for dawdling. Line up for the morning run." The recruits quickly scrambled into formation, their faces reflecting apprehension. Ethan found himself alongside Lucas, Julian, and Max. "Guess we're diving right in." Max muttered to them, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "Better than sitting around waiting," Lucas replied, cracking his knuckles. With a sharp command, the recruits began to run. The course took them along a rugged trail that skirted the edges of the camp. The ground was uneven, dotted with rocks and roots that demanded careful attention to avoid tripping. Ethan focused on his breathing, trying to find a steady rhythm amid the jostling of bodies and the instructor's relentless pace. He could hear the heavy breathing and pounding footsteps of his peers, an exertion that filled the air. "You call that running? My grandmother moves faster," the instructor yelled, jogging effortlessly alongside the recruits. His gaze was piercing, seemingly evaluating each recruit's stamina and determination. The trail wound its way through a small wooded area. Ethan felt his legs starting to burn, his chest heaving for air, but he pushed on. As they emerged from the woods, the camp came back into view, the end of the circuit approaching. "Final stretch! Give it everything you've got," the instructor bellowed. The recruits' heart hammered in their chest, their breath coming in ragged gasps, their faces etched with effort. They crossed the finish line, back at the starting point, a collective sigh of relief and exhaustion escaping from the group. Ethan bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. The instructor nodded, a slight hint of approval in his eyes. "Not bad for your first run, but don't get comfortable. Every day, you'll push harder. Now, let's move on to the next exercise." Ethan and his fellow recruits, already gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, exchanged weary glances. The realization of what lay ahead in the coming weeks began to sink in. The physical exertion from the run alone had sapped much of their energy, and the thought of continuing with more exercises was overwhelming. Max leaned over, hands on his knees, and muttered, "How are we supposed to keep going?" "I'm already spent." Julian, trying to catch his breath, managed a wry smile. "Welcome to military training, I guess." Lucas, wiping sweat from his brow, added quietly, "It's not just our bodies they're training. It's our willpower, our resilience. This is how knights are made." Ethan lay on the ground, catching his breath after the intense workout. The physical exertion had a surprisingly clarifying effect on his mind. As his body pushed through the fatigue, his mind found a moment of peace, free from the whirlwind of worries and doubts that had plagued him. It was during this brief respite that Ethan came to a pivotal realization and acceptance of his current situation. He acknowledged the harsh reality of his conscription, understanding that resistance was futile and perhaps even counterproductive. Yet, beneath his acceptance, a current of skepticism flowed. The doubts about the diagnosis of his magical abilities, or the supposed disability in his mana veins, lingered in his thoughts. I've manipulated magic in ways others haven't even considered, Ethan thought, his mind racing with possibilities. My unconventional approach to magic, my understanding of the elements, especially weather, it's not something many at my age could achieve. Does this not prove that the limitations they've placed on me are based on their own lack of knowledge? A determination began to take root in Ethan's mind. He refused to accept the verdict that had been passed on him without question. If they're right, and I do have mana atrophy, then I'll find a cure. I won't let this be the end of my journey with magic, and I certainly won't resign myself to being a mere pawn, a meat shield for others, without using every tool at my disposal. Lying there on the ground, gathering his strength, Ethan experienced a profound moment of clarity. It was as if the intense physical exertion had stripped away the surface layers of his thoughts, revealing a deeper truth within. He realized what truly defined a great mage, a scholar, a seeker of knowledge and truth. It was the fundamental characteristic of a seeker, to doubt. Doubt and keep doubting until the true answer is revealed. Question everything, because nothing in this world is beyond questioning. Seek relentlessly, because nothing in this world is beyond the reach of inquiry and understanding. His unconventional approach to magic, his ability to think outside the norms and constraints of traditional magical teachings, had always been driven by this inherent curiosity and skepticism. Ethan rose from the ground. In his heart and mind, he also committed to continuing his quest for magical knowledge. Since he was forced to become a soldier, so be it. Ethan recognized that this dual role was not just a compromise, but an opportunity. As a soldier, he would gain strength, discipline, and a deeper understanding of the world from a perspective he had never considered. As a scholar and a seeker of magic, he would continue to explore the mysteries of the arcane, to push the boundaries of what was known and accepted. I'll do both. I'll be a soldier and also keep learning, like a scholar. I'll protect others and keep searching for answers. Once I can free myself of others' choices in regard to my own life, that's when I'll really understand what I'm here for in this life. Part 2. Chapter 13, Introduction to Magical Theory. Chapter 2. After the demanding run, the recruits faced a grueling series of bodyweight exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, and squats tested their endurance, pushing everyone to the brink of their physical capabilities. Ethan's muscles burned with the intensity of the workout, each repetition a battle against his own limits. Yet, he welcomed the challenge, understanding that this pain was a crucial part of forging independence and resilience. The day's rigorous activities culminated in a lecture emphasizing the core values of discipline, teamwork, and perseverance. The instructor's words served as a reminder of the mental fortitude required alongside physical strength. Following the lecture, the recruits were led to the dining hall for their evening meal. The food, though far from appealing in appearance or taste, was designed to mimic the rations one might expect on expeditions. It was nutritious, if not gourmet, providing the essential energy needed without any frills. The meal was a practical lesson in itself, preparing them for the realities of life in the field. After dinner, the recruits were granted 2 hours of free time before they had to go to bed. However, given the day's exhaustive training, Ethan and his teammates found little energy to enjoy this brief respite. Instead, they opted to return to their tent early. The physical and mental exertion of the day weighed heavily on them all. While his comrades succumbed to sleep almost instantly upon touching their cots, exhaustion claiming them effortlessly, Ethan found himself in a different state. Despite the physical toll the day had taken on him, his mind had other plans, unable to succumb to rest so easily. There was a determination within him, a burning question that refused to let him rest. Quietly, with careful movements not to disturb the others, Ethan rose from his cot and moved towards his storage chest. There, nestled among his few possessions, lay the book given to him by Mr. Alfred. Introduction to Magic Theory 2. Ethan read out under his breath. Under the night, barely enough to see, Ethan used his blanket as a makeshift cover to hide his actions from the group, though everyone else was deep in sleep. With a deep focus, he summoned a tiny flame atop his index finger. The flame was minuscule, emitting a gentle glow that illuminated the pages of the book, without the risk of burning anything or drawing the attention of his deeply sleeping comrades. Even though the magical flame Ethan conjured was minuscule, a faint sensation of pain flickered through his body, reminiscent of a persistent pinch. This discomfort, though mild, served as a constant reminder of the limitations he faced. Ethan understood all too well that this sensation was merely the precursor to what would be an exponential increase in pain should he dare to amplify his magical output. It was precisely this reason that he had been warned against attempting to harness anything beyond the most basic level of magic. The agony that would ensue from more significant spells was deemed too severe for him to bear. This realization was both a constraint and a catalyst for Ethan. Each minor twinge of pain with his small flame underscored the reality of his condition, yet it also fueled his determination to seek a way beyond it. The very fact that he could manifest even this tiny flame was proof of his connection to magic, a connection he was not yet willing to sever or surrender to the dictates of his supposed limitations. Under the sanctuary of his blanket, with the tiny magical flame casting a gentle light on the pages, Ethan found himself revisiting familiar territory within the book. The initial chapter, which he had thoroughly covered during his time at the academy under Professor Eveline's tutelage, delved into the intricacies of multitasking in magical practice. Having already mastered the concepts and applications of this initial lesson, Ethan felt no need to linger on the pages he knew by now. With a determined flick of his wrist, Ethan turned the pages, moving past the foundational teachings to the next segment of his magical education: magical sensitivity. Chapter 2: Magical Sensitivity, page 12. As we delve further into the mystical world of magic, our focus shifts to the essential concept of magical sensitivity. This ability is paramount for those who wish to not just perform magic, but to truly connect with and understand the subtle energies that are defined within us. 2.1. The essence of sensitivity. At the core of magical sensitivity lies the ability to perceive and interact with the magical essence that suffuses our being. This essence, also referred to as mana, is the bedrock of all magical phenomena. While the notion of such essence is no longer a foreign concept at this juncture, your current understanding and use of mana merely scratch the surface of a much deeper and expansive concept: sensitivity to magic. What does it truly entail, and how does it expand upon the initial lessons of basic mana manipulation? For any practitioner of magic, cultivating a sharp awareness of this omnipresent sensation is crucial to their craft. It's this heightened sensitivity that allows one to detect the subtle shifts and intricate patterns of magical energy flowing within themselves. This is not merely an extension of the basic manipulation of mana, but a deeper, more intimate connection with the very currents of magic that course through the self. 2.2 Attunement. Achieving attunement with the magical essence requires more than just passive observation. It demands an active engagement with the energy flows around and within oneself. This process involves fine-tuning one's own energy to resonate with the ambient magical essence. Practices such as focused meditation, deep concentration, and the cultivation of inner stillness are vital for enhancing one's magical sensitivity. Through these methods, a practitioner learns to quiet the noise of the physical world, allowing them to sense the subtle whispers of magic that permeate their surroundings. 2.3 Interpreting magical signatures. Every magical entity and phenomenon possesses a unique signature, a distinctive pattern of energy that can be read and interpreted by those with heightened magical sensitivity. Understanding these signatures is akin to learning the language of magic itself. By recognizing and interpreting the various energy signatures encountered, a practitioner can identify the types of magic at play, the intentions behind magical constructs, and even the presence of magical creatures or artifacts. This insight opens up a new dimension of interaction with the magical world, enabling more nuanced and effective spellcasting unique to them, placing your own signature into the realm of magic. Turn the page to embark on the explanation and exercises that will lead you into a deeper connection with the world of magic through the lens of magical sensitivity. Ethan, intrigued by the potential knowledge that could aid him, he eagerly turned to the section titled 2.1, The Essence of Sensitivity. Under the dim glow of his magical flame, he began to read, absorbing every word with keen interest. 2.1. The Essence of Sensitivity. Introduction. The ability to perceive, interact with, and influence the subtle energies that permeate within. For a practitioner of magic, developing this sensitivity is not just beneficial, it is essential. It allows for a deeper connection with the magical forces at play, enhancing every aspect of spellcasting and magical understanding. The essence of sensitivity operates on the principle of resonance between a practitioner's active mana manipulation and the latent mana that often remain untapped. Imagine a musician attempting to play a finely crafted instrument without first tuning it. They might hit the correct notes, believing they're producing beautiful music. However, once they tune their instrument correctly, they realize the music's true potential was never fully unleashed. Similarly, a mage's body is akin to an instrument, and tuning one's senses to the magical essence within is crucial. This alignment enables a mage to instinctively perceive and interact with magical currents, energies, and entities, unlocking a richer, more nuanced understanding and control of magic. To truly understand magical sensitivity, one must first acknowledge what they lack, only they would know of it. By recognizing this lacking presence, a practitioner can begin to attune their senses to the subtle vibrations of magic that are otherwise unnoticed by the untrained mind. How to practice it? The practice of enhancing magical sensitivity starts with mindfulness and meditation. Begin by finding a quiet space where you can sit undisturbed. Close your eyes and focus on your breathing, letting go of all external concerns. Gradually shift your attention to the flow of mana, attempting to feel its presence. It may start as a vague sensation, but with time and practice, these sensations will become more distinct. Everyone's connection to mana varies. Some may already be in tune, needing little adjustment, while others may require significant attunement to harmonize their internal mana's flow. It's like discovering an untuned string on your instrument. Your goal is to reattach and tune this string, integrating it to enhance your magical capacity. Practice daily, paying attention to the subtleties of mana within, and adjust as necessary to ensure every part of you resonates with the mana that governs your existence. Intrigued by the introduction to magical sensitivity, Ethan felt a spark of excitement at the prospect of exploring this essential aspect of magic. The idea of attuning his senses to the subtle vibrations of magic, of interpreting the unique signatures that each spell or magical entity possessed, was exactly the kind of knowledge Ethan believed could further his quest to overcome his limitations. However, as he absorbed the words, the day's exertions began to weigh heavily on him. The physical toll of the training, combined with the mental strain, had left him drained. Recognizing the importance of rest in his rigorous schedule, Ethan reluctantly marked his place in the book and closed it gently. He placed the book back into his storage chest with a sense of reverence, acknowledging that the journey into magical sensitivity was one he would have to postpone until the next night. He knew he required a level of focus and energy that he simply couldn't muster at the moment. As he settled back onto his cot, Ethan made a silent promise to himself to begin his exploration of the essence of sensitivity the following night. For now, rest was paramount. Allowing his body and mind to recover from the day's challenges was essential if he was to continue pushing his boundaries, both as a soldier and as a seeker of magical knowledge. With that final thought, Ethan allowed himself to drift off to sleep, the day's exhaustion quickly pulling him into a deep slumber. His commitment to pursuing his dual path remained unwavering, but for tonight, the quest for understanding would have to wait.